3 seconds to go. 2, 1, in on target. Glove save made by Wedgwood. And for the second time this season at the Saddle Dome, Colorado douses the Flames by the exact same score of 4-2. Now Cale Makar sees an opening. Makar cuts to the middle. Makar, he scores! Oh, hail Cale! It's a 3-point day for the great number 8, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because this party is over.
Lakers are out of timeout, so remember, Denver has a foul to give here. So if you could kill a couple of, take as much time off the clock before you foul, just don't do it right away. And here we go. Inbound goes on top to Reeves. It's poked away and stolen. Westbrook for the game winner. Dunk right-handed. And here we go. 5 seconds left. They're looking for the game winner. Inbound goes to Jordan Poole. Deep three. Got it! 1.8 to go. Inbound Jokic from 70 feet. Missed it at the horn. And here's a sentence I didn't think I was going to say this year. The Denver Nuggets get swept by the Washington Wizards.
We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close.
Oh, it's way too early, people. Welcome to the Brett Kane Show, directed by Brett Kane, produced by Brett Kane, edited by Brett Kane, starring Mark Bertinelli. What's going on? Well, welcome to this early morning show that Brett does all the time because he's crazy. I'm Mark Bertinelli filling in for BK, who is I don't know what Brett's doing, but we had ourselves a wild sporting weekend here in the Mile High City where everything was coming up burgundy and blue, and the Nuggets just kicked. Listen, even the win over the Lakers wasn't ideal. Like even that wasn't ideal because you almost lost to a G League team basically, and then you give up a game-winning 3 to Jordan Poole to lose to the worst team in the NBA. Not great. But Cale Makar doing Cale Makar things yesterday, scoring in overtime to beat the Dallas Stars. The Avs are now within 2 points of Dallas. There was an amazing McKinnon ceremony. There was the return of the Moose. We will get to all that coming up here today with Vic and Moj. We'll have Adam Schefter on at 8 a.m. And Schefty was breaking news like at 1 a.m., man. I don't know. I woke up this morning, he already had news out there. The Bengals were paying people. Bengals paying people, man. I did not think they were going to do it, but they locked up both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. We'll get to those numbers coming up. But also, yesterday was Selection Sunday, and the bracket is out. The bracket is looking good, and here on the station, we're doing something. Matter of fact, Nelly, have you already all entered this thing, man?
No, I have not entered the Not Another Bracket contest.
All right, let me get through this thing. It's Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. Is live right now at AltitudeSportsRadio.com/NotAnotherBracket. This time, instead of filling out an entire bracket, just pick your 5 teams and you're entered. Every win is worth points, and if you pick a lower seed, the value goes up. If you want to take CSU, who won the Mountain West tournament, although I think they got a bet. They drew somebody not great. Was it Memphis? Yes, it's Memphis. So CSU is a 12 seed taking on number 5 Memphis. That is a tough one. But if you want to pick the Rammies and then get past Memphis and maybe Maryland, who they might meet in the next round, but we'll get to all that. The grand prize winner will get an awesome prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at Denver Chop House, a big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter. So yeah, get on it. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Enter and get yourself some nice prizes and see if you can. I mean, I have no idea where I would go right now when I'm looking at this bracket. Where I'm going to go or what I would do. Those number 1 overall seeds, Florida, Houston, Auburn, and who am I missing? Who's the other one? Auburn. Oh, Duke. I should have remembered. Duke. So, yeah, Duke won the ACC despite Cooper Flagg twisting his ankle in the semis. But he missed the last two. Actually, he missed the last 2 games for Duke, but the Blue Devils still got it done. Although listen, the talk of the bracket is North Carolina. How the hell did the Tar Heels get in there? And then the head of the selection committee is the AD at North Carolina. So to avoid any impropriety, they were like, bro, you can't even get out of here. We're going to vote on North Carolina, see whether or not they make it in. And I guess what they were saying is that they all voted Saturday night. They had already figured out what the bracket was, and the only decision was in the Memphis UAB. If UAB had beat Memphis, then North Carolina wouldn't have made the bracket, wouldn't have made it, because then UA would be in and Memphis would also be in. But if Memphis won, there would be one at-large available, and that at-large would go to North Carolina if it happened, and that's exactly what happened. So North Carolina makes it in. We will talk about what happened in that North Carolina-Duke game. I cannot imagine a free throw lane violation that cost you a game. Yeah, we'll talk about
Since that wasn't in the actual dance itself, since that was just in a conference tournament, it's not going to go quite down in history with the infamous timeout for Michigan.
But can you imagine if North Carolina hadn't made the bracket?
It's up there.
If UAB would have won yesterday and North Carolina wouldn't have made the bracket, man, that dude would have felt so bad. Costing your team a game and a chance to go to the big dance. That is tough, brother. That is tough. That's one of the tougher beats that you'll see in sports, man.
And by the way, in answer to your previous question, I have not filled out our bracket challenge yet. Excuse me, not another bracket challenge. But every time I do stuff like this, I always go for chaos, and I pick schools that just come out of nowhere. Like,
you're like McNeese. I'm taking McNeese, bro.
No, pop quiz. What on God's green earth is High Point? What is High Point?
True that.
Where
I have
is
no
High
idea.
Point?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. They're a 13 seed, though.
Yeah,
do you know what the High Point? They're the High Point Panthers, brother.
Okay, I have no idea. I don't know what that is.
They went 29-5.
How about this? What is
the Big South? They won the Big South, my man.
What is SIUE? I've never seen those letters in that order before. I have no idea what that is. So I'm picking. I'll pick those because I don't even know what that is.
All right, man. Listen, I'm not sure High Point is going to get past Purdue, but you do you, brother. If that's what
I'm going to Purdue me, you Purdue you. Let's go High Point.
With the not another bracket contest, is it like, so it's not, you could, if you wanted to, just go Florida, Houston, Auburn, Duke, Michigan State. You know what I mean? And just pick massive high seeds. But there's strategery to this, man. You know what I'm talking about? You got to pick a team that's low enough that gets you more points, but also not so low that they're going to get bounced early in this one. You know what I mean? So, but I don't know who that would be. I don't know. Maybe pick a couple of 5 seeds, unless you want to get real cocky and be like, hey, I think Arkansas could beat Kansas. That's a 7-seeded Kansas Jayhawks and the 10-seeded Arkansas Razorbacks going at it on Friday. Let me see. When is the 20th, bro? I don't know. I don't even. What is today?
Today is March 17th, a.k.a. St. Patrick's Day.
Oh, man, I had no idea. What is going on? Today, you're right. Today is St. Patty's Day, man. How are you not wearing anything green? How come you're not drunk right now?
You know, I honestly forgot because Saturday, my brass band had a St. Patrick's Day gig. Shout out New Terrain Brewing in Golden.
What was the biggest banger you played during that whole show where people were just like, where they were taking out the lighters and like.
Oh, no, you want to talk about lighters? The brass band that played before us actually has arranged Freebird for a brass band. So anytime
they played all like 9 minutes of Freebird as a brass band.
They trip it a little bit, but anytime somebody at a show yells, "Play Freebird," there's always that jackwagon. They actually can play Freebird. But the point is, I got St. Patty's Day out of my system on Saturday. I completely forgot that it is today, so I don't think I have green anywhere on my body. Berto, you can always come in here and pinch me if you feel so inclined.
Nah, man, I'm good. Thanks, bro. Thanks, man. I'm all right. There's no need for pinching anybody or anything. But I completely forgot. Man, is there a worse day? Is there a worse day to have St. Patty's on, a damn Monday? Or am I crazy? Or is this a great day to have St. Patty's Day? How many people are going to call in sick and just, you know what? Like, you know what? Is downtown Denver going to be lit here in like an hour or two? Do we still do that?
Yeah, why not?
You know what I mean? Like, are there some Irish pubs downtown that are just going to be going crazy on a Monday morning?
Why not?
I don't know, man. You know what? Text in. Shop Monster text line. One prize, one person, 1 hour. Are you already on your way to get riggedy wreck, son? I completely forgot it's St. Patty's Day, brother. I completely forgot. Aren't you Irish? Isn't this kind of stuff you're supposed to know?
I mean, I'm not technically Irish, but my dad's family is Norwegian, and there's a lot of connections between the Vikings and the Irish.
No, you're just making stuff up. I don't think that's
true. Hey, man,
true.
the Vikings settled Dublin, Ireland. You're welcome.
No, I don't think Vikings when I think Ireland, man. No, that's not what I'm thinking.
We're all connected if you go back far enough. By the way, Andrew on the text line said, just wait till Nelly learns Oakland is in Michigan. I went through that last year who is that guy that looks like he's a used car salesman and he just hit threes left and right? You remember that guy last year for Michigan?
Grayson Allen. No. For Michigan?
Yeah.
I got nothing.
He looked like he would be
There's always that dude in the tournament where, he looks like he's going to be doing your taxes in a couple of years.
He looked like a CPA.
And he's just out there balling.
Yeah, who was that guy?
I don't know.
With the receding hairline and just a nasty jumper.
I don't know. I mean, listen, do we think the UC San Diego Tritons are going to beat the Michigan Wolverines after Michigan just won that whole thing, won that whole tournament? I don't know. I do love this time of year, though. The March Madness is where it's at. But
it was Jack Golke or Jack Gelke?
Nah, I got nothing.
Nothing? All right.
I got nothing. You know, that's a year ago, bro. I don't remember what happened last week. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's just not going to happen. But if you'd like to text in, Shop Monster text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Did you guys even know that it was St. Patty's Day? And what are you going to do, man? Like, everybody has to work. Like, why isn't St. Patty's Day a national holiday? Like, we got President's Day. You get off for President's Day, and, like, those dudes are presidents. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need a day. You're already the leader of the free world. But St. Patty's Day, you know what I'm talking about? This is where it's at.
It's getting very Seinfeld of you.
I'm just saying, if somebody wants to win the presidential election in a landslide, St. Patty's Day, national holiday, the Monday after the Super Bowl, national holiday. Everybody gets off the Monday after the Super Bowl. Everybody gets off on St. Patty's Day. We don't want to do you dirty. Like, so if St. Patty's Day falls on a Saturday or Sunday, you still get that Monday off. You still get a 3-day weekend for St. Patty's Day. But yeah, man, I completely forgot. Monday St. Patty's? Just too much sporting action going on.
Public service announcement, by the way. There are a lot of people that don't realize that St. Patrick's Day is the same day every year.
What do you mean?
It's not like Thanksgiving or Easter where it changes every year. It's always March 17th. And you'd be surprised how many people think it changes. It's like the third Saturday or something. I'm telling you, people, it's the same day every year.
All right, man, this is not the kind of things I concern myself with, but I appreciate you letting the people know.
Should we talk about Denver sports at some point? Should we talk about everything that happened this weekend?
Yeah. Let's first address, like, I want to get into the Nuggets because, oh, man, I was so wrong about the Nuggets, but we'll get into that. First, though, let's talk about what happened yesterday with the Colorado Avalanche and the Dallas Stars. Huge game, huge division matchup, and if you've heard the players talk, it feels like both the players on the Dallas Stars and the Colorado Avalanche realize that they're going to run into each other in the playoffs. That this is going to be the first-round matchup. Dallas and Colorado will meet in the first round. The only thing that would keep that from happening would be either something going amazingly wrong or completely Right. Either the Avs go on a crazy, 10-game winning streak and blow past Dallas and get close to Winnipeg, which I don't think it's possible because I think the Jets are now, I cannot look instead of just making up numbers. But I think the Jets are 10 points ahead of the Avs right now, but let's see where they're at. Let's see. The Jets are at 98 points. Dallas is at 87, and the Avs are at 85 right now. So I don't think either one of those teams are going to catch Winnipeg. Nobody's going to catch Winnipeg for the top spot in the West, but it literally looks like the Avs are going to have to get past Dallas in the first round and probably run into Winnipeg in the second round. And McGahee yesterday, before that game started, me and him had a whole conversation, and Connor wants to change the way the NHL playoffs are done because he thinks this is just insane that you get these massive matchups this early in the Stanley Cup playoffs. But this is where we're at. Avs and Stars.
They absolutely should reseed. I am completely on Team Connor McGahee there. I mean, how many years did we see the Capitals and the Penguins, the two best teams in the entire playoffs, face in the second round?
I get it.
Why don't we reseed?
Tampa Bay and Toronto are going to face each other in the first round this year, and those are two of the best teams in the East, and one of them is going to be out in the opening round. I understand why the NHL built the new playoff picture like it did. They were all like, we want these division and regional matchups to mean something. They wanted to manufacture rivalries by doing it this way. But now what they're doing is just, getting their best teams knocked out early in the playoffs. And Connor even suggested, forget just going top 8 in each conference, just seed 1 through 16 East and West and do it like that. So, he brought up that if you did it that way, I think the Avs would play the Tampa Bay Lightning in the first round. But that's going the exact opposite of the way the NHL wanted. The NHL wanted the regional teams to bang heads against each other once the playoffs roll around. If we do it like this, then there would be no East-West rivalry, basically. It'd just be just the best 16 teams going head-to-head. But I don't know what that would mean for the NHL would be those teams are on the outside looking in wouldn't have as much of a chance if you had to compete against both leagues to make it into the wild card or however you wanted to do it. So the team, the fans of the Calgary Flames are like, we're just points out of a play-in spot or out of the wild card, but not really. Listen, man, you're not good enough to be a Stanley Cup playoff team. We're just trying to keep your interest, keep you close to that cutoff line, so at least your fan base will be interested, late into early April, right before the playoffs begin. But
Berto, getting to that game yesterday, if I may ask you a question.
Yeah, man. What you got?
So
bro?
obviously I had to watch that game. Appointment television, not just because of the Mikko thing, but of course because of the Stars being who they are. So I was watching that game with one eye, and then with my other eye, I was putting the finishing touches on the drop tournament. By the way, drop tournament starts tomorrow. Mark your calendars. And what happened in the third period when the Avs gave up 2 goals in the blink of an eye, and then we got a tie ball game?
2 goals in 20 seconds. Not that.
What happened?
It's your good, close personal friend, Matt Duchene,
with the tie.
Scoring the tying goal.
Yes.
Here's
what was that?
Here's what happened. And Coach Bednar talked about it after the game, where he's like, we played, the Avs dominated that game through the first 2 periods. The shot total, Scott Wedgwood, Mackenzie Blackwood, I don't know if he's giving Moser open mouth kisses or whatever, but he's sick. He's doing he's going through an illness right now. So Wedgwood got the start yesterday, and man, he looked great, especially in that third period.
Who told you that?
Where the Dallas Stars got it cranked all the way up to 11, and they were just throwing shots on net left and right. And Wedgwood is making great save after great save, but there comes a point where you're just leaving that man out to dry. And a couple of turnovers right there, bang, bang, they score, then they score 20 seconds later, and it's a tie game. The ideal situation yesterday is to win that thing in regulation because then you're just 1 point back at Dallas now instead of 2 because you ended up giving the Stars a point. But let me say this before we go to our first break. Let me say this. Cale Makar doing Cale Makar stuff, scoring that overtime winner, but I would like to give a shout-out to my man Nathan McKinnon, who, if you saw the goal that Cale scored, he basically just skated into the zone, skated around 3 defenders, puts in this great shot, Avs winning in overtime. but the defense was all discombobulated because Nathan McKinnon scared the hell out of him. Nathan McKinnon, you know what, Nelly, who's that guy? Do you remember, Barnes, something? In the NBA back in the day, there was a guy who was trying to make Kobe Bryant flinch, and he was face guarding him on the out of bounds.
That was Matt Barnes.
Matt Barnes.
Yeah.
Matt Barnes. That's I couldn't. Matt Barnes. So Matt Barnes does that thing where he tries to, fake throwing the ball directly into Kobe's face, and Kobe doesn't even flinch, doesn't move, doesn't, and you're just like, yeah, man, that dude is cold-blooded. Well, the Dallas Stars defense last night was the exact opposite, because what happened was they saw Nathan McKinnon flying up the ice, and they all flinched. They all started skating backwards real quick. They were like, oh, no, here comes McKinnon.
Oh, boy.
McKinnon pulls the okey doke, pulls back around, and they're all on their back foot, and then here comes Kale flying at him. So it was Nathan McKinnon that made the entire Stars defense flinch, and then Kale's like, I got it, man. Skated on in and wins the thing for the Avs. It was a great win, and the Avs are cooking now. What they've won 9 straight at home. They're on a 9-game point streak. Yeah, the Avs are going to win the cup, brother. Avs are going to win the cup.
His name's Nathan McKinnon. Heard of him?
Yeah. Nathan McKinnon got a nice gold stick yesterday for that ceremony where they celebrated him getting to 1,000 points. So that was fun. That was a nice ceremony. Like Gabe came out with the gold stick. Andrew Cogliano had him a gift from the Avs. I don't know what they gave him, though. I can't remember what they gave him. But Cogliano, special assistant to the general manager, which is the exact same position that Charlie Blackmon has for the Rockies, right? Like Blackmon is the special assistant to the GM over in the Rocks. So now we need a special assistant for the Nuggets.
Give me J.R. Smith.
Bro, I'm here for it. Yo,
Put him in the front office.
Yes. Special assistant to the GM, J.R. Smith. Although I can't imagine. Calvin Booth would lose his mind, I imagine. If you had J.R. Smith just sitting there all day long giving you advice.
Hey, man, no shirt, bottle of Henny in hand. Maybe that's what the Nuggets need to turn it around right now.
Speaking of our man, Brett Kane, didn't Brett buy one of those J.R. Smith tattoo shirts? Where it was a T-shirt with all of JR's tats on it, and you just wear, you know what I'm talking about? Didn't Brett buy one of those bad boys?
I have no idea.
I think he did. Let's just say he did. Did.
Yeah, I like that.
But yeah, no, man, I'm here. Yeah, J.R. Smith. Let's get it done. All right, either way, we got to take our first time out of the program. Thanks for tuning in. This is the Brett Kane Show. We'll be right back.
Why aren't you surprised?
Because this is what we do since I came here. Probably we win against the big teams and we lose against the teams that a smaller bad record. Let's say like that.
That man had 40 points on Saturday night, and it didn't matter as the Washington Wizards beat the Denver Nuggets 126-123 on a game-winning shot from Jordan Poole. Welcome back to the Brett Kane Show. Brett is out today. No idea what that dude is doing. I'm Mark Bertinoli, coming to you live from the Backus and Shaker Studios. They're passionate to justice.
Who are you?
Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket and enter our Not Another Bracket contest now that the field of 64 is out, or 68, whatever the hell it is. And join in on the fun. We got some nice grand prizes. All right, listen. I was so stupid about the Nuggets. I was so dumb. I tried to, a couple of weeks ago, I tried to propose this idea. And Nelly, you tell me, because when I proposed it, I was like, I think this might be a stupid idea, but it also might be a galaxy brain take. And here's what I proposed. I proposed, and let me preface this by saying there's two reasons I came up with this whole idea. One is that the Denver Nuggets are probably the most experienced playoff team in the NBA right now. Nobody has the kind of playoff experience that this Denver Nugget core and coaching staff has. It's been 10 years of battling in the playoffs. Nuggets have seen everything in the playoffs. They've been swept. They've had crazy comeback wins, and they've gone all the way and won an NBA title. So the Nuggets have experience, especially when it comes to the playoffs. And the other thing that made me come up with this whole crazy idea is I still think that the Nuggets in seasons past have messed with the playoff bracket late in the season. Like intentionally mess with the playoff bracket to try to get the seedings that they wanted to, or try to mess with opposing teams. So taking those two things for granted, here's what I thought. I thought the Denver Nuggets this season were running the okie doke. I thought that they were sandbagging. I thought they were playing the rope-a-dope. You know what I'm talking about? Muhammad Ali, the rope-a-dope. I thought that the Nuggets looked like they had an extra level that they could go to. There's an extra level that the Nuggets could go to. They could flip the switch and they could get to where he's going to. And sometimes they chose not to do that because they're like, let's save it for the playoffs. And that was my whole idea. I was like, you know what? Maybe that's what the Nuggets are. That's the Nuggets are sandbagging these opposing teams, man. They're setting them up for the playoffs. I no longer think that's true. That was a stupid take, and I was stupid for coming up with it, because the Denver Nuggets are
Take that L on the way out.
Think they are. And the scariest thing that happened after that Wizards loss to the Nuggets was when Nikola Jokic said, I think you are who you are in the regular season. You don't change once the playoffs come around. And so the Nuggets are in trouble, man, because they can't play defense and they keep turning the ball over.
Berto, do you know what the absolute worst part of the Nuggets weekend was? And it actually wasn't the loss to Washington. That was the second worst part of the Nuggets weekend. You know what the worst was?
What was it?
They made Bronny James look like an NBA player. He sunk a three in Jokic's face. At one point in that game, Bronny James had more points than Jamal Murray or MPJ. That's crazy.
That dude played like 5 minutes. Bronny James was getting minutes against the Nuggets because he had to get minutes against the Nuggets, and they still almost kicked that game. It's ridiculous. I saw a Laker fan after the game saying, see, this is why the Nuggets can't beat the Lakers in the playoffs, because they can barely beat them when half our team is out. But that's not the Laker win was indicative of some of the problems the Nuggets are dealing with. But let me ask you, here's my biggest issue by being swept by the worst team in the NBA. Do you remember last year when the playoffs were over and the Nuggets lost in Game 7 of the Minnesota Timberwolves? They're out in the second round. They're out in the second round. They're sitting at home, and they have a come-to-Jesus press conference with Calvin Booth sitting there and Michael Malone sitting there answering these questions. And what were the problems that that Coach Malone and Calvin Booth talked about? They talked about how they were exhausted once they got to the playoffs. They were just so tired once the playoffs started because they fought so hard during the regular season. They talked about the bench not being enough and the defense not being enough. Do you know what Coach Malone talked about after the loss to the Washington Wizards last night? Those very same things. Those very same things. So it's been 7-8 months, and the Nuggets are still dealing with the same problems that cost them a playoff run last season. So I don't know what you're going to have. I have no idea, because he was right. The bench on Saturday night, when the Wizards beat the Nuggets bench had 8 points? Did they have 8 points? Well, now I got to look. 8 points total. 8 points total from the bench, man. You can't have that. You can't have
We're
that.
Sitting
You
here
gotta,
again,
I know Julian's
talking
hurt.
about the same things.
I know Julian's hurt, man. I get it, and that's points off the bench, but you got nothing. You got nothing from Zeke, and you got nothing from Peyton. Peyton Watson was a minus 22, man. It is so crazy the Nuggets are still dealing with the same problems. And here's the thing that scares me the most, man. Here's the thing that scares me more than anything. I love this team. I love this guy. I love these guys, and I love that guy, the man, Nikola Jokic. Love him. And they're going to blow up this whole thing in this offseason if the Nuggets can't make a deep run, right? Because you can't. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? They're going to have to blow up this entire team if they don't get it done. And that's a bummer to me, man, because this is the team that brought the first NBA championship to the Mile High City. And for some reason, the frustration in Coach Malone's voice when he was talking about the defense after that loss to the Wizards, where he said, he's like, it feels like he's banging his head against the wall, where he's like, we keep saying the same thing, and they keep making the same mistakes. Now, the turnovers, I don't know what's going on there. Like, listen, Joker's going to get turnovers, but that's because he touches the ball every single time down the court. I had this conversation with Kaz, because Kaz was, I was talking about Russell Westbrook and the turnovers that Russ has, and I was just like, that's just part of Russ. You're going to get those turnovers because he's so hyper-aggressive. He's going to turn the ball over, and Kaz was trying to make the point that that's still not okay. Just because people just say Russ is being Russ, he still can't have some of those just crazy turnovers that he's having. You just can't do it. But if you take Joker and Russ out of the equation, you still have the Nuggets starting backcourt had 6 turnovers against Washington, man. Alex Sarr is 19 years old, went for 34 on you. Had a career game against you, and he becomes the youngest player in the history of the Washington Wizards to score 30 or more in a game. Listen, he took 28 shots to get there, but still, 34 points. You're making these scrubs look like they're all NBA players on defense. The Nuggets can outscore you, but obviously it didn't work against the Washington Wizards, and it's certainly not going to work in the playoffs. It's certainly not going to work in the playoffs, because now the Nuggets, because of the crazy stuff that happened this weekend, the Houston Rockets are the 2 seed in the West, and the Denver Nuggets are the 3. Memphis is in the 4. But Houston, Denver, and Memphis all have the same record. It's just the tiebreakers that are separating them right now. But what I'm saying is the Nuggets have, 15, 16 games remaining in the regular season, and when it's all said and done, they can find themselves in the number 5 seed and having to travel in the first round of the playoffs. I don't know, man. Can you talk me off the edge here? Because I'm a little I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm hitting the panic button, but that's what I usually do, especially when you lose to the worst team in the NBA twice in one season.
That's the thing with the Nuggets is I don't know. I could talk you off the ledge. Depending on how they play on any given night, I could take that and talk you off the ledge. This is a team that beat OKC in a track meet, dropped 140 on OKC's elite defense in OKC on the second night of a back-to-back. That is the same team that left a kid with a fro who looks so young he probably couldn't even get into a bar, drop a 3 from the corner, and bury you in your home. This George kid on Washington, can he get into a nightclub?
Another rookie. Yeah, no.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
And they left that guy, the nearest defender to that guy was in Broomfield.
No,
what are we doing?
Listen, Jordan Poole's game winner was from way downtown, too, man. He just pulled up and blam on you. And he had been bad all game until the fourth quarter. The next thing you know, he's going crazy.
So that's my point. Flip a coin. Heads is the Nuggets team that beats OKC on the road. Tails is the team that just lost to the Wizards at home. Whichever one you get, I don't know. That's the point with the Nuggets is when they play to their best. Yes, I can talk you off the ledge, but we don't know when they will or when they won't.
You know what?
That's the problem.
I'd almost rather have lost to the Lakers on Friday. I'd rather lost to the Lakers and that no-name team that almost beat Denver than getting swept by the Washington Wizards, man. The Wizards have 15 wins on the season. 2 of them has come over the Denver. I don't know what that percentage is, but it's a big percentage of the Wizards' wins have come against the Nuggets. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. They have just, like, they are terrible on the road. They're terrible all the way around, man. The Washington Wizards. And now the Nuggets are 500 over their last 10 games. They're 5-5. Like the Avs are getting hot at the exact right time. During the stretch run, we're about to hit the playoffs, and the Nuggets are slowing down right now with the way they're handling things. But before we take our next break, I do want to say, I think some of this you can lay at the feet of the Nuggets schedule. I think they're playing 6 games in 8 days or something like that. And now, like tonight, you got to go to Golden State and play the Warriors this evening. Although, honestly, the Golden State Warriors haven't beat the Nuggets since before they won the NBA title, man. The Nuggets have owned the Warriors. So we'll see how it plays out tonight. But you've traded wins and losses almost for the last week and a half. You've gone win, loss, win, loss, win, loss in your last 6. And you can't have that. Not when you're jockeying for a playoff position and the playoffs are about to start in a month. Here's what's going to happen. The Nuggets are going to win tonight. They'll probably beat LA on Wednesday. They're going to win 3-4 in a row, and then all of a sudden I'll feel great and happy about things once again. But either way, right now, let's take a quick time out. We'll be right back. Thanks for listening to Altitude Sports Radio.
First and goal at the 3. 31-yard reception by Higgins, who's over 100 tonight with 2 touchdowns. And Burrow with the ball. First and goal. End zone. Caught. Higgins. Touchdown. Bengals win. And they are alive in the playoff race.
I didn't think they were going to do it. I didn't think they were going to do it. I thought they were all talk. I thought the Cincinnati Bengals were a bunch of chumps, especially after they popped off and said that they were going to make Ja'Marr Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. And then just a couple of days later, Myles Garrett got a bag of money. And I was like, well, now they're not going to match it now. They're not going to give him more than $40 million a year like Myles got. They did. According to our friend Adam Schefter, who'll be joining the show here in just over an hour at 8 o'clock, the Cincinnati Bengals locked down both Ja'Marr Chase and T. Higgins at like 1 a.m. this morning or something. Here's what it is. Ja'Marr Chase is now the highest paid non-QB in the NFL, and T. Higgins is the highest paid wide receiver 2 in the NFL. Ja'Marr got 4 years, $161 million extension. T got a 4-year deal worth $115 million. They are now the NFL's highest paid wide receiver duo.
Pay that man his money.
Yeah, Ja'Marr got paid. He is now making $40.2 million a season compared to the $40 million that Myles Garrett's getting. So right now, your top 4 highest paid players who aren't quarterbacks, Ja'Marr Chase at $40.2 million a year, Myles Garrett at $40. Yo, man, I want to stop. Listen, Myles, I love you, bro. I love you. But did you see what Myles Garrett said at the press conference? After he said it wasn't about the money. That's the first thing he said. It wasn't about the money. Myles, it's absolutely about the money, man. Are you kidding me? Don't feed me that when you're like, I can't win here. Get me out of here. And they're like, how about $40 million a year? And he's like, yeah, let's go. I love Cleveland. No, you can't give me. It's not about the money, Myles. It's absolutely about. Anyway, all right, so moving on. Ja'Marr Chase, $40.2 million. Myles Garrett, $40 million. Max Crosby at $35.5 million. And Justin Jefferson at $35 million per season. So you got 2 edge rushers and 2 wide receivers in the top 4 highest paid non-QBs in the NFL. So Cincinnati's hella cheap, but they came through for those 2 dudes. Like, I thought for sure they weren't going to sign Ja'Marr and that they were just going to keep T tagged. You know what I mean? Just be like, we'll worry about this after the season is over. But now you got Joe Burrow throwing to Ja'Marr and T. Although, listen, man, the offense wasn't the problem for the Bengals last year, was it? I thought it was they were having defensive problems, right?
Yeah, the Bengals would drop 42 points in a game and lose or whatever because the other team would get 45. The Bengals saw what the Chargers were doing with Justin Herbert and Brandon Staley, and they said, you know what? We're going to copy that model.
Yeah.
We're going to have the highest scoring offense in the whole league, basically, and we're still going to lose because our defense is Swiss cheese.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's interesting. It's certainly interesting. But Cincinnati is loaded up, man. They're loaded up and good to go. Well, I'm assuming they're going to have to. There are no more defensive free agents out there. Matter of fact, the only thing we're waiting for in NFL free agency is for Aaron Rodgers to figure out what the hell he's doing, right? That's like Russell Wilson's not going to sign until Aaron picks whatever team he's going to end up going to. Whether it's the like I saw who was reporting today, maybe it was Schefter was reporting today. I'll have to take a look at it. That Russell Wilson's like, New York Giants, let's go. Come on, Giants, sign your boy Russ. Let's get out there and do some stuff. But I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know about that one, man. Like the New York Giants can just take someone at 3, although it looks like they're going to trade, right? Like if you're still sitting there at 3 and you've already got it, say you do sign Russell Wilson, then you don't need a quarterback at 3, although I don't know if they were going to take one there anyway. You either trade that pick or maybe you like Shedeur, because what's going to end up happening is those quarterbacks are going to go early because somebody's going to trade up and get them because quarterbacks are such a hot property in the NFL right now. I bet you when it's all said and done, Cam Ward goes 1 and Shedeur Sanders goes 2. I don't know if the teams that are currently in those positions are going to be the teams picking them, but I've seen a mock where New York trades up to 1 and takes Cam Ward, and then Cleveland takes Shedeur at 2. But man, who knows? Matter of fact, if I'm Dion, I don't even know if I want Shedeur to play in Cleveland, just because that franchise is borked, man. Right? Like that. I don't know if I trust that front office. I trust that ownership group. I don't know if I want Shedeur playing in Cleveland, man. But that's exactly how things could handle. Not only that, it was PFF that even had Jackson Dart now going in the top 10. I'm like, man, I didn't even think he was a first-round quarterback, but teams love them some quarterbacks, so maybe that's what's going to happen. Maybe they'll take him there. Now, the Broncos, now that I think, like everybody, you can't be unhappy with what the Broncos did in free agency, especially with, still having to take that cap hit from Russ's contract this year. You got what you needed to get, right, man? You got your joker, or at least you got, like, as soon as Evan Ingram signed with the team, he became the best tight end the Broncos have had in I don't know how long. A decade? Something like that. And you got Hufanga. And who else am I missing? Who else did they sign?
They got Greenlaw.
Oh, yeah, Greenlaw. Yeah, that's my man. That dude will hit. He will pick you up and body slam you. Those are the kind of defensive players I like. So now you're sitting there at 20, and you can do what you want. You can do what you want at number 20. You can just pick the best player available. Or if there's one of those great tight ends falls there, or if Ashton Genty falls there. Although I saw another mock draft that had the Broncos trading up to get Genty. And I don't know if you want to do that. Like, is he that much of a generational running back that you trade up from 20 to grab him in the mid-teens or something?
And last week on this very show, Jeff Legwold said that this is maybe the deepest running backs draft he's ever seen in his entire time covering the league.
Right,
so
Hampton will be there if Genty isn't, right?
So he said that you don't have to reach for running back. You can wait to the later rounds and still find someone who's going to make an immediate impact. So I don't know. I don't think you necessarily need to jump for Genty.
Yeah, because Colston Loveland will probably be there. Tyler probably won't, but Colston probably will. And if he wanted to, then you load up with another tight end. I don't know, man. I don't know. But either way, all right, that was the Brett Kane show. Way too early in the morning. We've got Vic Lombardi and Mark Moser coming in as we start Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
3 seconds to go. 2-1. In on target. Glove save made by Wedgwood. And for the second time this season at the Saddle Dome, Colorado douses the Flames by the exact same score of 4-2. Now Cale Makar sees an opening. Makar cuts to the middle. Makar, he scores! Oh, hail Cale! It's a 3-point day for the great number 8, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because this party is over.
Lakers are out of timeouts, and remember, Denver has a foul to give here. So if you could kill a couple of, take as much time off the clock before you foul, just don't do it right away. And here we go. Inbound goes on top to Reeves. It's poked away and stolen. Westbrook for the game winner. Dunk right-handed. And here we go. 5 seconds left. They're looking for the game winner. Inbound goes to Jordan Poole. Deep three. Got it! 1.8 to go. Inbound Jokic from 70 feet. Missed it at the horn. And here's a sentence I didn't think I was going to say this year. The Denver Nuggets get swept by the Washington Wizards.
We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close.
Jordan Poole, brother. Jordan Poole from way downtown. And just like that, Nuggets lose to the Wizards.
The hell are you here?
Absolutely. I don't know, man. They don't. They're just like, hey, man,
Who
you
are
show
you?
up here it now.
What's going on here?
I don't know. I don't know where Brett's at. I don't know what's going on.
We don't know where Brett's at. See, here's the problem about Brett. He's a lot like you.
Sexy as hell?
No,
Mystery?
no.
Mystery.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes he's
an enigma.
Yeah, he gets secretive. There are times I try to track you down. Hey, Berto, meet me for the football game. Nah, man.
No, bro, that's not what you do.
Man,
You text me. You're just like, hey, call me. Like, no, you're initiating the conversation. You call me, man. Don't just text me and say, call me, bro. No, man, that's not how it works.
I'm in Maine. When'd you get to Maine? Don't worry about it. All right, cool. Whatever.
No, your Avalanche looking good. Your Nuggets not so much.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that today, dude. Why
are you coming out so aggressive?
No, I'm just saying, man. You got swept by the worst team in the NBA. Nah, you lost twice to that team, brother.
Hey,
you lost time.
You've been doing Nuggets basketball games now for about 25 years.
Yes.
Okay, so you don't need to say Vic's Nuggets. It's our Nuggets. And it sucked. I'm telling you right now, dude, Vic, I don't know how to tell you this. Oh, my heart broke on Saturday.
You're not going to tell me something I don't already know.
Okay, well, let me explain my feelings, and then you can get out your feelings.
All right, we're going to start there. We're going to start.
Okay,
this is the start of the show, correct?
Yeah,
Berto?
Let's do it, yeah.
Berto, you got to start the show somewhere.
The show starts right now.
Okay.
Right now, go.
My heart broke on Saturday night because what I saw in that loss to the Wizards, and by the way, watching Jordan Poole, who drives me crazy anyway, and what's he doing holding his nose, the smelly thing? What's that all about?
I don't know.
Smelling salts.
He got called for a flop earlier in the game. First time I've seen one of those in a long time.
It was on review, too. Like, they when they looked at the review, they were like, look at this floppy McFlopperton, and they hit him with the flop. Yeah, I hadn't seen that in forever either.
But watching him huck up a 35-footer to win it.
Money.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I know it was money. You don't have to be so excited about it.
Don't let him have that much space.
Understood. But
don't let Alex Sarr. There was nobody within
don't let
a
him have
country
that much space.
mile. Yeah.
Listen, I am so tired. How tired am I, Berto? Just so you know, these guys use a term that I can't stand. Oh, the Avs got goalied. I can't stand that term. Right? Here's another term I can't stand. Oh my God, guys are making shots. Well, it's up to you to stop them from making shots.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. Basketball is not a hard game. That's why basketball is a universal game. It's pretty easy to understand the rules. There's a reason opposing teams have such a high three-point percentage against the Nuggets. There's a reason that they're among the worst in the NBA in that department. Go out there and stop.
Yeah, the Nuggets didn't get out there and get on them. And listen, Poole,
hold on a second. How do you let Jordan Poole have any space in that situation?
Maybe they didn't think he was going to make it. Or even take it.
What
don't
you think? I mean, he just made two earlier in that quarter from that distance.
Leave him wide open like that. You just can't. Doesn't it frustrate you that Coach Malone, after that game, was complaining about the very same things that he was complaining back about at the end of last season when they lost to the Timberwolves?
Berto, I caught a lot of heat from Nuggets fans, and I wasn't happy to do it a couple weeks ago, probably more than that. I said on the air, I didn't see the Nuggets as a championship team.
Mm-hmm.
They would have to prove it to me.
Mm-hmm.
But at that point, I didn't see them. And again, I'll say the same thing. You are what you are, and this is what they are. That's not me saying it, by the way. That's not Vic Lombardi on an open mic saying that the Nuggets aren't good enough. It's their best player saying they're not good
Joker
enough.
said it. Yeah.
You're going to hear some sound from Nikola Jokic in case you didn't hear it after the Washington game. That was brutally honest and sobering.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy on the sobering, because he basically let it all out.
He did. I am looking forward to hearing that yet again in its entirety, and I hope the Nuggets fans
Not good enough.
No, it's not, and he knows, and we all know, and I'm glad that he did that. I mean, he's remarkably honest following the game. But visually, when I'm watching that game, what they looked like to me, they looked like a bunch of broken down old guys walking around. Jamal's limping. Joker's
He did look old.
Yeah, Joker's all banged up. I mean, guys just, whether or not the numbers there for them, shooting percentage-wise and so on, were okay. I mean, from the floor, they were pretty good. From three, not great, but they just looked old. They looked old and broken down, and there was just sort of a sobering reality for me.
Yeah.
Joker didn't even have to say it. I already felt it and thought it in my head and my heart that they just look like they don't belong in the talk of a championship.
And, Berto, I know what the popular refrain is going to be for those who are optimistic, and I love the optimists. I really do. We need you in this world. The optimists are going to say, well, you can't judge this all on a game against Washington. This wasn't one game, folks. This was many games. This is the whole season. This is a week where you have 3 home games. Think about this. You got Minnesota, half an LA team, and a woeful Wizards team. I'm going to go through this again. Minnesota, half an LA team, and a woeful Wizards team. At the worst, you got to go 2-1. At the worst. Are we in agreement?
Absolutely. And you went
They
1-2.
barely won one of them.
Right, barely won that Laker game.
They barely won one of them.
Right, Minnesota
Okay?
thrashes you.
Okay,
Laker
So,
almost beats you.
That is a disaster. That's not. Oh my God, something's wrong. That's a disaster. That's a disastrous homestand. I don't care how anybody tries to spin it. That's disaster. And they've got a lot of changes to make. And I don't know if you have enough time to
I was
make
about to
them.
say, this is it. The playoffs are here. We got 3.5 weeks, man.
I'm watching it the best I can. I'm in Calgary doing my game on Saturday.
Win.
It was a win, yeah. But I'm doing was it Saturday?
No, Friday night.
Friday
right?
night.
It's
Sorry.
Calgary.
Right, I'm checking in the Nuggets and the Lakers. The Nuggets have a 4-point lead at halftime. I'm like, oh, crap. The Lakers don't even have anybody out there. What,
Yeah,
Austin
no.
Reeves is
What's
getting
going
off?
on?
Okay,
Austin
fine.
Reeves went off.
So then, to begin the third quarter, and I got to get back to my game, the Nuggets go on a run to start the third quarter, and they're up like 84-71. And I'm like, okay, whew, this game's over. All right, finally just put those knuckleheads out of their misery. There's no Luka. There's no LeBron. Rui's out. All this stuff. Okay, great,
Dalton
great.
connects like, what's up?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, I get done with my game, and I pull out my thing, and I'm like, oh, no.
You pulled out your thing?
Jesus.
My phone.
Damn, bro.
necessary?
In Calgary? I
mean,
seriously,
it's
man.
just
Don't
a
they have
Nuggets
laws
game.
in Canada, bro?
Well,
I mean, how many times do we have to tell you to
not
keep
much
that
else to
thing
do
in?
up there. There's not much else to do. Vic, you don't understand what I'm saying, though. I'm like,
No, I
cannot.
don't.
I cannot.
Right. That just makes no sense.
I said I cannot believe it was that close against a Lakers team that was half gone. I mean, they were half gone.
It felt like
I'm hurting. I'm basketball hurting this morning.
It's so funny because after that game, I'm working sidelines, and you have to put on a smile because you win the game, right? But it felt weird. It didn't feel like a win. It felt like you know what it is. You know how you should win that game by 20. It didn't feel that good.
Right.
And then that carried over into the next night where the dudes looked tired. I think you had the best description of the Nuggets right now. This is not an old team. It's not a team in the 30s. They look old. They look old.
I mean, 10 years of playoff battles. This team has been together
They
forever.
look old. They do.
Listen, Nikola Jokic put 96 points on the Washington Wizards this season.
Yeah.
And they lost both those games. And it wasn't Joker's fault.
He looked tired. He's
banged up.
Hey, before we
Rest him tonight?
No, I just want to get into this Joker thing because Joker has been phenomenal. But you can't remove him from the equation defensively either. It's not like he's been a defensive demon either. Alex Sarr had what?
34 points.
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
All
He
right,
became he's the youngest player in Washington history to
Exactly
score
right.
30 or more.
So Everybody is in on this. It's not, I hate it when we just speculate and, well, if this guy, no, it's everybody. It's a connection thing. It's they need to be connected on defense, and they're not. They're just not. They're not sharing the load.
Yeah. Well, Washington seemed to be hunting Michael Porter Jr. Who was it? It was somebody had a terrible game against, well, a couple of guys. It was Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson was a minus 22. You got nothing off your bench. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Coach Malone was complaining about the very same things after the Washington loss that he was when they got bounced from the playoffs against Minnesota. They were tired, and the turnovers and the defense, and it's like, and he was questioning the bench, like he called out the bench after that loss to Washington. It's like, we need help, and you got nothing from the bench. Well,
you know, they were outscored 28-8 on the bench, so he may look at it and say, we just don't have it there. But if the game plan this season was to rest the starters going into the playoffs, that plan was foiled quickly because that's not what's happened. They're playing a ton of minutes. I mean, hell, that could have been the second game of back-to-back, where you don't even play Joker and Murray.
Right.
And you should have enough. You should have enough to beat Washington. You should, if you want to call yourself a contender, correct?
And they didn't, and they don't, and now it's frustrating. Like, I tend to hit the panic button a little too early on all these things. But when it comes to this Nugget team, like, I had the crazy idea. I thought the Nuggets were sandbagging during the season.
Berto, I hit the panic button 1 month ago.
Yeah.
Ask these guys.
Yeah.
1 month ago.
Yeah. It's scaring me. It's scaring me, not because, like, listen, man, the Colorado Avalanche have the most talent I've seen on that team since 2001. Like, I think this team that you saw beat Dallas yesterday is more talented than the 2022 team that
you may be
won the
smoking
Stanley
dope.
Cup. Nah.
If you say that, you may be smoking dope, but we can talk about it.
But the Avalanche they give me hope, and the Nuggets are just crushing my spirit right now with the way they're losing these games.
I mean, the Avalanche did something the Nuggets did not. They made huge changes to their roster to provide that hope. They added hope in the form of trades and talent, and the Nuggets stood pat and decided this is what they have, and there's not much they could do. And what they have right now, again, Nuggets fans, please, the ultimate optimists out there, you're going to have to check the text line for me because I've been banned from the text line, Berto. You tell me, texters, the listeners, am I too pessimistic here? Am I too cynical? Am I going overboard? I just don't see it. And that's not me talking. That's Nikola Jokic talking. When your best player, when your Hall of Fame player, when your franchise player steps up to the microphone after the game and says, we don't have it.
It would be easy for me, I guess, to get on here today and try to gloss things over. That you're still, in terms of the postseason, you're still in a good spot. You're fine there in the number 3 spot, but you could drop to... you could drop to 5 or 6 before
Nuggets,
you know it.
Nuggets have a tougher schedule than all the Nuggets have a tougher schedule than the Rockets, than the Grizzlies, than the Lakers.
Hey, not only dropped to 5, Minnesota's won 8 in a row.
Yeah,
Take
they're
a look
cooking. They're cooking right
Golden
now.
State's won 7 in a row.
Yeah.
Not only this drop, unless you turn things around, and a typical Nuggets team, what they would do like to us tonight, is they go win at Golden State and then win in L.A.
Yeah, and everybody's happy again.
They go against the grain, right? Every time we get too cynical, they look at you in the face and laugh, and they turn things around. And then come Thursday show, we'll be sitting here saying, yeah, all is well. That's what the Nuggets usually do. But you know what? I'm not playing that game.
Right. I could get on here this morning and say, they're going to be okay. They're going to get home court advantage for the postseason. But I think everybody, excuse me, looks at what they look at and sees what they see, and it's just not happening. I mean, it's just they're the number 3 seed, but they might as well be 10. And I don't say that with just in a nonchalant manner.
Dyer and Dower.
They don't look right. They don't play right. They don't play a lick of defense.
Dyer and Dower.
They absolutely don't play a lick.
Yeah. Things look dire, and they play with a sense of dour.
Yeah, broken. Yeah, exactly right. And
where's the joy?
It's a broken down play. There's no joy in basketball. They're not having fun. They're not playing for each other.
That's
I don't
a great
see that
point.
camaraderie.
None
of that is going on right now.
It's a great point. It does look like work right now. It looks
does.
like they're going to work.
Yeah. Yeah. And when the Nuggets are playing their best basketball, they're flying around and the ball's moving and everybody's happy. And
Nelly, do you have any of that Joker? because I
he's
want to
got
do
all the Joker.
Okay,
sure.
I want to do save it because folks, when we play sound, it's usually in bits and pieces. I want you to hear the bulk of Nikola Jokic's postgame press conference, and not just bits and pieces, the bulk of it, because only then will you respect where he stands, your best player. We'll get to that later because I know we got a lot of Avs talk still. We got some NFL talk, but I want you to hear it in its entirety. When you hear it, you tell me how you feel.
But don't you think it's also a problem that Coach Malone is saying this is the issue, and the players after games are saying this is the issue, but then during games, they're not addressing the issue?
Yeah. I asked all the players after the game. I asked Christian Brown. I asked Peyton Watson. I've asked Nikola Jokic. You've got what? How many games left now? 14?
14 games, I think.
Can you fix what ails you defensively? Can you fix? Joker gave his answer. He doesn't think so. The younger players seem to think they can. And the word they brought up was communication and effort. Communication and effort on defense. And that's what team defense is in the NBA. I don't see the effort. And certainly don't see the communication. Guys are getting lost.
I think Joker's right on when I think the rest of the guys on the team think they can do what Joker thinks they can't, and that's like once the playoffs start, we'll flip the switch. Once the playoffs start, we'll start playing like we actually care on the defense. No, it's not going to work.
Berto, you ever flip a switch?
No, I flip switches all the time.
Moser,
do you really?
You ever flip that switch, Moser?
Yeah, I can flip a switch.
Yeah.
I mean, there
and
are
go
times,
where and take and be how much of a better Moj when you flip?
Let's say
10% better Moj.
Let's say
20% better.
Let's say I'm 3 over through 3, and I get to the fourth hole. I'm like, all right, enough of this crap.
I'm
then I
flipping the
bomb
switch.
one down the gut.
Yeah, you try harder than you double the
knock it tight, knock it tight, make a 3-footer.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. Now I'm 2 over through 4. Now I flipped the switch. Now I'm back.
No, I don't think that's how it works, bro. I definitely don't think that's how it's going to work for the Denver Nuggets, man. This team that I love so much, this team that brought a title to this city is not going to be the same team next season if they keep playing like this,
Well,
right?
you know what? It shouldn't be. If they keep playing like this, it shouldn't be.
No, I mean everybody's going to be gone except for Joker, right? They're going to blow up the whole thing.
I don't know what they'll do. I just know that tonight they play a Golden State team that has won 7 in a row. They are moving up the standings. They are a much better team than the one they just lost to at home in the Washington Wizards. There will be no excuses. You've had a day off. The only excuse I can think of tonight is Jamal Murray going to play?
Yeah.
He sprained his ankle. He turned his ankle.
Jamal's questionable, Joker's questionable, and Aaron is questionable tonight. So.
Heck, I would not be surprised if they just punt on a game like this if these guys are banged up.
Would you rather them I would almost rather see the Nuggets fall in the standings and rest some guys and be healthy than I would seeing them play Joker 20 or 43 minutes a night.
I agree with you
trying
entirely.
to win these things.
I agree with you entirely. I would rather punt on games. I think home court is necessary. I think a top 4 seed is necessary. Once you get to 5 and 6, you're really swimming upstream.
Yeah.
But if you could stick to a top 4 seed, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter seeds 2 through 4. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Health matters.
Yeah. Right now, the Nuggets would play the Warriors in the first round of the playoffs if it started tomorrow.
Listen, I would think that they would get bounced, and I don't say that with any kind of pleasure whatsoever, but I'm so taken aback by these 2 losses. I think the first loss at Washington, weren't the Wizards a 6-win team at that point?
They had lost 16 in a row.
They had lost 16 in a row. They were a 6-win team.
Joker went for 56 in that game.
Right, and they lost that game. And then here comes Washington, and they're a 15-win team. And Jordan Poole's raining 35-footers on your head.
Yeah, and he was bad all game until the fourth quarter.
Moser, I looked at the line in the Nuggets-Lakers game the night before when the Lakers announced all those injuries. Right?
Yeah, it was stupid.
The Nuggets were favored by 22.5 points.
Unbelievable.
And they won it by 5? Is that what they won it by?
They barely snuck by.
Yeah. Jamal Murray had to do that thing where he hits a clutch shot late. Hell, he hit a clutch shot against Washington, and then they just left too much time on the clock.
And if you don't want to be criticized, then don't lose 2 out of 3 at home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And play that way. Yeah. They know they're playing bad basketball right now. They know it. I don't need to tell them that. We don't need to sit here and tell them. They know it.
Yeah, there's nobody in the top 8 in the Western Conference who gives up more points than the Denver Nuggets. They just give up a ton of points.
All right, I know we got to get the break, but Vic, I'll say this before we do. They know they're playing bad basketball. They know it doesn't look or feel right. My only concern, because I've seen this team bounce back, is do they have the requisite parts and want to fix it?
I don't know, Moj.
See, that's where I stand. That's where I live.
I don't know how a team goes to OKC and beats OKC and then turns around that same week and loses at home to the Wizards. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how it's done. I don't know what world that is. That's hard to do. That's hard to do.
Yeah. No, all last week, the Nuggets were Jekyll and Hyde. Jekyll and Hyde, right? Is that right? What I'm talking about? Where you get smashed by OKC, then you thump OKC, then you get thumped by Minnesota, then you barely beat LA, and then you get swept by the worst team in the NBA.
All right, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Are you running the show today?
I don't know, man.
You might want to go to break. We're way late.
Oh, yeah. Are we? Okay, you know what? Let's go to break then. I don't know what time. Listen, on the Blitz, we just talk, bro.
I know. You haven't been up this early. You haven't been up this early in years.
We just talk, man. All right, we'll be right back. Thanks for listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Hey, I'm not a very handy man. Handsy, not handy. If I got issues to fix at home, I don't know what I'm doing, which is why I usually call AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. They guarantee a 2-hour arrival window. That's my favorite aspect of what they do. They don't leave you waiting all day, so you call them up, you schedule a visit, they get there within 2 hours. Whether it's plumbing, HVAC, electrical, you got to put something in, you got to install, you got to take something out, whatever. They're on time and they get it done right. Schedule today. Schedule an appointment at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
come Vic and Moj ain't drunk? You know what today is, man? We were just having this conversation. Is downtown Denver, like right now, getting lit?
No, they had the parade on Saturday. It is St. Patty's Day. And as an Italian member of the society, I've always wondered why we don't have a similar day. So I
St. Italian's Day?
No, there's nothing like that.
There's got to be an Italian saint out there, right?
Well, there's a billion of them.
Which is why I protest St. Patty's Day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're just like, I'm not drinking nothing on St. Patty's Day?
I'm not doing it, but out of protest.
Oh, wow. Listen, I'm not going to sacrifice a frosty beverage for a bunch of chuckleheads who want to wear green. Like, none of you are wearing green. Nelly ain't wearing green.
Listen, today is historically St. Patrick's Day, no matter what day of the week it falls on. Today is historically an amateur day.
It's amateur hour?
Yeah.
Yeah. New Year's Eve and St. Patty's Day.
You're saying that I need a reason to drink Irish whiskey. Well, I can do that on my own anytime I want to anyway.
I know. I had a hillbilly highball for the first time the other day.
No.
Where
What is that?
It's like it's Mountain Dew and Bushmills, or it's just whiskey and Mountain Dew basically with a little cherry. Yeah. That's pretty good.
I want to vomit. I want to vomit.
Well, the tough part yesterday is I know that people wanted to get into the act. They wanted to feel it right at Ball Arena, the Avalanche game.
Yeah, that crowd was hype yesterday,
some people wore their green Avalanche, the gold green Avalanche jerseys and all that kind of thing. The problem was the Dallas Stars were in town and they're green.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
And so it didn't, you couldn't really pull it off.
Yeah, it feels like you're repping the Stars.
That's exactly
That
right.
did not hit.
There were a lot of Stars fans there as well.
Okay, I imagine.
Go ahead, Vic.
First and foremost,
you take it away.
I want to ask you a question because I was not in attendance at the game. What was the reaction when Mikko Rantanen was introduced, announced, the video, whatever? What did people do with him?
Mostly good. Mostly cheered, mostly clapped and that sort of thing.
With some booze mixed in, yeah.
Yeah, some were they booze or mooses? I don't know.
Oh, you're right. I guess they could have been moose, but I think there was some booze
I think there was
brother.
some booze mixed in there. Yeah, exactly right. And
Mikko couldn't watch the video tribute. Like, he kept looking up and he'd get emotional and then he'd look down. Like, he couldn't watch the entire video tribute because he was getting too emotional doing it.
It was a pretty good tribute. I thought they did a pretty dang good job from the day he was drafted up until the Stanley Cup championship is kind of how they went through the whole thing. But I thought the crowd showed their appreciation, and now that the video is done, the Stars have come back here and he's played and so on and so forth. By the way, Matt Duchene continues to get booed.
Yeah.
He got booed
But
plenty.
listen, man,
There's a different feel there.
Right. Matt Duchene said, this team isn't good enough for me. They're a losing team. I want to go to a winner. And Mikko Rantanen said, I want to be paid more money. And all of us are like, I want to be paid more money. So, it's two different things. Did you see Matt Duchene complaining about the officiating after the game?
I certainly did.
Like a chump. But
What did he say?
He was angry at the disparity of power play opportunities for the Avs and the Stars. Yeah, but he did have some interesting things about Mikko where he's like, I was really uncomfortable coming back here and playing against the Avs for a long time. He's like, it was really an uncomfortable feeling, even though he was, scoring points in those games. And Mikko must have had just the strangest time playing. I mean, he spent a decade in this city, man, and now he's coming out of the visiting locker room. That had to be the weirdest feeling.
Well, Matt Duchene, Vic, in his 11 games back as a member of another team at Ball Arena, he's got now 9 goals in 11 games against the Avs.
Yeah, but he would have had a cup if he would have stayed.
Well, maybe not because
maybe not.
Avs,
Maybe the
Avs
team
use
built
those.
the same.
Yeah, the Avalanche use those assets to get some stuff done. All right, so that's the way it went down. More questions. Go right ahead.
I want to ask if we can hear from Mikko Rantanen after the game first, because I wanted to start there because that was the big theme going in. Here's Mikko afterwards. He got the beautiful reception video and then took the L on the way out. But here's what he had to say afterwards.
Different for sure, and emotional being on this side. First time especially. It's always gonna be the most emotional, and obviously the video and reception from the fans. I'll never forget that. The fans are on my back for 10 years, so it means a lot. So thank you.
Let me give you my thoughts on this.
Uh-huh.
He had the news conference or the media gathering at the hotel on Saturday. Everything that I've gathered from that point to where we are right now, This guy's heartbroken. This guy is hurting in that regard. It'll change. Time will heal all wounds. He'll be happy in Dallas. He's got, other Finnish boys down there, and that's a good hockey club.
Well, the $12 million a year probably helps,
That's going to soothe a lot of burn.
No state income tax. That probably helps.
That's true. Yeah, you're going to save $4 or $5 million.
That probably helps a little
Anyway, the point is that he looks to me like a guy whose heart is broken. That's what he looks like to me. Now,
he's not like in the club anymore. Like remember back in school, the boys, hey, we're going to go to the club, and you don't get a phone call? Berto, you were probably in that field. You didn't get a phone call to the club, and you felt like out of the club.
Right, and Mikko's that right now. I mean,
what did you do at Baylor? Like, what club you go to at Baylor?
Were you allowed to dance when you were in school there?
Oh, yeah.
Dancing was allowed?
Yeah.
Are you
You
sure?
can still dance. Although, when I was I think you could only do it off campus, though. You're right. We could only dance off campus.
So if I went to the middle of the Baylor campus and started, I did the Doug.
Yeah, somebody would be like, what are you doing? Stop that. Hey, what are you doing? Yeah, I think so. Although now, who knows, man? I ain't been back on campus. They're probably fine. Listen, I had this whole conversation. Who was it? Oh, it was Rich. It was Rich Rodriguez. Rich Rodriguez, the West Virginia football team, was like, I banned my team from dancing on TikTok. And they were like, you banned your team from TikTok? And he's like, no, I haven't banned it from TikTok, just dancing on TikTok, because that's not a manly thing to do. Okay. And I was like, I don't necessarily agree with that statement, man. Like, he's like, we want to be a tough nose, hard nose, like gritty team, and that and dancing on TikTok doesn't
see. I envision Berto as the modern day Footloose. Kevin Bacon going to Waco.
I love that movie.
Going to Waco and saying, "What?
We can't do lives."
Absolutely.
Yes. Breaking down walls.
So the Avs, they do get the win yesterday. And listen.
Gave him a point, though, Moj. Gave him a point. 2 goals in 20 seconds. What you letting Duchesne tie that game up late for, brother?
How much coffee have you had this morning?
A couple.
Yeah, because you're
That's
freaking
way
out.
too damn early, man.
Yeah, it is.
Still, you could be 1 point back in Dallas instead of 2, man.
The game was relatively over. It was 3-1. I turned around and it's 3-3. That was, what, they scored 2 in a minute?
2 in 20 seconds.
2:20. So let me tell you how this went, though. Well, so do you come away from that game feeling good?
Feeling real good.
No, it's good.
Feeling
of course.
Good.
Okay, then,
Scott Wedgwood was great
but
until he wasn't.
You could be within a point rather than 2. I mean, that's all. We're just greedy now.
Yeah.
We're being greedy.
Yeah.
Greed sets in.
Go ahead and catch Dallas, man. Home ice advantage in the first round. Because it's over. Dallas and Colorado are playing each other,
They are.
man.
You had them at 10 shots for an awfully long time. By the way, that's a very good hockey club. They've got a 6'6" goalie who's one of the best on the planet. It's a really good team. You had them held at 10 shots for a long time. Mm-hmm. And they started to kick it up a notch because you knew they were going to make a push, which is what they do. You had them, you dominated the Stars, if you're the Avalanche, for the vast majority of that game yesterday. You played great defensively. The first goal they scored, you have a clearing attempt. It hits the referee. Mm-hmm. And that always screws things up because guys are flying the zone. You're going to get that puck out easily. It's going to be in the neutral zone and then back in the Dallas end, theoretically. Hits the referee, dies right there. Okay, now Parker Kelly has to go back down the boards and get it. Then the Dallas guy comes crashing in. They force the turnover. Bing, bing, bing. Rantanen gets the second assist on that goal. They got a 1-0 lead. You didn't panic. You didn't freak. You just kept at it. Late in the game, you've got less than 6 minutes to go. It's a goal-mouth scramble, and the puck crawls over Wedgwood's jersey, hits EJ in the hand, and goes in. Okay, that happens. These things happen during the course of a hockey game against a good club. Now, 20 seconds later, what you can't do is have one guy having to guard 2 dudes at the front of the net on a shot that comes from the side, and Devon Taves has got to pick. Do I stay with Granlund or do I stay with Duchesne? And he's there by himself. That was a discombobulated play that results in the game tying goal, and we're going, holy crap. But, again, Dallas is good. You had a breakdown. It ends up in the back of your net. You still win the damn hockey game.
All right, couple questions. Will you see Dallas again before the playoffs?
No, that was the last game.
That's it. So the Avs own the tiebreakers, right?
Correct.
They own the tiebreakers. Number 1. Number 2, how vital is home ice against that team? Like, how vital is it for the Avs to catch?
Well, they had home ice last year against Dallas, and how'd that turn out?
Well, You better watch your mouth a little bit.
Yo,
watch your freaking mouth.
I'm just saying, Moj, that Dallas probably should have won that game in regulation yesterday. If it wasn't for Scott Wedgwood, Wedgwood was making some amazing. You know that crazy save that he made, glove hand, when he crossed the entire net?
Yep.
That should have been a goal, brother.
Probably.
Dallas probably should have scored 3 in the third. But Wedgwood bails you out.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Ottinger played pretty damn good yesterday, too, for Dallas. And you beat him 4 times. And you beat him clean. You did a good job. Again, nothing came really super ugly, but you beat him pretty damn good. And it made me feel good about it. Is home ice important, Vic? Well, let's put it this way. Since, I want to say, the Four Nations tournament, the Avs are perfect on the home ice.
They sure are.
Dallas is perfect on the home ice, although they've played fewer games than the Avs. Both teams are perfect on the home ice since Four Nations. Do you need home ice? I think you'd like to have it. I don't think it's an absolute must, but you'd certainly prefer to be starting at Ball Arena. The only issue is, they got a point, and Dallas has 2 games in hand, so you're going to need some help. The idea, though, is just go win your games. If you go and win your games, things will take care of themselves.
And that's all you need. And you're feeling good about it. Feeling good about the way the Avs are playing right now.
I feel pretty good about it. Yeah, I look at yesterday and I thought that the Avs played a damn good game. And if you're talking about just matching up straight to straight, Dallas knows they were. I would even argue to you, because by the way, Scott Wedgwood gets paid to make saves. He gets paid to make diving saves. He gets paid to rob guys. Ottinger gets paid to rob guys, and he did on more than one occasion. This guy, Vic, is 6'6".
I know.
Do you know what his leg span is?
His leg span?
No, who's measuring people's leg span?
You're a leg guy. He's a leg guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you've come to the right place.
Does he have to get down? Does he have to do the Jean-Claude Van Damme and you just take a tape measure to him?
Listen, I'm telling you that in his butterfly, he's virtually post to post. So it's not hard for him to push one to the other, and he did a great job yesterday. The guy's a hell of a dang good goalie. But so he gets paid to stop the puck, too.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to tell you is that overall, I thought the Avs played a damn fine game.
Afterwards, I was really content in hearing Coach Bednar finally put an end to all the Mikko controversy, and he was asked about it, and he said, listen, he's in a good place. We're in a good place. And in a roundabout way, without trying to disrespect Mikko, he said, we're a better team right now. And you can't deny that. There's no denying that. Anybody who's watched the Avs last season or this season, are they better today than they were 6 weeks ago? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. It's really simple. I don't understand everybody bringing this up again as if, well, they should have done this or that. No, what they did was the right thing. The right thing happened. They're a better team. They're now a contender. This team can win the cup. If you would have asked me that question 6 weeks ago, I probably would have told you no. It's yes.
Part of the problem with the way they seed in the NHL is this.
No, I know, Mo.
These 2 teams,
I know.
Berto, these 2 teams are on a collision course. We know it. We can see it a mile away.
Yeah, there's almost nothing you can do about it.
Well, there is nothing, really, unless you just want to tank and try to switch over and go to Vegas.
Right.
But
stay healthy. That's what you can do about it.
Yeah. But these 2 teams, in terms of the overall National Hockey League, I'd say they're 2 of the 6 best teams in the league.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that statement. But
here's
half the top teams in the NHL are probably the top of the Central with Winnipeg, Dallas, and Colorado.
Right. One of these teams is going to be bounced after the first round.
Yeah.
Both of these teams can win the Stanley Cup. One of these teams is going to be bounced out of the first round.
Yeah.
It'd be like if Buffalo and Kansas City have to play in the wild card weekend. It's horse feathers. You know what I mean?
No, I know. McGahee did a whole rant yesterday before the game started about how he wants to switch up the NHL playoff.
What do you want to do
for a long time?
There's nothing you could do about this. This is the way your sport has put its playoff seeding.
In the offseason, just change it to, McGahee wants to go top 16 just overall, East and West.
Yeah.
Don't just.
Well, he went 1 through 8. I said, you know what? Let's just go 1 through 16 on the bus.
Forget the conferences, man. Let's just go top. Yeah,
they'll never do that.
They'll never do that. All right. We're going to talk a little NFL football. Bo Nix was at the Avs game yesterday and the Nuggets game on Friday. Vic talked to him. DMac talked to Cortland on Friday night about Evan Ingram and the crew and all that kind of stuff. So,
Also, March Madness brackets are set. We'll tell you
Yeah.
who's coming to Denver this week and where CSU ends up. I thought CSU's seating was terribly low for them.
They got a tough draw. What's up, Memphis? We'll get to all that next right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon is live at altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket. This time, instead of filling out an entire bracket, just pick your 5 teams and you're entered. Every win is worth points, and if you pick a lower seed, the value goes up. Check out all the details on the website. The grand prize winner will get an awesome prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at Denver Chomp House, a big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also, by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket to enter.
Bro, I'm not going to invite a bunch of people over if I win that thing. Well, I can't win.
You're just going to eat 30 people's worth of barbecue by your damn self?
Do you know how good Brothers Barbecue is?
It's great. I love Brothers Barbecue. That's delicious, man.
All right, you can come over.
Thanks, bro.
Okay,
bro.
But I've been waiting to fill out my bracket. I've been waiting and waiting.
Well, of course. Why would you fill
not
it
my
out
bracket
now?
to do our contest? Because I'm going to do it.
You got your 5 teams already? The 5 teams you want?
No, I'm going to do it tonight. Tonight.
Yeah, do it tonight.
And remember,
at Nuggets Warriors game.
You accrue more points if you pick a lower rated team, a lower ranked team.
And if it's a tie, the earlier bracket wins. So you got to get in now, man. You can't be taking your sweet time.
Understood.
Just be like Creighton, UC San Diego, Yale, Iowa State, and I don't know, Marquette. Whatever.
Let's talk about this, Vic, because you and I both have been to the NCAA tournament on many occasions. I love how the CSU Ram. We kept talking about Lombardi, saying, "Yeah, they're one of the first 4 out." Okay. The Rams finally just said, "You know what? Screw it. Let's just go win the whole dang thing."
They didn't just win.
They get ourselves in. No, they kicked butt.
They didn't just win the Mountain West tournament. They dominated. They dismantled everything in front of them. For the first time in 22 years, the Colorado State Rams win their conference tournament. And again, it's not just winning it, it is storming through it. They killed everybody. There's nobody that came close to them. Did you see what they did to every opponent in that tournament? Dude, this team is dangerous. And to get a 12 seed after doing that, I thought, whoa. And just to tell you how dangerous they are, how many times is a 12 seed, CSU, favored over a 5 seed? CSU is favored over Memphis, 2.5.
And you always get one of those 12s beating a 5. This might be the one.
They're favored to beat the 5 seed.
And Memphis just won the whole thing too, right? Didn't they just win Conference USA or whatever weird conference that Memphis plays in right now, the American Conference, whatever?
Whatever Moser said about, oh, man, they got a tough matchup. It's not tough. It's not tough. They'll beat Memphis. They can beat Memphis. I mean, I love the fact that CSU is underrated going into this tournament because they're playing their best basketball. Now, you wish they would have ended up at Ball Arena. That's the other thing I wanted to talk about. The Ball Arena bracket, guys, that starts this week. The Denver bracket, East. They get the East region and the South region.
Oh, really?
Yeah, help me make sense of that. I mean, so
yeah, that doesn't seem like it works out very well. But so you get to see Cooper Flagg. Well, if that ankle is ready, right?
You don't, because you don't get all those teams. Here are the teams that are coming to town. Here are the teams. You get Wisconsin versus Montana State. These are Thursday games.
That's Montana, the Grizz.
I'm sorry, Montana. Wisconsin versus Montana.
Every Grizz person out there right now is having a coronary because
how many Grizz people? How many people in the city went to the Montana Grizzlies?
Dude, there's a lot of Grizz around here. Believe me, I know it's crazy. Yes, I know.
You get BYU versus VCU. That's the other East region matchup.
Right.
In the South region matchups here in Denver, you get Texas A&M against Yale, and then Michigan against UC San Diego.
Oh, yeah, that should be a fun one.
UC San Diego's nickname. Go ahead.
They're the,
Think water.
Aquaman, bro.
Think water. Think
Aquaman.
Sharp object. Sharp object.
Stabbing a fool.
Triton.
Got it. Tritons.
Yeah.
So that is
Tritons.
Yeah. So that's what Denver gets. You get UC San Diego, Michigan, Yale, A&M, VCU, BYU, Wisconsin, and Montana.
If you're going to the tournament, I say this, even if you don't have a dog in the fight, the NCAA tournament, even like the neutral site situation, is really, really fun.
I don't like those teams, though. That's a boring bracket.
Okay, but it's one game after the other, and I'm sure there's going to be a couple of buzzer beaters.
Although, I think BYU can make some noise.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, I've watched that team a few times this year. I think BYU could. I mean, I think they're a Sweet 16 team. They could, if not better. They've got a little bit of everything. BYU, I think, is a dark horse in this tournament right now.
Is that one of your not another bracket teams? You got to pick 5 teams.
Probably.
And BYU's going to be one of them.
All right, so help me out with this. You ready?
Yeah.
This is crazy. Do you remember the old WAC?
Yeah.
Old WAC. Remember Colorado State was
The
in
Western
the WAC?
Athletic Conference.
Mm-hmm. So the winner of the WAC tournament this year is Grand Canyon University. let me get after this a little bit.
The Grand Canyon what?
They're the Antelopes. Let me get after this a little bit. Here are the teams. This is right up your alley, Bert. Here are the teams in the WAC now in basketball. You ready, Vic? Abilene Christian, California Baptist, Grand Canyon, Seattle, Southern Utah. I've done a game in Southern Utah.
Where is Southern Utah?
It's in Cedar City. It's in Cedar City. It's by Kolob. It's right by Kolob Canyon.
Yeah, I don't know where that is.
Tarleton State.
What
the hell's that?
Where's Tarleton at?
It's in Stephenville, Texas. You're a Texan. You don't know?
Now there's so many stupid universities there in Texas that nobody cares about.
University of Texas at Arlington.
Yeah.
Hold on. You ready? Here's my favorite.
Yeah.
Utah Tech.
Utah Tech?
That's not a real school.
Is it in Salt Lake City?
It's
That's
in
a
St.
fake
George.
school. That's a fake school.
Utah Tech? That's you're right. Exactly right. That is a fake school.
Yes, you set us up.
I swear to God. And then also,
Moser,
that's like the
Moser,
South Harmon
quiz.
Institute of Technology.
Pop
man.
quiz inside your pop quiz. What did Utah Tech University used to be until a few years ago?
Oh, that's right. They were
Dixie State.
Dixie State. That's right.
Dixie State?
Yeah.
In Utah, and they called themselves Dixie State.
We had a big thing on this show about a year ago, right? Nelly, was it a year ago? Something like that.
But
and then they just decided they didn't like the name. They're like, let's get a new name.
Yeah, they did. And then you got Utah Valley State.
So why exactly you're going down this rabbit hole?
Yeah,
of
why
because
were we having this conversation?
Grand Canyon has been Grand Canyon's only had sports for like
So what
8,
does this
9
have
years.
to do with the Denver region of basketball?
Why can Grand Canyon get in the tournament and we can't get the Pioneers in?
Pioneers, this is a DU rant. Okay.
Because DU didn't win its conference.
I understand
are you
that.
stupid?
But how do you get a team that is hardly even
Because they're a better basketball program.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't hard.
Money, man. They just have more money than DU does, right? That NIL money coming into Grand Valley, bro.
Oh my God!
Right, like raising Kane's paying dues.
It's like here's
what
the
is
thing.
this?
They finally went for profit about a decade ago, and they're like, you know what? We need some sports. Let's do some stuff.
And now they're winning.
And they get. And I don't know where they get this Grand Canyon bread, but they put like 150
Jerry
mil.
Colangelo is a big reason why.
Is he the reason?
He's a big contributor there. Yes.
See, that's all you need is one billionaire donor, and then you're good. You're set.
Right.
Like T. Boone Higgins. Higgins?
Pickens.
What's
Hey,
There you go.
speaking
Pickens.
of
Pickens.
boosters, CSU fans, you better reach into those pockets right now because it's going to cost you to keep Nico Medved around.
Yeah. He would.
Minnesota needs a coach.
Yeah.
That's his alma mater. Iowa needs a coach.
Yeah.
There are going to be a lot of schools looking at Nico Medved. His buyout is $1.8 million. A lot of these big conference schools, they'll sneeze at that buyout. That's nothing.
Yeah. Pay that man his money.
That dude can coach, man.
Mm-hmm.
What CSU has done since the first of the year, they have mowed down opponents. They just whipped through the conference tournament. That dude's going to get paid.
Yeah. All right, we got Adam Schefter coming up here after this break right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, guys, are you north of 35, 40, and you're not feeling like you used to? Well, maybe you've got low testosterone. It happened to me. Went for the physical, got all the blood work done. Yeah, you've got low T. I said, okay, what do I do? Well, you're getting older. Well, thanks. That ain't going to cut it for me. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year in your early to mid-30s, and before you know it, you just don't feel like you used to. Put on a little weight, less productivity at the gym. You have poor sleep, wake up feeling tired, all that kind of thing, brain fog, maybe even sad and depressed. Well, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and do yourself a favor. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go over everything with you, and maybe you have low testosterone. The appointment's only $99, includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you need it and you sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit is absolutely free. You're going to feel the effects right away of treatment, and it works. It's awesome. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. So call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on this St. Patty's Day Monday. Brett is, I don't know what Brett is doing. What is
I don't know what, I didn't even know he was.
Ginger's doing.
I'll tell you exactly what he's doing.
Did he take this day off because it's St. Patty's?
Could be a mixture, a combination of things. I do know that he's going to play golf today with his father who's in town.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah.
But he just took time off to spend time with his family?
With his dad.
Yeah, T. Willie Laurier in town.
That fake family stuff.
Yeah.
I could tell you this. He's going to get some wind-aided golf today that's going to...
Oh, is it supposed to be?
I played yesterday, and that wind was not fun.
Speaking of wind-aided golf, Rory McIlroy just won the
he sure did.
Players.
Held off J.J. Spawn in a playoff. McIlroy dominated the playoff.
When you watch those pros, though, like Saturday, we'll get to Adam here momentarily.
Spawn just fell apart, dude. I think he went +3 in the playoff, 3-hole aggregate.
They had 30 to 40-mile-an-hour winds. You're watching these pros. They bomb it over the trees to try to get it back into the fairway. It was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, here's a story. Sports news is breaking in the NFL all the time. Adam's tweeting out like at 2 a.m. his time. And I'm like, how does this guy sleep? Is he a human? Is he a cyborg? What's the story?
He's got the V-neck undershirt rolling. He probably just rolled out of bed.
Well, it looks really good to me, but he had the T. Higgins and Jamar Chase thing 8 hours ago, which is midnight our time, 2 a.m. his time, and yet he never sleeps. It's amazing. Adam Schefter joins us here on the program as he does every Monday at 8 a.m., and you were all over it. I mean, how does that work? You're getting a little siesta, getting a little sleep, trying to fit in a little nap, and then all of a sudden your phone's buzzing.
Well, that's basically it. Last night I happened to have my phone off, and I had the numbers in the deal, was waiting for a call, and I actually dozed off, and that'll be the last time that I don't sleep with my ringer on ever again. I remember back in, I think it was, I don't know, what draft was Jared Goff in? Look that up. If you tell me that, it would have been, I think, I'm going to guess 2017, I'm guessing off the top of my head. So while you look that up, the story is basically I was in the gym, and I used to go to the gym. My rule was, in my mind, it's my 45 minutes a piece. I'm going to go put my phone in my locker, go get my workout, I'll come back. And I went to do the spin class and got back to my locker, and there were 12 texts from an hour earlier, that the Rams and Titans had traded the number 1 pick, and Rams were going up to 1, and I missed it like an hour. And last night I dozed up, my ringer wasn't on, missed a couple of calls, and I'm like, that's it. We got to make adjustments. So,
oh geez. So you get no peace in life. There is no peace in life. There is no spin class. There's nothing. You just sit there with your crew neck shirt and you work all hours of the day. 2016, by the way.
Well, you know what? What's that? 2016? Okay, so there you go. No, I ran this morning, and I just got out of the shower, and I'm sweating, so I don't want to put my dress shirt on yet. So this is the undershirt, because I'm still kind of moist here, Vic. That's what's going on.
Okay, good to know.
Well, great. Wake up moist. That's good. Hey, Adam, seriously though, when you look at these deals, I mean, this is massive money for two of the best wideouts in the game. But Cincinnati, they ponied up. They said, you know what? Let's do it. We can't afford to lose one or two of these guys, and they get not matching deals, but they both are being paid significantly, and this just again ups the wide receiver market. What's your thoughts on it?
Look, this is what Cincinnati was trying to get done, and they've been at it for a couple of years, and they could have gotten this done earlier, and it would have saved them some money, but they didn't. They could have did it at the beginning of last offseason when Nick Bosa's salary was $34 million as the highest paid guy. Then they could have did it after Jefferson, it would have been 35. Then they were working on it a couple of weeks ago, and they had a deal in place with Chase for 37, 38, and then Myles Garrett gets his deal. So, when you have a transcendent talent, just get the guy signed. It's not that hard. You want to keep the guy, get it done. There's no reason to wait on those things.
Well, it's funny because the Broncos have done exactly that, right? With a bunch of their players. Does Surtain's deal look like a bargain now that you compare it to Derek Stingley?
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly the cost on Patrick Surtain is not going down when he's in the prime of his career. It's just not. So get the deal done, and now the deals start piling up above him, and they have him locked in. He's got a great deal. They got their guy without having to worry about the price going up. It's a win for everybody. That's how it should be.
I look at what the market is on defensive backs, and I look at what these guys are getting paid now. What do you think just by value alone, you've done this for, what are the most valuable positions in football now? And will that change moving forward? Quarterback is obviously number one, but after that, what is your order of value?
I think, wide receivers are being paid like it.
Yeah.
And they are valuable in today's game, but I still will go with left tackles, defensive ends, and cornerbacks. Although, by the way, the Eagles would say running back, right? Like,
yep.
You know what I would say, Vic? We can make a general rule on left tackles, defensive ends, and cornerbacks until there's a great player like Saquon Barkley that busts the mold, or Justin Jefferson that busts the mold. Great players are great players, period. And you want to fill certain positions, of course, but you want transcendent talents.
All right, so Cooper Kupp was a great player when he was with the Rams, and a lot of people wondered if he still has the wheels to make it happen. You reported last week that he would have loved to sign with Denver, but is it just obvious that the price tag just got too high for the Broncos? That's a lot of money for Kupp.
That's exactly what it was. The Broncos were not going to be in at that price. They didn't view Kupp as that kind of player at this time of his career. They liked him as a player. They would have liked to have added him as a player. They weren't going to get anywhere close to that salary-wise for Cooper Kupp. And that's why it wasn't going to be viable and feasible for him to end up in Denver, because Denver wasn't going to pay as much as other teams like the Seahawks.
Well, let's talk about what they did do, because you were speculating, and they obviously go with the linebacker and the safety from San Francisco. They get their tight end in Evan Ingram, which we were last week, Adam, very happy with the pinpoint accuracy of the Denver Broncos and shoring up some things. What are your thoughts on it? Because it looks like they hit a home run here.
I think they killed it. I think they honestly hit free agency just right. Like, it worked out as well as it could have. The Niners were trying to get back Dre Greenlaw, even after Denver had an agreement done with him. They were pushing to get that done. And they were trying to flip his decision in this world that we live in, where, people commit and there are agreements. And the Niners tried to flip Dre Greenlaw back to San Francisco. And I think they were pretty persuasive, but not persuasive enough. And I think Dre Greenlaw stood his ground and kind of stayed with Denver. And Hufanga, when he's been healthy, has been unbelievable. He's been a missile. He's been incredible. And Evan Ingram, same thing. These guys all have had some kind of injury issues. And there's a reason that guys get to free agency to begin with. There's a reason for that. And in San Francisco, they were struggling to pay everybody. So that's part of it. So there's 249ers. Evan Ingram, Jacksonville didn't deem him worth the price. Denver did. Denver paid Ingram. You can't pay Ingram and Kupp and pay all these veteran guys. You got to draw the line somewhere. But Ingram's the kind of player that they've been looking for in this offense for a while. And he's immensely talented. And you know what else about all three of these guys they like? They like their character. They think these guys are going to be great locker room guys.
What kind of player is Ingram? I've seen video. I watched him with the Giants. He had that great season with Jacksonville. But if you had to give us a definition of just character traits, what is he?
Well, I remember when he was in New York, and I remember talking to their coaching staff and them telling me that he was the Odell Beckham Jr. of tight ends. That's how talented he was. Okay? So I always remembered that. And then if we go and look at his numbers in Jacksonville, let's remember, Vic, he was their franchise player 2 years ago.
Oh, okay.
They franchise tagged the guy. And then this year he was hurt. So, again, if he's healthy, he's going to catch 75, 80 passes in Denver's offense if he's healthy.
And they need that desperately. You know that. We're talking Joker stuff and, names and labels on players, but he's going to help the young quarterback immensely. Hey, speaking of quarterbacks, I asked you last week, are all these guys going to find a gig? What's going on with this? Well, the Falcons are keeping Kirk Cousins, and they trigger a $10 million bonus by keeping him. Does that surprise you? Because I thought for sure that he was going to be gone, or is this just some sort of safety valve for them?
Well, if they trade him, another team would absorb that $10 million guarantee for next year. It's for next year. So that's the way they're kind of viewing it. And I think that they're determined to try to, well, they say they're determined to keep him, which, again, I personally will be surprised if Kirk Cousins plays another down for Atlanta, but we'll see how it plays out, right? They're dug in. I don't think he wants to be there. So we'll see how it works out over time. But if they wind up trading him, if they're fortunate enough to wind up trading him, another team would be on the hook for that $10 million in guaranteed money next year, not them. And I personally think that's kind of the way that they're thinking about this.
Who are some of the big free agents left, Adam? What are you tracking here for the next couple of days? I mean, the first wave is over. What wave are we on now?
Well, I would say this, Vic, that we're at the point in time here where free agency is essentially over.
Okay.
Like there are things now. I think that the most interesting thing right now would be the quarterbacks. We still don't know what's going to happen in Pittsburgh, New York, Minnesota for a backup, Cleveland. Like there are teams with quarterback needs, openings, issues, whatever you want to call them. And so that to me becomes very interesting here in the coming days, maybe weeks, depending on how long it drags out. Hopefully not too long. And I always think that, once you get past through that big wave of free agency, there's still some guys out there. There's still some moves that'll be made. Don't get me wrong. But, the majority of free agency is over. And now it's time for everybody to start gearing up for the draft next month.
Does that mean you get a little time off here, a couple of weeks, take the family? Disney
No, that
World?
does not mean it does not mean that. Unfortunately, it means after the draft we'll get some time off.
He just told you he's not going to put his phone down ever again.
Well, okay, I mean,
Exactly.
yeah, he's riding the cars right at Disneyland, and the phone's going off around the third turn. Hey, I've never asked you this question before because there are times when Vic goes, "Hey, did you see blah blah blah?" And I'm like, "No, man, I'm doing hockey. I've got this, and this. I don't have the capacity to see every damn thing that goes on in the sporting world." We're sitting here talking about the tournament coming up this week. You're so absorbed in the world of football. Do you get an opportunity to enjoy any other sports at all? Like, will you catch the first couple rounds of the tournament? Do you ever watch a hockey game? I mean, does any good thing ever happen to you outside of football?
He's asking if you have a life.
Not much, Vic, as we know. You know what? I do enjoy watching golf. I'm in this golf pool with my buddies, but we're off to a terrible start, which is kind of taking the life out of me. It bums me out. You pick one golfer a week, and our guy, Ludwig Aberg, missed the cut last week, which totally marred my weekend. And so when we're winning in that golf pool or in competitive, that really holds my interest. I watch every shot that my chosen golfer that week hits on ESPN Plus. I love watching that. Love. So I track golf quite a bit. I watch the NBA. I'm in a basketball fantasy league. I'm in the playoffs. I'm currently the 2 seed. I'm on a bye this week.
So you have an incentive. You have an incentive to check it out.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I guess I like to compete. So whether it's picking golfers in the golf pool or competing in my fantasy basketball league, I love the competition.
Do you and Shams? I don't know if you and Woes used
Shams.
to Shams. Is it Shams? I've been calling him Shams. Do you and Shams hang around when you go back to Bristol, or how does it work? Do you guys have a room? Do you have a war room or anything?
Well, I've only connected in person with Shams once since ESPN hired him.
Really?
We happened to be in the same building the same day doing Get Up, First Take, whatever it was. We've texted a few times, but I haven't spent any considerable time with him. Woj, was and still is one of my best friends. I love that guy, and he understands what this world, this life or lack of life is about, which is why he is doing the job he's doing. And I'm not close to Shams like that right now, but I've got great respect for what Shams does, and we text, and we have a little insiders text chain at ESPN, me, Damel, Passon, Shams, and we text every now and then over issues that are relevant to us.
All right, so one last football question. Clearly, the Cincinnati Bengals are spending all their money on offense. They just extended their receivers for an ungodly sum of money. Do they have enough to field a defense, Adam?
Well, it's going to be challenging. Yes, they have enough to field their defense, but you can't pay your quarterback and your 2 receivers the numbers that they are and think that you're going to be able to pay everybody else. It becomes exceedingly difficult, and you're going to have to really find some great values in the draft. You're going to have to hit on more draft picks. There's going to be more rookies on rookie contracts sticking around because those guys make the rookie deals. So you need to find players like that can play. You're not going to have as much of a middle class in Cincinnati. The middle class is kind of gone. It's the haves and it's the have-nots. And that's sort of how it's going to be with the Bengals here.
Well, they practice next to an overpass, so I guess that probably is probably appropriate. We're going to talk to you again around draft time, so we will say thank you and enjoy. Well, enjoy work.
This is the third time I guess this is the third Monday we've done this year in the off season.
I think so. Yeah,
I don't know.
I think
wow.
we're going to reconnect at the draft and give you at least a break from us, but I know your phone's going to be on constantly between now and then, so good luck. Again, when I saw that you tweeted at 2 a.m., I'm like, this guy is an absolute cyborg. It's unbelievable. But I tell you what, Adam, I admire the grind because I know in some ways how that goes, but you're always on, and we certainly appreciate your time. We'll talk to you in April, baby.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good month, and we'll talk to you in a little bit.
All right, Adam.
You got it.
Adam Schefter's visit brought to you by the Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
You were remarkably quiet the entire time.
You know what? The only thing I'd want to know from Adam, I was thinking about asking him, who's next? Like, who's next on the highest paid non-QB list? Like, who's going to make $41 million? That's the only thing I'd really probably want to know. Other than that, like, I mean, Cincinnati I did not think they were going to pay Jamar. I did not. But they paid both Jamar and I thought they were just going to tag D.
They're going to have to win 50-49.
Dude,
I mean, they're going to have to.
They're going all in on offense. I mean, their defense, and they're letting guys walk that probably shouldn't. I was more amazed at the fact that he can't even get through a spin class without having his phone on. You know what you do? You turn your phone off a lot, which I admire. You just turn it off.
Yeah.
Like, when you're doing Avs games, are you looking at your phone a lot?
Oh, no, he's looking at his phone. During games, you can get a hold of him. It's in between, the radio show and games. Like, when he's done with his show, he is off the planet. You can't get a hold of him.
I get it, brother. I leave my phone and walk away, and it's fine. Like, yeah. Like,
I wish
you're good.
I had I don't do that.
You're stuck to your phone?
I'm one of those weirdos. I have to have it with me at all times.
What's the longest stretch of time you've gone over, let's say in the last 6 months, without looking at your phone?
Last week at Augusta, I couldn't have the phone on premises, so 3 days.
Oh, wow. So they just make you keep the phone at the house?
It was awesome.
You know about that, right?
No.
Yeah, he got invited to play Augusta National 3 days in a row.
I didn't know that.
Berto, do you play golf?
Yeah. Yeah, not like you chuckleheads. Like, I could retire and live off the money that Moser spent on golf over the last 20 years.
Hang on a second, though.
Like, for me, golf is an outdoor bar. I'm not there.
I still tell the story to this day. Do you want to hear a Berto golf story?
Give me a quick Berto golf story, please.
I forget where we're playing, but it's someplace up north. That par 5, he hits his drive out there, and he had this 3-wood that was wooden. An old wooden 3-wood.
When did you play? What do you have, a persimmon?
Hold on, this is probably, maybe 15 years ago. Maybe I don't know what it was.
What do you have, a balata?
I could swing that thing like I was Babe Ruth.
Okay, so let me. So we're in the fairway, but he's got a long way to go. I mean, seriously, it's like over 250 to the green on this par 5, and the hosel starting to unwind. You know, it had the winding on the.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got like the string hanging off the hosel and all this kind of thing.
My rock 3-wood.
You still have it?
I don't know, bro.
Oh, God. So I go, what are you doing? He's like addressing his ball. He goes, I'm going to hit. I said, well, what if you actually catch one? He's like, this thing's a piece of junk. You know, it's like, you know.
So he's banking on himself not hitting it well.
And Vic, when I tell you, I mean, he's more than 2. He's way far away. Okay? I mean, it's incredible. So we're on the fairway. I'm like, all right, then. So he winds up and he smokes this 3-wood. Not only does he hit it like 280, I don't know how, but it sails over the green and hits the hill behind the guys who are still on the green, like thunk. And they turn around.
They were still on the green?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
They turn around and shout down their fairway like, "What the hell are you? Blah 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 blah." And I go, dude, you caught all of that. I go, and so I'm like, now I'm sheepish. I don't want to even go up there because I'm afraid they're going to yell at me when it's Bert's shot. And I go, are you going to go apologize to those guys? Because we're in the same cart. He goes, you know what? If they can't appreciate what a great golf shot that was, then F them. I'm like,
I love it.
I'm like,
That's a great attitude.
That thing carried so far. That carried,
dude. It
Dude,
carried
he hit a
it
persimmon
carried
wood.
280. I
270.
mean, it's the most incredible 3-wood I've ever seen
and
in my
you ever
entire
hit a
life.
Persimmon wood.
Yes, dude, and he tattooed that mother.
Yeah, those dudes were pissed. That's all right though. Yeah, they got it. Yeah,
If they-
just appreciate
if you're-
greatness when you see it.
If
man.
that's one of you out there and you saw this guy from 280 hit this 3-wood sailing the green into the hill, that was Bert.
Yeah.
If they
Good
can't
times.
appreciate what a great golf shot that was, then F them.
All right, we'll be right back on Altitude.
Yeah, I
Sports
guess we will.
Hey, it's Brett Kane. Football season is over, but there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Colorado. From college basketball, hockey, and everything in between, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports app today or visit circusports.com. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
just want to make mention those.
No, that's all right. I don't care if I don't get these reads in. We
No,
blame Brett, bro.
crap. You
Get that read in.
What I'm saying is, you need glasses, and you're fighting it.
No, yeah, I do need glasses. But I have bivocal vision. My left eye sees everything
Bivocal?
fine. Yeah, bivocal. They're like, hey, hey.
I just want to reference how bad this studio smells now that Moser vacuumed those cheese and crackers. I don't know what it is about those cheese and crackers. They smell.
Yeah, what is
horrible.
it? It tastes really good.
It is weird, man. You know, you're right. That air that was trapped in that bag is probably not good for you, man.
Peanut butter crackers? They're
Yeah,
pretty good, man.
it's probably not good for you, man.
I house those.
You know, the age of death of the American male keeps going down.
Thanks.
Like it keeps
Does
getting, yeah. It's 78 now.
Did you know what it was like in 1920?
Nah, what?
It was like 48.
Oh, yeah. So this is a little bit better than that.
Yeah, but
we'd all be dead.
You stepped on a rusty nail and you're dead.
Yeah.
I mean, times have changed, bro. What's your read?
Okay, hold on. The Ramos Law Hotline, car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com.
See how close you had that to his
I
face?
know. It's like, dude, literally, it's touching your nose, man.
I can read it. It's fine. It doesn't matter. I don't need to read it like this. I'm not a Navy sniper. You know what I mean? I don't need the vision to pick off somebody at 1,000 yards or whatever.
Hey, I want to talk about what happened on Saturday a little bit more, Vic, and I want you to set this up, please, if you would, with the Denver Nuggets and what transpired following that loss to the Washington Wizards.
The Bullets?
I almost went there. It's just it hurt a lot in many different ways, but set it up.
Well, right now, the Denver Nuggets are currently tied with Memphis and Houston, I believe, right?
Yeah.
All right, they're tied.
They all have the same record.
But, tiebreakers and all that are going to take effect. This week will tell you a lot about what the Nuggets are. And if they can get through this week better than they did last week, in my opinion, last week, when you had 3 games at home, Minnesota, Lakers, Washington, especially a Lakers team that was at half-mast. They didn't have anybody. You have to win 2 out of 3. Not want to. You have to. Correct? At least 2 out of 3. Hell, 3 out of 3 would have been my preference.
Right.
They won 1 out of 3. That's a major fail. This week,
And that win was not a pretty win. I mean, the Lakers were half there.
Yeah, but a win is a win is a win at this point, right?
Yeah,
At least
but
that's
I
what
mean,
Malone was saying.
I get it, but I think people know that great, but there's something still wrong if you barely win against a team that's missing all of its top players.
Mm-hmm.
Those games I fear more than anything. I feared that game going into it. In fact, I got into it with the PhD guys. DMac was making fun of me for being afraid of that game. And then I had to call into the show, and I'm telling you, this game strikes fear in me, and it did. It did. So this week you've got Golden State, which has won 7 in a row. You've got the Lakers, which they'll have Luka back for sure.
Yeah,
Doubtful
no LeBron.
that they'll have LeBron.
Yeah, no LeBron.
Then you've got
Portland,
who is playing well again, and you lost to Portland in Portland last time you played there. And then you've got Houston.
That's a huge game.
That has beaten you pretty handily the last couple of years. Take a look at the Nuggets series against Houston the last
Houston's
couple of years.
won 6 in a row as of right this second, yeah.
That is a 4-game gauntlet, okay? 4 games on the road, gauntlet.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to hear people say, oh, don't worry about the Portland game. You just lost to Washington at home. You worry about every game, all right? Every game.
Vic, all of a sudden, I used to kind of make fun of you in that regard. You know, I did my crazy voice and all that. As of right this second again, I am behind you 1,000%. I'm terrified. If the Utah Jazz came to town, I'd be like, oh, God. I mean, they're already eliminated. They're the worst team in the West. I'd be like, I right now, I simply cannot trust the Denver Nuggets in any capacity.
Here's what the Nuggets are, in my opinion. They are, right now, the second best record in the Western Conference. That cannot be denied. That's true. But they're not playing like a serious contender. Both can be true at the same time. You can be a contender in the standings, which they are, but you're not playing like one. And it's really simple to understand why. They can't stop anyone. They can't play a lick of defense. And defense will be necessary come playoff time when everybody picks up the intensity. So if you figure every team picks up the intensity 20%, all that does is bring the Nuggets to standard defense right now. That's all that is. They have to be better than that. Don't take my word for it. Don't listen to me because I told you several weeks ago, this team scares me right now. Listen to the best player on the planet. His thoughts after the game. Nelly, Nikola Jokic after losing to the Wizards the other night.
Well, how do you look at that as something that obviously in March sometimes there are weird results, but for you guys you've kind of had some bad losses throughout the year. Is this kind of an extension of what we've seen from you guys, or is this just kind of weird stuff happens late in the season?
I mean, it's definitely an extension. I mean, because if you remember, I think the year when we won, we lost 2-3 games at the end of the year that we should win, and then we won championship. But I think we cannot have that comfort zone that we can just go in a playoff, because I think we are not playing good. I think we are lucky that we are third or whatever we are standing, or we are not playing good. But hopefully we're gonna figure it out somehow, or not.
All right, stop it right there. Stop right there. That's the first one. He said they're not playing good. Disregard the standings. We just said that they're second best record in the West. Disregard that. They're not playing good.
Well, they may be tied for second in the West, but they don't look the part at all.
They're not playing good. All right, so that's the first thing he said. Go on.
How frustrating is it for you to lose a game like this, and like you said, the fact that you guys haven't been playing well lately?
I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I don't think so. That we had a good stretch. Let's say like 10-15 games that we are kind of playing good. That we played good. But I think lately, even the games that we won, I think we didn't play good. And in playoffs, I think that's not acceptable.
Why aren't you surprised?
Because this is what we do since I came here. Probably we win against the big teams and we lose against the teams that a smaller bad record. Let's say like that.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Why?
I don't know. Is it a lack of seriousness? Is it a letdown? I don't know what it is.
Why?
But hold on a second, Vic. They have the talent to beat anybody in the league. Absolutely. This is is it a focus thing?
I don't know, but I almost disagree with Joker on that one, because if you look at their record against sub-500 teams, put the Washington Wizards aside, and losing to them twice is just unheard of and ridiculous. The only Western Conference team to do that. But against sub-500 teams, their record is actually really good. That's not the Nuggets' problem this year. That's not. Their problem is they can't beat the elite teams. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. They beat OKC. But look at what they've done against the Eastern elite teams.
There were times where the Nuggets, they would rise to the occasion. They knock off Boston in Boston, or they go to Golden State and get those guys. Lord knows they've had their way with the Lakers for the most part for the last 5 years. It's not that way anymore. It's not that way right now.
What do you think it says about the Nuggets? Coach Malone's favorite stat, he's given it the last couple of post-game shows, is the Nuggets' defense in quarters.
Worst defense in the NBA in the first quarter.
They terrible defense in the first quarter, really bad defense in the second quarter, okay defense in the third quarter, and good defense in the fourth quarter. But what does that say about the Nuggets?
They don't come to play.
That's one of the worst things you can say about a professional team.
They ease into the game. We're not done with Jokic, though. I want to proceed with this interview because I thought it was so damn revealing. He's already told us they're not playing very good basketball. Ignore the record. This is who they are. 3 things that should give you warnings. All right, let's proceed.
Is that frustrating for you over the years, or is that just have you come to accept that?
I mean, I don't want to accept it, but I'm not going to get too high, too low. So I'm just going to try to be as consistent as I can.
Can you take us through the play that ends up with the George open 3 in the corner with 10 seconds left, and what you guys could have done better defensively on that?
I don't know. It was him or Sar in that moment. So it was one of those guys who's going to shoot it probably, because they were in that moment probably they're both open.
What's your confidence level that you guys can defend in more than little spurts within a game? Right?
Not a lot. We didn't defend well. I think lost a lot. So I think we didn't defend well. So I don't think so that we cannot have a confidence that we can defend.
How connections of SAR?
All right,
good.
Stop right there. That's pretty sobering, isn't it? When you hear that from your best player?
Absolutely. We don't have the confidence that we can defend anything.
Well, I mean, that does not make you feel good.
No.
It can't make you feel good, but he's honest.
He's not.
I mean,
he's not sugarcoating it.
No, and I love that honesty because there are other players I've talked to. I talked to them. I said, "Hey, can you turn it on?" Yeah. I'd rather take a page from Nikola Jokic on that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll listen to him because he's been there and he understands the pulse of his team more than anybody. Can they turn it on? I guess they can. Will they?
That's a whole different question. And if those guys are saying that, Vic, right now with the evidence that we've seen on the floor, it feels like that's a little whistling by the graveyard scenario for those guys that, yeah.
All right, this would be typical Nuggets. Berto, let me ask you something. So it was a disastrous homestand, right?
Mm-hmm.
You lose 2 out of 3 to those teams the way they did. That's disastrous. No matter how you paint it. What if they sweep the week on the road? That would be typical Nuggets.
Yeah, it would. We'd feel a whole lot better about it, but it wouldn't change anything, right? It wouldn't change
that's what I'm asking.
how
Would
the
it?
playoffs.
Well, hold on a second. Yeah, because when they were part of that 8-game, where they had that 8-game winning streak, then they had to go on the road for those 4 tough games. When they smoked Indiana, I'm like, they're back, baby. Like, I'm writing this, I'm porpoising. I'm down in the bottom of the water, then I'm flying out over the water.
I'm with you.
I am up and down.
The Nuggets have played 500 basketball the last 10 games. If they play 500 basketball this week, they'll be in the 5 spot at the end of it. They'll fall to the 5.
Yeah, pretty much. Listen, Vic, and what you're saying is correct. We've seen this Nuggets team. Would it surprise me? And you've even said this yourself. Would it surprise me if they went on the road and won all 4? I mean, it would be surprising, but I've seen it done. I wouldn't be shocked. Well, right now, with the way they look, Vic, they looked yesterday, 2 days ago, they looked like a tired, worn-out team. They look tired and worn out.
Those playoff minutes, man.
So here's the difference between this year's Nuggets and the year they won the championship.
So
Even
it's
last
just like
year's
they were
Nuggets.
creaking around the floor. They just look. They look battered.
Here's why I'm not very hopeful. Last year and the year before, if you're playing a top-notch team, you could ask the Nuggets to turn it up defensively, and they could beat you 103-94. They can. They did. I mean, just take a look at the NBA Finals, what they did against Miami. They won ugly games just by turning up the defense. They don't have that button. They don't have that knob. How did they beat OKC? They beat OKC by putting together one of the greatest fourth-quarter shooting performances this team has ever seen. And when I say great, 15 of 18, 7 of 8 from 3. When is the last time the Nuggets did that?
Well, it happens rarely. But see, that's the thing. They can do it. They can
but they have to do it
their
offensively.
problems.
Right.
They can beat the good teams, but they have to do it offensively.
They
don't
like
have
60,
a
50,
two-way
90.
method. They don't have all right, let's shut them down. They can't shut you down. So that leads to another question. What is wrong with their defense? When you guys watch them play, you tell me, what is wrong defensively?
I think teams single out players on the Nuggets that they want to target. Like they're like, we're going to target Michael Porter Jr. and we're going to target Julian Strouder. Now Julian's hurt; he's not playing right now. But it felt like that man can score for you, but the opposing teams are hunting him on the other end of the court. And it feels like the same way with Mike. Like Mike plays good team defense, right? But you're not going to ask him to go Gary Payton and slap the floor and get down in a defensive stance and get you a couple of steals. The Nuggets team defense seems to be pretty good. It's just individually. I mean, the Wizards had open shot after open shot in that fourth quarter, but that was the rotations, right? They I don't know if they were confused on the rotation or just slow. Do you think they're just tired?
I think it's a little bit of both. That's what I see. I think there's confusion, and I think they're slow to react. I don't know that the will and the want to is there, Vic, as of right now. I mean, I don't, and that's probably an unfair thing to say. But you don't see it consistently enough. That's it. You don't see it consistently enough. And you're like, well, do you really even want to?
For me, it starts at the top. The blow by the guards. And then when you blow by a guard, what happens? You have to rotate. Somebody has to help. You help. It leaves a wide open 3 in the corner, a wide open 3 at the top of the key. There's a wide open 3 all the time. The Denver Nuggets give up more wide open 3s than any team in the NBA. I think, no, they're second to last in that department.
Yeah, well, then they'll get killed tonight.
Okay.
Then they'll lose by 30.
So if you give up wide open 3s, what's wrong with your defense? You're overcommitting. You're overhelping. You're overhelping because you're not playing good one-on-one defense. Because at the core of the attack, at the top of it, you're getting beat. Your guards are getting beat. And they're not playing proper defense at the top. And then to add to that, what they're doing, they're spreading them out. They know that Nikola needs to come. If Nikola has to come out and play defense, they're just going right by him. And they're turning it into a 2-on-1. So they don't fear the Nuggets. You said it best. There's no fear anymore.
Nope.
It's gone.
All right. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We'll be right back.
Hold on.
No, man, no.
Hey, the other thing I forgot to mention, the reason why the Nuggets get beat at the point of attack so often, and it's so much pressure on the guards, is because the people doing the attacking know there's very little rim protection. So they're going in with reckless abandon.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? Like, would you go full throttle at Giannis?
No, like
of course
going
not.
flying in on Wemby or something.
Because you're gonna get get swatted.
You do so with relative, but with the Nuggets, it's just impunity. They're just going downhill as fast as they can, and that's just the way it is.
You don't have a shot blocker. You got Peyton. That's it.
We've got something on the line here.
This is massive. If this doesn't go well, you guys might never take another phone call again.
All right, so we had a show meeting behind the curtains. Nelly came in and said, hey, we have a caller, Hayden, who's on the line. And I said, all right, let's take the call. Moser said, no calls. I said, why? Come on, let's do a call.
And Moser guaranteed that Hayden was going to suck.
Yeah, and I told Moser,
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did.
Well,
You're like, Hayden
you
sucks.
put money on the line here. How much money are we betting?
$1.75.
$1.75. He has one of those gold coins among that $1.75. So Hayden, there's a lot riding on this. There is my money riding on this, whether or not this call is going to be good or not. Let's check it out. Hayden, you're on with Berto, Lombardi, and Moser this morning. Hayden?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. How are you? What is your call about?
Just first of all, happy that Moser is actually at work today, so that's great.
Oh, wow. That's already I win this bet. I win this bet.
I've been listening. But no, okay, so for the Nuggets defense, and I'll just keep it quick and short and let you guys have at it. But I'm a season ticket holder, so I go to the games, and I literally will stand in the aisle and be yelling, there's an open three, and every time the opponent's open, wide open three. Now, I can't just blame the players on this, because it's not just Peyton Watson, it's not just Zeke, it's not just, Jamal on the perimeter or these guys. There seems to always be some kind of lapse in the coverage. And to me, that goes to scheming 100%. You can't tell me that 10 NBA players are all going to always have a lapse in coverage on defense. And the three-pointers are really what's killing us. We're fifth right now in the league in allowed three-pointers. And if you look at the company we're in, those aren't championship teams. We're also second in the league right now in total shots allowed in the NBA. So we're giving up open looks. One thing I would love to see on the defensive end as a fix is there's so many times we watch where teams will just let Jokic eat in the post or let him eat down low, and they will stay out and stay committed on the perimeter on these guys. Whether they're getting beat on the edge by Jamal or some of our other guys sometimes, whatever, they're willing to give up those twos. Yeah. We seem to do the opposite. We sell out and send help when guys are driving into the lane and just constantly leave the three open, the shot that gives the other team more points. And we just have some guy running out. So I don't think it's a fix. I think it's just because of, the roster we have. But for this year, if we're going to make any kind of push, we're going to have to just give up those easy twos or let guys drive to the lanes and make sure when come playoff time that we're actually staying out on the perimeter and being honest to the three-point shooters, because this isn't going to work. That's, I don't have the exact numbers, but the amount of points that have compounded over the season of open threes, I mean, that's where our point differential goes, and I feel like that's the biggest part we're missing out right now.
Hayden, thanks for the call. You didn't help out with the brevity, but at least you made some good points, and I really do. I value those points because
I'll give you
they're accurate.
You get a quarter.
I get a quarter of that? Man, I deserve all of it. Hey, here's the deal, though, Hayden, and while I don't disagree with you, you say, why do the Nuggets, why do they shrink on people that go to the middle? Why do they overhelp is what the term is. And I'm going to tell you the number one reason why. If they let somebody drive full throttle, or if they let somebody go big full throttle on Nikola Jokic, what happens with Nikola? He might get into foul trouble. Do you want Nikola Jokic in foul trouble?
Absolutely not, because he's still, I don't want to say still, he has a propensity at times, slap fouls, that kind of thing, and all of a sudden he's on the bench with a couple early in the first quarter. You're like, dang.
So I'll give you, like yesterday.
And I'm sure that teams would love to target him that way.
So if you targeted Nikola and said, Alex Sarr, you're going 1-on-1 against Nikola all game.
That kid played really well, by the way.
Here's the problem with that is, you're not giving up as many threes, but now you're subjecting Nikola to a lot of risk there. And the last thing you want to do is put your MVP, the guy who runs your offense, in foul trouble early, because we know it's over if that happens. That's the dilemma that the Nuggets face, which is why I think having a shot blocker with Nikola would solve a lot of that. It would solve a lot of that dilemma. I don't know. They don't have one right now. They don't have that guy. It doesn't exist. I don't know what they do. How did they do it the championship season? Well, the truth is, even in the championship season, if you look at it, the Nuggets did not have the greatest defense. They didn't have the greatest defense.
but Vic, they sucked it up when they had to.
Well, that's what they're trying to do this year. It's just not working, man.
Well, I mean, when they sucked it up, they really sucked it up. They played good defense, and they committed, and every guy was fully committed. I don't know that I see that at all. And maybe in a given quarter, guys are fully committed, but it doesn't last for a full 4 quarters.
No, they have to be. They have to know They have to know that they are not going to be the same team next year if they don't get it done this year. Like they're staring that. They know it. Coach knows it. Everybody in the city knows it.
Well, you know the Nuggets look a little stale. They look a little older, and the Avs did too a couple months ago. And the Avs, they made changes.
Yeah.
They made changes.
Yeah, but the Nuggets were not, couldn't because they just didn't have any.
They couldn't make those kind of changes.
I have one more question, but we need your keys. Is what we need.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Nuggets and Warriors, what you got tonight?
Score 127 points.
You think that'll do it?
It should.
That's the number.
Something's got to give, right? The Warriors have won how many games in a row?
7.
7 games in a row?
127 points, and you'll win tonight.
The Golden State Warriors haven't beat the Nuggets since before the Nuggets won the NBA title.
Really?
Yes.
In the regular season?
Which is crazy.
Yes.
I didn't realize that streak
Yeah, in the
existed.
regular season, it's been
I know that
2022.
Let me show you what the Warriors are about right now.
127 is my key.
In their last 3 wins, they scored 130 and 130, and then they beat the Knicks 97-94. They sucked it up because they gave up 120 to Portland. Yeah. So they're finding different ways to win. And my question to you, Vic, okay, get to 127. We haven't seen the Warriors since December 3rd, my old man's birthday.
New team.
Yeah, what?
Jimmy Butler.
What in the hell? 15 games with Jimmy Butler. What has he brought to that squad? Because they've only lost one time, I think, since he got traded there.
It's taking some pressure off Steph Curry. He gets to the free throw line. He is just another option. He's a more refined option than what they had before. So they got better. They're certainly better. Now, I look at their win streak, though. It's not like they've beaten marquee teams. They beat a lot of crap teams during that win streak. So some might suggest, who have you really beaten? Tonight will be a great test. We'll see. If the Nuggets win tonight, they've beaten the Golden State Warriors. They've broken their hearts. Remember last year, Nikola at the buzzer?
Yep.
Remember Monte Morris at the buzzer?
Bringing up Monte? That's a long time ago, dude.
Man, but we love Monte.
No, we do.
All right. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in. Listen, man, you can't. Why do you? I'm not taking this nonsense from you, chuckleheads. It's perfectly fine to read the. It's fine. It's fine. It works for me. It works. You don't need to have the piece of paper, arm's length away. It can be close, man. Anyway, you know what?
As we roll on, when we come back. Dude, I can see you reading a menu at a restaurant. I would make fun
I'm
of you.
just saying, man. Look, it's fine.
When we come back, the Mikko thing is now over. Is it over? It's over. I want to tell you all about it.
On Altitude Sports Radio. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane rolls on this St. Patty's Day Monday.
You're working all day, aren't you?
Bro, I'm doing 5.5 hours of sports talk radio, and that's even before we get to the Nugget game. I'm going to change hearts and minds. Give me your most set in stone, written by God on the 10 Commandments sports take here in Denver, and I'll change your mind by the end of the day. How about this? In honor of Vic Lombardi, how about this? I said this last week, and a bunch of people on the text line freaked out.
What?
Nikola Jokic is the greatest athlete in Denver sports history.
Greatest athlete, yes. Not greatest sports figure yet, but greatest athlete, yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Right? Like, I think we can say that, right? Over the last 30 years?
Most decorated.
John Elway was pretty damn awesome.
He's the greatest sports figure. He's the greatest sports figure.
Right, but John Elway isn't as good as football as Nikola Jokic is at basketball.
That's a true statement.
You know what I mean?
That's a true statement.
Is Cale Makar as good at hockey?
See, I think you can make the argument if you specialize. I think you can make the argument like Cale Makar is as good of a defenseman in the history of the NHL as Joker is a center in the history of the NBA. Right? You can make that argument for like Patrick Waugh too. Like Patrick Waugh as a goaltender was as good as his job as a goaltender. Although now Joker's better than both those guys.
But all around, yeah.
Do you want to make the argument that Cale's a better athlete than Joker?
Well, can you say Nikola Jokic when he's done, he'll be regarded as a top 10 player in NBA history?
Yeah, probably top 5.
Well, I'll tell you what. On the Blitz tonight, you can have all you want on that.
No, I'm just saying.
I know, because I don't want to get into that right now. But I will say this: it felt like okay. So Rantanen gets the video.
Yeah.
The Avs come away with 2 points. By the way, somebody called me
about Mikko. What did you think about Nathan's ceremony before the game? Because it felt like the fans really loved that.
Well, they should love it. I mean, his parents were out there, his fiance's out there. It's really cool.
What exactly does Cogliano do? Because it said, special assistant. Wait, was it special assistant to the GM? He's got the exact same job that Charlie Blackmon does with the Rockies. And I want to know what those two dudes are doing.
I don't know exactly what Cogliano's doing, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know exactly what his day-to-day operations are, but well, hold on a second. He's heavily involved in, learning the front office, but he's like a liaison. He does all different kinds of things, to be honest.
What is that? What Charlie does for the Rocks?
I have no idea what Charlie does for the Rocks. He's brand new. Cox has been on the job now for a year.
Okay, so he's been on the job for a year, but you still don't know what that job is.
Well, not specifically day to day. No.
All right. What's your point about Rantanen?
So we're done with this, right? So he's had his first game back in Denver. He got the video. Now he's just a Dallas Star, right? And we're not doing this crap anymore. We're not going through this anymore.
No, it's over.
Okay.
I mean, when you see him again, he plays for the enemy. He plays for the Dallas Stars, and you're going to see a lot of him come playoff time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're going to see him 5-6 games.
Yeah.
Here in a month's time,
maybe
man.
7. That's going to be a ridiculous series. I mean, we're resigned to this series. This is what it is.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely. It's full collision course. I don't know how you avoid it. When you look at the standings right now, again, Minnesota is not going away. I mean, they're still hanging out there.
Yeah, but they're not catching you unless you just completely fall off. They're not catching the Avs unless the Avs lose 4 or 5 in a row.
They're 4 points back with a game in hand.
Yeah, but Minnesota's playing terrible hockey right now, man.
Yeah, I know they're not playing great. I understand that. And they're I would say because of their injury factor, they're not going to catch the Avs. It looks like the Avalanche and Stars are round number 1. The only question is, where will that start?
Mm-hmm.
Will it start here at Ball or will it be at American Airlines Center? I don't know, but one of these teams, both of these teams right now think they can win the Stanley Cup. And pundits around the league think, you know what? Both these teams are capable of winning the Stanley Cup. Somebody's going to get bounced in round number 1. Somebody is going to get bounced right away. And
who's the better goaltender? Ottinger or McKenzie?
Ottinger's the better goaltender. He's the more proven goaltender. Come on.
Mackenzie Blackwood has not played in the postseason yet, so it remains to be seen. Yeah, so we'll give it to Ottinger right now because he's been there, done that, and he beat the Avalanche last year in round number 2. His numbers are not. I mean, he's very, very good. Don't get me wrong.
And the Avs have the more talented roster than the Dallas Stars, right?
That's a pretty deep team as well, man.
It's a pretty deep team.
No, you can't make the argument that the Dallas Stars top 6 is more talented than the Avs top 6. And you certainly can't do it from the blue line. I don't care about Miro either, man. If you want to compare blue lines.
Okay, in terms of overall scoring. No, but they've got a lot of guys who can put it in. Listen, Say what you will about Matt Duchene. The guy's more than a point-a-game guy this year. Jason Robertson's more than a point-a-game guy. Wyatt Johnston is a terrific 21-year-old center who's playing great hockey, about a point-a-game guy. Rope Hintz could be a point-a-game guy. Having him back after a two-day absence or two-game absence was big for Dallas yesterday.
I miss the stank of it, man.
Do you? Well, yeah. he's in Raleigh now, so you can miss him all you want there. But I'm glad that this got done. You put it to bed. I don't want to talk about it anymore. The crowd reacted appropriately and fine. There were a lot of Dallas fans in the stands yesterday. I know some Avs fans are wearing their green for St. Patrick's Day and all that.
You know why? Because they're here to ski. It's spring break for a lot of Texas people, so they come to Denver
really?
to
Is that
ski.
why? There was a lot of.
Well, you both have lived in Texas at one point. Is that true?
Yeah. I lived in Texas. Everybody comes here to ski.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nobody here likes those people from Texas who come to ski here in the state.
Well, I guarantee you more Texans ski than I ski, and I'm a native.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, too. I've been living here for a quarter century. I can't remember the last time I went skiing. Why are you
on your Jordache jeans?
Were you bent out of shape about talking about Mikko all of last week? It feels like you're like, I'm so glad I don't have to talk about Mikko anymore, man.
Well, I don't want to do it. I want to focus on the task at hand, and that is this team. Hopefully.
But I'm not worried about the Colorado
postseason.
Avalanche. Matter of fact, why don't you tell me why the Avs are going to win the Stanley Cup? Because I will almost guarantee you they're going to make the Stanley Cup Finals.
Well, that's a hell of a big proclamation, brother. Is there anything yesterday? I got called a homer this morning, Vic.
By?
Shocking.
Well, I know some people for
saying what?
For saying, hey, listen, 2 goals in 20 seconds. Did it suck? Yeah, it was not good. But it happens. The Avs have done that to teams on multiple occasions, right? And people are like, you're such a homer, man. They were desperate, and the Stars were more desperate late in the game. I'm like,
they were more desperate late in the game.
Yeah, listen, but the Avs dominated that game from top to bottom.
Right, until they didn't, though. That's what Bednar was saying in the postgame show. He said the same thing, where he's like, I love the way we played in the first and the second and for most of the third, but then you caught that stretch where the Stars just spent the whole time in your zone putting shots on Scott Wedgwood.
Yeah, that's because they're also a talented club and they inflict their will on you too. I mean, that's what good teams do to good teams. I mean, that's what happens. It's like saying, you know what, Jason Tatum, you had him contained until the third when he knocked down 5 straight 3-pointers. Well, yeah, that's what he does. That's why he's paid $50 million a year. I mean, these guys are paid big money to do what they did, and that is hem you in and cycle you to death and get shots on your goalie.
Why does it sound like you're nervous about the Colorado Avalanche? Me and Vic seem pretty confident about it. You're the one who seems nervous about the Avs, man.
Well, of course, I'm not nervous. But here's what I do know.
You're anxious.
Yeah, Dallas is really good. You're not facing the Kings or somebody else in the first round.
You don't have a layup.
No, you're facing. I would say Vegas is a pretty damn good hockey club. And their back end is really good.
You know what? They're not playing great either.
I can make the argument the best 3 teams in the West are in this division.
Yeah.
And one is going to be popped in the first round.
And the second one's going to be gone in the second. Like, you know what I mean? The Avs are going to have to face the Stars in the first round and probably the Jets in the second round. And who knows who's going to make it to the Western Conference Finals because of the way they set up the playoffs nowadays. And yeah, you're right. The Pacific Division can kick rocks, bro. Vegas is playing bad. Edmonton's just hanging out. And I don't trust the LA Kings, man.
No, not at all. Vic, is there anything about that game yesterday that you walk away and say, you know what? I really don't like that part. I didn't feel good about that. Is there anything that bothered you?
Not really. I'm just trying to figure out what each team does now to prepare for the postseason because, I asked you before. I said, how important is home ice against Dallas? Because you had home ice last year and it didn't work.
No.
You also lost Val, so that didn't help.
Mm-hmm.
But how important is that home ice? How much do you want to invest in making a late season run, making sure everybody plays as hard as they can to surpass Dallas to get home ice?
I think it's a carrot out there.
But is it the carrot?
It's right. It's not that big of a deal, man.
He says it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that they're entirely worried about it. I guess I am. I would like to start at Ball Arena. I gave you the stat earlier. Since the Four Nations, the Avs are unbeaten on the home ice. The Dallas Stars are unbeaten on the home ice. These teams really like playing in their joints.
Weren't the Avs great on the home ice last season during the regular season? Right? They were great. Nathan McKinnon had that crazy point streak, and what happened in the playoffs?
But you can't consider last season because you lost Val for that key series.
Yeah.
I would say if he's there, you beat Dallas and you take your chances against Edmonton, who was playing really well, but maybe you beat them again in the Western Conference Final. I don't know. But like I would argue the Denver Nuggets, if they get by Dallas, they're in the NBA Final.
Yeah, different deal. I'm having trouble trusting.
I mean, if they get by Minnesota, they beat Dallas and they're in the NBA Final.
I'm having trouble trusting anything you say because of what you said in the first segment to this show, Nelly.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, I get done with my game and I pull out my thing and I'm like, oh,
right.
no.
See, man, that's not cool.
That's not cool.
I think there's laws against that, man.
I mean, it's just unnecessary.
It's possible that's a felony.
We're talking sports.
It's all I'm saying, man. And I'm telling you right now, you would not do well in prison. You, right? Is there somebody here at the station who would do less well in prison than Moser?
You would be the worst.
You couldn't survive a week, brother. You couldn't survive 2 days in county, much less a felony charge, bro. Stop whipping it out, especially there at games. After, that's how you celebrated Avs win, man?
What did Riker say when that occurred?
By thing, I meant my phone.
Oh,
all right.
Okay, your phone. Sure.
Also, did you see the Avs did not have home ice last year because they had to go on the road and beat Winnipeg and go on the road against Dallas. Remember, they got in as a wild card. So they didn't have home ice, but they were good on the home ice last year, I think is what you were alluding to.
I was alluding to the fact they were good on the home ice of the regular season, and then at home, they lost in the playoffs. Like, the Dallas Stars beat you at home in overtime to eliminate you.
There was some circumstances behind that, though. Not having Val and that whole behind-the-scenes stuff, that changes everything. If your team is intact this year, it's a different team. It's a different makeup. It's a different feel. So I'm with Moj on that. You would love home ice, but at what expense? To me, health is way more important than home ice.
Can you, if the Avs decide to coast into the Stanley Cup playoffs, which is probably not the word to use, but you get to that final week and you decide to play a lot of guys from the Eagles, bring them up, give some guys some rest before the playoffs start. You don't think that's going to happen?
I think they're going to continue to play hockey here and just see how it all shakes out. I mean, I don't think you want to start planning on resting guys or chilling or anything of that nature. You plan on playing hockey. And again, I think one of the big determining factors, and everybody's going to be dealing with it, somebody told me that Tyler Seguin, the Dallas Stars are hoping he's back for the postseason. We'll see. I don't know what the story is with Josh Manson, but the Avs are going to need him in the postseason.
Yeah.
For
and if
sure.
he's week to week, like Coach said, maybe just wait till the middle of April when the playoffs start.
Yeah, and I'm looking up and down the Avs schedule here. This road trip is going to be difficult. You're at Toronto.
Win.
That's on. Yeah, you're at Toronto on Wednesday night. That's a national TV game. Then you're at Ottawa the very next night. Ottawa's in the number one wild card, and they're trying to get there.
Yeah, they're pretty desperate for points.
Montreal is now a point out in the East, if you can believe that.
Well, there's a bunch of teams that are trying to get that wild card.
Yeah, Detroit,
unlike in the West.
Then you're home against Detroit, the Kings, St. Louis, Calgary. These are all teams that are outside the Kings that are trying to get in, right? Calgary's on the outside looking in. St. Louis has made up some ground. So
yeah, but outside of Toronto and LA, you should beat all those teams, man. You'll be favored in all those games.
Let me explain, like I used to feel with the Nuggets. I go into every game thinking the Avs would win the game. Absolutely. Because I think they're that good. Now they're not going to. Other teams are going to play good hockey. That's what they get paid to do. But I go in very confident no matter whom they're facing, man, you got a great shot here. In fact, I guess I'll look at it from this point on. Starting with Toronto on Wednesday night, I'll look and see if the Avs are favored in all these games between now and the end of the regular season, and we'll see how it shakes out. I would say the vast majority, even if they're on the road, they're going to be a favored team. I get done with my game, and I pull out my thing, and I'm like,
stop doing that, man. Stop. This is why you've been divorced 4 times. This stuff right here, man. This is what it leads to.
What happens in the broadcast booth stays in the broadcast booth. There's a rule about that.
We'll be right back. Thanks for listening to LTV Sports Radio.
What?
Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon is live right now at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. This time, instead of filling out an entire bracket, just pick your 5 teams and you're entered. Every win is worth points, and if you pick a lower seed, the value goes up. Check out all the details on the website. The grand prize winner will get an awesome prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at Denver Chop House, a big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with the award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket.
Even if I didn't get the TV, like I'm being a person out there right now. I'm being a person.
Person?
I'm just being a person.
Even if you didn't get the TV.
Even if I didn't get the TV. Even if I didn't get 2 tickets to a Nuggets game. Even if I didn't get the Chop House dinner. As long as you gave me some Evan Williams and some Brothers Barbecue,
you're fine.
I feel like I won.
You're feeling pretty good?
Yeah, I feel like, that's. Listen, give me get a little bottle of Evan Williams, and you give me the Brothers Barbecue for me, because I know Nick and all the guys over there and gals over there, they're awesome, and Brothers Barbecue is incredibly tasty.
They are the best,
Very
and
tasty.
if you want to eat, you have to pick 5 teams and get those 5 teams most points at the end of this tournament win. I wonder how many people in this area will pick CSU as the 12 seed.
A lot, right? A lot.
Well, I thought
and then
they
they're
got
going to
a
get
bad
bounced by Memphis, and I'm going to cry.
I don't know, dude.
They could win that game,
Again,
man.
how many 12 seeds are favored? They're favored against Memphis.
Probably the only 12 seed in this tournament, right there.
They're 2.5 point
They're
favorites.
rolling. Dude, they rolled through the Mountain West tournament, man.
It just goes to show you they were not seeded properly. Some of the seeds that they're surrounded by 12 seeds, I'm like, what? This is a different team than the one we saw before the first of the year. After the first of the year, they went nuclear. I mean, they're on a win streak. They won their conference tournament for the first time in 22 years.
Friday at noon.
How good is Clifford?
They have an NBA player. By the way, let me shout out to Nick Clifford and the development and the improvement he has made year to year. When he was at CU, he was a pretty good player, a durable player, and an electric player, but he was sort of a role player. That's what he was. Transfers to CSU, takes on a bigger chunk, and still wasn't like that guy. And then last year he decided, let me go pro, and didn't like where he'd end up, so came back another season. And now just goes to show you, dude, when you work on your craft and you really put your work in on getting better at certain things, he's a very adept three-point shooter. Dude, he plays big above the rim. He scores when he wants. That guy is a first-round pick. He went from a dude who was sort of lost to a first-round pick. Kudos to him.
Yeah, he's a total stud. And it wasn't like the Rams are last-second buzzer beaters squeaking into this. They said
they're stomping teams.
They said, you know what? Oh, hey, Lombardi, we're one of the first 4 out.
Not anymore.
Yeah, let's just go run the table, win the whole damn tournament. It's great.
No, it's what's great about college hoops. It's what's great about the format. I love it.
Get on there. Not another bracket. What's it called?
Not another bracket contest.
Not another bracket contest. I want to get
Altitude Sports Radio.com/notanotherbracket.
Well, you can just go right on the front page of the website and click on it, and you're good to go. But I'm going to do mine tonight. I'm going to have to really scout. I can't win, but I think I probably will win.
Sure, you can win.
I mean, I can win, but I can't win.
Right, we're not going to give you a TV, man. You don't need a TV, first off.
Well, hold on a sec. I got a story about that. Hey,
you got a story about needing a TV?
Is it a good TV, by the way?
Yeah, man. I'm assuming it's a good TV. It's not a Kirkland brand TV, bro. I'm sure it's a...
Kirkland's all right.
No,
hey,
that's true. I do own a lot of...
Do you have a TV in your bedroom?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
How do you think I go to sleep?
Well, the TV in our room for like a year and a half has been getting more dim and dim and dim and dim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Until like you really can't watch TV anymore. And the bear goes, all right, finally, she said, we're getting a new TV.
Yeah.
Because I've been suggesting, she's like, we're fine. She's like, well, enough of this.
What a great story that is.
Yeah, that's, you know what?
Cool, Carl.
Woo, the ratings skyrocketing with that one, bro.
Thanks
you
for that
bring in the
story.
listeners,
that was cute.
my man. You know what? I have a piece of audio I want both of you to listen to.
Okay, but that wasn't the end.
No, it is the end.
Yeah,
bro.
that's it.
It's the
That's
end.
it for that story. Good
great
job,
story
Berto.
with the TV.
We got a new one, though. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, great story. Okay. So during the week last week in college basketball, we had some crazy
Thanks, boss.
endings to the contest, but there was a crazy ending to the North Carolina game that I want to get into. There was some crazy officiating in some of these conference tournaments I want to get into. But during the weekend, the team the Nuggets are playing tonight, the Golden State Warriors, were in Detroit. No, it was the Oklahoma. Sorry, it was the Oklahoma City Thunder who were in Detroit. And the Thunder ended up winning that game, and the officials handed out technicals left and right to Cade Cunningham and some of the Pistons. J.B. Bickerstaff, after the game, answered one question, said one thing, and then walked off, and here it was.
I'm extremely proud of the way they continue to compete. I'm disgusted by the way that game was officiated. The level of disrespect was above and beyond. They have a guy fall down and trip on his own teammate's foot. They review us for a hostile act. They throw an elbow to our chest, neck area. I ask for him, at least take a look at it, right? Just show us the respect to take a look at it, okay? No one would take a look at it, okay? The disrespect has gone far enough, and I'm not gonna allow our guys to be treated the way that they were treated tonight, okay? I tried to have a conversation with official. The official was arguing with Mark. I say his name one time, and he screams at me and tells me that's enough, right? We understand that we play a style of ball that's physical, it's on the edge, right? I coach my ass off with a passionate way. I'm into the games. Our players are into the games. We understand that, right? But we deserve a level of respect because we're competing our tails off and bringing something positive to this league, right? We're growing young players. Our young players are competing their tail off. The least that they could do is get the same respect that everybody else in this league gets and get refereed the same way that everybody else in this league gets reffed.
Jeez.
And enough is enough of it. And what you saw tonight was disgusting. It was a disgusting display of disrespect towards our guys and what we're trying to do.
J.B. Bickerstaff not playing around.
I love a coach that's going to fight for his team, though. I mean, that's going to be a heck of a find, Vic.
It's interesting that it came against OKC, and I know exactly what he's referencing.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before. OKC has a player who sells a lot of calls. He sells a lot of calls. And say what you want about Shea, and I love his game, but his game is also selling calls. In fact, I didn't mention him by name. I was actually referring to Austin Reeves when I brought this up with Coach Malone the other night. In today's NBA, let me ask you guys something. You played basketball at some point. If a guard comes at you 100 miles an hour and you move your body and that guard initiates contact, more often than not, you're going to get a whistle, right?
It's going to be a blocking foul.
How the hell do you defend that?
I don't know.
How do
you don't.
I asked Coach Malone that very question. Listen to his answer.
Speaking of separation, how do you guard a guard who comes 100 miles an hour, makes contact, runs around, throws a shot up, and gets...
Who are you talking about, Vic?
No one in specific.
Who are you talking?
The league has gotten to the point where the perimeter guys are coming just so hard to the rim, you need to get out of your way, or, I mean, if you initiate contact, there's always a foul, it seems.
Well, I mean, it's like the mafia, man. Every time you come up with a new law, they're going to find a loophole. In the NBA, they come out with new rules, and the best offensive players, they're going to game the system. And so, have you ever seen an NBA game where more guys do that? I mean, the snapback is like, come on, man. Like, we're going to have guys wearing, like, braces around their neck pretty soon because it's getting out of hand. But it's getting called, so why wouldn't you do it? You know what I mean? Like years ago, it was the sweep through. So all these rules, and obviously, and the league is trying to play catch up. They're trying, okay, well, how can we get this out of the game? How can we get that out of the game? But, you got a lot of really savvy players out there that understand what the rules are and how they can circumvent those rules.
All right, stop right there. I have made this case time and time and time again. People blame the league. People blame the refs. People blame everybody but who they should blame. It's on the players, guys. It's always been on the players. The elite players who game the system because they find ways to manipulate those rules. If other players see them doing it, Austin Reeves was never that way. He wasn't that way coming into the league where he pulls his neck back, but that's all he does now. That's all SGA does now. That's all James Harden did in his. It's the players. If they don't police themselves here, if they don't say enough is enough, this is never going to work. Because no matter what rule the league puts in, you see it in hockey too. You could put in rules. Players will find ways around those rules.
Yeah, but guys, guys do get dinged for embellishment in the NHL. They do.
It
hardly
happens
ever.
once a month in the NBA. I saw an embellishment the other night.
Yeah.
It was called.
Yeah.
It was called the other night in
Only
the Nuggets
because
Wizards
of
game.
because of a review. They went to review something else, and they're like, hey, look at this dude flopping.
It's the second time I've seen it all season. Twice.
Yeah. It was Jordan Poole.
Before he got injured, what was the game where there was a guard went around LeBron James and he threw himself down?
Yeah. It looked like LeBron had gotten shot.
Yeah,
and he barely got touched.
I mean, the guy barely brushed him, and he throws his head back, and he flops down to the floor. And of course, they call the foul on the player with the ball. And I'm like, come on,
Yeah, but
man.
if you don't do that and you don't get a call, then it's a competitive advantage for the other team.
I think that's what Coach
Joker
Malone was saying.
never gets calls, and it almost feels like I almost want to say Joker. Like, let him know. You know,
He's done that.
Let
He's
him
done it.
know
He's
that you
done
got
that.
hit.
Yeah, but he does that.
So, I mean, he still doesn't get those calls.
Players now are accustomed to doing. They sell calls. They yell. They snap their head back. They do it all, and it's become almost a game of theatrics.
So then, Vic, what do you suggest that they do? I mean, if the league can't fix it, how do
Just
you
don't
fix it?
call it, man. Don't call anything.
It's easier said than done.
Don't call anything.
But easier. All right, so you say don't call anything.
I mean,
do you remember the game where Russell Westbrook got poked in the eye against OKC?
Yes.
They didn't call anything?
Yeah.
Because the referee's looking at that going, God, did he really get fouled? I couldn't see it. It was too quick.
Then
So
Steve-
there's a case where they don't call anything. So
But
what
Vic,
do you do?
Then Steve Javie, of all people, Steve Javie, who was
A hater.
He was a volatile NBA referee. He's all doing the stuff for ESPN. He says, listen, a guy like Russell, he goes, I'm calling it. Essentially, he said, you got to believe the player in that situation because this guy doesn't fall. This guy isn't one of those guys.
But Javie also had the benefit of review.
Yeah.
They saw it in slow motion. The game doesn't happen in slow motion. The game happens in lightning speed.
What do you suggest?
The suggestion is simple. If the players want to erase this from the game, it starts with the players and the players only. And I don't know if players have to get together. We're making a mockery of our game here, guys. We're making a mockery of it.
Yeah, but they're not going to clean it up themselves. You're going to have to make them clean it up, right?
But
if it's
how
working,
do you make them? I don't know what you. They tried to enforce fines. That didn't work. They tried to enforce nothing works.
Yeah, they try to
Whatever the
embarrass
league
players,
tries doesn't work.
I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, Moj, you know for a fact, how excited were we for overtime hockey in the NHL? We're like, ooh, 3-on-3, this is going to be great. And what happens? And now teams game the system where they're like, let's just skate around in circles and not take a shot ever.
Last week in Minnesota, they didn't even try to score the puck.
Yeah,
So
now you have to
All
change
they
the
did was
rules
skate
again.
around. They skated
Okay.
around 200 feet of
All right.
ice for 3.5 minutes.
All right, so the league will change a rule. You can't bring it back into your zone but once, okay? They'll change that rule. They'll do something like that. And then the players will come up with something else because the players are smart. The best players game the system because they want to win the game. They want to gain an advantage.
Minnesota wanted to go to a shootout.
Yeah, and they got what they wanted, man.
Yeah, they did.
By doing exactly
God, I
what we
hate it.
don't like.
I was so mad. I just drove. Why are you playing the game? If you're not trying to score, what are you doing?
No, you're trying to force the shootout and win it in a shootout. But that's the NHL's going to have to change that rule, but I don't know how you change. Like, the NBA is the toughest game to officiate in sports, right? It's just too quick. It's too fast. I don't even know if you could use robo-umps like they're going to in Major League Baseball. You can't, right? There's so many, toss-up calls.
Yeah, the human element is.
So I don't even know how you get, because is the NBA going to officiate these playoffs tougher than they did the regular season? Are we going to, are they going to let the players play in the playoffs, or are we going to get 45 combined free throws from two teams in one game?
Well, then I'm going to barf if they do.
I mean, we're going to get a ton of free throws in some of these games, man. The Nuggets are going to run into OKC in the playoffs, and the Thunder average, I don't know, how many free throws per game do they average?
A lot.
Yeah.
20 plus?
Well, what's ridiculous about the NHL, and I've said this for years, is that I've never seen a league change its rules as much as the NHL changes its rules from regular season to postseason. So much rule changes that the overtime structure is completely different.
Yeah,
they
that's
eliminate
weird. Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, it's like a different sport.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 3-on-3 doesn't exist. It's gone.
Yeah.
Shootouts don't exist.
Yeah.
They're gone.
Moj, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm fine if they bring back the tie now. That's how much I'm done with this 3-on-3 overtime nonsense. Bring back ties, bro.
Well,
let's just let's end
That's
it.
un-American.
3-3. Let's end it. Let's go home.
That's not we don't roll like soccer, bro.
You want to play 15 minutes of overtime?
Yeah, play till you puke. Fine with me. The tie. It's like sister kiss and tie. That's what I used to call it back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's a sister kiss and tie. That's what it is. Hey, incidentally, the boss brought in this sheet.
I'm not sure.
These are the favorites who already.
These are the
these
people.
are the favorites that have come in already.
Yeah, let me put this out there for our.
I can't believe number 3 on the list. Or I guess I can.
Hey Vic, who am I? Okay, so
listen, bro. Listen, man.
Hey, listen, I'm looking here at these.
It's fine.
These are my cheaters.
Fine.
Put these on the bridge of your nose. See if that helps. Put those on the bridge of your nose and see if you can read better. Not that close to your eyes.
Is it supposed
on the
to go a
bridge of
little
your
bit
nose,
lower
right there. All right,
Yeah, right
put
there.
those
Yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
okay.
All right, let me see.
Is that better?
Yeah, this actually, that
Yes.
is better.
See? A miracle.
That does work a lot better, man. But tell them the favorites so far. Tell them the favorites
Okay, well,
so
let me
far,
check.
Mo.
Vic, you were talking about Colorado State as the 12.
The fans like them
maybe,
some CSU.
and listen, maybe it's just because we're biased here in Colorado. So here are the top teams that have been picked so far in our Not Another Bracket contest. Duke and Florida are big time. The number 3 team as a 12 is Colorado State. That's more than number 1 Houston, more than number 2 St. John's, more
That's
than
a
number
lot
1
of
Auburn.
points if they win a couple of games, though,
Oh,
man.
dude,
That's a lot of points for
because
whoever entered.
They come in as hot as any team in the country, and they're confident as hell. I love this, man. Way to go, people. Get in on the contest. AltitudeSportsRadio.com.
Look at these teams that nobody has taken. Bryant, Alabama State, Omaha, American, Utah State, and Wofford.
Hold on a second. Brett Kane. Has Brett filled his out yet? Because
I'm sure he hasn't, man. He's not awake, is he? He's not. Yeah, he's not with us right now.
When he does, you think he's going to pick his alma mater in Omaha?
No, because Brett's about winning, not about pulling on heartstrings. Brett's about getting that dub. Although listen, 50% of the field has taken Duke. That's listen, man.
Hey,
I can't get behind that.
Hey, man. What's the story with Flag?
He should be fine for the
they
tournament,
say
right?
he's going to maybe be available, but that was a bad
He
sprain.
turned it all the way over. Like Jamal got not even that.
Yeah.
But you know what? Jamal did it on Saturday.
This guy couldn't put any pressure on it. He was in a wheelchair, so I don't know. But I'm looking at CSU's bracket, guys. Again, they're favored against Memphis, even though they're a 12 seed. And then if they get by Memphis, most likely they'll have Maryland in the next round. It is not beyond reason. I think CSU can get to the Sweet 16.
And that'd be crazy. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing if they could get that done. But all right, Moser, Lombardi, and
Actually,
Kane.
I'm polling for Grand Canyon.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not.
You want to go through that whole league again? We want to take 10 minutes of our time to tell us what that league was again and all the teams in that league?
It's the WAC. It's the old WAC.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
You know what month it is? It is the month that we talk hoops. We talk about all the good stuff, and it means madness, right? Well, that's the deals at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield right now. They're going to blow you absolutely away, Moser, and they've got amazing deals right now on 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles, over 1,000. They've got 5 different manufacturers, 5 different brands, brand new, all in one spot, but a lot of others as well. And if you're looking for a new ride for the spring and for the summer, now is the time to act. You can go online and shop at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. And then get to Silterhar. It's right at Highway 36 in Wadsworth. And you'll see Greg Larson and his crew. They do an unbelievably good job. They will absolutely take care of you. It's a great, great dealership, the best I've ever worked with by a mile. So do yourself a favor. Pre-shop online, sthmotors.com, and find that new ride and cruise around in style when the weather gets warm. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. I hope you celebrated or however you celebrate St. Patty's Day.
Vic's on
other
hold
than
with his doctor, and he's got this
for a nice long time.
Yeah, St. Patrick's Day. Vic, what's that music?
It's my on hold with my doctor music.
You know what's crazy? Does the doctor have to pay for that? He's like, I need music for my hold.
Nelly,
Like,
you can do that. What, Nelly, that's a side gig for you.
You want me to do live hold music?
Yeah, take you and your take you and your saxophone
all day long, just in your house,
and just record a bunch of stuff, and then like play it on a loop for people.
It's been about 7 minutes already.
No, that's what I'm saying. We need live music. Like,
you want me to stand next to Vic and just play some sax while he's
while
waiting?
he's waiting
Yeah, I can do that.
for his doctor to answer. You know what? Speaking of Vic Lombardi,
actually, you know what, Nelly? Hold on a sec.
Oh, great.
Anytime I go in, like I have a haircut today, this afternoon. And I'm sure I'm going to get there, but I'm going to have to wait a little bit,
How
right?
often do you cut your hair?
Every 3 weeks or so. Yeah. I want Nelly to come and sit next to me and like just play his saxophone like I'm waiting music. You know what I mean? Like like I'm in the grocery store in line.
You know what
right?
this would work
waiting
for?
to check out, and I just want to hear.
Just bring the whole band.
I tell people this. Most of the waiting I've ever done in my life is waiting for interviews with athletes. Like if I added that up, it's probably 10 years of my life waiting for athletes. I need hold music while I wait.
If you had Nelly just walking around with you playing hold music,
how much would you pay Nelly and his entire brass band to just follow you around?
Sit with me and they're like, "What are you doing?" I go, "I'm waiting."
Yeah,
waiting for you guys to get dressed so I can interview you.
Right, and just big tuba and sax just standing right behind you.
I mean, if doctors can do it.
Doctors can do anything. All right, Bo Nix.
I'm turning this off.
Bo Nix, sorry, Doc. Bo Nix was at the Nugget game Friday night, and he was at the Avs game yesterday. Matter of fact, the Avs gave him ice levels. He was right there on the glass.
I interviewed him Friday night at the Nuggets.
That's what I was going to ask.
He had two of his offensive linemen with him too.
You talked to Bo on Friday. Here's the thing though. That dude started for 12 years in Oregon. He has to be a Laker fan, right? Bo has to be a Laker fan.
We found some video evidence that he does have some appeal for LeBron, but he did show up being full Nuggets fan. He was pregame. They were visiting with Nuggets players. He was all oohing and on over Nikola Jokic.
Yeah,
I think we brought him over.
Okay.
During the game, he and his buddies, Cortland Sutton, they were up in the suite. Jaleel McLaughlin was there. They also had a couple of linemen that were in attendance. So PJ Locke was there. And I asked him during the course of the game, I said, hey, did you get a chance to visit with Evan Ingram? Are you excited about this draft or this free agent class? And he said, yeah, they've been exchanging texts for a while, which leads you to believe that he played a role in helping recruit some of these guys, which is great. You want that out of your quarterback, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You want to see that.
Talked to Cortland that night, too, and he asked him the same question about Evan, and Cortland had a lot of nice things to say about Evan joining the team as well.
Well, it's going to make his job easier.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm a Broncos receiver, I'm loving that move. It's going to make your job easier if Evan Ingram can get open. Trust me on that.
Do you need to see more from Bo Nix personality-wise out in the community? Like, it felt like all last year, Bo's great. I love Bo. Bo's the man. Bo won you 10 games. But I didn't really get a lot of personality from him. He was just so focused on football this year. But it feels like he's a little more outgoing now during the offseason.
I think he should be, too, because he was a rookie getting his feet wet. He's got to find his way to Dove Valley. He doesn't know how to do that. I mean, all these different things that come into play when you're a rookie. You're going through an absolute fire hose. So now he's settled in for a year. I liked his personality as a player. I liked, him and Peyton getting after a little bit. I like that stuff. I like this guy as a dude from what I know about him. And I think it's good that he's now out and about. He got a thunder. Vic, how was he received over at the Nuggets game the other day?
Well, I mean, they love him. Clearly,
yeah, he got a thunderous applause yesterday.
Fans love him.
Yeah.
And people are mad that I didn't mention the offensive linemen that were there, but Bo's the show, man. Your quarterback shows up, he's the show. That's how it works. That's how sports work. Sorry. And the fact that he's there in attendance, it also goes to show you he's not out of town doing stuff. He's in town working with his boys, right? He's here. He's at work. And every day he's putting work in. You mentioned why he wasn't out and about last year. Well, he was a rookie last year. He didn't even know if he was going to be the starter. At this time last year, he wasn't even a Bronco. So this is his first real season with these teams, other teams. And it's great that he embraces them. It's great that he's out and about. It's great that people get to see him. The quarterback of your football team is always going to be among the most popular athletes in town. That's just a fact.
Have you ever thrown out a first pitch?
No.
Have you?
No, I want to bad.
I don't know if
Rocks, man. Now, the Rockies are never going to let you throw out the first pitch, Mose. You've been making fun of that Rockies organization for 20 years in this city.
No.
They're never going to let you throw out
Vic,
a first pitch,
who's
brother.
who's the biggest Dick Montfort defender on this program?
Brett Kane.
Brett Kane. Yeah.
No, he's the biggest Rockies honk. I said, who's the
You'd
biggest?
like that, wouldn't you?
Who's the biggest Montfort supporter? And it's me.
Okay.
I settled my piece with Dick some years ago, and that was good. We had a little discussion in the dugout. It was great. And I don't necessarily feel bad for him, but baseball is so broken. The inequities in baseball are so significant that it's ridiculous. So I have a soft spot in my heart for what they can and cannot do. Anyway, that being said, I don't know. I'd like to throw out the first pitch. Bo Nix is what I'm saying. He will throw out a first pitch.
I'm sure he will. He was tossing footballs from one of the suites into the crowd.
Yeah,
well,
that was a great throw. The throw he had yesterday was not nearly as good as the throw he had Friday
Well,
night.
that's because he was thrown back up. And by the way, he threw it right at the cameras, right? And it stopped short. But he could have hucked that thing all the way to the
That's
roof
what
if
I'm
he
talking
wanted
about.
to.
He should have, because he launched the one at the Nugget game, man. He sidearmed that thing out at the suite like it was nothing. Whoosh.
Who was that gal at the basketball game that was throwing T-shirts and she's chucking them to the...
She plays for...
That was Kelsey Plum.
Kelsey Plum. She was launching, man.
She's a basketball player, right?
Yeah, she plays.
That
she
was
just got
before
traded, right? She plays for Phoenix now.
That was before the Aces had moved to Vegas when they were still in San Antonio. So she was hanging out at a Spurs game, just chucking bombs.
Just launching, man. Yeah, that was a great arm. Great arm.
Well, anyway, Rockies.
That's what you took out of all this.
Let me get back to the real point
about
here.
the Rocks, man.
Bo Nix is going to throw out a first pitch, I'm sure. And if you ever need help, you need somebody. Typically, it's people who actually do something for the community. Somebody popular. So I don't qualify, I guess, in any capacity whatsoever.
Probably
but
wouldn't get it to the catcher. I mean, I've thrown with you. We've done this before. We've done this experiment.
Yeah, I don't trust you.
We've gone there.
I think of all of us, you'd short
You would
hop
fail.
that thing.
Yeah, and you would pull something in the process.
You'd either
hurt
put it in the
yourself.
dirt or you'd 50 cent it or you'd sky it. I do not see you throwing a strike.
You would hurt yourself.
The boss is talking to his boss right now, so he's not listening to the program. You guys are such nerds. I'm telling you right now, if I don't get my dream this summer of putting together a wiffle ball game with listeners.
You're going to throw out the first pitch at a wiffle ball game?
No, I want to play wiffle ball, period.
Oh, okay.
I will strike you out.
I thought you were going to have an entire wiffle ball league just so you could throw out the first pitch, man.
Are you on? Who would we have on the team?
Well, Brett played professionally, right? Do we call college professional?
No, he played at University of something in Omaha.
All right, so I want my dream to come true this summer. I want to have a wiffle ball weekend or wiffle ball day.
They'll let the minor league team. Like, where's the Savannah Bananas? Will let you throw out the first pitch.
Savannah sold out Carolina Stadium?
Did they?
Sold it
I saw
out.
they played a game in capes. Like, they were all wearing capes.
They sold out a football stadium, fellas. They are the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball.
It'd be much more entertaining. Somebody tried to convince me the other day, I can't remember who it was, that if you swap the Savannah Bananas for the Colorado Rockies, they'd have almost the same record. And I was like, that's a little bold, man. You're going a little far on that one.
Well, you'd have the same attendance, probably more.
You're right. Yes, the attendance would be great.
But the Bananas, so it's just a barnstorming exhibition team. Who are the guys? Because the Harlem Globetrotters could actually play some basketball, but they can never play in the NBA. Who are the guys who make up that team?
The Savannah Bananas?
Yeah.
They're probably
where do they come from?
Ex-college guys, minor leaguers who washed out. They have skill. They play baseball. They know what they're doing. Yeah. And they add a little pizzazz to it. I actually love the product. I don't know if I could do it day in, day out. I'd get bored with it. But, once a year type deal, go watch them do it. Sure. There's nothing wrong with that.
There'd become a time where you're like, okay, this is a clown show. I'm about done with it. But, when it's new and fresh, it'd be fun, man.
No problem with that.
Bring them on down. Let's do it. Mose, you're just a negative Nancy, bro. You don't like fun, man. You don't like fun.
I don't mind fun, but I just wonder who these dudes are.
The Savannah Banana guys? I don't know. There's half the guys on the Rockies I'm not going to know when they start the season, right?
No,
that's the nature of the beast, brother. Nature of the beast.
Whatever you say, man.
All right, hey Nelly, do that fact checker thing, dog.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Quickly, the Savannah Bananas actually sold out Raymond James Stadium where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers played. 65,000 people in attendance.
That's impressive. I thought they were in Carolina, but that's impressive. Any NFL stadium that can be sold out for a baseball game, whatever you call it, whatever you want to call it, exhibition, is impressive.
And then for the second part of the fact checker, Moser, I have to give you a little bit of credit because you serve as an inspiration not only to those in this studio but also to our listeners. So if you people were tuned in earlier, we had a listener who wanted to call in and talk about his solution to fixing the Nuggets defense. He said, I'm going to keep this short, and then follow that up by talking for over 2 minutes uninterrupted, barely taking a breath. So I want to say, Moser, you're an inspiration to all of our listeners.
We had money on the line. That's why I didn't jump in. I didn't want to sabotage whether or not it was good or bad.
Yeah, but did that phone call sabotage you taking phone calls ever again?
Absolutely.
It was probably the most analytic 2 minutes of the show today.
Right. That dude was actually giving out numbers and defensive positioning and all kinds of stuff like that instead of just being, well, yeah, man. Sure, there's a lot of those listening to you.
Probably.
That's just the way it goes. Is that it? Those are the only mistakes that were made today, Nelly?
Those are the only ones that I have time for. I mean, I'm only a man.
What about Moser's very first thing out of his mouth this morning?
Yeah, what did Moser say right at the beginning?
Obviously threw us off a little bit. Made for hell of a morning. Congratulations to Rory McIlroy for winning at TPC in the playoff.
I'm sure he's very appreciative of you saying that.
I don't know, man. How many were all the live guys there at the Players?
No, they don't get to play.
Yeah,
they
I don't
twiddle their thumbs there in this week.
There's something going on with live now that I don't know about, and that whole TRL thing. I know you guys love golf.
I'm not in on that.
And I love video games, but I can't get behind video game
do
golf. I don't trust it, man. I don't trust it. Not a bit. But it seems like Tiger and the crew are making a lot of money and having fun doing it. So go crazy. But I don't think it's going to
not anymore. He tore his
overtake
Achilles.
the Masters. Wait, what? He did?
Tiger tore his Achilles last week.
Yeah.
Did I not? I did
Too
not
busy
see
playing
that.
video games.
Yeah, I guess so, man.
How old do you have to be to stop playing video games?
No, I'm going to play till I die. Are you kidding me, man?
What's your go-to game?
I bet you. Well, I've switched it up. There's a lot of new games that just came out that I'm playing right now. Shout out to Avowed. Shout out to Monster Hunters Wilds, brother. I play some good. Listen, man, I bet you I've played a video game every day, almost every day for the last 40 years.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Every day?
Yeah, every
There's
day.
no way.
Yeah, it's my Zen thing, man. It's my Zen thing. Like the Nuggets lose to the Washington Wizards, I'm freaking out. I go home, I open a Coors Light, I turn on the place. You know what I mean? Like that's just what I do.
So you're a PlayStation guy.
When's the
not
last
an
time
Xbox?
did you like Moser used to play video? You used to play those racing games all the time.
I like
you guys both play, right? Or used to don't play at all?
Don't
you don't
look
play
at
at
me.
all.
I don't even know what
I
don't know
only
how to handle those controllers.
I only raced, and I quit hockey because, again, like I said, when I got some 12-year-old in Wichita smoking me and calling my mother names, my dead mother names, then I'm like, I don't need this abuse from a 12-year-old kid who's way better than me. I'm not doing it.
We're done. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We're finished.
Late. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, I get done with my game, and I pull out my thing, and I'm like,
A wild weekend in the Mile High City. The Nuggets with 3 games that you would have hoped they would have swept. Well, they win one of them against the underhanded Lakers and then find a way to get swept by the Washington Wizards. The Avs, they see their ex at the bar, and while they've won the breakup for now, we expect that to be a playoff series in just a handful of weeks. 4-3 is the overtime win as Cale Makar ends it for the Avs on the Sunday matinee. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Welcome to the show, The Morning Sprint. Alex Ryanemi, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, and you guys. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us on the Shop Mazda text line today. One price, one person, and 1 hour. Coach Sanford, first off, hi, how are you? 2, why is there an oven in your background?
Yeah, it's spring break, babe. I'm up here in the mountains, rural Colorado, somewhere. I'm not going to give the location, parts unknown. And yeah, I've got an old school potbelly stove in this cabin that we rented, and I'm mortified to use it because I don't know if the flue is open or not. And so I'm not going to try it out anytime soon.
I didn't realize that we observed spring break here, but Brett's out. You're here. You're at least working today. I appreciate that from you. Let's start with the Avs, because I want to start with the positivity and the good things that have happened. The Avs look really good. They're rolling. I know that 25 seconds went by the wayside against Dallas on Sunday. You have to go to overtime. You end up getting the win. But as I said, you saw your ex. She was at the bar, and you know what? You looked hotter.
You sure did. Man, Marty Natchez looked hotter. Mikko Rantanen, while there's a lot of emotions, and I love that split screen visual that I think it's the Avalanche official X account put out, where they showed the video montage while Mikko Rantanen's reactions were, and it was heavy. It was a heavy emotional moment, both for Moose and for the Avs faithful. And you know, you were in the building. I'd love to hear what your take was in terms of percentage of boos and cheers and jeers and whatever falls in between. But at the end of the day, it was Mackenzie Blackwood doing what he does again and denying your ex with several opportunities to find the back of the net, and just a really impressive win. I know that, Raj, you don't think that getting the second point in overtime is important, as was evidenced by our conversation, what was that, a week and a half ago?
Yep.
I think you were probably pretty excited about how this one ended by getting that extra point. Cale Makar with the tic-tac-toe, and my favorite part of that game-winning goal was how after he crossed over, he gave the old double tap on the ice for rhythm. And then just an unbelievable finish.
Yeah, the little beaver tail that you're mentioning in the overtime. But Scott Wedgwood had the start. Blackwood's been out with illness for the past couple of games.
Right.
He's been on the bench, but just hasn't been starting. He's been ill. There's no injury there, so don't worry about that, Avs fans. That little beaver tail that you're talking about right before he goes against the grain on the ice against Ottinger, what that is preemptively lifting your stick so that the defenseman doesn't come in there and make contact with the shaft. And if he does, you're not able to get that shot off. So he kind of lifts it once and twice, just kind of trying to mess with the defenseman. The stick lift goes by the wayside. Makar goes to the ice. Shot goes in. You win the game. You go home. It was as close to a playoff atmosphere as I could have imagined for a regular season game, right? It's game 68. It shouldn't really matter all that much. It is a division rivalry. Dallas is hated whether they have Mikko Rantanen or not. At the beginning of the game, you could feel the energy. It was physically pulsing inside the building, and for good reason. This was an unprecedented thing that had happened for the Avs, trading away a guy like Rantanen and having him come back into the building, no, not as a member of the Eastern Conference, but as a member of a team that you must go through in order to win a Stanley Cup championship because of how the playoffs are set up. Not 1 through 8. Now you have to go through your division. When Rantanen got the secondary assist on the first goal that hit the referee in the shin pads and was essentially the reason why they end up scoring, there were heavy boos when his name was announced as a secondary assist. I think the split coach, when they played his highlight montage that you mentioned, and that was after the first TV timeout in the first period, I think it was an 80-20, maybe a 70-30 positive to negative split, cheers and thank you for what you've done, to how dare you leave and sign the same deal in Dallas that you could have had here. I think it was, let's go 75-25. We'll split the difference right in the middle, positive to negative reaction for him. But as the game continued, you could hear some boos when Mikko possessed the puck, which actually didn't happen all that often. Like, Rantanen wasn't that big of a factor outside of a big chance in the third period that gets stopped by Wedgwood, outside of going offside in overtime, that if he doesn't go offside, Coach, I think Dallas wins the game. And I think Rantanen may actually end up scoring the goal to win the game if he doesn't go offside. He didn't really possess the puck all that much. And I think what was really nice to see is that you had this crazy arc of energy throughout the game where it hit a peak right before puck drop. And then it started to go a little bit lower. It goes back up once Dallas scores the goal. And then it drops right down after the video montage. What I learned from that is now you get to move on. Now you just get to play hockey. Now Mikko Rantanen, this wound is not open. Now he's just a member of the Stars, man. Now he's just a member of the evil empire.
Yeah, and that's who you have to get through. And I think as an Avs fan, as the Avs team, allegedly there was the meetup for dinner to bury the hatchet. Were you able to it sounds like that did happen the night before. Did that happen, Raj?
It happened. They all went to dinner, and it seems as though when Landeskog told the Spit and Chicklets guys that, we're all going to hash it out, I think that was him just kind of speaking off the cuff. It wasn't actually a meeting to sit down with the 5 families and figure out which guy that they're going to whack. It was the fellas went out to dinner. Mikko paid for it because he just got a big ticket, and that happens whether you stay or you leave with your buddies. You lose credit card roulette that day. And they talked about it. I don't think there was anything to hash out, but I'm sure they talked about it. Eric Johnson and Cale Makar all talked about how they went out to dinner. Nothing was, there wasn't any animosity there between the players, and there shouldn't have been.
No, it seems like it's all been handled the right way, and it is business. And in the business of these Colorado Avalanche, I think Chris McFarland made the right negotiation, the right business practice by bolstering this lineup. And really, if you look at the record for these Avs since a healthy and able and available Val Nichushkin has been a part of what you've seen, this team is just about unstoppable, Raj. You feel like they're on a collision course if they stay healthy, if they stay available, okay, huge if, then I think this team right now is playing as well as anybody in the NHL. And on the flip side of that, the Nuggets they're not giving you any of those same types of vibes. And so I'd love to hear what you have to think about just the run. Is it 12 wins and one draw that you lost in overtime, an overtime loss since a fully healthy Valeri Nichushkin has been back in this lineup?
Yeah, it's now 13-0-1 if you add that Dallas victory in there. He's everything to this team. And you can see how big of an impact that he had in that game, that little short side shot that he's got Brock Nelson in front. I think Jonathan Drouin playing on his wing has added a physical element to Drouin's game, which isn't always there or hadn't always been there when he was in Tampa Bay and in Montreal. He's starting to play a little bit more physical. He's going into the corners. He's winning puck battles. He's the reason why the puck ends up getting to Nichushkin for that goal, is that he goes into the hard area. He drives everything for them, man. And it was no more evident than yesterday afternoon, that if Val Nichushkin's in the lineup last year in the playoffs, I think they beat Dallas. And I don't even know if it takes 7 games. I think it's going to be a hell of a playoff series. It's a travesty that one of those 2 teams that we saw play on Sunday isn't going to be playing hockey in May. And I don't know who it's going to be. I'm confident to the point where I think the Avs can win a Stanley Cup championship. But then I've told you guys, ad nauseum, I think there's 5 teams in the West right now that are legit cup contenders. And it wouldn't shock me if any one of those 5 teams won it. And Dallas and Colorado are 2 of those 5 hockey teams. They're going to play each other in the first round, man. And you'll have empirical evidence as to what would have happened last year, right? You will know right off the first round whether or not the Avs could have gotten to a Western Conference final last year. You'll know.
Raj, when we're talking about the last 15 games that the Avs have played in hockey terms, so you just said the record since Val Nichushkin's been back. 13 wins. They're
13-0-1 their last 14 games with Val.
13 wins, 0 regulation losses. 0 regulation losses. And 1 overtime loss. Is that correct?
That's correct. In the last 15 games as a team, so that goes back to the beginning of February, in a 2-0 win against Philadelphia, the Avs are 11-3-1. Yeah, 11-3-1.
And so when you talk about Val Nichushkin as and the current state of the Avs and where they are, that doesn't happen often in hockey. Am I right in saying that? In 14 consecutive games that you do not lose a regulation game. And so what is in place to stop these Avs? What's the team? Is it just themselves? Is it the possibility of, and Raj, I don't like jinxing things. But I want to talk about the reality of what's at stake here for this team, this lineup to be fully healthy and fully available for what is going to be what I think is going to be a magnificent stretch run. And you mentioned it. Had you had Val Nichushkin against Dallas just a year ago in that postseason, it's a different series. And I think that's going to be the case for whoever is lined up, whether it's Vegas, Winnipeg, Dallas, on the stretch to getting to another Stanley Cup. There's no one more important than the availability and health of number 13, Val Nichushkin. And I believe that.
I agree with you. However, I'm not willing at this point to say that it only matters what the Avalanche do within their own club as it pertains to winning a championship. This is not the same Western Conference as 3 years ago, man. It just simply isn't. There was maybe a team that could have jumped up and bitten you. I think the Avs, I think they're good enough to win. I think they are very, very, very good. This is the best version of this team since they went 16-4 in the playoffs a couple of years ago and hoisted it. I think they could play their very best hockey. And if they go up against Dallas playing their very best hockey, I think it's a toss-up. That's how deep I think this West is, man. I can't tell you that if the Avs are on top of their game, there's nobody in the world that can beat them. The West is too good. You're going to get treated to some amazing hockey. I'm not trying to set the grounds for if the Avs fall apart or not fall apart. If they don't win this year, that I'm trying to give your excuses now. I'm just trying to tell you, man, it's a freaking gauntlet. It's a gauntlet.
You're right. The West is better than it was 3 years ago. But would you also agree that these Avs and the way they're currently constructed, think about what's between the pipes right now. Think about, did you have Marty Necas 3 years ago? Is Nathan McKinnon better now than he was 3 years ago?
Yes.
Is Cale Makar better now than he was 3 years ago?
He's probably the same.
And Val Nichushkin is, when available, he's always that kind of physical presence.
Val is better now than he was in the Cup run. He is a better hockey player now. He's a more important hockey player now than he was in the Cup run. The Avs have more center depth this year. They have more size at the forward unit. Their defensive group is not quite as good, but I don't think it's far off. I don't think it's far off. Eric Johnson was awesome.
Team. From a talent perspective, the way it's been constructed, you're pretty dang good everywhere you can be.
Yeah.
And I think and the biggest difference is what's going on between the pipes, man. I know that was a good run you had. You didn't necessarily want to long-term and have the netminder of the future in your combo that you had 3 years ago. You have that now, in my opinion.
I'm not trying to say that I don't think the Avs can win it. I think they can win it. I'm just trying to impart what I believe is truth this year about the NHL, and that is the Western Conference has 5 legit teams that if you told me they won a cup this year, I went, I get it. I understand. The Avs are one of them, but so is Dallas, so is Winnipeg, so is Edmonton, and so is Vegas.
Stay healthy, and make really good off-ice decisions, and you're holding up a cup, all right? And that's the coach in me.
Oh, yes!
It's the Morning Sprint. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Rantanen. Take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Their injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. On the other side, we'll talk about a team that, we have a little bit less confidence in. That's the Denver Nuggets as they fall to the Washington Wizards, a team with now 15 wins on the season, and 2 of them have come against the Nuggets. We'll listen to Nikola Jokic and his post-game presser on the other side. It's not another bracket contest, and it's presented this year by Evan Williams Bourbon. It's live right now, altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket. This time, instead of filling out an entire bracket, guys, just pick your 5 teams and you're entered to win. Every win is worth points, and if you pick a lower seed, the value of those points, it goes up. Check out all the details on the website. Again, altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket. The grand prize winner this year will get an awesome prize package with 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at Denver Chop House, a big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 of your friends. By Brothers Barbecue. Again, all brought to you by our friends at Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it all for the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. And Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket to enter. Have to get those in by Wednesday evening. It is open right now. CSU coach, 12 seed, despite running through the Mountain West Conference tournament. They hammered your Boise State Broncos to the point where Boise State gets snubbed out of the tournament. They're gone. Sorry. Now you only have, you get 1 or 2 teams to root for. You get Utah State and Yale.
Utah State and Yale. That's the only ones that
have fun.
Former employers of mine. The good thing is that neither one of those 2 fired me, so I can root for their basketball programs. All in, man, all in. You know what's kind of fun about the CSU when this is a team that has just been playing such good basketball as the season's progressed. I had a chance to go to a game, at Moby about a month and a half ago against San Diego State, and you could just see that this was a team that not only was destined for potential greatness in the Mountain West Conference, but I think this CSU team can do something in the tournament. I really do. I just absolutely love what Niko Medved is doing. I hope and pray that the CSU Rams can hang on to his services. There's a lot of talk about him going to the University of Minnesota, his old stomping grounds, but Niko Medved is a tremendous basketball coach. Nick Clifford is just about unguardable, and I think that the 12-5 over Memphis is a real possibility. It's always that seeding that when we're filling out our brackets for our challenges and whatnot, that 12-5 is a really enticing one to take, and particularly in the instance this year of CSU and what they've been able to do.
The 25-win Mountain West Conference champion Colorado State Rams favored in that game over the 5 seed in Memphis. That is Friday on TBS at noon Mountain Time. As of right now, and I'll just give you guys a little bit of insight here to the Not Another Bracket tournament contest. The number 12 seed, the Rammies, 37% of the current entries have the Rams as one of their 5 teams at altitudesportsradio.com. They trail only Duke and Florida, who are the overwhelming favorites right now to win the entire thing. You've got Houston in there, Auburn, St. John's as well, just trailing CSU. But the Rammies, 37% polling so far. I love that. We've got some Colorado pride here. It's good to have Colorado pride in that basketball team. The other one, well, it's waning.
I mean, I don't want to accept it, but I'm not going to get too high, too low. So I'm just going to try to be as consistent as I can.
Can you take us through the play that ends up with the George open 3 in the corner with 10 seconds left, and what you guys could have done better defensively on that?
I mean, I don't know. It was him or Sar in that moment. So it was one of those guys who was going to shoot it probably because they were in that moment probably they're both open.
What's your confidence level that you guys can defend in more than little spurts within a game? Right?
Not a lot. I mean, we didn't defend well. I think lost a lot. So I think we didn't defend well. So I don't think so that we cannot have a confidence that we can defend.
Doesn't have confidence that they can defend. And again, it's not a great loss when you have to turn around. I know it's the second leg of a back-to-back. We thought the Nuggets were invincible on those types of games. I was screaming at the television when I saw that rotation. I didn't know if it was going to be MPJ or Jamal having to go over there. Michael Porter Jr. said exactly the same thing at the end of that game. He goes, I don't know whose rotation that is. At this point in the year, if you're not understanding what the defensive assignments are, is this fixable?
Gosh, it is. It's hard to watch what you're watching right now with this Nuggets team. And know exactly what to believe. It's why it's not worth making any bold proclamations after quality wins against teams, like you have had in the last couple of weeks, and then getting swept by the Washington Wizards, who have 12 wins, 15 wins. It's abysmal. And so, yeah, from a defensive perspective, and you see what Michael Malone, he's ripping his hair out. I mean, what's going to be left of his hair after this season? Is it a buy-in problem? Is it a focus problem? Is it an energy problem? Whatever it is, there is a problem. Nikola Jokic he's echoing those very sentiments that there isn't a lot of belief, and I don't know why. And so if you were a betting man, Raj, would you put any money on the Nuggets in the postseason right now?
Not right now. Not right now. But again, I told you, I can't make the proclamations game to game. This might be the best way to go into the postseason this year for the Nuggets. Is I don't know what's going to happen, and then I get to be pleasantly surprised if they end up making a run. It's not the same thing as last year, where I walked in last year to the postseason going, they can beat anyone. And they can tamp down and play defense if they really need to. I just think they simply ran out of gas last season because they were trying so hard to guarantee home court advantage. And this year, while you're still having to press the gas pedal down because the middle of the West is so congested right now, you're not only running into the same problem that bounced you from the postseason last year. And again, there's a chance that the last 20 minutes of Game 7 were an anomaly. Still, if you played that game 10 times, did the Nuggets win 8 of them? Did they win 9 of them in that same scenario? We'll never know. You now bring to the table the fact that you kind of have to go hard at the end of the season. The final 12, 14 games of the year, you have to push if you want to play at Ball Arena. It brings into the equation the same fatigue as last year, and to boot, you're not playing nearly as good defense as you did last year or 2 years ago when you won a championship. And I just don't know if you can turn it around at this point. I kind of think you are who you are. If you score 135 points, the Nuggets can win a title every single game if you score 135.
But they're not going to do that. They're not going to score 135 points every night. And so when you do go back to the 2022 championship year and culminates in with holding up Larry O'Brien in 2023, it was defense. It was the buy-in defensively. And the thing that I don't quite understand is this is the same collection of players. Obviously, you don't have KCP, great defensive player, but you do have
Bruce Brown, great defensive player. Don't have him.
You still have, Christian Brown is a very willing and able defender. So too is Russell Westbrook. The chaos that Russell Westbrook brings to a game, a lot of it is chaos that he creates for the other teams, the offense, by anticipating and creating steals, getting his hand in deflecting balls, and then you have Peyton Watson as a guy that is a very, very willing and able defender. So I just don't buy what's different. What's really different? Is it complacency? Is it playing with your food? Because that's what I see right now. This team reminds me a little bit of what we saw with the Kansas City Chiefs, where you're like, they're 2 years in a row. You just felt like during the regular season, they're playing with your food. It didn't catch up to the Kansas City Chiefs last season in the 23 campaign. Yeah, they win the Super Bowl. 24 did.
You can hold on. You can argue that it didn't. Coach, they won another AFC championship. That is so far away from the conversation that we're having about the Nuggets right now, where you asked me if I was a betting man, if I would have put any money on them going into the postseason. I don't know right now. What that tells me is I'm not confident that they can get out of round 1 at this point. Again, I'm not making proclamations because who the hell knows what team is going to show up on the court? When it comes to the Chiefs, they didn't win a Super Bowl, but they got there. They were in the final game. That's not what we're talking about with the Nuggets right now.
I agree, but you felt like the Super Bowl was the culminating event and how it went down. That a lot of the narrative surrounding the Chiefs throughout the course of the year was this is the worst potential 16-win team in the history of the NFL. Or 15-win team.
But if I felt like this version of the Nuggets is the worst version of the Nuggets that we've seen in the championship window, let's call it the last, is that 3 years? I can extend that maybe to 4 at the very most of this core.
Yeah.
3 or 4 years of the championship window. If this is the worst version of them, and the worst version is guaranteeing a Western Conference championship, sign me up.
You take it every single day of the week and twice on Sunday.
I don't know
agree.
if that can happen.
There's definitely no guarantees because playing really, really
Don't listen to me. I'm a dumbest guy on a 2-person show.
Playing incredibly suffocating defense from a consistent perspective is your best path forward to knowing who you are in the postseason. You're not playing that right now. And so, like every game is a coin flip. It's why they're a terrible team to bet on. Frankly, if you're a betting man in the regular season, it's terrible. And Nikola Jokic knows he's the smartest basketball player in the universe. Is how you do anything or how you play in the regular season is exactly who you are. It's how you do everything. Now, my other question is Nikola Jokic able to galvanize this basketball team to play the way they need to for him in his championship window? Is that really something that drives him on a daily basis, that he cares that much about his legacy? I don't know. But it just seems like the pieces and parts are there to do what you need to do. The focus just doesn't appear to be there on a consistent basis, which I do not understand. I don't understand that. Make it make sense to me.
Here's Nikola Jokic on consistency.
How do you find more consistency, especially with this 4-game road trip coming up?
I mean, that's a question that I think will pay a lot of money to know. Answer to pay a lot of money to know. So it's something that probably every team wants to have it.
They feel lost right now, and I thought they felt lost in November. And then they turned it around and they kind of found themselves when Jamal Murray was starting to find his game after the calendar had turned, and they started to get a little bit healthier. They rattled off all those wins. I thought they found themselves again. And maybe this is just the progression of this type of season. It's a roller coaster season with the Nuggets. And maybe you're just on the downturn point of this season. Hopefully it just marries up with the playoffs and they find themselves again. Because it does feel as though they're wandering through a maze blindfolded, trying to figure out, all right, where's my foothold? Which way am I going? Maybe the blindfolds can come off, because that's kind of what's happened throughout the season. It's been up and down, up and down. Right now they're down. Maybe they're up a month from now.
What you have coming up is I think it's going to provide some answers in terms of what the Nuggets are going to do. Because, Raj, we're getting to the point in the season where you can't just snap the finger and all of a sudden you're playing really good defensive basketball in the postseason. You got the Warriors coming in, or you're going to play the Warriors, and that is going to be a tremendous identity challenge, because you've got to defend behind the 3-point line against that basketball team with what Jimmy Butler's doing. And then right thereafter, you're going to be playing the Nuggets or at the Lakers. You got the Rockets, who's been a bit of a thorn in your side. You got the Bucks. So really 3 of your next 6 games are against opponents that are you're going to find out who you are. And you need to answer that question, because I don't think that we can just hit the reset button once the postseason comes and just learn to be a really dependable defensive unit. It's not going to happen.
I still think you kind of know who they are. I don't know if learning who you are is still a thing. We've said that for 2.5 months, right? We said that about the stretch that they're going through right now. We have said that. We've said that before. What they are is an elite offensive team. You can make the argument that they're the best offensive team in the entire NBA. They are elite on the offensive side, and they are worthless on the defensive side, which is crazy because Michael Malone is a defensive head coach. That's who they are. They're great on offense. They either don't care, don't know, or aren't willing to play defense, and it's going to come to head in the postseason. If you can outscore your problems, the Nuggets will have a chance in the West. If you can't outscore your problems, they might be gone after round 1.
Outscore your problems.
I know who they are. That's who they are.
But when did we last have the conversation about this is a team that if they continue to outscore their problems, they can win a championship? It was last year's Avs. Was it not?
That's a really good point.
It was the beginning of this season's Avs until Chris McFarland said, you know what? I am going to drop a Molotov cocktail in the middle of this roster, blow it up, and add the pieces that we need to be a team that is stable in between the pipes, is going to play a better possession style of hockey, and you have more depth in your second and third lines, particularly in the center positions. You don't have that with the Nuggets. Will not outscore their problems. That's one thing I will guarantee you in 7-game series in the postseasons. If you don't make the decision to focus, you will get outscored and you will not be able to consistently outscore your problems. Nikola Jokic knows that. That's why his tone was what it was after this game yesterday.
I hope to God I have egg on my face after this, man. I really do. I just don't have the confidence in them. Maybe it changes in the next 14 games, but as of right now, I don't know what to expect, and that's the reason why I played that clip about consistency. If I don't know what to expect about the Nuggets, you can take that with a grain of salt. When the most important player on the team, the most important player on the planet, doesn't know what to expect, I'm the idiot? I'm the idiot? Take it from Nikola Jokic's mouth. Chris Armas joins us next.
Football season may be over, but you still got plenty going on. March Hoops, it's here. So get down to Circa Sports and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada for the upcoming tournament. You've got all the action, unbelievable money line splits, tight money line splits, and you also have an incredible place to watch all of the March Madness. So make sure you go to circacasino.com to make your reservations and get outside in front of the biggest pool that has the largest jumbotron in all of the United States to watch sports, catch some rays. Whether you're looking for futures on March Hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circa Sports has you covered. You can either book your hotel or download the Circa Sports Colorado app if you can't make it to Vegas, or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Laurence back to Georgie at the penumbra of the center circle. Lays over 5 yards, Owazian. Another 15 yards to the left, Rosenberry. Into the box, Omier knocked across. Harris touches it over the line. And the Rapids find themselves back out in front. Substitute to substitute, 2-1 in the 71st minute at PayPal Park.
If I tried that little foot shuffle that Calvin Harris had for the game winner, I think I fall flat on my face. I probably step on the ball, snap my ankle, and then fall flat on my face. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Rapids head coach Chris Armas, as we are every Monday morning at 10:45. Coach, first off, congratulations on the win. Second off, we'll get to the goal later. Zack Steffen.
Thank you so much.
Pardon me, Zack Steffen. What on earth was that game?
Well, it's good to be with you guys again. Thanks for having me on. Listen, I think you guys would remember last year, mid-year, when there was a lot of people on the outside. Just, anytime we gave up a goal, it was attack Zack Steffen. And, I'm on the inside, so I would know that it just wasn't an accurate or fair for Zack. But, it's just good to see him getting rewarded for the process that he has, the quality that he has. And I mean, we needed him on the day for all 3 points, but man, he's obviously with the national team right now, got called in. He left right after the game. So he's getting the rewards and reaping the benefits of all the stuff that he's put in.
You look at the career trajectory and the arc of Zack Steffen, particularly with the national team, and even being one of the more reputable young goalkeepers in the world when he was getting started and he got signed overseas and played in the Premier League. What has his journey been like? And even to get back to the point where he is not just a highly successful goalie, but also somebody that's been brought back into the player pool for the U.S. national team. How much does that do for Zack Steffen and his confidence for this club to be representing both club and country, as a member of the Colorado Rapids?
Yeah, look, the type of confidence that it can give a player, it is not much a teammate or a coach can do that a national team call-up can do. When you then are asked to be part of the very best players that the country has to go and play against the best, what other countries can come up with. So that is just a real validation where he's not the given these days, right? He's not. So for him how good does he have to be on a daily basis, weekly basis to show the national team manager, by the way, Mauricio Pochettino, a world-renowned coach, that, hey, maybe I belong at least to get a look. Which, listen, he's top goalkeeper and he's back in the mix, but he's hungry. This is where he wants to be. Now, I've worn those colors, and it's not easy to get in, and it's not easy to stay in. So yeah, there he is. And last camp he had a great game against Costa Rica, and I hope that I'm expecting him to just impress once again.
How do you reconcile a stellar game from him? And he had to be big time early. Like his first save, he makes 90 seconds into the game. He has a grade A save 3 minutes in. I think 5 or 6 saves in the first half alone. And obviously you guys get scored on right as the first half ends to tie it up. You end up coming out with a win. How do you reconcile a stellar game from him and then having to rely on a stellar game from him early on against San Jose?
Yeah, listen, we talk so much about, like I've talked to you guys about defending and getting better at defending, but when you go on the road, it's just hard. It's hard in our league, and we are a team that doesn't talk about playing differently home and away. But the truth is that certain teams put a lot more into it in their building. They had it felt like a full house. A lot of people showed up. They spent a lot of money in their offseason in San Jose, going to get Salt Lake's best player, Chicho Arango, league MVP from a few years ago, Josef Martinez, dynamic winger, one of the best in the league, Espinoza. It's just a lot for our team, which, again, we put them in a tough game. We end up winning. We got better as the game went along. But Zack was there from start to finish, and we needed him in every one of those moments.
When you look at this stretch that you've been on, it's been 21 days since you've been at Dick's Sporting Goods Park when you play this Saturday hosting Portland, but going on the road and picking up 6 points at Austin, at San Jose. How big is that for this team and for the identity of this club marching forward into what you want to achieve? And that's to be at or near the top of the table, which you now find yourself in the top 4, top 5 of the table. And then how important is it to win and continue to get those 3 points, but do it at home in back-to-back games at DSG, starting here on Saturday, and then again before the month of April when you play Charlotte at home?
Yeah, look, we love home cooking. You know, we love our fans. We love the opportunity to get in front of our fans and put on a show, right? Like that, what is this whole thing, right? Pro sports. It's about the fans. And if any pro athlete forgets that and starts thinking it's just about them, and they've lost it. You know, it is about entertainment and getting inspiring a football community, soccer community in our local community here to come out and not just come out and watch a game, but to see us attack, to go after games, to play to win in everything we do. So yeah, we're excited to get back home for two in a row. But if we're being honest, you know, for any team, for specifically us to get to where we want to get to, which is back to the playoffs and compete for trophies, we have to be able to go on the road. And we're a young team, and to do what we've done over the last few games on the road, you know, defending with everything that we got, asking everyone to chip in, having strikers like Mihalovic and Rafa Navarro suffering for the team, running back. That's what it takes. And there's a great reward waiting for those guys. But we're becoming a team that when things get tough, we can maybe be at our best, which is what any coach would want.
Coach, when you think about the significance of what just happened in this opening 4 games, this opening month of the season, did you have any clue that the Colorado Rapids had not gone through a 4-game stretch to start out a season undefeated, and just how significant that is for this Rapids club to start out the season that way in MLS regular season play?
No, I didn't know. Yeah, I'm often not aware of some of those you know, benchmarks and historic, you know, starts of a season. I'm not aware of it. I was made aware of it. I'm proud to be part of it and one of the leaders of the charge. But listen, if you know, when we take one game at a time, but man, when you look at the calendar to start the year, you say, well, we got LAFC, one of the best teams in the league, home and away. We have a home opener at St. Louis with a new coach, and then you're at Austin, full house and tough place to play. You're going to go to San Jose where they've got Bruce Arena and a big. You're like, man, look, we got to. Everyone is going to be tough, and I know that. And if X amount, if it's 4 down and 20 or 30 to go, it'll be like that. But this is what it is at our level in our league, where there's so much, you know, things that feel like in the balance. Where most games in our leagues, maybe 7 out of 10, are determined by 1 goal or less. Yeah. Let's rock. You know, we're up for it. So our guys were up for the challenge. I give them a lot of credit. The staff put a lot into it, and it was everyone chipped in for a big 3 points.
You mentioned this road success, and obviously 2 games coming up here at home. Saturday you can hear on 950 starting at 7 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio against Portland. What specifically did your team learn from the CONCACAF series against LA that they're implementing as early as, well, this last win against San Jose on the road? What did you guys learn game to game, fixture to fixture?
Yeah, I think that the way we can defend, being comfortable, being uncomfortable when you're on the road or you're up against teams with these tremendous, you know, attackers. You know, Austin spent $30 million in the offseason on roster and attackers. So against LAFC with Bouanga and types of players that they have, and now San Jose, to what we learned is that we can defend a little bit deeper, and more so that we can defend our box. You know, that we gave up 26 shots the other night. It's a huge number, but you know, from the goal zone, this area in front of our goal, it might have been 8 spot only. Like the type of quality chances that we're trying to give up, we're getting better at defending these moments, stepping out to plays. So I think it's how to defend a little bit deeper when you have to take some pressure. And those games have gave us those reps.
That's Rapids head coach Chris Armas. He joins us here on the Morning Sprint every Monday at 10:45. Don't miss him. He is courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Coach, best of luck on Saturday, 7 p.m., Dick's Sporting Goods Park. If you're not in the building, listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Coach, thank you for your time as always.
Love being on. Thanks, guys.
That's Chris Armas, Mike Sanford out there somewhere in the mountains. I'm not going to tell you where. You guys don't get to go chase him on the slopes. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Join us all day on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss a thing there, including the Altitude Daily Podcast, the very best of the #1 station in town for all sports. Avs, Rapids, Nuggets, and Broncos. We'll talk about how, well, George Payton signing your guys early. Turns out it's a good idea. We'll tell you the latest in the NFL. Special thanks to Rapids head coach Chris Armas for joining us last segment. If you miss any of the interview with Coach Armas, just search The Morning Sprint wherever you get your podcasts. You can find it right there. Coach, I mentioned before we got into the break, signing your guys right off the bat is, more often than not, it's the right way to do it. Sometimes you can get bit. Honestly, you might be able to look at the Michael Porter Jr. thing and go, well, you signed him right off the bat, and while you did get a championship in there, have the results been what you wanted that contract to turn into, right? So there's some good and bad when you sign guys early. It feels as though signing Pat Surtain II as early as they did was perfect for the Denver Broncos, because as it stands right now, he goes from making a record number as a defensive back. Derek Stingley just reaches a 3-year, $90 million extension with the Texans. Record-breaking for a corner. Pat Surtain sits as the 4th highest paid defensive back in the league now. You're on a trajectory to have that deal be as big of a steal as Cale Makar's contract is right now for the Avalanche. Am I wrong? I don't think I am. I have to believe that getting your guys under contract as early as possible when they have proof of concept, it is absolutely necessary to not only extending championship windows like the Avs have done so far, but opening championship windows like the Broncos did as early as this year. Coach, we got you? You hear me?
You got me, Raj?
Yeah, I got you.
Good to hear your voice, baby.
All right, there we go.
Yeah, this is, when you look at the numbers that are going around, particularly for the 2019 LSU Tiger football team. Have you looked at the combined contracts that have been signed between?
No, I haven't. I can't wait to see it though.
All right, the number itself is asinine, but when you think about Derek Stingley Jr. and his contract he just signed, which you wait this long, then you're going to overpay for a corner who's not even in the wheelhouse, not even in the world of what you have in the defensive player of the year, which doesn't happen at the corner position that you have here in Denver. You're paying way less for him in PS2. But a combination of these players, Stingley's deal, makes PS2 the 4th highest paid corner in the league. Will be 5th because Sauce Gardner's going to get extended. He'll end up getting more than PS2 as well. But the combined number, all right, between Stingley, Justin Jefferson, Joe Burrow, and Jamar Chase, $666 million. I coached against that team, Raj.
How'd it go?
Not great. I took the Utah State Fighting Aggies with Jordan Love, and everybody's billing this to be, well, this is going to be the Jordan Love coming out party. I'm like, have you seen what's on the other side of the football? Well, guess what?
$1 billion worth of players.
That's not even including Grant Delpit, the safety. I mean, there's over $1 billion of players on that roster. That's unbelievable. And it's just crazy to think, but I love the way that George Payton, and you got to throw in the Penner organization, the ownership group as well, in terms of when they've signed these deals, because once that salary cap number jumped up to $279 million, all of a sudden PS2's contract looks like it's a really, really good bargain. And that's exactly what they did. And so the Broncos are now in a pretty darn good financial spot coming out of the back end of certainly overpaying for Russell Wilson and what that ended up looking like. But you're coming out of that, and you've made good financial decisions. And if you do indeed find good favor with health, man, you're going to like what you've done in this offseason as well. And I think you did it because of the health concerns of Hufanga, of Greenlaw, and Evan Ingram. You got 3 players that are really impactful players for both sides of the football that if they hit because of health, you have a very, very, very good value on your roster in terms of what you've been able to do.
And if they don't hit because of health, and that is part of the conversation that must be had. You can't just go in blind and go, oh, no, there's no way that they're gonna get hurt again, right? They've been hurt in the past. There's a possibility, almost an inevitability, that they will be hurt in the future. You just hope that you don't lose guys for 75% of the season, or God forbid, for the entirety of a season. the way that they've structured these deals, you see Mike Klis came out with the actual full structure earlier this morning of Dre Greenlaw's deal. So it's a 3-year, $31.5 million deal with $11.5 fully guaranteed. In year one, he has 11.5 fully guaranteed, right? Out of the 11.5 fully guaranteed in year one. It's essentially a 1-year prove-it deal for Dre Greenlaw. You get the player for 3 years, and if it doesn't go well, if he's injured and he can't play and he's not the same guy, you can get out from under that contract and just kind of run away from it. The same thing with Hufanga. These deals aren't overpaying for free agents and then hamstringing you down the road if they don't stay healthy. I think they've structured it perfectly, getting out in front of the Pat Surtain deal to make him the 4th highest paid corner as of right now in the league against Stingley, $30 million. These are contract averages. J.C. Horn at 25, Jalen Ramsey at 24.1. You mentioned Sauce Gardner is going to end up coming over the top and likely making somewhere either between 28 and 30. I don't know if he gets over Stingley, but who knows what's going to happen with that organization up there in New York. They are, after not spending money wisely, and I still think it was they got thrown into the deep end as owners in this league, and it was told to them, you're the owners, you must pay this for this quarterback. After that one deal, name another terrible one they've made.
Bringing back Randy Gregory. I mean, not... No, I don't think it was any type of financial deal that really cash strapped you for the future. So the decisions that have been made without question in the last 2 calendar years, chef's kiss, Raj. I mean, it's as good as it gets. What I love about the deals that you just talked about that are a lot of prove it type deals for three players that have serious high end value, but still have injury questions, is that when you get the talent of Evan Ingram, Hufanga, and Dre Greenlaw, like the ceiling on those players, I would argue that those are top 4 players at their position if their ceiling and they've already done that. All 3 of those players in the last 3 seasons have really been top 3, top 4 type players at their position. And so it's a combination of getting the right type of prove-it players. None of those 3 players to me, Raj, when you look at the history, none of them look like they're washed or they're cooked or they have nothing left in the tank. They all look like if they get some just good run on what has been good recovery, particularly from Dre Greenlaw and Evan Ingram, you're going to get big time payout on those players. And you know what? You still have room. You still have room to make a move, whether it be at running back. I know that there's not a ton there. I would love to see Keenan Allen. That's the one that right now, I think you could get a really good value deal on a proven player that can move the sticks and give you size opposite, Cortland Sutton on the 3rd down situation.
Do you have to give Keenan Allen term to get him here? Or could you sign him to a 1-year incentive laden contract?
Yep. I think that's where Keenan Allen is at in his career. I mean, heck, I coached against that guy in college football 14 years ago. He's getting a little bit long in the tooth. I don't think anybody's going to give him any type of 3-year guaranteed contract.
Well, I didn't think that was going to happen for Cooper Kupp, but there we go.
And we both, ahead of that happening, did I not tell you how crazy I thought that would be for the Broncos to do that?
You more than me. And I think I ended up landing on I want Cooper Kupp here for the most reasonable deal. And once you got over that 2nd year in terms of guaranteed money, I went, all right, I'm out. I don't need that. I was in it for a 2-year deal with guarantees close to $15 million. I was cool with that. But once you got into a 3-year deal, I get very scared. It's the reason why I'm sitting here kind of happy that they didn't make the move, because they have made smart financial decisions time in and time out after the Russell Wilson experience. And I feel like I don't know, you saved me from myself by not going and signing a 3-year deal with Cooper Kupp. 1-year deal, I would have taken him. It's the reason why I love the Greenlaw deal. That Klis comes out with that. The Greenlaw deal is essentially a 1-year deal. Are you kidding?
And you can get the benefit of a long-term insofar as he hits his markers. He will be a part of this franchise, and so will Talanoa Hufanga for at least 2 years, maybe even 3. And I think that sets you up so well because I keep going back to this. When you're building a team, you want to build from the middle out. Build strong down the middle. It's the baseball analogy. And you got safety, middle linebacker. You got that solidified and nose tackle on the defensive side with DJ Jones getting long-termed. By the way, all 3 were teammates and fortified the middle of the San Francisco 49ers defense, 3-4 years ago. So you've got the opportunity on that. And now it's about building down the middle on the offensive side of the ball. You got that with Bo Nix. I think you got it with Luke Wattenberg. Did you see Bo Nix and Luke Wattenberg? And I believe it was one other, I think it was Frank Crum.
It was
from
Frank
Wyoming.
Crum. That's exactly who it was.
All 3 of them were at both the Avs games and the Nuggets games over the course of Saturday and Sunday. It seemed like a really fun time. I love watching Bo Nix sign an autographed ball and then just chuck it into the crowd. I could have done 30 of those at the games this weekend. But I think, you got Wattenberg, you got Bo Nix, and now it's all about, you got to find the running back, man. And in my opinion, you have the opportunity now, because you're fairly set everywhere that you need to be set at, to really invest in the running back. And I'd love for it to be somebody who is not dealing with tires that have a lot of wear on the tread of those tires. Love it to be a young player. And I think if I go back to it, if there is the opportunity to get Ashton Genty in that conversation to move up inside of I'd say even 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, you're in that spot. Ashton Genty hasn't been picked. You start striking up trade deals and you go get that player. And now you are built down the middle to go do something significant in the postseason.
I got to ask you, Coach, as the video's now playing behind me of Bo Nix launching a football, I don't know, probably 25 rows up. Did he throw that with his left hand, or am I just watching it in reverse? I don't think he threw with his left.
No, I mean, if he did that, it'd be really impressive.
I wish... Hold on. You're an NFL quarterback. I want you to launch that thing into section 342. I want you to Kelsey plumb the hell out of that thing.
Yeah.
What do you mean,
You got to make the decision. Like, did you see the one at Ball Arena for the Nuggets game? The Nuggets won. I like this because it showed a unique arm slot from Bo Nix. It was a little bit
okay, we're going to break down the film.
He was playing a bit more of a kind of middle infield RPO. He was a run pass option. You can pull that one up right there behind you. But he kind of showed a little Mahomesian type of arm slot change in the Nuggets iteration of the sign and send. That's what he did. He signed it and send it to the crowd. Raj, if you launch it, full arm talent.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you would have done that and say you go all the way across the arena, then you would have shut up stupid radio announcers like myself that questioned Bo Nix's arm talent.
Can you could you make it from the glass to Connor McGahee's face in press row?
If you have the ability to set your platform and get something into it, I would say just arm, probably not.
Can you get it into the section 3? Like, can you get it over club level from a standstill?
Are you saying just looking back, like going backwards? Like, so not going over the ice?
No, you stand with your back to the glass. You turn around and look at the people who are sitting behind you. From a standstill, you can get it up into the 300s.
Easily. Very easily.
See, that's what I wanted to see out of him.
Yeah,
Test
but then
these people's hands.
But Bo Nix is like, I haven't signed my second contract. If I break somebody's nose, the implications from a financial standpoint of a lawsuit, is it worth it? No. I just want to be a good steward of doing the dog and pony show of the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos and going to all the teams. Let's get him out to the Rapids on Saturday and have him launch one across the field too. That'd be great.
News from Family Sports. This from Jesse Montano tweeted out. There's a video of Gabe Landeskog doing team drills on the ice with the guys, and I have to say, I know it's a flow drill and they're just going through neutral zone passing and it's kind of a warm-up drill. Coach, he's flying. This is not the same thing as Gabe just kind of like staying on his inside edges and slowly stick handling from side to side and then chipping a puck into the net. That's damn near full speed Gabriel Landeskog. I'm gonna retweet it from the Altitude account right now if you guys want to go take a peek at it on X at Altitude SR. He is flying. That's really exciting.
So do you believe that the media campaign that really happened over the course of the last 10 days with Gabe Landeskog. Do you think that was designed to be ahead of his eventual return?
Yep, I sure do. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that without knowing that you're at least going to try and make a comeback. And it will not happen in the regular season, right? This will be a postseason experiment. If he comes back, and I do believe that's the reason why he did the thing with Kiefer and he's done the thing with TNT and went on Spit and Chicklets and all that stuff. And he's been very public facing with the hell that he's gone through for the better part of 3 years. There's no reason to be in the public eye unless there's something big coming. And I'm telling you, I'm looking at that video. He is moving.
The decision to go in front of the public was going to be one of two directions that this thing was going, in my opinion. It was going to be to get out in front of it because you know that the frustration levels are starting to get very high, and to let down the public easily, lightly. That didn't appear to be the case in any of the interviews that Gabe made, where he was talking about the likelihood of this not happening, or the challenges, like almost making an excuse ahead of time. In fact, it was quite the opposite. And I do think that now, the more information that we get and finding out that this video is surfacing, I think that we are going to get Gabe Landeskog back in the lineup, in my opinion. And man, can you imagine what that's going to feel and look like, and the emotions that are going to be in the building, even if it doesn't materialize long-term for the postseason run. How good will that feel?
It'd be unbelievable even if he shows up for a game. That I talk about playoff energy. There will not be an energy that could be matched at Ball Arena if and when Gabe Landeskog comes back and plays. And again, I just think from a financial standpoint, the only way that happens is in the playoffs. The only way. You can't field a team if he comes back and plays in the regular season. You will not be cap compliant, and they're not going to wait until next year to try and figure this thing out. Guys, I think it's, you know what? How's this? You want me to plant a flag?
Do it.
100%. Gabe
Let
Landeskog is 100% playing in the playoffs. I don't know if it's going to be a game, if it's going to be a full run. Gabe Landeskog will 100%. This is my feeling right now. Be a member of the Avalanche for this playoff run. NFL notes are next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Alex Rantanen alongside Coach Mike Sanford. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Former Rams wide receiver Cooper Kupp signed a 3-year, $45 million contract with the Seahawks on Friday. He is a Yakima, Washington native and Eastern Washington product, which is just 2 hours outside of Seattle. So he goes back home. The Broncos obviously failed in the Cooper Kupp sweepstakes, which led to him going back to Seattle. But if the Broncos had the spare money from the Russ contract available to them, do they get this Cooper Kupp deal done?
No, because I don't think it was about money for the Broncos. I don't think it was about not having the financial flexibility to go out and get the player, as we talked about going into the break. I think this was a conscious decision on if the player wants more than 2 years, we want nothing to do with him. Do you think it cost him Devontae Adams? Maybe.
I think you use the term failed in their pursuit of Cooper Kupp. I personally believe that the Broncos were very successful in setting the terms and conditions of a possible Cooper Kupp to Broncos acquisition, and it just didn't meet up, and you avoided what I think is going to be a catastrophic contract. And frankly, look at Seattle, their entire build right now. I'm just not buying it. I think Seattle's going to take a massive step backwards. Sam Darnold and an aging Cooper Kupp, that's what you've done in the offseason. Doesn't sound too good to me.
No, I don't think they failed. I think they made a conscious decision that we like what we're building internally. We're going to wait until a more robust free agent class rolls around, and we're going to hope that we find our wide receiver of the future somehow either that next year or in this year's NFL draft. I don't think they failed whatsoever. I give them a passing grade. I give them A+, stars, smiley faces, however you want to grade this report. The Broncos are top of class in the offseason. KJ?
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
The Bengals have agreed to record deals, making Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback and T. Higgins the highest paid wide receiver 2 in the league. The deals were in place all weekend, and Higgins decided to break the news on yesterday. Jamar got a 4-year, $161 million extension. T got a 4-year, $115 million extension, making them the highest paid wide receiver duo in the NFL. Let me ask you guys this. Would you guys prefer a top-heavy offense that will keep you in every single game, or a quote-unquote balanced attack like the Broncos have between their offense, their defense, and their special teams?
Look no further than last season. How did this work out for the Bengals? And they're potentially going to get worse. We'll see what happens with the ability to re-sign Trey Hendrickson. I just don't know how you're looking at a team and a franchise that paid 2 number 1 wide receivers and a top 3 quarterback in the National Football League. Are you going to be able to outscore your problems? Show me the last team that did that. I don't believe that it's there's nobody who has outscored their problems and has done a complete commitment to one side of the football and left the defense in the position where I don't see any path forward for that defense getting what they need financially and even just having an identity of doing that.
Is there a possibility that signing T. Higgins to this 4-year, $115 million extension is, let's see if this works this year? Like, hey, Joe, you get one more chance with all of your tools at your disposal to get this thing done. And if it doesn't get done, is this T. Higgins is now signed, the cap will continue to go up, wide receivers will come up for contracts, and he'll eventually get bumped down the list, much like we just saw on the defensive back side with Pat Surtain II. You think this deal is like, if it doesn't work out this year, at least we have a contract that's tradable?
Yeah, I could see that. The T. Higgins contract, I mean, if it doesn't work out and T. Higgins and the Bengals are in a position to want a deal, then I do think the Denver Broncos would be very good trade partners, maybe one calendar year from now. But man, I think about where the Bengals are at as a franchise. If they're going to fully outscore all their problems, do they draft a Ashton Genty in the first round themselves? I don't know.
You kind of got to go defense on that side, right? You've already spent your money.
I mean, they double down, man. They're doubling
but
down.
you've spent your money on the offensive side of the ball, and it's like you're not gonna commit to a run game when you've got $276 million tied up in 2 wide receivers.
They're at pick 17.
They gotta go defense, man. There's no way you can just completely ignore that side of the ball.
I'm gonna have to see
they'd be fun. They're going to be a wonderful team to watch on Sundays. It's going to be fireworks.
You're going to be channeling the ghost of Mike Leach past.
I mean, all I know is that you want a quarterback next year in your fantasy league. Joe Burrow's the guy.
He was this past year. I'll tell you that.
Keep it going, KJ.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
I don't know. Hold on before we go into the next one. Is Jamar Chase worth $46 more million than T. Higgins is?
T. Higgins is probably not going to believe that, but if you look at the body work overall, yes. I mean, I think the Broncos game and the way that the Broncos defended Jamar Chase with PS2, I mean, you see what happens. I mean, this is where the value is in having 2 number ones. What did the Bengals do? What did Joe Burrow do? He targeted T. Higgins, and how did that go? Very, very well for the Bengals and not so hot for the Denver Broncos. So there's that positive, that benefit. But at the end of the day, can you consistently outscore your problems? You're in a division that does have really good defenses, really good ground games. I just don't think you can live and survive that way over the course of an entire season in the postseason.
KJ.
Texans All-Pro cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. has agreed to a 3-year, $90 million extension, including $89 million guaranteed. That's a base salary of $30 million per season. Stingley is now the highest-paid defensive back in NFL history. PS2 signed a 4-year, $96 million contract last year, right before the 2024 season. Could we see a world where PS2 ever resets the market here in Denver? And if so, what would need to happen on the field to make that possible?
You got to win a Super Bowl, don't you, Coach?
Yeah, you do. You do. Man, when you look at this Derek Stingley contract, did he fleece that franchise a little bit? I mean, good player, but golly, putting that kind of money out there, it makes you look at PS2's contract. You're like, my gosh, is that the deal of the millennium? Because there's nobody even in the conversation right now in the National Football League for cornerback 1. And to have the 4th highest paid corner and he be the undisputed cornerback 1, I guess it's similar to Patrick Mahomes. His contract is what outside of the top 5, I believe, in terms of quarterbacks because of when it was signed. But it's just wild the amount of money that's being spent on these corners.
All right, so he's 24 right now. He's got the 4-year deal that pays him through his 29-year-old season. So the question is, can he reset the market again? He would have to reset the market in 2028, where he's got 1 more year left on his deal. They're going into the 5th and final season of what would have been an opted-into Bo Nix rookie year deal, right? In his 5th year first-round option. They would still have the money to extend Surtain again if they wanted to. However, if they have gotten to the point where they have won a Super Bowl, and that's our prerequisite here for Surtain resetting the market a second time in his career, that money's going to have to be used on the quarterback. And at that point, a Super Bowl winning quarterback in year 5 going into year 6 is going to be worth like $70 million a year in 2028. I don't know if he can do it, KJ. I think you get to reset the market once in your career, and he's already done it. He did it at age 24.
I just think that Pat Surtain's his value to this team, but also what has been an incredible amount of availability in terms of his career. He's been a guy that has I don't know. I'm going to knock on some wood, and luckily I have a wooden table in front of me up here at this cabin. I just think that he's going to be able to reset the market again because he's just that good, and he's just that available, and he's just that physical. And I think that with the salary cap increasing every single year and getting to the point in 2028 where it's asinine, I think you can reset the market with a Pat Surtain, and you can reset the market with a quarterback in Bo Nix that wins a Super Bowl. I think you get both of them done. I do.
KJ, keep it going.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
According to Adam Schefter, the Falcons will officially keep quarterback Kirk Cousins on their roster, triggering a guarantee of a $10 million roster bonus that is due in 2026. According to SpotRack, Kirk Cousins has guaranteed himself $331.6 million in 14 on-the-field seasons through 26. Tom Brady earned $332 guaranteed through 23 NFL seasons. If you're the Atlanta Falcons, what's the next step with Kirk Cousins?
That's the most expensive backup quarterback in the league, Coach. $40 million cap hit to, not play this year.
You're going to have the cap hit either way. Now you have it's going to be interesting because I've heard Kirk Cousins says and does all the right things publicly. He's the type of guy that you love in the docuseries quarterback and, the father figure that he is. I've heard that behind the scenes, he's not quite exactly what he gives off in terms of being the ultimate team player. How is a malcontent $40 million backup quarterback going to be with a Michael Penix Jr. as the starting quarterback? I think the Falcons are setting themselves up for not just what is already financial disaster, but potentially on-field and locker room disaster with Kirk Cousins around. They should have and needed to have gotten rid of Kirk Cousins and let Kirk Cousins test the market.
You kind of forced yourself into this. The only real out that you had from this contract, the place where they screwed themselves is last year, right? In last offseason when you signed him to this deal and then you went in and you drafted a quarterback in round one. You essentially, with how the deal is structured, guaranteed yourself 2 years of Kirk Cousins. So you have to deal with the cap hit right now. The roster bonus hits now that he's with the team. You can cut him next year. 2 years, $45 million dead cap hit that you can spread over 2 seasons. That's likely what's going to happen. Penix will be your starter this year if he stays healthy. Then Atlanta's going to be perfectly fine. And then you kind of do the Russell Wilson thing. You cut Cousins and you move on because you're working on a rookie deal. Now, the question comes, and this is the question about Michael Penix going into the draft. What happens if Penix gets hurt? And he only plays 4 or 5 games this year, and you have to rely upon Kirk Cousins, and you don't know if he I'm going to go worst case scenario, and I feel really bad because I like the player, and I know you do too. So I'll knock on my wood that Michael Penix Jr. doesn't have this happen to him. What happens if he blows out his knee midway through the season and you know that you're not going to have him as your starter for the majority of not only this coming year, but the 2026 season? Then you have to stick with Cousins.
That's a disaster. I mean, but that's a real possibility. And if you were looking at the negative takes on Michael Penix Jr. going into last year's draft, it was that the injury history is there and you can't talk yourself out of the reality of him being a potential liability with the injury history. Now you have a completely aged quarterback who, for most of last season, you watched that game. We got a chance here in Denver to watch this current iteration of Kirk Cousins. It was bad.
It was a statue.
It was not good. There is no space in this current NFL model to have a quarterback that just cannot get away from any form of pressure. And that's where Kirk Cousins is. So yeah, that's the disaster scenario. And if you were an odds maker, you would probably say that the odds of that happening are fairly decent, that could happen. Penix getting hurt and Kirk Cousins being the quarterback for not just the remainder of the 25 season, but potentially beyond. And is that going to be a good situation for the Falcons? No way.
Kirk Cousins, man. Does he have a nickname? Captain Kirk? That's probably the one that we got.
Kirk O'Baines, baby.
Okay.
Kirk O'Chains.
Robber Baron is what he is. 14 seasons, $331.6 million. Good on you, Kirky. Well done.
I'll tell you what, man. He is the Robin Hood. He has been stealing from the rich for the last 20 some odd years.
NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance stores. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. The brackets are set. We've got play-in games starting as early as tomorrow. CSU playing in their first game against Memphis on Friday at noon. You can watch that game on TBS, the 12-seeded Rammies. They're currently favored in that game, Coach, over the Memphis Tigers. And we have the Not Another Bracket contest this year. It's presented by Evan Williams Bourbon, and it's live right now at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. And all you got to do this time, instead of filling out an entire bracket, all you do is pick 5 teams and you're automatically entered. Every win is worth points, but if you pick a lower seed, the value for each win goes up exponentially. Check out all the details on the website. Again, altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Our grand prize this year, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at Denver Chop House, a big screen TV that we're going to buy for you, and a catered party for 30 of your friends by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all of the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk, and by Brothers Barbecue. Take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Just visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket.
Raj, am I eligible for this?
You are eligible to play. You are not eligible to win.
Okay.
You weren't going to win it anyways.
Yes, I am absolutely going to destroy everybody who does end up getting involved in this because I follow college basketball so unbelievably closely. Not true at all. Which is probably why I will win, because college basketball, how can you even follow college basketball anymore? I mean, you talk about roster overhauls on an annual basis. Speaking of college basketball, Raj, did you hear about this new tournament that's getting a little bit of steam? It's an additional tournament. So the NIT has always been the consolation prize that nobody wants in college basketball to play in. So now there's a tournament in Vegas. It's King of the Crown.
Oh, shut up.
And the CU Buffs are playing in this tournament. Tad Boyle's playing. Got his squad in this after winning 3-4 games in the regular season in the entire Big 12, and now they're in the King of the Crown after
Orange Slices and Capri Suns, Coach.
Tell you who else is in this Crowns tournament: the Boise State Broncos.
All right, there you go.
Oh, yeah. Yes. But it's a bit of an interesting model because they play their opening games, their first 2 rounds. I think it's a 16-team tournament. They play them at the MGM Garden Arena, and then the final 4 and the championship game are both at T-Mobile Arena, where your Vegas Knights play.
Why are you calling them my Vegas Golden Knights? Don't ever do that again. You're not allowed to do that ever again. Your Vegas Golden Knights? Are you kidding me?
Sometimes in between, you talk about how much you love that franchise and that style.
I've never said that. I think they're a very good team that can win a cup. I've never said I love their style of hockey.
Oh man, who's the other team that I say you love so much?
Oklahoma City. Yeah, I like teams that can win 60 games in a season. Would you rather take Oklahoma City right now or the Denver Nuggets, Coach?
The Denver Nuggets. Styles make fights. The Nuggets don't want to see the Timberwolves, and now add the Washington Wizards.
There's
teams. You do not want to see the Washington Wizards in the NBA Finals.
It's so true. There's 9 teams in the West that you look at and you're like, yeah, I don't want to see those guys. But the number 1 team, you go, hey, we've proven we can beat them twice.
Yeah, I like our matchup. I like our chances.
It's just the chaos of what the Nuggets are this year. You never know what's going to happen. You don't.
Yeah, they got some Forrest Gump box of chocolates vibes to them. There's no question about that.
Coach, from college basketball to college football, did you hear what Deion Sanders had to say about his quarterback competition?
Yeah, it's wide open. I just listened to it.
I just can't wait to see what comes to pass on the field. A couple quarterbacks are fighting for who's going to be who. We don't know. No one's getting a nod right now. We're testing both of them to see how they react to what Pat is throwing at them, and they're doing a phenomenal job in leadership. You got to understand the offensive line and some of the guys that are still here is used to a certain type of leader, and these guys, we want them. The standard is the standard. We're not going to shy away from the standard at receiver, at quarterback, or wherever have it. The standard is the standard.
A lot of talk going around about 2 quarterbacks that are vying for this job. The 2 very highly publicized quarterbacks in Caden Salter from Liberty, the transfer that comes in, and after having led his Liberty Flame team just 2 years ago to the New Year's Six bowl game against Oregon, the Fiesta Bowl didn't go great, but did have a really good season. And then Juju Lewis, 5-star, undisputed national big time recruit that comes here. He's a youngster. He reclassified a year. He skipped a year of high school essentially to be at CU. I have a bit of a hot take projection for the quarterback position at CU, insofar as the guy that nobody is talking about, and that's Ryan Staub, Staub. He is a really solid backup. He played tremendously as a true freshman when Shedeur Sanders went down with his injury against Utah. And I think Ryan Staub, as long as he's still in that building, I believe that he ends up being the quarterback at some point during the 25 season. He won't start out the year as the quarterback. That'll be either Salter or Juju. I just think that Ryan Staub's just going to kind of hang out in the weeds, lay low, and be the guy that ultimately Coach Shermer and Coach Prime end up believing in at the quarterback position.
Juju's a 17-year-old. Do you really see a guy that young starting a Big 12 football game? I don't know if I do, but in today's landscape, like, how much pressure is there to sign a guy as highly touted as that, right? With all of the money that's being thrown at these kids and all of the hype that there is coming out of high school. Like, is there really a willingness for players to sign with the program and then sit?
Oh, yeah. Just think about the very, very highly publicized quarterbacks of the last 5 years in this new portal and NIL world that we live in. Have any of them really panned out in their first couple years? Quinn Ewers? No. Arch Manning? No. DJ Uiagalelei? No. Nico Iamaleava? No. Certainly not early on as a freshman. Takes time. It takes maturation. The one thing that everybody in the college football world really wants right now, they want old, they want experienced, and they want proven at that level. And right now, that's not something that Juju can give you, right, although he sounds like a really, really talented player.
But old, experienced, and proven, maybe this is just a feeling that I have right now. With everything that's changed, old, experienced, and proven means transferred. And that's worst case for Dion if he sits a guy and then loses Juju to transfer. And then you go, well, who are the Buffs?
Yeah, it's just price playing poker in this current landscape. That's what happens. You play the best player. It gives you the best chance to be successful, because the last thing that can happen for the CU program is they take a major step backwards this year. You take a major step backwards this year, you don't love it.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Rantanen for KJ Granderson, producing the heck out of the show Behind the Glass. Tonight, 8 p.m. tip, 7:30 p.m. pregame show. The Nuggets are on the road at Golden State to take on the Red Hot Warriors. Nuggets, though, have won 6 straight against Golden State. Jimmy Butler averaging 16, 5, and 5 in his 14 games. The GSW, 7:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. We'll see if they can get back on track. Again, no proclamations with the Nuggets this year. Don't know what's going to happen game to game. See you guys tomorrow at 10.
Great weekend for the Avalanche. Terrible weekend for the Nuggets. Decent day for people that like to wear green. See, Tyler, you got a little green on your bracelet there.
I did green as a part of my yearly routine for about 21 years, and I no longer have to do that.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Do we know the story of St. Patty?
Something about the guy who's Irish, and he was drinking at happy hour, and he just was eating potatoes and said, "Yeah, how about this?"
Actually, he was actually kidnapped as a 6-year-old boy by Irish raiders raised in Ireland. He ran away, escaped, found God, and actually many years later returned to the Isle of Ireland to preach the gospel, where he ended up passing away and was canonized as a saint.
So let's get drunk.
Yeah, where does that line up with happy hour?
I don't know. Ask your heathen brother.
I have no idea. But this is the day of my people, and I mean there have been times doing radio shows by this time noon. I was 4 sheets to the wind, man. You know those classic radio shows, Scott, where you like said, "Hey, don't drink and drive," so we're gonna show you the dangers of drinking and driving.
Yeah, live on air, and you have a police officer there, and they're doing. Yeah, I had one show like that. Kind of fun.
Oh, it's fun. And then after one of them shows, we went down to Darcy's because we said, well, we got to keep this going. And I literally got kicked out of McCormick and Schmick's, where you used to live. I think you used to live in that building where that McCormick and Schmick's
I used to live right above it. Yeah, you got kicked out of there?
We were so loud and obnoxious walking into an Irish bar that I got kicked out of an Irish bar on St. Patrick's Day.
Wow.
Then I get home with the young wife, and I was loud and obnoxious, and we had a basement, a crawl space basement. And I went down there, and she locked the door behind me. She locked me in the basement so I could sleep it off.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
And that was my best St. Patrick's Day.
That reminded me of my rookie night. I don't know why that reminded me of my rookie night. Never mind. Should I tell a story or not?
Go.
Unrelated to St. Patty's Day, but you're talking about getting locked in the basement. Me and the rookies, we got to go out, pay for all the vets and everything, and me and a guy named Mitch Erickson and Corey Lichtensteiger. We're the rookies with Ryan Clady. Ryan's the big dog. He's got to pay the majority of it.
That's good.
After the night is over, we're all going to we're gonna hang out right at Eric Pear's house. That's where we're gonna get our rides after we've dropped off all the vets on the party bus and everything, and everybody needed some water. Eric made us wait outside and drink water from the hose because his wife wouldn't let us inside.
That is awesome. So this is
we waited for our rides out in the yard.
It's just a bunch of huge elephants drinking
water out of the hose.
That must have been a bunch of 300 pounds.
Literally did not let us inside.
Okay, that's a good one. Well, happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. And we'll see if you make a little history of your own. But we're just here in the studio.
That was a real jerk move by Eric.
Scott's, you know what I love about Scott, Tyler, is he loves themes. I have learned that working with you for now a year and change here.
Not quite like Mike Sanford, but he's like a mini Mike Sanford.
No, because Mike is like a 12-year-old kid who does all of his shopping at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yeah.
But Scott, you do love theme dressing. There's no doubt about it.
What does that mean? How do you?
If it's Valentine's Day, you've got a red heart tie. Yeah. If it's Christmas, it's endless for Christmas. You dressed up in a Santa suit. You've got a red suit. You're wearing green. You had to think about this because you've been traveling yesterday. You had to think to yourself, I need something green. I guarantee you on the broadcast tonight, you'll have a green tie, if not a green jacket, something like that. Right?
Green tie.
You love dressing in themes.
Maybe I didn't realize this. This is my pins and aces. Go to pinsandaces.com.
It's gorgeous.
Little three-quarter zip. It's their pimento cheese sandwich shirt. Well, right there.
Yeah.
No, but it's green. It fits the mode I was walking around San Francisco earlier this morning, and which is still morning here, and sat down at a little coffee shop and had a egg bagel and did some reading and was wearing my green.
I think that's absolutely fantastic. So, and you get to be with the Denver Nuggets. Now, listen, I have an idea for St. Patrick's. I don't know how it's going to go over because it's going to.
Maybe they should all go out drinking. Maybe that's what the Nuggets should do.
It looked like they had been drinking.
Yeah, maybe that's what they just need to embrace it, you know?
The idea here is on the Voice of the People. So if you get the app and you go to the Voice of the People, you just click on that bad boy. Can you do a limerick? A Denver sports limerick. Now, you win absolutely nothing, Scott. Keep that in mind.
We're good at that.
So I'm wondering if this is really going to click into people because it's creative and you win nothing and it's got to do with our app. So we'll see. But the concept is you give us a Denver sports limerick about like what's going on these days. So, I mean, could you do one off the top? You know, there once was a man from Nantucket.
What's a limerick?
It's AABBA. There once was a man from Nantucket. He couldn't score himself a bucket. He knew Jamal Murray and the once Murray Flurry, but the Washington Wizards told him to suck it.
Okay.
You had to write that.
I did not write that. I just did that off the top of my head.
I will say that you started off with probably the only true limerick that you've ever memorized in your life.
Maybe
with the man from Nantucket.
Maybe all of them have to start with there once was a man from Nantucket.
Yeah.
But if you can figure that out, you win absolutely nothing. And you get the app, and it's the Voice of the People thing. And the Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Now, I'm going to guess this is going to go down.
There once was a man from Nantucket who used to shoot the ball at the bucket.
Yes.
As he said to Jamal Murray, watch out for Steph Curry, and MPJ, can you finally get a ducket? I didn't want to say bucket twice.
All right. Yeah. That's close. That's not bad. It's like that. It's like that. There once was a man. You're limited by Nantucket, I suppose.
I suppose.
Name Bill Belichick.
There once was a man from Dorchester. Who loved his steaks with Worcestershire. As he picked up a knife and gave it a slice, he said, "Lord."
Yeah, boy, that fell apart. Lord. I mean, you were doing it slow to try to catch on.
Lord, can you help me?
How about there once was a hockey player named Mikko?
Worcestershire.
There was once a hockey player named Mikko. He
went to Carolina and he's Rico.
Met Uncle Rico.
He met Uncle Rico.
Rico.
He didn't like it there. So he, it falls apart. I got it.
So his career is in the air.
Yeah. And then he had to pay for dinner on Saturday. See, it's like I didn't bring it home. But see, that's
and they went to dinner with the boys, and they said, "Here's the Chico."
Is it a limerick or a limerick?
It's a limerick. It's definitely a limerick.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Why is there an E in it?
Nobody knows. It's one of those deals.
Why is there a K in knowledge?
Because how else would Nebraska know how to spell it?
Oh,
something like that. And
but see, Nebraska wouldn't realize there was a K in it.
Yeah, Nebraska's still upset about that.
Yeah, what does the N stand for on the helmet?
Knowledge. Right. Yeah. A Nebraska player said, "Huh?" But you could text it in too. We could just read it.
And the crowd exclaimed, "Give him one more chance!"
All right, so text line or the Voice of the People. We'll go for there. We'll get into Mikko in a second. We will. And it was an interesting day. And saw Bo Nix. I was like seeing Bo Nix on Friday, seeing Bo Nix on Sunday. There's a little twist there with the Bo Nix thing. I found out a little bit of a secret with Bo Nix. There's another reason why he was there.
Okay.
So I'll tell you that in a little bit. Where are we at here, guys, with the Nuggets and maybe their worst back-to-back home games of all time during the regular season? That it's going to be, and one of them's a win.
I'm just here to hear Scotty tell us to all calm down. That's what I'm here for today. Right. I'm just here to hear him say calm down.
I don't know, and one of them was a win. I don't know if you could get worse Back-to-back.
Why are you limiting it to 2? Why don't you say all 3?
You could throw Minnesota in if you want. If you want to say that's the worst homestand we've seen in 4 years, hey man, I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to get in your way if you want to make that argument. Do you want to make that argument?
That was the worst 3-game uninspired homestand the Nuggets have played since I remember.
Okay, well there we go. And we can start from there.
I asked Groke to write a limerick about the Nuggets struggling on St. Patty's Day.
That is an awesome idea.
Okay.
What did Groke come up with?
The Nuggets on St. Patty's Day flop. Their shots miss the hoop. They never drop. With green beer in sight, they can't fight the fight. A shamrock of shame in their crop.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Damn, we need. Hey, can you don't put the Dropkick Murphys because I love that song. Don't get me wrong, but give me some just old-fashioned bagpipey Dan and some old Danny Boy or Irish Eyes or
Play
Smiling.
some My Danny Boy. There you go.
Yeah, put one of them on the button bar.
Danny Boy.
The pipes
The pipes
are calling.
Are we okay to
Glen to Glen?
Is it okay to be a little bit worried about the Nuggets yet? Is it okay?
Why?
Because it feels worrisome.
So
that worries me.
Listen, they're either going to get straightened out and be good or they're not, but I don't know where that loses anybody's sleep.
Oh, my God.
Well, when I hear Nikola Jokic sounded like he's losing sleep, that makes me lose a little bit of sleep.
Actually, it was even worse than that.
It was like, he was defeated.
No, he was more like, this is who we are.
Yeah.
And this is who we've been.
Yeah.
And it was like.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great line. I did a radio show here in San Francisco just a little while ago, and I said that game on Monday night in OKC is their ceiling, and that Washington game that we saw, I don't even know what today is. Saturday night? Saturday night is their floor. There you go. And somewhere in between that ceiling and that floor is where they live. If the Knicks 15 games in the postseason, they live closer to that game in Oklahoma City, all's well. If they're going to live down around the floor, then you're probably going to see a really struggle record down these last 15, and you're probably going to see an early demise.
Yeah, it was fun. Not funny, but Yoke was like, either we'll fix this or not. Or not. We'll hear from Yoke Saturday night. He's just honest, man. He was just dropping truth bombs left and right. And it sucks. It sucks to hear it. He was wrong kind of about something. They have, for the most part, beat sub-500 teams this year. They have. But
he's also coming off the worst team in basketball, and they've lost 2 to him.
Yeah, right. That's just, unacceptable. And almost dropping a game to the Lakers, JV team. Where in the first quarter, in similar minutes, Bronny had more points than MPJ and Jamal Murray. Now, that didn't last the whole game, but I'm sitting there in the first quarter like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Like, well, what exactly is going on here? And they had significant leads in both games and gave them up. They got lucky, according to Michael Malone, against the Lakers, and they didn't get lucky against the Wizards. Mm-hmm. And everybody and their brother knew Jordan Poole was going to huck up that 3, right, Scott? Everybody knew that. Everybody knew it. And what's Russell Westbrook doing? What are you doing, bro? Like, what is going through your head? Got me.
Well, the problem is, and I've gone back and watched it, and I'll talk to some people tonight about it.
All right, well, hold that thought.
Okay.
You went back. We'll pick it up there. Congrats to the CSU Rams. Way to go. Baby. That was awesome. You just didn't win the Mountain West. You destroyed those fools along the way. And you are favored as a 12 against a 5 playing up in Seattle against Memphis. How about that? A 12 is favored against the 5. Our Not Another Bracket contest is presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. AltitudeSportsRadio.com/Not Another Bracket. This time, you don't have to fill out an entire bracket. Pick 5 teams. You're entered. Every win is worth a point. And if you pick a lower seed, the value goes up. I picked CSU. That was one of my teams. I think they're going to go on a run. Check out all the details on the website. The grand prize winner gets an awesome prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Chop House, where we'll be broadcasting for opening day, a big screen TV, and a cater party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also, Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altituderadio.com/notanotherbracket to enter. Appreciate it. Scott, we'll get to that conversation you had, and we'll give you the entire Mikko day, which was really fascinating, coming up next. How's your shillelagh? Hopefully everything is fine. If not, an erectile dysfunction is a limerick that you can't solve. I got the answer for you. That would be the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Sure, things could get you bummed out and depressed and all that because not being intimate, not having a love life, that stinks. Who needs that? Well, you don't. Not when you have the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They are there for you. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult, T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today at 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Jump around. Jump around. Jump up. Get down.
Is this old Danny boy?
This is not old Danny boy. This is Irish, though. Like most idiot Irish people, I do have a shamrock tattoo.
Of Drew Lock.
Of Drew Lock, yes. It involves Drew Lock, but I do have a shamrock tattoo of Drew Lock.
That'd be more of a Halloween tattoo, like a pumpkin head or something.
The vast majority of dumb Irish people and wife beaters have some sort of shamrock tattoo. So
Conor McGregor
or that little fighting Irish Notre Dame guy.
I wouldn't have one of those if you paid me to wear that. I don't know if Vic's got one of them. That's the annoying thing about Notre Dame people is they think they own Ireland and Irish people, and they don't. But they think they do. They're kind of obnoxious, frankly. They're not, you
The
think
Italians own you.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
You think Sully from South Boston is going to Notre Dame? Really? Seriously? How many guys in The Departed are also members of the Fighting Irish there in Indiana? Not many. That's my crew, Southie.
Can't make it to Notre Dame. Your crew can't make it.
We're gonna rob armored cars and just go back home in our same neighborhood where everybody knows.
We're gonna do another one half a mile away.
That movie, it's a great movie. It's a great movie. But boy, oh boy, you got to put your mind on rest to think about that one. Hey, why don't we go after the the guys that
the cops all know that we're the bank robbers.
Yeah, they all know we do it. Why don't we go? Hey, we robbed the armored car. Let's just go for the cookout in a neighborhood like a half mile away. They'll never catch us. Hey, let's rob Fenway Park. Dress up as nuns.
Let's get Fenway. Yeah.
We're not going to be trapped in there. It's a great idea. We'll just stick everything under the Green Monster. That's a great movie, though.
It is a good movie.
That's a really good one.
Those guys don't ever do a bad movie.
Wasn't Ben Affleck hiding a shamrock or something on the guy's neck or something? Wasn't that the giveaway?
There was a tattoo. I don't remember what the tattoo was.
Something like that?
Yeah.
All right, Scott, we'll get to Mikko here in a second. But what is your – and I got a couple of limericks here, too.
We're going to do those?
I can give you one. The Avalanche skated on St. Patty's Day in Colorado. Wait, I read it wrong. The Avalanche skated on St. Pat's Day in Colorado with luck on display. With green in their stride, they scored goals so wide. And a Shamrock-style win, hip, hip, hooray.
That's not bad.
That's not funny or anything.
There's got to be some humor in this. Let's keep it real.
No, it's got. If you're gonna play old Danny Boy or something nice and soft, then that's a nice soft limerick.
Yeah. All right. I got another one here. There once was a man from
Sombor,
New Ison. Oh, I don't see that one.
I'm reading. There once was a man from Sombor.
Well, why don't you go ahead and read yours?
You want me to?
Go ahead. Yeah.
There once was a man from Sombor, whose skill was of legend and lore. His fellows in sport, with him on the court, would lose, though much points he would score.
Well, that's sadly true.
Yeah.
See, I like that one. I like that one.
That's sadly
right,
true.
Right? We're respecting Nicola. We're keeping it real.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's not funny either. That's a little bit too close to the
really
truth.
funny.
Yeah.
That's a more of a punch gut limerick right there,
more like
right?
a real Irish limerick, sad and depressing and, like Angela's Ashes. I mean, that's the Angela Ashes of limericks right there. Here's Nicola.
Doesn't really exist that kind of thing that you can just flip a switch. So,
Do you think you can win in the playoffs like this?
yes, like we were winning the games. So we are third on the West or fourth, whatever we are right now. So we are winning. We can win, but I think that's not something that it's not how we want to win. I think it's not good.
It's not good.
It's not good.
Not good.
Sometimes
simplicity.
him reaching for the English word that he's looking for just actually hits home. It's not good.
It's not good.
I mean, right there.
We can't flip a switch. This is who we've always been.
Well, that's an interesting one that we can't flip a switch, right? Because the championship year, they flipped the switch. They did. I mean, going into the tail end, it was not feeling good, and then that switch got turned on.
Maybe, but they were defensively like 15th in the league in defense that year going into the playoffs. They ain't that this year. I think they're like 23rd or something overall. They're 29th in the first. Their defense is not as good. Let me play one more for Nicola and Scott. I want to get to your conversation.
Is that frustrating for you over the years, or is that just have you come to accept that?
I mean, I don't want to accept it, but I'm not going to get too high, too low. So I'm just going to try to be as consistent as I can.
Can you take us through the play that ends up with the George Open?
That's basically the gist of there, Scott.
Well, the George Open 3 is the one I thought was a bigger play than even Poole hitting that 40-foot.
Do you want me to play the rest of it? I can play the rest of it if you want me to.
Well,
I'm happy to do it. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll play the rest. Yeah.
Is that frustrating for you over the years, or is that just have you come to accept that?
I mean, I don't want to accept it, but I'm not going to get too high, too low. So I'm just going to try to be as consistent as I can.
Can you take us through the play that ends up with the George Open 3 in the corner with 10 seconds left and what you guys could have done better defensively on that?
I mean, I don't know. It was him or Saar in that moment. So it was one of those guys who was going to shoot it probably because they were, in that moment, probably they're both open.
What's your confidence level that you guys can defend in more than little spurts within a game?
Not a lot. I mean, we didn't defend well. I think lost a lot. So I think we didn't defend well. So I don't think so that we cannot have a confidence that we can defend.
Did he just write his own lyric?
It's just sad.
Not a lot.
But you know what? Again, and we've said it for other reasons, don't sleep on how valuable this guy is in this town. It just, if nothing more, from great sound bites that are honest. It ain't no goofing around. Ain't no pussyfooting around on what he meant. Let me go that last play, because I've really thought about it. I've gone back and had a chance to watch that play. To me, that was a bigger play than Poole, although, Poole's won the game. Poole shot a 40-footer. And I knew he was going to shoot it because he's that kind of an ego guy. He obviously has a range. But those are one of those shots, if you make it, you're a hero, and if you miss it, well, I mean, it was a 40-footer. What were you going to do?
Right.
And it's really a no-pressure shot, to be honest with you. The shot before that he's talking about right there, the one that got wide open in the corner, that's the killer. Because they call time to get it in. When they have 30 seconds, I think, is left on the clock or something like that, 31. You're up 3 points. The only thing you don't want to give up with 30 seconds now, it's under. Because remember, Denver called a timeout their last timeout, and I think it was at 20. The only thing you don't want to give up is a 3. A 2's not going to kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Because now you're going to take the ball back in if they decide to foul, make 2 free throws, or if they don't, you run a play, because it's outside the 24-second clock. You've got a chance to do what Murray did and hit the thing. That's the biggest play of the game because you gave up a 3 when a 2 does not hurt you. And you pressured out on the ball. Saar, who had hit 4 or 5, is your next rotation. Michael's got the guy that ends up hitting the shot in the corner. He goes up to Saar, and there's no rotation over. Well, if you got Joker standing outside, Saar's his guy, and he's going with Poole over here, Michael's coming up. The next rotation guy over was Jamal, whose man went to the corner. And, by the way, Jamal at that time is on a gimpy ankle. You've got Russ and his guy at the wing. Jamal's guy's in that corner on ball side. You would think that that's enough clutter that that's going to be a tough pass to go all the way from up there to the corner shot there. So Jamal's probably got to hang in the middle of the lane, and if the ball goes over, he's going to be able to get over to the 3 and hopefully at the very least chase him off the 3 to get a 2. Because, again, they score 2, you're still up 1. Depend on the shot clock. If it's, more than 24 seconds, they're not going to foul. You still hit the shot that Jamal hit. Now that Poole shot ties the game and you go into overtime. It doesn't lose the game for you. So I've gone back and watched this 6 or 7 times. You've either got to have, if you're going to play it the way you play it, that Jamal's got to hang in the middle of the lane and be ready to go to the opposite corner. Oh, by the way, on a bad wheel. Or you just switch everything, and if Joker's on Poole, he's going to be big enough to keep Poole from maybe shooting it outside, but Poole's going to go around him like that. Okay, Poole goes around him like that, blah, 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 goes up, lays up. Now you're still up 1. And again, if it's over 24 seconds, they're not gonna foul you. Murray still hits that shot like he hits it. You're up 3, and then the Poole shot doesn't matter. The play, the biggest mistake on the play wasn't just rotation and who's got the rotation. It was, why are you worried about the 2?
So just a basic game management approach.
Yeah, that to me, and yes, there was a bad rotation, and Murray went all the way outside the lane on the ball side, and you're not going to, if you're on the ball side of the lane, so divide the court right in half, ball goes over to one wing, and now you're on ball side block. You ain't getting to that 3 guy in time.
Yeah, but how about Jokic? Like, are you confident that you could stop it? No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not confident.
But again, if anything, just switch everything, and if you give up a layup, you want to be slow. You want to try to take some time off the clock if you can. But so what? They get it. Everybody stays home. You switched out. Poole goes around Joker. Bebe Bing lays up.
Hey, Scott.
You're up 1. You're up 1.
Scott. There's 14 games to go in the season. This thing is like, this is it. You're not a good defensive team. You look old defensively. And
but you're missing the entire point of this.
What's the point?
How does being old have the effect of you giving up a 2 instead of a 3?
Because you're slow.
Well, I mean, the argument about being old would be, how did they get to that point that moment mattered? I think that would be the argument for
and again, that doesn't have anything to do with old. That has to do with the mentality of a non-championship mentality.
All right, I'll back up.
Let's give you the energy. Let's give you just enough energy to win the game.
All right, so
and you know this, Tyler, that's a dangerous place to play in any sport.
So I heard. I think it was Coach before us, one of those 2 dum-dums. They actually brought up a pretty good point. It almost feels like, although the Nuggets haven't had the back-to-back-to-back championships like Kansas City had, where they were just in survival mode for a little bit, and eventually survival mode caught up to them, it does kind of feel like the Nuggets are in that mode, to your point. It's a dangerous place to be, where you feel like you're trying to give just enough to get by. And I think that right now what they're learning is they don't have just enough to coast like that. And they're not in that spot maybe they once were.
Well, especially when you're fighting for positioning, and we said this a month ago. You want to stay out of play-in, but B, you want home court advantage at least for the first round. And if you're a championship team, once you get in the second, third round, you can win road games. If you're a championship team, you win road games. But you want home court for that first round.
Do you think there's something they could literally fix defensively, Scott, or is it like Jokic said, we can't flip the switch? This is just who we are.
Well, one of your better defensive players has missed 29 games now.
Okay.
That hurts you. And you don't have I was saying about this the other day, and we've talked about this, but I want you guys to think about this. And I do this in football, I do this in everything else. To me, all the Broncos, every time we look at Broncos and Bo Nix and everything, I'm comparing them to Super Bowl 50, Super Bowl 33, and Super Bowl 32. I want to see how comparable is that team coming in this year to teams that knew how to win and did win championships, because that's our bars. The Broncos have set 3 different bar heights in Super Bowl 32, 33, and 50. Boom. That's what championship teams look like. Mm-hmm. How does this team compare to those championship teams? The Nuggets have done it all. In 2023, they won a championship. How do their other teams now come up and compare? Well, your best player is probably better now than he was even when you won a championship. What about 2, 3, 4, and 5? You lose KCP last year, and I think all of us would sit there and say right now that Christian Brown has come in, and from a 1-to-1 type player, you haven't missed KCP, right? In the sense of a start. Hold on, just in the sense of starter.
All right, let me ask you a question.
But now, all right.
Would Austin Reeves have scored 37 points on KCP?
Yeah.
He would? Okay. All right, if that's the answer, that's the answer.
But here's the difference. if KCP here, who's when KCP goes out, now you got a fresh Christian Brown on him.
Yeah, okay.
So now, and that was getting to my point.
Yeah.
Just from last year, you're always able to rotate two good defensive perimeter guys on somebody. Now, again, remember, we set the bar in 23. In 23, guess what you had the ability to do? Put three guys. You had KCP, Bruce Brown, and Christian Brown, that all three. So 2023 team would Reeves score 36 or whatever he said, 37?
Whatever it was, yeah, something like that.
No. No, because you're rotating three dudes on him all night long that are always going to be fresh. And as the game goes, guess what? His freshness went down as the game went a little bit. His efficiency went down a little bit by the end of the fourth quarter. Had that one big turnover, missed a shot. But now in 23, you're putting boom, boom, boom. You're sending three guys at him. So, no, guess what? He wouldn't have. And last year he probably wouldn't have either, but it wouldn't just been because of KCP. You're always rotating the second fresh guy on him all the time. You lost that.
There once was a coach named Malone, text line, who hated to be on the phone. He's begging for more defense, which makes very good sense. Please give him more than a bone.
Just give the dog a bone.
It's a stretch, but we'll take it. Happy St. Patrick's Day. We'll get to Mikko and Bo Nix. What do they have in common? Don't have to be drunk to hear this one. But you could. Either way, it works. It's not.
It is St. Patty's Day.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's PhD here on 92.5. Oh, come on now. I got to hear this for a little bit. God, you know what's crazy? I'd literally...
Tyler?
Well, I literally love this style of music. I really
do.
do. I honestly like it.
Yeah, it's very close to my Scottish roots.
Hey, Flogging Molly was a top 3 band of mine growing up.
Flogging Molly's great. I'm sure we'll play a little bit of them a little bit later. We'll get into... all of it's good. I love it, man. Dropkick Murphys is one of my favorite bands of all time.
Oh, Dropkick for sure.
They're awesome. I really
you
do
been
like
to the Black Roads in Nathaniel Square, Nathaniel Hall down in Boston?
Nathaniel Hall, sure. I have not been to a bar. You know, a lot of people have asked me about going out to like nightlife things, but I left Boston when I was 18, so I didn't go to a lot of that kind of stuff there. But I certainly been to Nathaniel Hall though, for sure. But I really do like that kind of music. I really do. It's so cliche, but I love it, man. I freaking love it. It's definitely. I called my parents on St. Patrick's Day.
We should do at some point today a top 5 Irish movie list. Best Irish movies.
Fun. That'd be good to do.
I'm going. You got to come a name. What was that one? Harrison Ford with Brad Pitt.
Harrison Ford, Brad Pitt.
Harrison Ford was a policeman. Brad Pitt was a PLO member or whatever they were.
I think you're getting. I think it's the one with the bomb. I think you're getting it mixed up a little bit. I don't know if it was Harrison Ford and Brad Pitt.
It was Harrison Ford, Brad Pitt, young Brad Pitt.
Oh no!
The Devil's
you know what you're thinking of? You're thinking of the band. Are you thinking of the Banshees? No.
I'm thinking of Devil's Own. Harrison Ford is an Irish cop. He's got this kid coming over from Ireland. He's living with him. They become best friends. And it turns out this guy was a PLA member and.
Oh, yeah. No, not PA. It's, oh, my gosh.
IRA.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was an IRA member, and there's a big shootout, and he ends up, it's a good movie.
Yeah, everything about Irish is just being poor or drunk or violent. I mean, my people.
Good people.
Good people.
Good people.
Good people. Just salts of the earth.
The Princess Bride, it seemed like those two little guys when they almost dead when they brought them alive, they seemed Irish.
Okay. I'm going to make a commitment to myself right now because easily on my top 5 movie list is Boondock Saints, but I probably have not seen it in 15 years. Okay. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it tonight.
It's probably about drunk, dumb, Irish, violent thugs.
Boondock Saints? Yeah. Do you not know it? I mean, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
Well, I got it.
Yes.
I nailed it. Yeah,
yes.
I got it.
Willem Dafoe steals that movie. He's fabulous.
I'll tell you the worst Irish sports movie of all time.
Sports movie?
This Irish sports movie, Celtic Pride, is maybe...
I don't know.
First of all, you have to believe in the premise that the Utah Jazz beating the Celtics is a great ending. We'll just start how stupid that is. And if you look at... If you look at the movie, you can tell they've put cardboard cutouts in the stands. Like they didn't.
Oh yeah.
They didn't edit it well enough.
Did they have Colin Quinn in it? Or,
no, it was. I think Dan Aykroyd and Damon Wayans. I think was in it.
He was the basketball player,
and it was the guy from Home Alone. You know, with the tall dude from Home Alone, the dumb guy.
Yeah. The dude that gets iron on his face.
Yes, that guy.
Well, and his one buddy's a comedic actor too. Wasn't Dan Aykroyd?
But it's not just a bad Irish movie. It's maybe the worst sports movie ever. It's so bad. It's a terrible story, and it's done awful, and it's called Celtic Pride, and in Celtic Pride, the Celtics lose. Anyways, enough of that.
That's why it's bad, Tyler, right there. Celtic.
Well, I mean, who's rooting for Utah? Okay, Mikko. We'll dive into deeper aspects of the Avs and Mikko in a second. Bo Nix was at the Nuggets game on Friday and also at the Avs game yesterday. Now, I happen to be a bit of a lurky-loo, very unintentionally. And I ran into Bo Nix.
I didn't feel set up at all, by the way. Back-to-back nights where they got jerseys prepared and everything. No way was that set up.
I'm in a hallway, and I was not trying to spy whatsoever. It was just a coincidence. And I found out there was a corporate sponsor involved.
Gee, you think?
There was. And I caught them shooting a promo video thing for the corporate sponsor in the hallway. Does that lessen anything for you about those guys being there?
All I know is my favorite part of the two nights combined is when Bo Nix and a bunch of backup offensive linemen are there.
Well, I'll be specific. It was Frank Crum and Nick Gargiulio.
Gargiulio.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
My favorite part was at the Nuggets game when Bo Nix is standing right on the sideline and our guy Nicola is doing sprints back and forth.
Yeah.
You could see Bo kind of take a step forward, like he kind of thought Nicola was coming to talk to him a little bit.
Yeah.
And Nicola just turns around and goes. And then Bo Nix does the awkward. He starts wandering. He's like, nothing happened over here. Nope, nothing over here.
He also backed up because he realized Nicola was going full speed right at him. I was standing right beside him. Cortland Sutton was with him also.
He was.
And the blonde offensive lineman.
Frank Crum. Wyoming.
Frank made it to both.
He made it to both. So did Nick.
So he comes over. He goes to the other guy, Gargiulio. Yeah. And listen, these aren't small human beings, right?
No,
these are NFL. And I see Crum lean over to either Bo or the other guy and goes, he's huge.
Well, Bo did look small. He looked really small in that court.
Frank
those offensive linemen look small too.
Well, Frank's got to be Tyler. He's got to be your height. He's one of the taller offensive tackles the Broncos.
I'm calling BS on that. He ain't my height.
I think he's around that 6'8", 6'9" territory, dude. Seriously. Frank's a tall dude.
He
6'7", just a little guy.
Yeah, I was 6'6".
He's listed at 6'7", really?
Which means 6'5.5".
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
I guess all right. Court was nice. I talked to Court Friday night a little bit. They were excited about Evan Engram.
Bo was awkward. He was awkward. He was legitimately, he didn't know what to do with himself.
Oh, that's funny. Well, do you think Nicola – wait, Dan, you got a no-dumb question? You got something? What do you got?
I think we were just about to get to it. I was just going to ask, no-dumb question, do you guys think Nikola Jokic knows who Bo Nix
No way.
is?
No way in hell. No way. I don't know if a lot of the guys on the Nuggets know who Bo Nix is, frankly. You're assuming a lot that those guys know who Broncos quarterbacks are. Seriously.
I don't know that should be assuming all too much here. The quarterback.
All right, let's go through it. You think
I would say the majority of them do not know who he is.
Michael Porter Jr. probably does because he was friends.
I bet you they know his name, but they just don't know what he looks like.
Yeah. Christian Brown probably does. Michael Porter Jr. probably does. AG is a coin flip. You know, if he cares about football at all, I'm not sure. Who else we got? Well, DeAndre Jordan knows who he is because he met him. He talked to him. He gave him the shirts and stuff.
DJ pulled the short card on that one. He pulled the short.
But here's the quote.
Oh, I guess I'll go beat Bo Nix.
So the next night, or 2 nights later, they're at the Avs yesterday. Do you know, they sat the 3 of them. And Izzy Smoke, Bo's wife, was there. That's her real name, by the way. Her real name is Izzy Smoke.
Be respectful.
And I am. I'm just telling you she was there with a couple of other ladies. But they put the 3 guys together on the glass. So it was Frank, Nick, and Bo sitting on the glass. Watch it carefully. Look at the Avalanche celebration. Look at the photo. The entire dog pile around Cale Makar happened right in front of Bo Nix. So if you look at the camera of everybody piling on, you will see Bo Nix on the glass right behind him. It's like a Where's Waldo sort of moment, but it's really cool. And they sat right on the glass. They were there for the whole game. Corporate sponsors is what got them there, but they stayed for the game. They didn't leave.
Hey,
They were there for the overtime.
When you sit on the glass, and I've only done it one time, and it was when the old Grizzlies were in town at McNichols. It's different action, dog. It's a whole different world than sitting up high. And, when you sit, especially if you're up too high, you're just watching the lanes and how everybody's cut. When you're down the glass and there's action in front of you, dude, it's like being ringside at a prize fight. It's unbelievable.
There it is. That's a great picture right there that Dan put up of Bo. Wait, it's happening literally right in front of them. And they were like little kids. I was watching them kind of, stalking them just a pinch. Here's what everybody who sits on the glass. Everybody does it.
You bang on the glass.
You start banging on the glass. Like, there's not, you feel free to just like bang on the glass. And they were doing it too. So the atmosphere was great. The crowd loves Bo Nix. He got huge ovations at both the Nuggets and the Avs game. So it was really cool. The drama there. So he was a fun sideline.
That's a pretty good life. Get paid to go to Nuggets and an Avalanche game, sit front row, get a box. Tough life.
Got to do a couple little promos. You got to shake a couple hands, but got to do a couple little interviews. Other than that, pretty fun day. No doubt about it. And this is just part of Bo, like, becoming part of the community, and he's, you know.
You know, it really does make me respect Peyton Manning all the times that he'd go to the Nuggets games and he'd sit in, like, row 7 or row 8, like just like close enough, but not quite there. You know, not trying to be the center of attention, but Rocky finds him anyways.
I think Peyton, he never went. And Peyton doesn't, there's no security or anything.
Has he ever sat on the front row?
He has. Yeah, he has for a couple of reasons. First of all, his wife has part ownership of the Memphis Grizzlies, so he's actually sat with them before.
But he's wisely sat behind the bench without any gear on.
He has sat on the floor, but he's also sat in like the 5th or 6th row. I think he's just a sports fan. And he's got kids, and they like going to games.
I've seen him there with his daughter and his son.
I have too. I have
just
not
Peyton.
Seen Peyton at an Avs game. I'm not saying he hasn't been there, but I don't recall. But he's definitely just a flat-out basketball fan. There's no doubt about it. It's kind of fun watching him too. Like, you know, like how do people socialize with him? What happens? You know, where do you go? How do you get around? But he seems to deal with it okay. He seems to deal with it just fine.
Mm-hmm.
But sitting on the glass, man, there's nothing like it to appreciate.
It's different, man.
Yeah, you can't.
I've never done it.
Never
sat courtside either.
I guess I've done both, I suppose. Courtside, I think, is pretty cool, man. Courtside is kind of weird. Like, you can't.
I went to
courtside.
That video you saw just a while ago, and so after I saw them, because I saw them go there, and I saw the linemen look at each other, and their eyes are big, and they go, dude, you see how he's huge? Talking about Joker, right?
Yeah.
So I walked over to Cortland. I've met Cortland a few times. So I went to Cortland. I said, until you get down here on the floor, people don't realize how big the Joker is. He turned around at me like we were boys or something. He went, dude, right? It's unbelievable. I mean,
and Cortland is a big football player.
Guy.
Yeah, he's a big dude, period. It's fun. I love seeing the other athletes enjoy the other sports here in town. It's fun.
A little trivia for you. Everybody knows that Cortland Sutton played for SMU.
Yeah.
Played basketball also, right?
Apparently.
Who was his coach?
At SMU?
Yep.
Don't know. Give me a hint.
Denver Ties.
It wasn't Chauncey. Denver Ties.
Larry Brown.
Oh, I wouldn't have got that. Oh, Larry Brown. Okay, maybe I should have got that.
Larry Brown was the coach. He coached him at SMU.
All right, you got to take a break. We got to give you the Mikko story. So let's go Mikko all day coming up next.
Now Cale Makar sees an opening. Makar cuts to the middle. Makar, he scores! Oh, hail Cale! It's a 3-point day for the great number 8, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because this party is over!
Believe it or not, Fatty's Big Chance, me and Andy's band, would play this song live. I played this on the drums. Not this good. Singing drunken lullabies. Flogging Molly. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you. Love it. This makes you want to just beat somebody up, right? If I could possibly beat somebody up.
Go watch Green Street Hooligans tonight.
You know, you gave me that, and you didn't tell me there was like 500 different versions of that movie.
No, just the original. Just the original.
Yeah,
did you never watch it?
No, I did, but I think I watched the wrong one, or I don't know what I did.
Oh yeah, you can't watch like Green Street Hooligans 5.
Yeah, I made that
like
mistake.
you can't do that.
All right, let's talk about Mikko a little bit. The vibe there was interesting, to say the least. Matt Duchene admitted he had butterflies in his stomach before the game. And he said Mikko handled the whole thing better than he did when he was coming back to Denver. The reception for Mikko was a mixed bag. It was there. I heard, people on the stage say, "Oh, they were saying Moose." Nah. It was a mixture. Was it more cheers than boos? I don't know. Maybe. You know what it was? You could significantly hear both. So it wasn't all out boos. It wasn't all out cheers. What was interesting is Mikko's explanation. You know that they had a press conference with Mikko. The Stars did on Saturday, which I did not get the memo on that. But okay. Here's a little bit of what Mikko, now it's a little bit long, but here's what he said on Saturday.
It was, obviously with negotiations were going on with Colorado, and 6 weeks before the deadline, we were still negotiating at that point, and I felt at that time I needed to go talk to front office, which I did, face to face. I told them I'll be flexible and I want to play here for a long time, and then a couple of days later, they traded me, so that was obviously very emotional. So it's been different 6-7 weeks for sure. And
all right, you get the idea. I don't think he's lying here, guys. Let me run.
There was one interesting point that you cut off there, though, that I thought was relevant, in which he said Carolina informed him that they were trying to trade for him. He said, "No, my focus is to stay here in Colorado." Then he said, and then Carolina went ahead and made the trade anyways, right? So I thought that was a little bit fascinating that he did get a heads up on it. He said, "No, you probably shouldn't do that. I want to stay here in Colorado," and they went ahead and made the trade.
Well, here's where I was going on that. I think the Avalanche during this negotiation, Scott, Tyler, realized whether we can figure out this negotiation with Mikko or not, we're better off trading him, period. And so I have a little bit more empathy for Mikko today than I did. I think Mikko thought, and his agent thought, this is just the negotiation process.
And we're starting high, because that's what you do in a negotiation.
And the Avalanche just realized we're just better off no matter what moving on from Mikko. They didn't want.
I think just in case, a good general manager, just in case the negotiation doesn't go well and the numbers are high,
yeah,
you probably start stirring the water in other places, and then all of a sudden that goes on for a week or so, and all of a sudden you said, dude, we can get boom, boom, boom.
We're better
boom
off anyway.
Yeah,
we might be, and if Nichushkin stays right, and that's a big key. But if Nichushkin stays right,
we're better
with
off.
What they added depth-wise, they're a better team without Mikko. But I'm not necessarily sure that's true if Nichushkin doesn't stay right.
Well, this is why from Jump Street I was a little bit defensive of Mikko because I just didn't buy it. I'd never buy, and this is no shot at the Avalanche. It's no shot at anybody in particular here. I never buy Team PR 100%. I just don't. And, sometimes you and I duke that out over Broncos stuff, and I'm like, hey, let's relax. That's one side of it here, And hearing from Mikko, it does sound, I agree with you 100%. The Avalanche just made a decision. They can get better by moving on. I do think between the two things that he said there, number one, he was kind of justifying getting out of Carolina. Like, hey, I told these guys don't trade for me. Before they ever made the trade, I told them I don't want to go there. My focus is on staying here with Colorado. Okay, well, that says two things. Number one, he probably legitimately did tell him, hey, I'm willing to play ball here a little bit. And number two, it doesn't make him feel like such a bad guy for getting out of Carolina when he told them beforehand, hey, you shouldn't make this trade.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem. He'll be hated in Carolina forever.
Yeah.
And here's how
probably more there than here. When you say
by a mile, he'll be one of the most.
In hindsight, I don't know why he should be hated here at all.
Because you're on the Stars, and then
that's what we do.
And like I said, it was a mixture of things. So here, let me just play out how the rest of the day went. Warm-ups were interesting. There were some signs. There was a vibe. There was something going on. He was flipping pucks to some of the fans during the warm-ups. Everything was kind of cool. You get into it, and it's the first TV timeout, which is usually around 13 minutes. But they just had an extraordinary amount of time where the whistle didn't blow. So you didn't have the first TV timeout. You didn't have the video tribute until you got to like 9 minutes left in the first. The tribute was great. And don't forget the day started with Nathan McKinnon being honored for 1,000 points, and Gabe Landeskog came out, and Cogs came out, and his parents were there, and he got a super silver stick, and Cogliano almost slipped and fell on the ice when he was getting on the ice. That was pretty funny. And so there was a lot. They
busted his rear for that one.
That would have been hysterical. There was a lot of emotion going into that tribute. Like everything in the building felt like it was building to the inevitable tribute. And the tribute came, and their production people down there at Ball Arena, they always do a great job with it, and they did for this as well. And you had your heartfelt moment where you heard a smattering of boos with mostly applause. And you saw Mikko get emotional. And guess what happened after that? It was a hockey game. And he was on the other team. And Duchesne still gets booed every time they hate him. But Mikko's not in that reign. Now, we're not cheering for him because he's on the other team.
Yeah, I get that.
But we're just like kind of anti-Mikko like you'd be anti any player on another team. So they're not going to go overboard cheering for the dude, but he's not nearly going to be handled like Duchesne is still to this day. And Jared Bednar said afterwards, guys, life moves on. And that's kind of what that game was all about. Life moving on.
Let me ask you this right here, no dumb question. Does Duchesne's career with the Avalanche last longer if Patrick Wall wasn't the coach?
I don't know. I just wasn't covering the team as close back then, so I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I'm not sure. You tell me, whatever your opinion is on that.
Well, I mean, remember when he scored his 30th goal or whatever it was, which is semi-milestone in that one year, but it was in a 5-2 loss, and he threw his arms up in the air when he scored it, and Patrick Wall just ripped him after. We're celebrating 30 goals, we're getting our butts kicked, and and I thought that was like the end right there. I thought that catapult. I mean, first of all, he's probably young and still immature.
I think that was what it was. To me, Duchesne was a lot like Brian Greasy. Like, while he was here, he was young. He probably did things that he wouldn't do again. Grease is one of the best guys anybody will ever meet, ever. The guy's unbelievable, but Absolutely. He was a heel. By the way, very subtle moment. But after the tribute video, do you know what music was played inside of the arena? Stone Cold Steve Austin's theme.
They listened to the show.
They listened to the show. They played the heel turn music. It was so great and so subtle.
They didn't want to do John Cena because that would just be like, hey, we're directly
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I misspoke. John Cena. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Not Stone Cold. Sorry, that's my bad. They play the John Cena music. They played the heel. They copied us, or they were inspired by us, or I mean,
they listened to the show.
That would be a kind of ridiculous coincidence, wouldn't it? I'm gonna take a little credit.
It was
for
a
that
big
one.
deal that John Cena went heel, though.
Yeah. So but nobody else would know that. That was definitely like, so they played that. So that was kind of cool. I thought that was kind of fun.
I'm glad that Mikko had a chance to speak. I am. Because I think it lessens the blow here a little bit. I think you've got every reason to have sports dislike. He no longer plays for you. I get it. But I do think we're at a point that you've heard both sides of the story. The truth is probably somewhere in between from both sides, quite frankly. I'm not saying that everything that Mikko said was accurate, but the truth's probably somewhere in between, and it's not as bad as what it seemed.
All right, Dan, you've got that sound. We'll hear that coming up. Plus, what was up with the dinner? What's the truth behind the whole, air it out dinner? We'll tell you what they were talking about afterwards coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here, my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. If you're struggling with hair loss, just make a commitment. Commit to yourself to call Advanced Hair, and you're going to get your hair back. It can be as simple as that. When you call Advanced Hair Restoration, ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like their Advanced FUE. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. You're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. She's the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. What I love about Advanced Hair is that they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee there, folks. Matter of fact, your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. You got no time to waste. Pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
The drunken sailor, what do you do with the drunken sailor early in the morning?
Oh, my God. Who's this, Dan? Is this like the Rovers or something?
Belly with a rusty
Yeah,
razor, shave
Irish
his belly
Rovers.
with a rusty razor in the morning.
Is it really the Rovers? I was just taking.
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is this in sync or is this
This is the Rovers.
Backstreet Boys.
98 degrees?
Oh, 98 degrees. Good poll. Nick Lachey.
I can remember Backstreet Boys, but I can remember 98 degrees. What does that say?
I don't know. You got a problem there.
Jessica Simpson's coming back, by the way.
Coming
like
back to,
Jessica
for
Simpson.
what?
Performing. She's
What?
coming back.
To perform?
Yeah.
Perform what?
Yeah.
Music?
Stuff.
Oh.
She could actually sing.
Her sister had some problems with that Saturday Night Live performance, with the lip
Was that
syncing.
her? Or was
Oh, it was her
that,
sister. Yeah, Ashley.
That was Brit. I thought that was Brittany.
Nope. Ashley Simpson. Guarantee you.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about. Well,
Don't worry about it. It's all right.
Sort of work.
We'll get to the Mikko stuff here just in a second with the dinner. Gabe Landeskog was out skating pretty full
Pretty
tilt
decent.
today. I think, how about this for a hot take? My big hot take, conspiracy theory. We were wondering, why are they releasing this documentary now about Gabe? And then you think of the timing of it. The second episode just came out yesterday. There's 3 more episodes to go. The end of the season is in the second week of April. Is it possible, fellers, that the reason why they released it when they released it and Gabe wanted it out is because the conclusion of this documentary is real life when he comes back for the playoffs for the Avalanche? Now, let me ask you a question. Would you rather have Gabe Landeskog and just give it a shot in the playoffs, or have Jack Drury, Joel Kiviranta, or Parker Kelly? Because Coyle, O'Connor, and Colton ain't going anywhere. Miles Wood isn't seeing the ice anytime soon. They've already deemed him whatever. I don't know when he's going to play next. It's Kiviranta, Drury, or Kelly. Or would you rather have Gabe Landeskog?
Here's the irony of the question, is that there was a point in time that if you would have asked me that, it'd be like, wow, we just need the spark. We just need to hear the roar of the, if we could just even hear the roar of the crowd when Gabe gets out there on that ice, man, can you imagine the spark that's going to give this team? And right now you're like, damn, we got to like this squad. We got to like them boys that are out there right now. Doesn't really feel like you necessarily need the spark of Gabe Landeskog returning.
It's just one of those 3 guys. Kelly, Kiviranta, or Drury.
That being said, the upside of Gabe being healthy is far greater than any of that, right? I mean, now you're taking a gamble of whether he can come back at full speed after, God, how long has it been now? 3? It's been 3?
3 years.
Yeah.
But think about this. For the playoffs, you don't have 3 games in 4 nights. You don't have back-to-back.
Right.
And you don't have travel. Gabe somehow was able to summon the courage and ability to play in the Stanley Cup run. He did not practice at all. He just played in games, and he played great.
I wonder if
he played great.
I wonder if he starts traveling with the team a little bit. Just got to get back into the routine here a little bit. Be with the guys. Get back on schedule. Get your body back to traveling, being on an airplane.
Well, Dan, go ahead, Dan. What do you got there?
Gabe, it's been reported that he will be on the road trip with the Avs to skate with the team.
Well, there you go.
Did you see the other night when they did something for McKinnon? He it might have been that 1,000. Was it 1,000th game or 1,000 point, whatever it was. And dudes are in there pouring the water on his head. Remember that video?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see who the first one to lead it off was?
I'm sure it was Gabe.
Gabe Landeskog in a suit.
Guys, I think Landeskog is going to make his return once the playoffs start.
I think the Avalanche just
try.
played the Las Vegas card with the long-term IR.
LTIR, yeah.
Remember what they did a couple years ago, and all of a sudden they had like 5 dudes that were like former stars come back in, and I think they still lost to the Stars in the Western Conference Finals, but They had a very average season, blah blah blah, and all of a sudden, boom! Everybody comes back during the playoffs.
This is not complicated.
I mean,
it's Gabe instead of Drury, Kelly, or Kivi Ranta.
Well, answer your own question.
What's that?
I said answer your own question.
To me, it's 100% yes.
Yeah.
100% yes. Because the playoff schedule is not nearly as demanding as the regular season schedule. And if it doesn't work out, thank God, you've got enough depth where it doesn't kill you. The emotional spark, though, it could bring is like next level. And what if he really is good enough to play during the playoffs and you get what you could possibly get out of him? I don't think there's much to lose. We're just talking about, third or fourth line action instead of one of those three guys. I actually don't even think it's that complicated because we don't need Gabe to be a top 6 forward. We don't need him to have the same contribution. By the way, Eric Johnson, I don't know why he wasn't playing in Philadelphia. Dude's been nailed since he's been back here. Like, it's not just like some sort of symbolic thing. He's really good. He's playing well. He was wearing the big hat yesterday. So I don't know, man. I like it. I like it a lot. I think that's what's about to happen.
I know it's just line drills. And there's no major risk of anything at all going on here, but that video that Jesse Montano put out, he looks like he's moving around pretty quick to me. He looks like he's got a little bit of speed, some agility. He's going forward. He's doing everything. He's moving in and out, going backwards, doing it all.
What exactly does Gabe have to lose by playing in the playoffs?
Well, he's got something to lose.
What?
The rest of his career by coming back too early.
Well, what if this is it?
I mean,
what if he's only physically able to play in a short amount of time in a limited amount of games? He's never going to be able to play in an 82-game season again.
I refuse to believe that's the mindset that he could be in. To go through this for 3 full seasons and to give up right now when you feel like you're on the verge of it, I refuse to believe
No. Watch it now. Hold on.
I'm not giving up.
You got a documentary, and what better to get a documentary is he comes back out and plays that thing, and then here's the excerpt, the attitude of him in a parade with the Avalanche, and then Gabe somehow with the team works it out. I'm going to go into the front office, and we love you guys later, and he'll go down in lore.
Hey, let's
not only Avalanche lore, but NHL lore.
Guys near the end of their career, maybe their bodies aren't good enough for an extended entire season. But I bet there's a lot of dudes in a lot of different sports that bodies were good enough for a short period of time. Don't tell me Peyton Manning wasn't better in his final year because he got some significant time off than he was the year before when they lost in the first round to the Colts. Listen, I know he didn't want to do it, but perhaps the rest actually was good for Peyton Manning.
I don't think performance, you would win that argument, though. He was better performance-wise the year before.
Not when
performance-wise the year before, but he was also better. He was better after the injury than he was leading into the injury.
Yeah, and
he wasn't very good.
Perhaps, yeah, you're right. I know what you're saying. Statistically, he a better year the year before. However, the year did so much wear and tear to him. By the time he got to the playoffs, he was self-sacking. He wasn't running. He was toast. There was nothing left for him at the end of that third year he was here, and the fourth year was different. Guys, I think what Gabe is about to do is say, I got nothing to lose. I've spent 3 years preparing for this moment. And listen, hey, if he can play beyond the playoffs this year, that would be amazing. But why not give this a shot? Because there's no promise his body will be good enough to play an entire season. So why wait? It's different than Jamal. Jamal had many years left to play. But what if you only had, this was it? This is it. Wouldn't you go for it in the playoffs?
I think what you're saying makes a lot of logical sense. I just don't think that that's the athlete's mindset. I don't. I don't think that he's going to ever be at the point where he's looking at it maybe as logically, and I'll even say that's a logical argument. I don't think you can logically look at it that way when you're inside his mind. And so when you say, what is there to risk? In his mind, he's got a career still to be played.
John Elway set up at his retirement and in tears said, I know I can still play this game. I just can't prepare to play this game like I once could.
Scott, what was the big rumor about Elway back in the day?
that he was going to sit out the first 11 games and come back the last 5 and get himself right. And here you go, playoffs, try to win 3 in a row.
Yep, that was the big rumor. That was the big rumor back in the day.
Well, Bubby Brister told us that live on air about 2 or 3 years before COVID. He said, "Yeah, that was the plan. We were going to do that." Then Mike changed it when he
went to Greasy,
benched me in the preseason.
Correct. Don't forget when Bubby filled in for John in his final year when John won the MVP in the Super Bowl. Bubby went like 6. It was undefeated.
Wait. So are you guys saying that John wanted to come back and Mike didn't let him?
That's what. Well, Mike. This plan,
according to Bubby Brister,
according to Bubby, yes,
the plan was that John was going to sit out. Bubby's going to start the first 11 games or so. John would come back at that time, get right, have enough weeks to get right for the postseason, and then go and try to win the Super Bowl. Boom, boom, running that way. And that was out of Bubby's mouth on our radio station.
Now that might have
when he and Mike went sideways in the second game of the preseason.
Right.
That plan got foiled.
Now, that plan may have been just a plan between Bubby and John. I'm not saying that was Mike Shanahan's plan, but that is a story that Bubby has told. Let me give you a couple of other examples. Zach Parise last year told everybody, knew that that was a terrible secret, that Parise was just sort of waiting until January to come back with the Avalanche. That was all set up for one last run. So Parise knew he was done. Is Eric Johnson going to play hockey beyond this year? I mean, I don't know, maybe, but you think EJ's just back here because it gives it one more run? Now, I got it. I'm talking about guys at the very ends of their career, and your point is Gabe's not thinking like that.
I just think it's very unlikely for him to be able to look at it the way that you're asking him to look at it.
But maybe he just thinks of it as like, I'm going to go for it here because we're there. I put all this work into it. And theoretically, if he plays in the playoffs, if he's healthy enough, he should easily be able to come back and play during the regular season.
And to your argument, I think it's a different argument, but it ends up in the same place. In his point of view, I've waited this long. I'm too antsy to wait any longer.
Exactly.
Now that I think is far more realistic than saying I'm going to do it just for this last run. It's just I got ants in my pants.
As opposed
I will say this.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's easier to calm the ants in the pants down if it ends in a championship this year. Stepping away from the game sure becomes a lot easier.
And by the way, I get it. Every playoff game is critical. But we're talking third or fourth line for one of those 3 dudes where you're not going to tilt the balance of the game in anything but a positive. And if you really are negative, if you're a negative presence out there, then you just won't play anymore. And that's what happened with Forsberg, if you remember. Forsberg came back here to the Avs. He played in a handful of games. It sucked. And then he wrapped it up, and that was the end of the career. I mean, there's really not much to lose. There really isn't. So I'm kind of excited to see that news, and I'm thinking he's going on the road trip.
And you couple that news with they got better at the trade deadline.
That's right.
They got better.
That's right.
And if this team was staying where it was, is it such a good ending to come out and be a second round out of the playoffs team? This team has moved beyond feeling like you're going to knock them out of the second round.
Well, listen, the first round ain't going to be easy because you're going to be playing the Dallas Stars. I mean, there's almost no way to avoid it, whether you're the 2 seed or the 3 seed. The thought of they're creating separation in the wild card race.
Just stupid. And once again, we get back about how stupid the NHL playoff system absolutely is. What dumbasses up in Toronto.
I couldn't agree more. The fact that one of these teams, the Stars or the Avs, is going to be eliminated in the first round is
stupid.
It's so dumb.
It flies against everything that all the leagues want to do, where they want their best teams to advance as far as they can.
All right, let me give you the dinner.
You don't want Kansas City Buffalo playing in the first round of the NFL playoffs.
Totally agree. I don't know why they do it. It's dumb. The dinner thing. Okay, the dinner thing. Here is Cale Makar.
Into this building, how was it for you to play against him tonight?
Yeah, obviously it's weird. Played against him at 4 Nations, so you see it on the other side, but definitely not an in-division team like this, and I'm happy for him. Obviously he's going to be settled in a place for quite a long time, and he's going to have really a lot of success, in my opinion, there. So I think should have been a warm welcome because he's done so much for this team and this organization, and he's a great guy and obviously an amazing player too.
How was the dinner last night?
It was good, yeah. Yeah, it was good. We had to fight for him to pay the bill, but no, I'm just kidding. No, it was great. Obviously, it's always good to see Mikko, and it's unfortunate that we'll be seeing a lot more of him now, but it's good.
Were there things that had to be hashed out?
No. I don't know if – I didn't see that quote. Somebody told me about that. I don't know if that was just like being funny or whatever, but no, it's nothing to be hashed out. He's an amazing guy, and we all love him, and I know he loves us too, so.
And Eric Johnson said somewhat so, but they did go out to dinner Saturday night. I think a little bit had to be hashed out.
I don't. That's what I was saying from the get-go.
Just a little bit.
What? What is there to be hashed out?
I don't know. Who knows? They love him, though. He's their guy. Do you know they love Matt Duchene, too? Like, Matt Duchene's close with a bunch of guys still on the team. So.
Yeah, because you're boys.
You're boys. You're boys.
And you're all mercenaries playing the same game for the same people.
Who knows better than players that it, you know, in the end of the day, obviously you want to win a championship, but it's also about, listen, let's take care of our family. Tyler, you said it, I think last Friday, was listen. And that's why I've said a million times, the one word that should never be spoken when it comes to sport from either side is loyalty. Loyalty means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing in sports. And it shouldn't.
Dan, what do you got?
Scott brought this up earlier. This is so for context, Matt Duchene gets his 30th goal of the year with the Avs. In a 4-0 game, the Avs were down. He celebrates, and Patrick Waugh after the game was not pleased with that.
And the thing I have a bit of a hard time is the reaction of Dutchie after he scores. It's a 4-0 goal. Big cheer. Are you kidding me?
He ain't wrong.
What is that? I mean, it's not the reflect that we want from our guys.
Oh, that's the origin of what is that?
That's a great. I mean, that's an all-time great quote right
Big
there.
cheer.
And he definitely ain't wrong.
Big cheer.
What is
he
that?
ain't wrong, but again, you know, Dutchie was just a young. He was immature and young. He had stardom thrown on him early, and listen, he achieved a milestone as young kids would do. I mean, if you're sitting up at a plate, DMac, you played baseball. You're in the game, bottom, top of the 8th. You're down 7-0, and you jack one. Are you not going to be a little fired up, even though it made it 7-1?
Big cheer.
Well, if you're talking about me, you're probably about me poking a single to right field. But
Are you kidding me?
Well, no. So now you actually get a double. You hit one. You hit one of the guys. Are you not standing on second base going, let's go, let's go?
I've hit a couple of those in my life, and even in the lower, I played through high school and stuff, but I hit a double up 7-0 or whatever, and not a home run, but a double, and I didn't pump my arm. It's stupid. You hit
Big cheer.
What am I doing? I've made good plays when we were getting killed. You don't jump up and down, even like at that level. I think it's stupid. I actually don't understand athletes that do the big celebrations.
Incomplete. Cool, bro.
What is that?
Yeah, it's dumb.
I like the one where the cornerback goes like this, like he really did something, and the receiver's like this. He goes to his hand and he falls down. The cornerback's going. I'm like, dude, you were just beat.
Hey,
the dummy dropped the ball. You didn't do anything.
Dude,
you were beat.
I'll give you
on the play.
I'll give you a better one than baseball. I've scored goals in soccer when we were getting killed.
Big cheer.
I didn't go sliding on my knees or anything or whatever. You scored and you just whatever.
But there's somebody. But there's your dad over in the sideline going.
I got to admit, man, I played a lot of soccer and the base. Usually, if I scored a goal, I was so tired from the effort of doing it anyways, there was like no celebration. I've never understood the exhaustive celebration.
Oh, I can remember many times being down by 21 points, scoring a touchdown in the fourth quarter, and walking to the sideline with your head down. Like, cool.
Because you're tired.
It's not just that. It's just an awkward feeling. It's like, cool.
Right.
Yeah, I remember one time we played a team, and they back before they had the shot clock, and they did what was it called when you just held the ball to try to
4 corners.
Well, it kind of ran like a 4 corners type thing to win us. We were like 1 or 2 in the state, so whatever. But we still won by like, we're in high school. We're averaging with no 3-point line 70-some points a game, and we end up beating this team like 36-24. Something like that. And I had 13, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're in the locker room. In fact, he's a good friend of mine, still lives in Denver. and we're all fired up because they tried to cheat the game, and we're still high-fiving each other because we still won and we're still undefeated or whatever, and we're like this, what are you doing? And my boy leans over. There's a little bit of you that's still pissed off you only got 13. And I went, I'm glad we won, but I mean, a little bit.
Oh, who hasn't had that moment? Like, I've had teams that we lose, but I go 3 for 4. I did all right, But I've had the other way too. Like, the team does great and wins like a big game, but I sucked. I'm not happy. You pretend to be happy.
Well, especially in baseball. Baseball is the most individualistic sport with surrounded by a team.
You win by 7 and you go 0 for 5. Who's happy? Nobody's happy. Nobody's happy on that one. No dumb questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm looking at you, Twitch. If you got any questions there, throw it in there. Also on YouTube as well. If you got anything, give us a shot.
I got a stupid one I could start us with.
Go for it. Go for it.
So, you guys watch Severance by chance?
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't yet, but I think I want to.
Loved the first season. Like it was like the most unique show I've ever seen in my life. Like there's never been a concept like it, right? Like most shows are kind of a repeat of something, absolutely obsessed with it. And everybody's raving about season 2, and I'm like tapping out after like 3 episodes because it is just so freaking, gosh, it is slow. I know the first season was slow, but it was brand new. It was like a brand new concept, you know? Everybody's raving about season 2 being better than season 1, and I'm like tapping out of this thing. And it just got me thinking of like all-time great series that you tapped out of.
Yellowstone.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. And I was a huge fan, and they got into the 4th season. I told you when they
lost. You made it all the way to season 4 and tapped out?
Yeah, I know.
That's a different kind of tap out.
I lost it when the old guy died on the tree, and they took him back to the meal they were having. They told the wife, and they went on with the meal. And I'm like, hey, the guy's dead. We're still doing the suey line here, or whatever it's called, or you know what I'm saying? What do they call the meal? Whatever. The chuck wagon meal. We're still pulling, things of gravy in a tin.
Yeah, but
after the dude just died on a tree.
What season was it?
People still got to eat.
What season was it that Beth lived? Episode 1. She comes out of a burning building,
right,
without a shirt on,
smoking a cigarette.
No, well, not quite yet. But her first thought was, "Anybody got a heater?"
Yeah. And the hate for Jamie.
No, that's a good movie. That's a good show, though. You shouldn't have tapped out.
What can I tell you? I wanted to tap out of Game of Thrones, but they, because the last season sucked so bad. But
season 2 is Severance, though, man. It's like punishment to finish an episode.
I got through.
But
episode
it goes back
and
to here knows the no dumb question though. It just shows you that your attention span is still a finite thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a very fine human being.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I actually thought the end of Severance should have just ended where you realize that she's the daughter of the thing, and her dad's like the god, and like that's good.
Yeah.
We're done.
It could have been
one season.
What do they call that? A mini series or whatever?
Yeah, they've been fine. Yeah,
is that the one where they have like this sterile office like place?
Yes.
And it's just
characters.
Yes.
I mean, season 1 was legitimately like groundbreaking TV. Like there'd never been a concept like it.
Now I think it's just a hipster thing, and everybody that likes that show also is drinking an IPA that doesn't taste good, but they claim it does.
Yeah,
I mean, somebody's gonna have to convince me to finish it off. Like I'll finish it because I like to finish things. Even when I don't like a show, I'll keep going just because I feel the necessity to finish it.
You have my permission to quit Severance. I kind of have to. Yeah. Like it's a chore. It feels like a chore to watch it.
It does feel like a chore.
Then let me ask this with no dumb questions.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it harder now because of all the things to watch that all of a sudden they'll just season 5 is boom. It's here now, you don't have to wait. As opposed to I like Reacher, right? So first 2 seasons great. Now we're going back to 3, and I'm just ready to let's go. Well, here's the first one. Oh, next week here's the second one, and you're like, no, that's regular TV.
Yeah.
I'm watching Paramount Plus. I need it, boom, right here. I want to watch 3 or 4 one night, 3 or 4 the next night.
Reacher is too cheesy for me. It's cheesy.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid.
I tried Reacher, and I couldn't even do that. It's just too cheesy.
I can't believe that guy exists. Like, look at the size that he does. Like,
hey,
that's
well, hold on
person.
then you'll love it. In season 3, there's a dude that makes Reacher look like a cornerback.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We looked him up. He was
he's like 7 foot.
He's 7'2",
yeah.
But he's like a 7'2" bodybuilder. And so he is freaking massive. This dude is giant.
No dumb question. Did you guys know that Travis Hunter's brother is named Travis?
Yep.
You knew that?
I did know that. I know all about him.
Spelled the same way?
It's the same exact spelling except for a Y.
Yeah.
It's
exactly.
not Travis. It's Travis. His parents named one kid Travis and the other kid Travis. Is it just me here? Is that not a little odd to anybody else?
It's a little close.
George Foreman.
Didn't he name his kids George 1, George 2, George 3?
They're all George.
They're all George, right?
Yeah, that way he said if you ever needed help, he just said, George! And he knew he'd have multiple chances of getting help.
Didn't Deion Sanders name one of his kids Dion and the other one Deandra?
Yep.
He did that. Yeah, I thought
His daughter's
so.
Deandra. Whatever happened to Deandra? I know she transferred out of CU.
No, that wasn't Deandra.
No, Deandra just had a baby. I think.
Yeah, she's from the first wife, older. She's like in her 30s or something. She's a little bit older.
Well, what happened to the one that played at CU for a year?
She went down to a smaller school in Texas. I'm sure she's doing great.
Oh, somebody points out 1923 is out again. Have you been watching that?
I haven't. Well,
that's another one that I'm struggling with. Yeah. I just started it, and I'm just like, ugh.
How do you think CSU will do
I like
against...
the beginning of it.
How do you think CSU will do against Memphis?
I hope they win. I hate Memphis.
Okay, Tyler?
I hope they win. I hate Memphis.
Okay, I hope they win too. In fact, I hope they win so much they're going to be one of my 5 teams in the Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. All you have to do is go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbrackets. This time, instead of filling out an entire bracket, you pick 5 teams. Every win is worth a point. The lower seed, the value goes up. The details are on the website. The grand prize, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Chop House, a big screen TV, a guy named McLaurin who will beat you up, a party for 30 at Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take you to the event to the next level. Their award-winning catering service is the best. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter. We asked for limericks. There's one ripping on me. And they're calling me a redhead. It's triggering me in so many ways. We'll hear that, but the big question surrounds the Nuggets and Jokic spitting out truth bombs more than Angela Ashes makes Irish people look poor. That's next here on PhD. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If the shillelagh ain't working the way it should, the answer is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erengo bra. Listen, it can be a relationship destroyer. Erectile dysfunction is what I'm talking about. It can contribute to depression, conflicts, breakups, I don't know, all sorts of mean, nasty, ugly things. You don't need it. Nobody needs it. What you do need is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where their treatments have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. It's $99. You get that consult, the T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. That's where they're located. Contact them today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Nikola Jokic said this about flipping the switch.
I think who you are in the regular season, that's who you are in the playoffs. So I think you cannot flip the switch. I think that doesn't really exist. That kind of thing that you can just flip a switch. So.
Do you think you can win in the playoffs like this?
Yes, like we were winning the games. So we are third on the West or fourth, whatever we are right now. So. We are winning, we can win, but I think that's not something that it's not how we want to win. I think it's not good.
Arguably the worst homestand the Nuggets have had in the past 4 years happened this past week. If we are to believe Jokic, and why wouldn't we? And you are who you are, and you can't flip the switch. Why should we be optimistic that the Nuggets can succeed in the playoffs? That is the big question of the day.
I'm gonna just let Scott go because I admit I'm probably closer to the camp of this feels pretty worrisome to me.
Scott?
I think listen, you in life you have junctions in the road, and you got to decide what it is. If you're not going to be healthy and you're going to be playing this game with Aaron all year long, where he plays one out two, plays two out one. I think finding any kind of consistency is going to be nil and void. You look at the games where they shoot the ball well, in particular the three. They've won the majority of those. When they don't, they lose. In fact, I think Minnesota game they shot 20-some%, and I'm not even sure what they did in the Washington game.
From where? Field goal percentage?
From three.
Three? I can get that for you, my friend. My friend.
I just don't think there's a consistent threat from the outside. There's not been a consistent threat. That hurts them a little bit. And let's be honest, you touched on it. We didn't spend much time. Jamal's knee, and again, same thing with Landeskog. You get in the playoffs, and guess what you're not doing? Playing every other day. You're not playing 5 games in 7 nights, which I think you can't sleep on. I think that affected this team physically and mentally. I know Joker, and listen, he's Joker, and he's all world, he's all everything, and Hall of Famer and all that. This dude's hurting. I mean, I see him on the road. This guy, if he was Embiid, he would have probably missed 10 of the last 20 games. I'll just put it that way.
I think there's little signs of it.
At
Like
least.
he scored 40, which is, great. How about this fact? Nikola Jokic in 2 games against the worst team in the league scored a combined 96 points, and they lost both games. He was 1 of 8 from 3, so that's a little bit lower. The team was 12 of 34, 35.3%, and the Wizards, who need an ID wherever they go, Sar's 19, guys. Sar is 19 years old, and he went for 34 points. They were 42.2%.
Here's my concern with the reality check that Nikola Jokic gave us, that we play good against the good teams and we don't play well against the bad teams, right? And I was really guilty of that as an individual young in my career, right? And I remember my first year I ever played was probably my roughest season of football. That was my second year in the NFL. Ryan Harris got hurt. I ended up starting 8 games, and it was not a great 8 games. I've never danced around it. And yet somehow I played really well against the best dudes that I always played against. And then I went up against Greg Ellis, who was like 55 years old at the time, and he had these little ninja hands, and he was just destroying me, and I felt like I had absolutely no answer for it. Well, it was something that I learned how to prep week in and week out as I got older. Yet I'm trying to figure out where that excuse fits in with this team. Right. And that's where it doesn't feel good, because I'm not looking for maturation. I'm not looking for any of that. These guys have been there.
Our guy Vic Lombardi was doing a victory lap on Friday after the Lakers game, after the win, because he's like, that's why I called into your show. He goes, they'd be better off if they were facing, the talented guys, rather than the JV team. And then,
Well, but that says more. And if he was correct in predicting that says more about who they are and why they struggle. That there's your line right there. Because they've lost even to some of the good teams. They've lost a couple good teams this year when guys were out, right? So I don't know, man. It is what it is.
What is it then? If it is what it is, what is it? What is it?
Gosh, you gotta be careful here. I don't think 1 through 18 they're deep, first of all. But again, playoffs, you're only going to play 7 or 8 guys.
Mm-hmm.
But the regular season, you need 10. I mean, you need 10 guys that are going to be consistent and bring you some consistently. They don't have that. They might have 7, especially if Aaron Gordon's out. That hurts them. So your depth is an issue. They're threatened. We talked about this beginning of the year because I said Julian Strawther needs to be your threat off the bench, that when he can come in, here's a guy that if you're not careful can get you 20, and there's got to be a spark plug, a scoring spark plug off the bench. They have 0. And I just don't think they have the right mentality right now consistently. And, I'd ask Tyler on that team that won the Super Bowl in Super Bowl 50, 2015, if you go back and look now and forget about the requisite talent, because you do need a requisite talent. I think they have the requisite talent to compete. But do they have the requisite mentality? And that's the one thing that I think is different from this team than in 23. And even when they shut it down late, and everybody said, well, they flipped the switch. I don't know. I don't know if they flipped the switch. They showed what they were. And then they said, okay, let's rest, whatever we're going to do. And then hit playoffs. Let's go back to who we were. And I guess that is flipping a switch. But they were good all year. And then the playoffs came, and they just said, we'll prove it again. We'll show you how good we are. I don't think they can do that this year.
I'll give you a couple comparisons between the 2015 Broncos team and the Nuggets right now that might actually be on the optimistic side, okay? We had an identity to that football team, and it was not my side of the ball, right? Offensively, that was a weird year. And we did play with our food sometimes that year, and there were some games that, man, we were in the doghouse like we were the worst team in the NFL. And for about half that season, the defense would end practice and go inside, and the offense would stay out there and have to get extra work in on our red zone issues or whatever else it was we were working on. And this Denver Nuggets team, well, they're great offensively. We know that, right? And defensively, they just it's embarrassing at times, right? And I think offensively for us as a Broncos team, it was embarrassing. But there was an identity that was elite enough on that 2015 team that pretty much carried us all the way. Now, we were lucky to have a field general in Peyton Manning that got a little bit more healthy and figured it out as we got to the playoffs there, and he was able mentally to get us into the right spot. The question for the Nuggets team, I guess, would be, can they survive on offense? And I don't know if they can.
They will every other game or so.
It's tough. It's tougher in the playoffs. That's probably for sure. They're still 35-6 when they score 120 points.
What do you think about Jokic just saying this is who we've always been?
I think for the last year and a half it has.
Okay.
Or maybe even the last 2 seasons. Although, I mean, we forget last year they set a franchise record in wins.
Listen, we're talking about a team that's the 3rd best scoring team in the NBA right now. You realize that, right? I mean, that's not going away either. That's who they are. But you have to be that scoring team, period, the end, to win games. You ain't going to win games with defense. You got to be outscoring people. Can you do that?
Listen, from the 2023 championship team, we talked about it earlier, there's the bar. And I would surmise this. From that 2023 team, and what'd you say, middle of the pack, 12, 13, 15, somewhere in there.
That year,
top half of the year defensively.
That year.
Good enough to win it because your offense was so good that year also. And defensively, you're good enough to win.
Good enough, yeah.
You have lost 3 defensive guys that mattered on that championship team that you're basically playing without either all or most of the season. KCP, Bruce Brown, and Aaron Gordon. Who have you replaced 3 defensive guys with? And you want to say, okay, well, we want more defense.
I'll tell you. I mean,
is Julian Strawther a defensive player even when he was playing?
No.
Well, he's a guard, and KCP and Bruce Brown were kind of those 2
No,
positions.
Strawther, your defense. Well, first of all, when AG's out, Russell Westbrook's in the starting lineup. So you tell me about that. When Strawther's out, I mean, you're going to lean on Peyton Watson. He's in the rotation anyways. He's a defensive player. He is.
Is he?
Well, he should. Isn't he? If he's not, you're in trouble. I mean, like, is he not?
Well, I will say this to his benefit, and he's come back and he's playing with that big brace on his knee. I don't think his lateral movement, if you're going to be a perimeter guy defensively, you need lateral movement, and I think his lateral movement has been limited.
All right, let me give you a.
Would you call his blocking shots is one thing?
I'm going to give you the breakdown. This is what our great friend Joel Dreesen once told me my knees. He said he was considering, he still wanted to be a long snapper perhaps in the NFL, and a little bit after he stopped playing as a tight end, he told me at least that he was working on it. You never know if he could get back in because he could long snap. And he told me, I'm fine if I can run in a straight line. It's going side to side that I've got problems with, but as a long snapper, you snap and you run straight down the field more or less. You never know, right? Okay. That's what the Nuggets look like to me. They look like a team that can run in a straight line. So fast break-wise, great. They can run in a straight line. Other than that, on offense, they can move slowly. What they look like on defense is like a geriatric unit. Like nobody can move side to side. Jokic doesn't move side to side quickly. Michael Porter doesn't move side to side. Jamal Murray doesn't move side to side. AG, yeah, but he's not playing. They look like a senior citizen home on defense.
And listen, I would even say that AG's lateral movement is limited by the calf.
Okay, but if it's a fast break and we're just going straight down the court, especially with Christian Brown, who's one of the leading fast break point scoring dudes in the NBA, right? Like he's really good at that, and so is Westbrook. But nobody can move laterally on defense. And that's on the Nuggets, man. You needed to get better at that somehow at the trade deadline. That is a gargantuan hole in your team game. Nobody can move side to side on defense, but you're good running up and down the court, so you're good at that. Well, whose fault is that? And that's probably how the season is going to be decided. You got to stay red hot shooting. You can't have an off night, and we'll go as far as Jamal Murray can take us. And that's kind of that. I don't know what else to say. The best player on earth said he wasn't confident that they could defend at the end of the game. He said it, not me. He said it. All right.
It also doesn't.
Should I read
it
another
make
limerick
your,
or something? I got it.
Does it not also make your margin of error like bench decisions? It makes your margin of error a bench decision. I go back to the play that tied the game up. Let them have a 2.
Sure.
Make it tough on them.
A lot of people want to dump on Malone. Who's he supposed to go to off the bench? Who? Hunter Tyson? He can run around like a chicken with his head cut off, I guess. Who? Anybody?
Yeah, there's not great answers, is there?
Bueller? Like who's supposed to be there? Spencer Jones? You know we got a guy on the team named Spencer Jones? Jalen Pickett, he's like my height. Who's he stopping? Alex Sarr is 7 feet tall. I mean, they're the Wizards.
And hey, I'm gonna tell you what, that's a nice kid though. That's 19-year-old. He was the second pick in the draft.
Yeah, he's doing what he should be doing. He's going to be an NBA superstar. He just plays for the worst team in the league, except when they play the Nuggets.
Right.
What NBA? All right, how about this for a trivia? And I don't have the answer for it. But what NBA champion lost twice to the worst team in the league in the season they won an NBA championship? Anybody? Yeah, that's a fun one to look up.
That's a good one.
Take us out with something happy, D-Mac.
There's a red-headed radio host who likes his voice more than most.
Oh, that's you.
He bikes for travel, but sometimes eat gravel, and might need some help with his post. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. Let's Football Goes coming up next here on PhD. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. They are the best. All right, Dan. Yeah, football. That's still going on, isn't it? Let's football go, Dan.
It's going on 365 on this
All
show.
All right.
All right, let's hear from Chase Daniel here. He's been, high on Bo Nix, former Sean Payton quarterback. Here he is talking about how well the Broncos did in free agency this offseason, and he thinks they can compete next year in the AFC West, fellas.
Stay in the AFC West. I'm going the Denver Broncos. That's right. I'm on the Broncos bandwagon. Okay. Look, Bo Nix played a lot better than a lot of people thought, okay? So what do? You go out there and you build a defense around him because defense is a quarterback's best friend. You go out, you get Hufanga. You go out, you get Dre Greenlaw. This defense was already ranked 3rd last season, okay? And you go make them better. The sneakiest, one of the most sneaky signings, I think right now, Evan Ingram. Tight end. I had a front row seat for Sean Payton, Jimmy Graham, that whole era in New Orleans. Sean Payton knows how to use a tight end better than anyone I've ever seen. I know Evan Ingram's 30. He's still got some tread left on those tires. I'm really excited to see how this Broncos team goes out there, faces the AFC West with the Chiefs.
Okay, so we're not to the draft yet, but with what the Broncos have done so far in free agency, do you guys think they have a legit chance at winning the AFC West next season?
First off, Chase Daniel has got more brown on his nose with Sean Payton than DMac does with Kevin Shockey. Okay?
Wow.
I mean, Chase Daniel is so far up that thing. It is unbelievable. Have you ever heard that dude say anything critical about the Denver Broncos, Bo Nix, or Sean Payton? It's actually quite amazing, and I'm not saying you got to discount it entirely, but, when you hear somebody that can't say anything positive and it's all negative, it's like, all right, well, you just hate him. When you hear somebody that's pure positive and can't say anything that is even, like, remotely analysis, it's like, all right, well, you just got your nose stuck up, what. So Chase is just, for me, it's just a little bit much. It's just a lot. That guy is a lot. Answer your direct question. Can the Broncos win the AFC West? It's going to be tough. I mean, would I predict it? No. Could they be in the hunt? Sure.
Well, 11 wins and winning a wild card game will be what it'll be. Either you're winning the AFC West or you're in that position anyways. But that's where I think they're going. That's where I think the bar is. I don't know if that will lead you to an AFC West championship, but I think you're 11 wins and you're going to win a playoff game.
I talked to some, believe it or not, football people, which now they're looking for jobs, so they came down to Nuggets games.
Okay.
the Greenlaw, the linebacker, everybody I've talked to has said to me, including Tyler, that watch this cat. And he said, go back and watch it. He played the last 2 games for 49ers, and he was phenomenal. And so, and you still got the caveat if they're healthy. And you got to say that. It is what it is. But Greenlaw played a couple games at the end of the season. They said he was just dominant. So A+ right there. There was a big hole that Tyler identified a long time ago. They said the safety, he's had a couple injuries, so it's a little worrisome. If they can just get anything out of him, you're going to be good there. It's already an upgrade from Locke. And then Ingram, the same thing. Listen, it's better than any tight end we've had. So, yeah, can they compete? It's the Chargers, you think, are on an uptick. We'll see. The Raiders, you don't know. Geno Smith, I think, at least solidifies your quarterback position. Doesn't make you great. I got to believe they're going to be better than what the addition we saw last year.
Here's what I know about the Raiders, Scott. Expect about a 500 season. Expect it, right? And that's what you're going to get from Geno Smith and Pete Carroll probably even year 1.
Well, you beat them twice last year, and so does that mean you lose one more game to them because they're going to go 500? So I think the Chiefs, could be, and what's a rebuilding year for them? 10 wins, right, as opposed to 14 or 13. I still think they're going to be good because they got one of the best that's ever played in that quarterback position. But I think it's out there to be competitive. I think it'll be a competitive AFC West for the first time in 7 years.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, the Cincinnati Bengals duo of wide receivers, Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, have agreed to terms on long-term extensions that they have both wanted for years. So Chase agreed to a 4-year, $161 million deal That includes 112 of that guaranteed. The AAV of that, fellas, $40.25 million per season. That sets an NFL record for the highest AAV for a non-quarterback, surpassing the previous $40 million mark set by Myles Garrett. T. Higgins, who had already been franchise tagged, landed a 4-year, $115 million deal that is guaranteed for the first 2 years. Good idea or bad idea to pay not one but two wide receivers that kind of money?
I get it. You got an identity, and it's not your defense, so it's scary to veer off from that identity. You got two dudes that you believe in a lot. I understand the difficulty of it. If I were the Bengals, I would have franchise tagged T. Higgins, and I would have left that franchise tag on him, and I would not have given him a long-term deal. I do think that within 2 seasons, you will see one of these guys playing on a new team. You can't afford it. Nobody can afford to pay that much for receivers.
The Denver Nuggets said, what a great idea.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, written to put down a big full circle.
I think it feels insane to me, but, I don't know. You got a great quarterback. You got 2 great receivers. I don't know how you're paying for everything else.
Well, allegedly, they're trying to get a deal done with Trey Hendrickson now also.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that should be easy. I mean, he's only the top pass rusher in the league. Why not get that done?
Well, can I say something? Wasn't he still one of the most sacked quarterbacks in the world? I know everybody blames the quarterbacks on the sack, but if you watch Cincinnati play the last few years, you got to look at that offensive line. Have they done anything with that offensive line at all?
I don't know. It seems like an insane strategy to me, but we'll see. I mean, they got talent.
They probably should have just flat out let T. Higgins walk. Hey, what are you doing?
I don't know. I don't get it.
The Dolphins tried this. The only other team I can think of that has really done this, and I mean at like an elite level of pay, is the Miami Dolphins for their wide receivers.
Next up, Dan. Last one.
Lastly, fellas, according to The Athletic, Aaron Rodgers is hoping to sign with Minnesota, with the Minnesota Vikings, although the Vikings would make an organizational decision on whether or not to add Rodgers to their quarterback room with 2024 first-round pick J.J. McCarthy. Basically, this article is saying that the ownership group and the GM are going to defer to head coach Kevin O'Connell. So this is what we're waiting on and what Aaron Rodgers is waiting on right now for Kevin O'Connell, the head coach of the Vikings, to make a decision on whether or not he wants to bring in Aaron Rodgers. If you guys were Kevin O'Connell, are you bringing Aaron Rodgers in for a year?
If I'm Kevin O'Connell, well, why did I draft? I'm sorry to not be direct with your question, but who drafted J.J. McCarthy? I'd have to know that before I tell you what I would do if I was Kevin O'Connell. Was Kevin O'Connell involved with drafting J.J. McCarthy or not?
I would say yes.
Okay, then my answer would be no. If I'm smart and I'm Kevin O'Connell, I would go ahead with my decision with J.J. McCarthy. And I get it. He might not even be ready for the beginning of the season and that whole thing. I get it. But when you go with Aaron Rodgers, you're committing to Rodgers for the entire year.
Yeah, but it's just a year. That's it. How long did Jordan Love sit? 3 seasons?
I gotcha, but okay.
It's just 1 year.
I think it's crazy, but
Mahomes set out 1 year.
Coaches
but he
get
wasn't hurt.
Coaches
didn't have a torn ACL.
Coaches get desperate.
I'll tell you the difficulty of the decision. In my opinion, it's not what you were talking about. It's not about whether we could sit J.J. McCarthy for another year. It's not about whether we committed to this guy or not. The real difficulty in the decision, and this would be an easy decision if you knew the answer, can Aaron Rodgers still ball or not? And if you think the dude can still ball, it's a no-brainer. You bring him in. Let's go for it for 1 year and let J.J. sit for 1 more year, let him get healthy, and let him learn football. But that's the battle internally. Do we think this guy can actually take us to a championship or not?
No, it's the stupid Vikings.
It's not about JJ though.
I think it is.
No, it's not. It's about winning. It's about winning a championship right now. What gives us the best chance at it?
Well, then what was the point in drafting this kid? Listen, was Bo Nix as good in the first couple weeks as he was the last couple weeks? Hell no. You need some time to develop. What was great though is we saw improvement from Bo, and now he's becoming a fixture in the community because he goes to, as long as he's paid to do it, to every Nuggets and Avs game.
Listen, the only difference between Bo Nix and JJ is a torn ACL. So that's your deciding factor. And is it true that you're always better the second year after an ACL physically than the first? Then maybe an Aaron Rodgers for a year to be a gap guy. Maybe McCarthy can pick something up from Aaron Rodgers, keep him away from the mushroom plants, and let's go. But I think doesn't it all depend on really what they think about him and his health?
No doubt about it. I wouldn't even want the drama. If I'm Kevin O'Connell, man, you've got some cool stuff going on with that team and the way you operate. Well, I know what you're saying. You just want to win. Okay, have fun with that. Best of luck. But where do we think Aaron Rodgers is at now? Not that I even care, because I can't stand Aaron Rodgers. But I mean, it's their cross to bear, I suppose.
Well, year 2 coming back from the Achilles should be far better than year 1. That's all I know. I mean, can I tell you the dude can still ball? I don't know. It's a gamble for sure. Just like bringing Peyton Manning in was a gamble, not quite as big of a one, but
yeah, Peyton wasn't as old.
Yeah, but he had what the Colts had decided, a career-ending injury.
Listen, man, there are not a lot of great answers for Minnesota. You're either going with a young injured dude who has no experience or an old fart like Aaron Rodgers. What a mess. And the guy that got you your great season is now going to play football for Seattle. They must be looking at themselves like, what happened here? But I think Kevin O'Connell's a good coach, and I think they got good guys on their team. By the way, did you see they signed Tim Patrick too? Oh, wait, Detroit. I'm sorry. I'm getting Minnesota and Detroit mixed up. Sorry.
He came in and had some clutch catches for him. Wasn't he kind of like the same guy here?
He's solid.
Not necessarily going to throw up 100 catches or anything like that, but he's going to catch you 1 or 2 in a close game for a first down that you need.
And he ain't going to drop them.
Who's the next free agent that's going to be signed by the Broncos?
I don't know.
You give me a position. You don't have to give me a name.
I mean, I saw over the weekend. I don't know if I believe this or not, but I saw reports over the weekend, and I say reports loosely, rumors that the Broncos were in on J.K. Dobbins.
Do you think they'll sign a vet running back?
I don't know. I don't think that they feel like it's a necessity at this point.
This week is like bargain shopping free agent week. Here, you get guys on good deals here.
Sure.
And if you don't get signed, this is a scary.
Guys with good deals beforehand. All these guys have gotten pretty good.
Well, you get really good deals this week. Really good deals. And after this week,
actually, there's a lot of guys that don't want to be signed this week. They want to wait until June.
Okay.
Because there's a new cutoff in June that teams don't want to sign you until then, and if they do, you can end up in a better situation.
All right. Well, we'll see how the drama plays itself out. I'm looking at the brackets here for the NCAA tournament. You are not another bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon is on live at altitudesportsradio.com. You pick 5 teams, and if you pick a lower seed, their value goes up per win. All the details are on the website. The prize is 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Chop House, where we'll be for opening day, a big screen TV, a cater party for 30 to Brothers Barbecue, brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by Brothers Barbecue. We love them. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter. I'm looking at the Denver region. Do you know Denver is technically the South and the East?
Of what?
The NCAA tournament.
Oh. NCAA tournament.
So here are the games in Denver. South region in Denver, Michigan against UC San Diego, Texas A&M against Yale. So that is at the Yale game is at 5:25, and the Michigan UC San Diego game is at 8 o'clock. But they're also Denver in the East region. BYU takes on VCU Thursday at 2:05, and early risers, Wisconsin against Montana at 11:30 at Ball Arena. How do you guys like, Scott? What do you think of those matchups here in Colorado? Do we do all right? Is it boring? Is it interesting?
I've watched Michigan play once this year. They'll be an interesting team to see live. A&M, the SEC had a fabulous year basketball-wise. Let's see now, Can they put that into play in the tournament? So I'm assuming you'd be Michigan A&M in that second game in Denver.
I guess.
They're in the same region, right?
Right, in the same region, right.
The East or whatever the other region they put out here,
right,
is a little sketchier.
BYU, VCU, Wisconsin, Montana. So I mean, if the favorites were to win on Saturday in Denver, you would get Michigan against A&M, like you just said, and you would get BYU against Wisconsin.
All right.
That's all right, I guess. I don't know.
Well, Wisconsin had some good teams over the last few years.
So
BYU coached from a former NBA player, I believe.
What a bummer, though, that it would have been cool if Colorado State landed in Denver, huh? So
that would have been awesome for them.
It would have been great, but they end up in Seattle, and they play at noon on Friday against Memphis. So we'll be all cheering for the Rams, man, to get it done. And then Nico will just take that high-paying job at Minnesota, and he'll be done. So there you go, Rams. Got that to look forward to. Seriously, you think this dude is going to turn down a job paying him like 4 times the amount of money?
That's usually the way that life works.
And
you go for the next one.
And he is the favorite, from what I understand, to get that Minnesota job. Any comments?
Go to Minnesota when you're living in Fort Collins.
Because you get paid 4 times the amount of money.
I'm sure they got nice homes there.
How about CSU steps up once and pay a coach?
How?
I don't know.
How are you going to compete with the Big Ten?
You've got more CSU alumni living in Colorado than any of the other major schools.
What?
Buckle up, Buttercups.
Dude, come on. This is the goodbye to Medved tour. Say so long. Farewell.
Well, let's hope it goes out with a bang.
Hey, let's say something stupid. And I watched part of that game the other night. They looked absolutely fantastic.
Well, they destroyed their competition. They didn't just win these games. They blew everybody off the face of the earth.
They look fantastic. If they can keep that up, let's say they get to a Sweet 16.
Okay, which would be amazing.
You beat Memphis. Who knows, right? Who would they play after they beat Memphis?
I'm looking it up now. I'm not sure. Well, it's going to take me a second. Get to your point.
Well, let's say they get to the Sweet 16, and listen, they've had some good basketball coaches up at CSU.
Yeah.
And you lose them to Nebraska, and you lose girls and women and men. They've had a couple good women coaches too, and I think they lost one to A&M or Arkansas or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, do you want to be good, or do you just whatever, and we'll just bring up the next guy and develop? And it always seems to listen. There's a reason I always say that the guy's a second squatter when he comes in and replaces the starter, and you go, well, he's not as good as a starter. That's why he was on the second team. That's why he was on the second team.
When CSU,
same thing with assistant coaches.
When they beat Memphis, they will face the winner of Grand Canyon against Maryland.
Okay.
And when they beat...
So probably Maryland.
All right. And when they beat Maryland, they will face either Oklahoma, UConn, Florida, or Norfolk State. So probably Florida.
UConn's had a down year this year for UConn standards.
They're like an 8 or something.
I don't know if I'd want to. I don't know if. I don't know
Yeah.
if I'd want to play him in the postseason. You know,
You think Hurley's going to get it together? Yeah. Did you see the story about him on 60 Minutes?
No.
Oh, it's great. You got to see it. This guy is a menace to deal with. He is a grind. He is the epitome.
Grinder.
Oh my!
Yeah.
He's like a Harbaugh. Oh, really?
Oh, he is miserable all the time.
Okay.
Danny Hurley is miserable. But isn't that the classic college coaching? You know, just never happy about anything sort of thing. That's what I think about when I think about college coaches. Those miserable human beings.
Nick Saban.
Never. His wife is.
I did see some snippets with Ariamo and him sitting down.
Oh, Gino had to talk him off the ledge. That's the whole story. Like, Gino was telling me to chill out.
But I thought it was fantastic. Some of the sound bites I saw.
Yeah, so the whole thing with Gino is that Gino went to Hurley because Hurley was about to hurl himself off the roof and tell him to, hey, dude, you've won 2 national championships in a row. You're okay. Take a breath here, son. This is what Gino's advice was to him. And then they ask him on 60 Minutes, have you taken that advice? They go, not really.
It's like the Urban Meyer doc after he was winning all those, and he's just a miserable human being. He's like, all I could think about the second I lost it was recruiting.
Meanwhile,
the second I won it.
Hurley has a wife who doesn't know anything about basketball. And she goes, I don't know what a screen is. I have no idea about any of this crap. And they're like, well, isn't that great that they balance it out? And she's like, sure. But you could just tell that they, like, borderline hate each other. Well, I don't know if they hate each other, but you could tell that his grind is like probably very difficult to live with. I'm sure they love each other, but it's something that's all encompassing. And this is a guy who's won back-to-back championships, and he's like this. So I don't know. I mean, to me, they either probably do great in the tournament, or this guy just, I don't know how you can coach Scott long-term like that. How do you emotionally deal with it?
It's tough, man. It's tough. And I mean, you are what you are. They had that doc on Bobby Knight, and he was a nutbag in Indiana. I'm not sure he still wasn't when he went down to Texas Tech, but it seemed like he might have mellowed for a little bit. You know, I always go back to what Al Davis said, that a coach should stay in one place 10 years and move on. Good for the program, new blood, good for the coach itself. And maybe Hurley, you had a great opportunity. Didn't somebody come and throw a boatload of money at him after last year's championship? Maybe that would have been a good decision. And you know what? If he wants to get out this year, there'll be somebody.
Well, the story is he turned down a boatload of money to go to the Lakers. That's the story.
I don't think that was a story. I think that was reality.
Yeah, this guy turned down money to stay where he was. No doubt he would have made more money coaching the Lakers. All right, we got to take a break. And let's set us up for tonight, Scott, and let us know why we can hope for good things against Golden State next.
All right, you guys want to know about the best car dealership in Colorado? It's Phil Long Ford. Hey, you guys might have heard about the rising rates with cars right now, but that's why you want to go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford, because they locked in over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles. They locked in over 1,000 of these before the rates went up, and you get to save the money. That's why you want to go to Phil Long Ford today. I've been a customer for life over there ever since my rookie year in the NFL. I go back time after time because they always treat me right. They give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the doors over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, whether you're looking for new, whether you're looking for pre-owned. It's going to be at Phil Long Ford. With an award-winning service department, make sure to remember to keep your new vehicle serviced to Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Well, happy St. Patrick's to everybody. I do have a final limerick for us for absolutely nothing. There once was a sports show PhD on radio, thank God not TV. One guy, a grumpy ex-pro, another an ex-Buffalo, and a host who suffers from low T. Thank you from Paul.
Well, that's just about every single one of us on this station. Just listen to that.
There'd be multiple of everything. So, happy St. Patrick's Day.
Hey. You do hawk the pills a little bit more than anyone else, though.
Oh, I just go straight for the ED. I don't worry about the low T. I just go right for the erectile dysfunction.
I'm about overall wellness.
Kim told me to maybe wish you'd take a little of your own advice, but
how would
what's
she
the name
know?
of
Huh?
Exactly.
Right.
What's the name of the Irish drum you heard like in the beginning of that thing? What's that thing called?
Oh, the thumper.
I don't think that's it.
Yeah, it's a thumper. Thump, 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 thump. You play it with your thumb. The thumb
or a little stick with a big paddle.
Again, you go back to what I'm known for, but.
Come on. Another no question. You kind of liked that, didn't you?
I love angry Irish music. Like, angry Irish music is the best. And the person that likes it even more than me will be Andy Lindahl. I promise you, as much as I like it, nobody would like angry Irish music more than Mr. Lindahl.
That's probably true.
So I think he takes pride in making that the core of his being is angry Irish music, which I love him for.
You've heard the Andy not getting a tattoo thing, right?
Can you make it quick?
Went to John Elway's induction. We were off the night before. We decided let's go all get a tattoo. Like 5 or 6 of us. We all get one. Andy's staring at this beautiful Celtic cross, and he goes, I'm not sure my wife will like it. So we all get one except for Andy. We get hammered that night, including Stout's with us, and we're sealing the tattoos all night, getting hammered and slapping the tattoos, and Andy's just sitting there, and then he gets home and goes, my wife wanted to know why I didn't get one too.
Wow. Do you know that Stout has one of the more interesting tattoos?
Tramp stamp?
I've seen it.
It's a teapot.
Teapot.
Short and stout.
Stout.
Where's he got it?
It's on his arm.
On his chin.
It's on his. No, where were you gonna say? No, I think it's right on his bicep.
That's very cute.
Yeah, he even got one that night. Yeah. We were just slapping the hell out of each other all night.
That sounds good. That sounds fun. But Andy was a wimp. He didn't get that, huh?
No, he was afraid his wife wouldn't like it. And then he got home and she asked him, why didn't you get one?
Yeah, big wimp. All right, Nuggets are underdogs by 3.5 tonight. How's it going to go?
Denver wins this game right now, and you're going to go, we're going to talk tomorrow, and you're going to go, really?
I'll be stunned if Denver wins, but not surprised. It'd be so Denver Nuggetsy to go and win this one, win the game against the Lakers on Wednesday, and just shut us all up by Thursday.
Well, story of their life.
Yeah.
Story of this season.
It would be. It would fit right in. And Michael Malone, are we having Michael on tomorrow? Yeah?
I think that's about how long every Sunday
that might be interesting.
It could be. He's been pretty good. I mean, I think there's only been one.
Well, we haven't had him tested yet.
There was one show that he came on after a loss, and that was it the whole year.
I think they had a long break in Napa after that, if I remember correctly.
I'm
serious. It was something like that.
All right. Hey, Scott, have a good broadcast on Altitude TV. Pregame gets going at 7:30 here on Altitude. They tip it at 8 o'clock. We'll all be watching, and we'll be talking about it tomorrow. Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Back to Cale Makar. Stutter step to the right side. Leaves it for Nathan MacKinnon. Most overtime winners in franchise history. Nathan MacKinnon with 14. Now Cale Makar sees an opening. Makar cuts to the middle. Makar! He scores!
Oh, hail Kale! It's a 3-point day for the great number 8, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here, because this party is over!
Hey, what did the Nuggets do this weekend?
Shut your mouth. Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Oh, they just wet the bed is what they did. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Monday. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. I am Nate, along with a 1940s newspaper salesman, Andy Lindahl.
Listen, you're going to end up in a river.
Green River?
Probably. How many places do that? Your hometown is Chicago. Well,
Chicago
it's not really
does
your hometown,
it.
but close to your hometown is Chicago does it.
Near my suburban home, yes. Chicago does it.
Boston?
I feel like there's a lot of other polluted waterways in
yeah, there's others that are green, but
America.
it's not dyed green. It's just green.
Green, yes.
Berkeley Park in North Denver, the Highlands, whatever you want to know.
If you will. Yes.
Yeah.
New
probably
terminology.
walk on that sucker because of all the dead junk in there. Gross.
Welcome in. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And yes, the Avalanche did win in overtime yesterday. They are 8-0-1 over their last 9 games. Mikko Rantanen came back. He got a nice tribute, and then he got booed when he touched the puck, although it felt as though
I feel
everybody...
like Duchesne still gets it worse.
Yeah.
Which he should.
Yeah,
I guess. Honestly, I don't care. Get rid of both of them.
Completely different case, though.
Yeah. He really did want out of here.
Duchesne actively wanted out of here, and he played like crap at the end of his Avalanche career. Mikko wanted to be here. He wanted money more, but he wanted money here, most notably, and he still played well all the way to the end. So to me, I don't think the two are really all that comparable. However, and this is where Joe Sakic gets the credit then, Chris McFarland gets the credit today, and they both worked on all of these things, but like both times when the Avalanche had the eventual split from a star player, they did really well in the trade, in rebuilding the team and rebuilding the core and putting it all back together. Marty Necas scored a huge goal in that game yesterday. Like the Avalanche did everything that they did at the deadline. Brock Nelson was critical on the Nichushkin goal yesterday, which is just, again, another one of those things this team has not had. Andy, the best revenge is living well. So beat Mikko Rantanen and the Dallas Stars and acknowledge you're probably going to see those guys in the playoffs now.
Yeah, look, all I think Avs fans need, in my opinion, to get over this is to watch the second period yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
That was, they suffocated, they dominated, they controlled the puck. Really, all the Stars did was get about 2 good minutes out of that game. It sucks that ended up being a tie because our guy Wedgie deserved a better fate than, ultimately he got the win, but Wedgwood played great.
Bad luck. You have Eric Johnson knock a puck in off his hand like hockey stupid.
Well, and, it goes off the ref for the first one when they're trying to clear the zone and whatever. I'm just saying the Avs have not out-physicaled the Stars like they did in that second period in the first part of the third, and I don't know how long. And it's all because you gave up a piece, and you're a more balanced team.
And you heard Cale Makar in the open right there. Connor on the call. Best person in the world. Cale Makar scores the game winner in overtime. Just goes and creates and makes a play on his own. Obviously, McKinnon gets another assist. Nelson gets the assist. But that's just all Cale Makar being awesome. And then he is the best person in the world. After the game, Cale Makar was asked about what it was like to go up against his old buddy, the Moose. Here we go. Cale Makar, an example for everybody, the best person in the world.
Into this building, how was it for you to play against him tonight?
Yeah, obviously it's weird. Played against him at Four Nations, so you see it on the other side, but definitely not an in-division team like this. And I'm happy for him. Obviously, he's going to be settled in place for quite a long time, and he's going to have really a lot of success, in my opinion, there. So, I think should have been a warm welcome because he's done so much for this team and this organization, and he's a great guy and obviously an amazing player too.
How was the dinner last night?
It was good, yeah. Yeah, it was good. We had to fight for him to pay the bill, but no, I'm just kidding. No, it was great. Obviously, it's always good to see Mikko, and it's unfortunate that we'll be seeing a lot more of him now, but it's good.
Were there things that had to be hashed out?
No. I don't know if – I didn't see that quote. Somebody told me about that. I don't know if that was just like being funny or whatever, but no, it's just nothing to be hashed out. He's an amazing guy, and we all love him, and I know he loves us too, so.
Cale Makar, by the way, it felt like the first answer to the question, how was the dinner, was he was answering just like, it was delicious.
Yeah, fantastic.
We're very wealthy hockey players. We went to a very high-end restaurant. It was wonderful.
Great steak, plenty of wine.
The appetizers.
Fine, yeah.
Delightful meal. But also, the part where, like, was there anything to hash out? I really don't think there was, Andy. They're, again, extremely rich hockey players that all understand, oh, yeah, this thing is a business. Go get yourself paid and get yourself paid well while you break your body to play the game.
Yeah, I feel like I think Gabe probably meant something like that, but is that, maybe because Gabe was the one with the quote, for those not familiar, that we have to hash some things out. And look, he said it in a tone where like he could be kidding, but he might not be kidding. Nobody was really sure. There was no follow-up. But he's not around the team as much because he's been rehabbing. I'm sure Nate
he was around today.
And his guy. Oh, he was.
Yeah.
Little
skating.
Little deep line addition in the playoffs. They can't bring it. I want to remind everybody, because again, we were saying this earlier. Don't be mad at Gabe. They've used his money. His money has not prevented anything. So he can't come back to the playoffs.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. But anyway, look, I would ask you this. If you're the Stars, do you give the guys some grace? I mean, this is a team you're grinding for home ice advantage with now. See, to me, if anybody would be annoyed by all this, I think it'd be the Stars. Like if I were the management, I'd probably go to Mikko and go, just, can you save this for the offseason, bro? Now, look, I get why they did it. It all happened so suddenly. He never got a chance to really say goodbye to those guys. Yeah. They were off to an East Coast trip. He gets shipped to Carolina. Nobody's really caught up. They're all shocked that it happened. So I understand why they wanted to get together. To me, in all of this, if I were a Stars person, I would have said, yeah, save that. Don't do that right now. We need this game.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but again, it's leeway. Guy's a professional. You don't worry about it. He had an assist last night.
How about Wedgie, though, stoning him twice?
He was great. Scott Wedgwood played really, really well. Again, he continues to play well. That dude, I don't. Putting on an Avalanche jersey for goalies is just like a superpower. They become something else. It obviously eventually always wanes, but for now, both of these goalies are awesome.
Have you ever done the splits like that? Like every time I see Wedgwood or Blackwood do that, I'm like, if I did the splits, because not only did he do the splits or whatever to get the first save, but then he like pushes a bit and moves over. Dude, you'd all be coming to help me up. I'd have to roll on my back.
Yeah,
I need a minute.
Number one, they're world-class athletes. Number two, they are world-class flexible. Like, when you watch those guys just go through their warm-up routine of, like, limbering their body up and everything else like that, or have you ever seen when they do the drills with the goalies with the tennis ball out in the hallway and all that, and it's just all reaction time stuff, hand-eye coordination? I'm telling you, like, number one, I can't do anything that a professional hockey player does. I can't. Like, I could barely skate up and down the ice. I wouldn't be able to do it. Like, again, I can throw a baseball. I can hit a three-pointer. I can do those things. I don't do them well. That's why I'm here. But, like, hockey players, I can't do anything that they do. Hockey goaltenders, I can't even contemplate that skill set.
Well,
It's incredible to be able to do what they do at such a high level, as flexible as they are, as fast-moving as they are, and to do it. And again, like the goal that ended up going in from Maverick Bork, the great name, by the way, that's one of those plays of, like, I don't just flopping around like a fish back there, and bodies are all over you, and there's skate blades and everything else. Hockey goalies, I can't even begin to understand what they do for a living.
Oh, I don't know how. And Wedgwood had the one save where he just squared to the puck, went a little wah, went butterfly on it, right? And I don't even know how he picked the puck out. I guess judging by how they, the analysis from from JML and Rycroft. He didn't see it. He just knew he was in the right position, felt it, and looked down and saw it. But how they pick the puck out of a mass of bodies half the time,
I don't know.
Just crazy. But
Avs are awesome. They begin a 3-game trip Wednesday in Toronto, Thursday Ottawa, Saturday in Montreal. They are off to Canada for 3 games. The Nuggets.
Come on now.
I know. I'm Mr. Pollyanna over here.
Hey.
I'm the one that spent most of the day on Friday telling you this is all actually better than you think it is. And they go out and barely beat the fully depleted Lakers and then just crap the bed and lose to the Wizards.
Both nights I thought about tweeting you, no, Nate, I'm not enjoying watching this season. But I didn't want to be that guy.
No.
Because I know you weren't any happier than I was.
Yeah, I was in the air for most of that on Saturday night, and I landed and looked at the score and was just like, what the hell? What are we doing right here? Here's what it comes down to, okay? Sometimes, Andy, this is the funny thing about sports, all right? Sometimes you just run into a bad matchup. And the Washington Wizards and Jordan Poole and Alex Sarr, despite their inability to beat any other team in the NBA, bad matchup. That's all. It's a bad matchup.
Okay. Here's the problem with that statement. It appears anybody that can shoot threes is a bad matchup for this team.
Well,
right now.
yeah.
Hey, you know, here's
anybody that can put the ball through the hoop regularly. It ain't just a three-point defense that's a problem right now.
It's NBA players.
Yeah.
Basically, if you're good enough to be in the NBA in some form, the Nuggets have a problem defending you right now.
They can't stop
I can't
you.
understand how we got here, but we're here. And you know what bothers me? This is what I thought about with Washington the other night. You play such poor defense, everybody feels good about their game. Those guys are actually psyched to be playing you on the offensive end for them, your defensive end.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because none of those guys felt bad. They weren't stressed. They were feeling it. They didn't care. Everybody's loosey-goosey.
Alex Sarr had a career night against Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
She was happy as could be.
Yeah. Well,
What are we doing right now?
The rotations are bad. You know, this is where
They're slow, they're bad, there's a lack of commitment. Nobody is stopping the ball. Even your so-called good defensive players like Christian Brown are getting roasted constantly out on the floor. Your bad defensive players like Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray look even worse right now. This is awful.
Here's the thing. You know what I realized watching, funny enough, the Avs yesterday? This is where they miss a KCP.
Oh, yeah.
Eric Johnson is kind of the Avs KCP, if you will. Look, his better years are gone. It is, in some ways, I'm like, man, Eric looks slow out there. But you know what Eric does? And I noticed, Spring, I don't know if you noticed yesterday, too. Couple times, Eric goes to the middle and takes away the pass that for 2 years since he's been gone, the Avs have been giving up.
Yeah.
He just goes to the middle. It's not anything real complicated. I'm just not letting you have this middle pass. I'm not going to let you hit the middle shooter. I'm going to go because I figure that's probably where the puck's going to go, and I'm going to go and be there. They don't have a guy that seems to know where to be at that point. And it's usually the damn corner three. I complained about this to you last week. How are they constantly giving up the corner three, the easiest shot in the game? Because apparently it's easier than layups these days, especially against the Nuggets.
It's
nothing but corner threes.
It starts at the top. They get broken down. The rotations get behind, and the corner three opens up. This is an NBA team that, let's be honest, they were only a mediocre team when they won the NBA championship, and it's the exact same core four. You take KCP away, and you're not the same team. And a complete and total lack of a 3-and-D guy has made this team unable to play the kind of defense to close out close games. Nikola Jokic. Let's try and let's on a scale of 1 to 10, let's rate the Nikola Jokic frustration level. CSU in the dance. We'll talk about that today on the show. Avalanche good, Nuggets bad. It's all coming up. Kreckman and Lindahl.
All right, guys, it's Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Is there a little bit less luck in your old Clover here lately these days? Listen, if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction in this season of love and renewal and new things and new relationships and new love and all that stuff, well, there's no need for you to suffer with this any longer, because you can get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and they can offer you solutions for your erectile dysfunction. So if this is a problem for you and it's got you maybe pulling away from searching out a new relationship or maybe affecting the one that you have, and certainly if you feel like you're on the road to divorce because you've pulled away from your partner so much, don't let this be the thing. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you with this problem. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you, including up north in Fort Collins, down south in the Springs, North Denver, Central Denver, and Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit them at the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
And here we go. 5 seconds left. They're looking for the game winner. Inbound goes to Jordan Poole. Deep three. Got it! 1.8 to go. Inbound Jokic from 70 feet. Missed it at the horn. And here's a sentence I didn't think I was going to say this year. The Denver Nuggets get swept by the Washington Wizards. Final tonight from Denver, 126 to 123. Ouch!
Ouch is right. Hey, Jordan Poole's always been a nightmare for the Nuggets. Goes back to the playoffs a few years ago. That guy's always good against Denver.
Yeah, but he
sucks.
Was particularly annoying that night because he had like 5 good minutes.
Well,
he had a
good fourth quarter. He went for 39 against you earlier in the year. Jokic, by the way, this season averaging 48 points a game against the Wizards, and they're 0-2. Not great. So let's talk about the Joker. His post-game comments on Saturday night, I watched the entire press conference. He's frustrated, noticeably. I don't think he's defeated, but he's clearly frustrated in this moment. Let's start with this one. Jokic, on if the loss is merely an extension of their play or if it's just the randomness of an NBA season.
I mean, it's definitely extension. I mean, because if you remember, I think the year when we won, we lost 2-3 games at the end of the year that we should win, and then we won championship. But I think we cannot have that comfort zone that we can just go in the playoff because I think we are not playing good. I think we are lucky that we are third or whatever we are standing. We are not playing good. But hopefully we're gonna figure it out somehow, or not,
which is a big addendum to put in the end of that. Okay, is it that we're tired or is it that we're not playing good? It's a little of column A, it's a little of column B. There's no doubt about that. It was the 5th game in 7 nights. This team is absolutely wiped, and no rest for the weary for the Nuggets, who now go on this road trip. And while they don't have any back-to-backs, they continue to play every other night on this trip.
Yeah, I thought, don't they have another back-to-back? They got the back-to-back Sunday, Monday, right? With
at
the Bulls
Houston
again.
And then home against the Bulls. Which you're in danger of getting swept by Chicago, too.
Here's what bothers me is that Nikola looked wiped at the end of that game.
Oh, sure.
He looked really tired.
Another night of massive minutes.
Right. Well, and another night of just guys just beating the crap out of him.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
that's his life. Yeah.
It's they've got to take up. Other people have got to be a threat. They've just got to give him some breathing room by making some shots, if nothing else. Force them to defend you.
Porter and Jamal, I mean, ultimately Jamal didn't play poorly in that game. Yes, he hit the clutch shot again late, but he needs to pick up a greater heft of it. Michael Porter Jr., the shooting woes just continue.
Yeah, and that's tough to see. Let's go back to Jamal for a second.
Yeah.
Again, there's something off about Jamal's game this year, and I don't know what's going on. And yes, the numbers are there, and yes, he is scoring, okay? But there's also the timely scoring that hasn't been quite the same. Now, obviously, he hit a timely shot against the Lakers because I guess he just always does.
He did on Saturday, too.
And he hit another one Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also times early in the possession. There were a couple times where I felt like he had a good look to get a pass into. Russ didn't do it. Had a good, now, in some ways, Russ is an adventure with the basketball, so I'm not going to go all, nuclear meltdown about that. Russ and Peyton Watson both need to be a little more consistent and a little bit less of what the hell am I going to get out of this when you get the ball in your hands.
Sure.
That would help. But there was another couple times where I just felt like there's that pass to Jokic that I feel like I've seen you make 1,000 times before everybody truly collapsed, and he's choosing not to make it. And I don't know why. Now maybe he just didn't want big fella getting beat up on anymore. Maybe he thought this is a possession where I'm going to dribble a lot and I'm going to take a little, I don't know.
Yeah.
But their game just, this goes back to, this feels just like it did that stretch in, what was it, late January, early February, where they lost to the Bulls. Again, just like this week's, blown out in Minnesota.
3-game trip at Minnesota, at Chicago, at the Knicks.
Right. You lose to the Bulls. You barely beat the 76ers, who they were missing all their dudes.
Mm-hmm.
It feels too eerily to that.
Well, here's the good news.
Yeah, they went on a bit of a heater after that.
After that, and the last time that they lost to the Wizards, they got really hot after that.
Which means they'll just smoke Golden State tonight because nothing makes sense.
I
hope.
Andy, and I know, again, I'm Nuggets Pollyanna. I don't see a world they win tonight. I don't see it. I can't find it. The Warriors are 14-2 since they got Jimmy. That team is clicking on all cylinders, and the Nuggets are an absolute mess. I don't know how they beat the Wizards tonight.
Yeah, and
the Warriors.
The problem
if they're playing the Wizards again, they lose again. Yeah, but the Warriors.
The thing is, Nate, I just don't understand how we got here. I mean, I don't understand. Again, did we all just live fat and happy? Did we live too fat and happy off of double games against the Pelicans and double games against the Trailblazers? Remember when all that was big fun and we were praising everything right before the All-Star break?
They've lost to the Blazers this year. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah, I know. And
before the break, okay, this is before the break, points per game allowed, Denver was at 116. 12th in the NBA. Fine. Since the break, you're 7-6 in 13 games, 121 points a game allowed, and you're, again, struggling against the good teams, which is nothing new with this team. 13 games, 10 against teams that have winning records. You're 5-5 in those 10 games. But defensively, since the break, they have been awful. Why were they playing better before the break? Because defensively they played better. The offense is fine. It's great. It continues to be. I don't see that changing with this team. Offensively, they rule. Defensively, they can't. They're not going to win anything like this. And it literally, Andy, it comes down to, like, can they get 2-3 more stops a game? A game. And this is a different team.
Yeah, well,
it's not much to ask.
They're not getting them early, you know.
Not getting them in the first half, not getting them in the first quarter for sure, and then not getting them at least in crunch time against the Wizards. Jokic was asked frustration level when it comes to losing a game like losing to the Wizards from Saturday.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I don't think so. That we had a good stretch. Let's say like 10-15 games that we are kind of playing good. That we played good. But I think lately, even the games that we won, I think we didn't play good, and in playoffs, I think that's not acceptable.
It's certainly not. It's been a terrible March. February, very good. A lot of good things were happening in the month of February. The March has been quite bad, and he knows this. And I think it's fair to wonder if there is a switch to flip for this team right now, because defensively, like, and some of this is just straight up effort stuff. It's just, are you going to play hard enough on that side of the floor? Or is everybody worried about sprinting back and getting out in transition on offense and getting theirs while Jokic continues to, rack up the assists? I don't know. But he is frustrated. He's not surprised they lost this game. This is a good follow-up question. Why wasn't he surprised that they lost?
Because this is what we do since I came here, probably. We win against the big teams and we lose against the teams that a smaller bad record, let's say like that.
He was trying really hard not to be too harsh on the Wizards, who just beat him.
Yeah, but again, to me, I wasn't surprised they lost, more because of how you played against the Lakers the night before. Right? And then when I knew they were in trouble, they had built a lead back up throughout the third quarter and then gave it up near the end. Mm-hmm. And then I thought to myself, you guys look like last night's game getting to you.
Yeah.
You played 4-7 or whatever.
5-7, yeah.
Right. It's been ridiculous the amount of games that you've had this week, and now you look tired. And you could just feel it coming, Here's the other thing that has to stop. Nate, I am so tired. And there's a lot of guys guilty of it on this team right now. It'd be unfair to single out one. But the blind passes into traffic when a guy isn't open has got to stop. They had 3 or 4 of those the other night that are just dumb. They are dumb, unnecessary turnovers. Grab the ball, look who you're throwing to, because, fine, you do it here and there, whatever. They are constantly throwing the ball into harm's way with a guy that's either falling down or running away from the spot you're trying to pass it to, or already has 2 dudes on him. And you're not just trying to force it into Joker. MPJ is trying to throw it to Russ. Russ is just blindly throwing it under his back. These are things you're taught in grade school basketball not to do. And they do it on a regular since we got back from the All-Star break.
Hey, Russell Westbrook said he'd gladly turn the ball over 20 times a game to try and get it to Jokic.
No, that ain't working. We're going to have to rethink that thought. We're going to have to rethink that deal.
Can I point out something that really sucks about this team? That's really annoying. Do you remember after they lost to the Wizards the first time back in early December, that made them 11-10, right? I'm looking at their early season schedule right now. Here's a Tuesday to Friday break, October 29th to November 1st. They'd kill for that break right now. They had a 3-day break. They lost to the Timberwolves after a 3-day break. They played a home game against Dallas Sunday, November 10th. They beat the Mavs. Luka was still on that team. They had a 5-day break before they played the Pelicans in New Orleans, and they lost down in New Orleans. And then they didn't play again until Sunday in Memphis, and then they lost that game. Like, all these huge breaks that they were having, here's a Wednesday to Sunday at Utah, and then they went to L.A. to play the Clippers, and they beat the Jazz, and they lose to the Clippers. Like, they had all this time off, and I know this team's elite on the second night of a back-to-back, but all these breaks, they had such a spread-out schedule early on in the season, which, again, they would kill to be able to have right now. Instead, the schedule is all compressed, and not just that, but, like, what if you had just won those games instead of losing them, and you'd be comfortably in the 2 seed right now, and you wouldn't have to have Jokic playing 40 and Jamal playing 40 every single night, and you could actually give guys nights off. But instead, you got to keep the foot on the gas because you were atrocious at the beginning of the season. Jamal wasn't healthy, et cetera, et cetera. It's all true, but still, like, what if you just would have, won those games instead? You'd be in a much better place.
You would. Yeah, I'm looking at the standings. It's amazing how jumbled up they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's why we complain about this every time they drop a game to somebody that they should have. Or again, just handle business against the teams you know you're better than. Don't lose that Bulls game. Don't lose the 2 Wizards games.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Don't do that stuff. All right?
Yeah, I can look at the schedule and say, oh, you lost in Milwaukee.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay. You
they're
lost
pretty
in
good.
Boston. Okay. You lost in Oklahoma City. You lost against the Lakers when they had their dudes available. Okay. Those are road games against top-notch NBA teams. It's barely beating the Lakers and then losing to the Wizards. Jokic asked, how can they find more consistency? I would argue they've been consistently bad. Go ahead.
I mean, that's a question that I think will pay a lot of money to know. Answer to pay a lot of money to know. So it's something that probably every team wants to have it.
We sure would like it. And finally, can they flip a switch in the playoffs, or are they who they am?
I think who you are in the regular season, that's who you are in the playoffs. So I think you cannot flip the switch. I think that doesn't really exist. That kind of thing that you can just flip a switch. So
yeah, well,
I mean, they kind of did 2 years ago, and they won an NBA title.
Yeah, but man, that was so different.
It's a better team.
They made better offensive decisions. The ball hopped, and the passes made sense. And Aaron Gordon wasn't in and out of the lineup, hurt, not hurt, not hurt, all that stuff.
It's just massive.
It just is and look, they had more of a bench they trusted. They don't have a bench can you explain to me why all of a sudden is DeAndre Jordan not playing at all? At all. You're just going to go small the whole time. We know that Zeke Najee's not as effective as the center. Why are you not even just giving a couple 3 minutes to DeAndre Jordan?
Don't know. DJ has played more minutes this year than he has any other year that he's been in a Nuggets uniform. I don't know. I think DJ's in the playoff rotation.
He better be.
I believe that he will be because they don't really have any other backup 5, and maybe this is just an effort of saving old DeAndre Jordan as long as they possibly can. The problem with DeAndre Jordan is it's diminishing returns. Is the longer that he's on the floor, the worse that he plays.
I get that, but
so I think right now they're just hoping that whatever that that 7-8 minutes a night that they get out of him in the playoffs, that it's just the best version of it they can possibly find.
Unless they go on a ripper and can get comfortable, and it is amazing. I've been meaning to look at the standings all weekend. I did, and I finally.
They're fine.
Well,
they're third.
They're third,
Yeah.
but they're only 3 games away from the Timberwolves. If you go into the tank, if this is a bad little stretch, you could stumble your way into a playing game. Which is the last thing they need.
Okay, so 4-game trip coming up here. This is the inevitable question you ask before a trip like this. At Golden State, at the Lakers, at Portland, at Houston. You have a day off in between every single game. First 2 nationally televised against good teams. And you've already lost to the Blazers this year. And you've lost to the Rockets this year. Hell, the Nuggets have lost to everyone.
Pretty much everybody.
Yeah. By the way, if the playoffs started today, Denver would open with Golden State. That's who they play tonight. What's the record on the trip?
From the 4 games?
Yep.
I mean, you got to go 3-1, don't you? Got to go 3-1.
Wow.
You hoping for 2-2?
I'm hoping for 2-2.
Well, no. What's the record? I don't know what the record's going to be. I'm telling you what the goal needs to be.
I mean, the goal is 4-0, but
are you kidding me? Off the feeling of that last weekend, I'd be happy if you do go 2-2. Right now, it feels like you might go 1-3.
2-2.
Everything feels screwed up right now.
2-2 would be a great trip for this team. I think I think you can beat the Lakers in LA.
Yeah, Bron's not playing this week. I heard the update, the injury update this morning. He's out this week again.
Yeah. Win Friday in Portland.
Now Luka's probably back. For that Laker game.
He played the other night. He's good to go. I'm assuming that he goes on Wednesday. Although, God, they almost beat him without him. If you can win the middle two, I think that'd be great. I don't think you win tonight. I don't think you win on Sunday. Hope to be wrong on either of those
I feel like
picks.
we need a surprise this week. Now, I will say the thing that's been consistent with this team, when we count them out, they slam the door and tell us to shut up.
It's true.
So maybe that's coming.
It's true. Which game?
This weekend does not feel good.
What would be the surprise tonight?
Maybe that Houston game.
Okay, I'd be surprised if they got either of those.
I would say because the Houston game's the end of the trip, right?
Yeah.
You got to come back Monday for the Bulls.
1-3 feels very likely.
Well, I'm hoping they can. 2-2 would be good.
2-2, I'm throwing a parade.
3-1, we quit worrying so much, and they're just this Jekyll and Hyde team.
4-0, we retire from radio.
Listen, what if they go 3-1 and the one's Portland? Like, that's the way this season's going,
It would
right?
make perfect sense. It would absolutely make perfect sense. Yes, of course. Of course that's what's going to happen. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got a break. We got to take a break. And we got a great bracket contest here that we got to tell you about that you got to get signed up for. We're completely zagging while everybody else zigs. We are picking we're just picking winners. That's it. But not in the traditional sense. We're going for long shots, baby, at least if you're going to play it correctly. We will do that. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll tell you about our bracket contest, and if CSU makes sense for it, that's coming up next. It is the Not Another Bracket contest. Because it's not really a bracket contest. Presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. It's live right now at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. However, instead of filling out the entire bracket as you will for your standard office pool, etc., just pick your 5 teams and you are entered. Every win, you get points. Pick a lower seed, value goes up. Check out all the details on the website. Grand prize winner will get an awesome prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at Denver Chop House, big screen TV, a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it. For all the buzzer beater celebrations, adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk or an open corner 3. Also, by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter. So good value in the lower seeds is what you're looking for, despite this being a year where the top 2 seeds are better, basically, than they have ever been, at least if you're measuring by quads, 1 and 2 wins in this tournament. CSU goes in as a 12 seed. Interestingly enough, Colorado State against 5 seed Memphis in Seattle Friday at noon. Rammies are favored in that game. A 2.5-point favorite. Now, Memphis has a critical injury. They lost Tyrese Hunter, their all-conference guard, right at the end of the tournament for the American Athletic Conference. Now, they still won it without Tyrese Hunter, but he was in a walking boot. Seems as though the likelihood that he plays coming up here on Friday would be low, although Penny Hardaway is playing it sort of close to the vest. CSU, in the meantime, Andy, and I was there watching all 3 of their games of the Mountain West tournament. They steamrolled that tournament. This was no, like, fluky finish to the season or anything like that for CSU. They won 10 games in a row, but they rolled over 2. Well, one of them ended up in the NIT, but they rolled over a tournament team in the semifinals against Utah State. They were up 28. Inevitably, you end up playing with your food, and you only end up winning by 12. But still, Colorado State's really friggin' good. And Nick Clifford's playing it in absolutely, like, at a level that is making NBA scouts really rethink that second-round designation on Nick Clifford. He looks like a first-rounder right now. And so Colorado State is a 12 seed. By the way, they're getting selected in 33% of the entries right now at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. So Colorado State is actually the 4th most picked team on the board after some 1 seeds, Duke, Florida, and Houston.
Yeah, but they're ahead of Auburn. How about that?
Yeah.
So there's your top 1 seeds, 4 1 seeds, and Auburn's 5th, thanks to Colorado State.
Take that, Bruce Pearl. How you feel about that?
Pearly?
Yeah. Nico Medved, for now, is still the coach at Colorado State for now. Very, very much for now. Minnesota job, interestingly, came open right in the middle of the Mountain West tournament, and naturally, everybody immediately connects Nico Medved to his alma mater, and for very good reason. It turns out something about those Big Ten institutions and the TV deal and everything else like that, it's almost like they have more money to be able to offer. Although Nico he's compensated very well for a mid-major coach at Colorado State. Still, it's like, it's where you're from, it's where you graduated, it's where you coached early on in your career.
It has a gigantic budget.
Yeah.
You've got amazing facilities.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You know, not only does your paycheck go up, the quality of player you get to recruit goes up.
Goes up.
And I'm not knocking anybody at Colorado State.
Nope.
It's the reality that we just know that Big Ten money is very big.
Well, and you've, like some of his players, like obviously, like, Neek's gone after this year, but like his point guard, Kyan Evans, every Power 4 school is calling Kyan Evans right now to try and find out what he's up to. That kid's good. His big man, his freshman big man, Kyle Jorgensen, who, by the way, is from Minnesota, is a kid that looks like, all right, everyone's going to be calling on him right now. And it's tough. It's just tough to hang on to these guys once the phone starts ringing. And obviously, college basketball fans see everything that's happening. Dudes' names are going into the transfer portal all over the place right now. So, I would hope nobody would blame Nico one bit if he could make that jump. It's just flat out haves and have-nots in college athletics.
Yeah, period. You know,
period.
I mean, you and I talked about it. We both are hearing from people that we know around the games. There's already guys trying to figure out the transfer portal stuff as they're getting ready to go play tournament games. It just is messed up.
Yeah.
Somehow, some way, someone needs to, they all need to just agree this isn't good for the sport. I don't understand how every coach knows their guy could come be poached.
Right.
Why not just call a timeout in both basketball and football and don't open the damn portals until everything is done? It's wrapped up. And if you have contact with the guy and prior to the portal opening, there is somebody assessing a fine. But, I say that, and I think of Alabama. Alabama doesn't care. Georgia doesn't care.
And
Ohio State doesn't care.
Andy, you and I know that there's 100 ways to back channel these things.
Yeah.
How do you have any sort of control over what's going on?
But it does feel like when you and I are hearing stories of guys just being open about their portal business in the middle of tournaments, like, can we at least back channel there's some subtlety to it? You know what I mean? I'm not saying it makes it better necessarily, but at least you're not openly open for business as you're allegedly going on a playoff run.
Every single college athletics coach in football and basketball knows exactly what everybody else's budget is. They know exactly what everyone else's NIL budget is and what they have to spend. And they know if that school, if that team's collective then calls your player's gone. Most likely your player is going to be gone. We got games Thursday as well over at Ball Arena. Here's what we got in town here, Andy. We got Wisconsin, Montana. Badgers a 16.5-point favorite. That's the first game on Thursday. By the way, think about Montana a little bit in your bracket, all right? Yes, Wisconsin has CSU legend John Tonje, but, Montana shot the lights out in the Big Sky tournament. They beat Northern Colorado. Hey, all Montana has to do is get hot for one afternoon, then go beat Wisconsin. That's good points to get in your bracket contest. We got BYU and VCU. We got the kid whose great-grandfather founded the Tater Tot.
Tater Tot, dude, coming in hot.
Richie Saunders going to be in town. Afternoon session, Texas A&M and Yale, my safety school, in Game 3. And then Michigan and UC San Diego in game number 4. Double-digit seeds. UC San Diego was pretty good. They had some good wins this season as well on their resume, so maybe think about them knocking off Michigan, who just made a title run in the Big Ten tournament. So there you go, everybody. That's.
Can I ask you though?
You may ask away.
These are regionals, right?
Yes.
Term regional.
Mm-hmm.
We could have got maybe some New Mexico, some Grand Canyon.
Some Colorado State,
Colorado State in particular. I wasn't going to pull them right away.
Sure.
Now BYU is here. Kansas would have worked. Why not? My point being, why not schools that are actually closer to the region it's being played? Maybe make it a little easier for a few of the fans to travel out.
Do you want me to make it more confusing for you?
Please.
Okay.
Why not?
These aren't these aren't even West Regional games. This is the East region and the South region.
Why wouldn't it be?
We'll be playing in Denver.
Yeah. This is like when we had the NFC East and the Cardinals were in it once upon a time. Remember that? Because they moved from St. Louis to Arizona, but they were still in the NFC East.
Speaking of college athletics and how weird they are, Dion is going to get the Buffs spring game on television. And not just that, Dion wants an opponent. This is Deion Sanders earlier today, who was looking to build up a made-for-television event.
Spring game will be televised. ESPN2 will broadcast spring game on the 19th. We got to sell this thing out and pack this thing because the way the trend is going, you never know if this is going to be the last spring game. I don't believe in that. I don't really want to condone that. I would like to play the spring. Actually, I'd like to play against another team in the spring. That's what I'm trying to do right now, to have it competitive. Playing against your own guys kind of get monotonous, and you really can't tell the level of your guys because, it's the same old. Everybody kind of know each other towards the end. I would like to style it like the pros. I would like to practice against someone for a few days, then you have the spring game. And I think the public will be satisfied with that tremendously. I think it's a tremendous idea. Yeah, I've told those personnel who should understand that it's a tremendous idea.
Okay, guess who already thinks it's a tremendous idea?
Who we got?
Syracuse coach Fran Brown. As Deion's proclamation was tweeted out over X, and he just happened to pick one from On3 Sports.
Yeah.
Fran Brown quote tweets it and then ats Deion Sanders and says, Syracuse, we will come to Boulder for 3 days. So he's in. Let's do it. That's what he's up for. So And you know what? I credit Fran Brown. Now, the Syracuse Orange are a pretty good program.
Good program.
But
won 10 games last year, top 25 team.
That right there shows you a man that understands the power of the eyes that Deion Sanders gets on the TV.
Yeah.
So he's like, yeah, we'll come to your spot. Let's do it.
I'll glom onto the Deion thing. Why not? Give me a little bit of that shine. Absolutely.
He's going to get done, you think?
Deion
will
wants
they
to
allow
play
it?
like an exhibition game.
That's a little scary, man. You don't want to be getting someone hurt in late April because this thing, I think, April 20th, right? Spring or something like that.
Okay.
I think the weekend before the draft.
Are you still NCAA compliant if you play an exhibition game in the off season? Aren't there practice rules?
I don't know. Is anything compliant anymore? I asked you. Who's really running this thing?
It's a good question.
You know what I mean?
I don't know.
You know what I watched the other day that showed me that I forgot? This was like, I think, the end of everyone's faith in the NCAA. I was watching that ESPN 30 for 30 called The U.
Uh-huh.
First off, the first half where things were good for Miami, what was it? They had one of those teams, just Frank Gore, Willis McGahee, DJ Witt. I mean, it couldn't Antrell roll. I mean, the guys on that Miami team.
Is that the 02 team that won the national title?
Yes, dude. Oh, it was sick. Their roster was sick. But then there was that little thing where they tried to bust everybody and go after Nevin, and then they figured out that the NCAA was doing deals with his lawyer, and they're like, "Wait a minute! Now we got to investigate our own. We got to investigate our own process."
They were bounty gating that thing, and one of the bounty gate revelations in all of it was about getting big hits on quarterbacks and. Joel Klatt's name was mentioned as a dude who they were headhunting for, and I believe there was a scoop and score by Miami.
Yes, I remember it.
And that was the play where Joel got blasted and literally flew through the air 11 yards. Well, he didn't go through the air 11 yards. He went through the air about 6 yards and then bounced and then rolled and eventually, he moved 11 yards.
That would be the hit you remember if not for Brian Orakpo. That was the most vicious football hit on a quarterback
the one in Texas? I
think I've
seen.
It
wasn't Orakpo. It was another dude.
I thought it was Orakpo.
I can't remember. Orakpo was on that team, but it was another dude, and I can't remember his name, but that was the one where Joel got knocked out cold.
Yeah, that was scary.
He was unconscious before he, hit the ground.
I mean, just got drilled.
Yeah.
And that was one of those days I was running the board then.
Uh-huh.
Where I can remember CJ was sideline guy, and he'd get on the mic, and he'd go, Andy, we don't look like these dudes at all. He said 2 years in a row,
70-3.
It was Oklahoma with Adrian Peterson, and then that Texas team. And I just remember CJ came back. He goes, "We got to recruit like that again. What are we doing? I could just remember his look.
Tommy Harris was in the middle of that Oklahoma defensive line. That was a scary, scary man.
Good for Joel for having the guts.
It's turned out okay for Joel.
I know it has, but I mean, my gosh, when my dudes can't stop your dudes.
Right. It's a rough day.
Yeah.
That's a rough day. The end of the Gary Barnett era. Not a good time. However, CU football's good again, and Deion's trying to get somebody in for an exhibition game. That's fun. I'm all for it. Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. Good time of year to start thinking about getting a brand new cooling system. Well, if you don't want to pay up front, Apple Air has you covered. For a limited time, you can get a brand new system with no payment and no interest for 12 months. We're talking about a heating and cooling system from Apple Air. Total comfort now. Don't pay a thing for a full year. The expert team at Apple Air, they make upgrading easy, affordable, and stress-free. Call 303-733-2813 today or visit appleair.com. Schedule your free estimate. Ask them about their financing programs. But again, no payments, no interest for 12 months on a new heating and cooling system. Apple Air cares about value. They care about your comfort and your efficiency. They provide things that standard upcharges with other HVAC companies. That's how Apple Air gets you taken care of. Again, give them a call, 303-733-2813, or go to appleair.com.
Apple Air, the experts that care.
Hey, it's hour number 2 of the Kreckman and Lindahl show on a Monday afternoon. Nuggets, frustrating. At Golden State tonight, Warriors are good. Since they have gotten Jimmy, they've basically been winning every single night. This Nuggets team, Andy, had 8 straight wins going into the All-Star break, 7-6 since the break, and they are 26th in defensive rating since the All-Star break. That's problematic. That's an issue.
Give me that again.
26.
Yeah, how many teams?
In defensive rating since the All-Star break. There's 30. That's bottom 5.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be hanging out thinking you're going to win in the playoffs in
No.
any sport, period. You got to play a little defense.
Since the 9-game win streak was snapped against the Lakers, the Nuggets 6-6 in the last 12, including trading wins and losses over their last 6 games, and now they open up a 4-game trip this evening, coming off of a bad loss against the Wizards. All right, last time they had a bad loss against the Wizards, you could officially mark that as a turning point in the season. Fair to say, this team was 11-10, and then from then on, they really got their crap together since losing that game. And they've been a different team ever since. But, from 11-10 to today, where they sit at 43-25, that is significant improvement. Yeah, but does that switch get flipped this time around? And I think here's even the bigger question about it, Andy. Are they capable of doing it right now with as banged up as they are? Like, Jokic's elbow is, I don't think it's hurt. I think he's injured. Jamal's ankle, I don't think it's hurt. I think he's injured right now. So are they even capable of getting on a roll?
I want to say yes. Look, this team surprises us all the time. I didn't think Jokic should play the second night of whenever that was, and he goes out there, and not only does he play, he smokes that OKC last Monday. He goes out there and has one of his better games of the year. They have one of their more surprising, more comfortable wins of the year against Oklahoma City, a team that's given them problems. But then you go and you watch Minnesota, it's the same. I can't figure out their deal with Minnesota. I can't figure out mentally. Here's what I think is interesting as we talk about the opponent tonight. The Nuggets used to feel like they just loved playing together. Just a good vibe out there. The ball's moving. Everybody's got their shots. Everything's in a good spot. They just play hard for each other. I don't feel that this year. I just don't. Now, Aaron Gordon's been in and out of the lineup. Jamal Murray, there's times where he tries to dribble the air out of the ball. Jokic seems frustrated. Christian Brown, I think, is doing the best thing that he can, but he was the bench guy, not part of the starters last time. And now you got to go play a Golden State team, which, like you said, since they added Jimmy Butler, everything seems to be kumbaya and everyone's enjoying basketball again.
Now, here's the good news. February and March, the Nuggets are 5-0 following a loss. 15-6 overall, but 5-0 following a loss in that stretch. All right, that's good. They have shown the resilience to be able to bounce back, absolutely. But the bigger point, and you just touched on it right there, is this team connected at the moment? And that's where you would say no. And again, I think it shows up far more on the defensive end of the floor than offensively. Again, I'm not worried about what this team is offensively. They rule. But defensively, this team is they're not connected. And that's really, I think, where it shows more than anywhere else. Like, that's when it comes down to, again, a combination of communication and try hard. Do you have those two things? And unfortunately, the defense is getting too easily broken down on the perimeter. They scramble to chase rotations. You saw it on the George 3 at the end of that game the other night against Washington as one example, but there's plenty of them that they just do not look as though they are connected on that side of the floor. I know, you rely on Peyton Watson as a defensive stopper, and he's only now just starting to get his legs back under him. You don't have your best defender in Aaron Gordon, or he's in and out of the lineup, so that's going to make things uneven and weird. But come on, dude. You're a veteran group.
Yeah, this is time.
You're a championship core right now, and is it really as simple as saying you subtract Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and you're no longer a championship team capable of playing at a championship level?
Well, you would like to believe no, that's not the case. But he was a mental grinder. He was a guy that brought a little bit of a bleep you attitude. Mm-hmm. He was up in a guy's chili all game and didn't matter. Didn't mind the rough stuff. He could still rein in a 3. He wasn't,
He knew that's where his paycheck was coming
yeah,
too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you don't have that right now.
No.
And again, here's the other problem. This is where I get a little frustrated, and I don't know. It's easy. We can all Monday morning coach, okay?
I'm pretty good at it.
But, how are you not getting more out of your bench at this point? You know what I mean? Like, is it just because you automatically don't trust guys? You haven't played them enough to this year? There should be more guys available to you than what you're getting out of some of these guys. I thought we talked about all offseason that we were going to try to do this. Then they have the presser where we're going to try to play and develop some more guys. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to go. I've got the box score up. I'm trying to find minutes.
Isn't Zeke getting developed right now?
I don't know. Is he?
I mean, I know he's already compensated well.
Okay, Zeke and Peyton got 21 and 23 minutes. That's your bench. 3 for Vlatko, 9 for Pickett. Those guys both came in and spot duty to say the least.
Bunch of blocked shots. He ran the floor.
Which one, Zeke?
Yeah, Zeke, and he finished in the plus category.
I want to believe it, but you know what? Zeke is a 4.
I know.
We've all talked about it.
They
So
don't
then
have a
put
backup big.
DeAndre in there. Let him play a little 5. Again, even if it's just for 3 minutes, because you talked about this, Nate, with the way this thing's going and the way the seedings are jumbled, where there's 4 games, 3 wins or whatever that separates the 2 from the 7, 2 from play-in territory, you may have to play. You're not going to get Jokic a lot of rest unless you avoid the play-in and get that week off while the play-in people decide themselves. Well, then how about get him a few? You've got to give him more time to rest in game. You got to get under the 8-minute mark before you bring him back in, whether you like it or not.
If you could get him down to even 32 or 33 minutes, it'd be a victory. They need to be able to get to that place. They're wearing him out right now, and he looks like it. His elbow is clearly bothering him. His 3-point shooting has been really bad of late. And
dude, his free throws have been a little bit more adventurous.
The free throw shooting has also, I think it's down to, he's been like 70% since the All-Star break.
Yeah, well, a lot of the bad has coincided with him banging that elbow against Plumlee a week ago.
Yeah, it really, ever since that happened. In the month of March right now, he's shooting 56% from the field, which is still excellent. He was at 58 for the season. From 3, he's down to 26%. This is in the month of March. Free throws, 71%. 71% in the month of March. He was 82 prior to that. So his shooting efficiency has absolutely gone down. Andy, we had I don't know if you saw this or not. We had another DB get paid in the NFL today.
Yeah, I did not read it fully, but yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you think?
Once again, Derek Stingley, who's a very good corner. Once again, the market is reset, and he surpasses Patrick Surtain. Adam Schefter was on the morning show today, and Schefter was talking about the Broncos and how smart George Payton was to get this done early, the PS2 deal. What's that look like now to Adam Schefter?
Does Surtain's deal look like a bargain now that you compare it to Derek Stingley?
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly like the cost on Patrick Surtain is not going down when he's in the prime of his career. It's just not. So get the deal done, and now the deals start piling up above him, and they have him locked in. He's got a great deal. They got their guy without having to worry about the price going up. It's a win for everybody. That's how it should be.
Honestly, this is what the Bengals screwed up.
Yeah.
And you know what? If you like Nick Bonito, go ahead and get that done now, too.
Sure.
If you like a guy, sign him. The earlier you sign him, if you know he's a player.
They made the decision on Bowles. They didn't let him become an unrestricted free agent. They know that if he was going to, because of the outrageous money that gets thrown around in free agency, that he would have been gone. Okay, you trust the guy, you like him, you know he's healthy, even though he's an aging player, pay him now.
Let me ask you, how much cheaper? Because the big news of the day was the Bengals signed their top 2 receivers for massive contracts.
Huge.
Most money given out.
Both 9-figure deals.
But now they're top heavy. How much cheaper than $115 million would T. Higgins have been 2 years ago?
Right.
And how much cheaper would Jamar Chase have been had you signed him a year ago?
What if you had done it last year on T. Higgins instead of fighting him with the franchise tag and all of that? Like it never works out that way. John Elway was really bad at this part of the job, and he did it with Von Miller. He did it with Demaryius Thomas, where he just watched these guys. He tried to strong arm them. He tried to franchise them. He delayed, and all that happened was their price tags went up. It never does you any good. And the funny part about it is there were other deals that John did right, and he should have learned his lesson from. He did it with Chris Harris. He did it with Derek Wolfe. He paid those guys early, and then he let other guys go test the market, and they ultimately walked away. Malik Jackson, Danny Trevathan, those dudes, they all then walked away. It never does you any good to fight because the price always only goes up.
Yeah, if you know a dude can play, sign him up. Get it done.
Jeff Legwold's going to talk to us about what Cincinnati did, what he thinks about Dion's ideas on a spring game, the upcoming CU Pro Day, the word on Shedeur, and everything else. It's all next with Jeff Legwold. Jeff Legwold time here on a Monday. His appearance brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. We're going to talk to Jeff about his new job for this week, coming up a little bit later in the conversation. But we start with the Broncos, and we start in this place right here, Jeff. After free agency and what they did, adding inside linebacker, adding safety, adding tight end. In what ways, if at all, will that influence the way the Broncos approach the first couple of rounds of the draft?
Well, Nate, I think first thing it does is it tells you where they believe their biggest needs are, because that's been their philosophy in free agency, was to, attack biggest needs the most focused way you can, which is free agency. Mm-hmm. You're not dependent on how the board falls. It's who you like for you, and can you make the number, get the player's attention. That's all you're really looking at. So that tells you they really came away from their meetings after the season. As good as their defense was, that's where they wanted to go. And I do think they, I think Ingram is a big upgrade for offense. If he even gives them, 70-80% of his best season over the last 4 years, he'll still be the best guy they've had at tight end for quite some time. So, and the other two guys, it's just health. If they're healthy, I know for a fact the Niners loved both those guys, and it was just a money health issue. And I think whether the Niners would admit it or not, I think their inkling inside their own building is that Greenlaw is going to come back very healthy and have a very good season.
Jeff, when we talk about teams really trying to fill specific holes, like you talked about right there, and look, it's always mock draft season. There's a new one every single week, 365 days a year, all right? But also, like prior to free agency, most every mock had Denver going either tight end or running back. Like very specifically, they got to fill the Joker thing, and then the Broncos immediately go out and they sign Evan Ingram. When NFL teams approach these things, do they view, like you're talking about, filling specific needs, they view free agency as the best way to be able to do that specifically? I would think because these are established NFL players whose role who they're plug-and-play guys. You put them in their lineup, you're confident what their production is going to be, versus draft picks where there's always the potential of project, right?
Well, yeah, some of it's just your ability to see that player in plays you run, in specific things you do.
Right.
You get the best vision of that. You know what you're getting. Now, do you get a free agent's best season of his career?
Sure.
Not usually. Not very often.
Well, no, but you get them coming off of the best season of their career.
Usually,
not really in the Broncos
the
case, because they got injured dudes. But yeah, oftentimes you might have gotten an inflated version of a guy.
But that it's very easy for them to see the fit. And in fact, you're often going to have somebody on your staff who coached the guy who has done something with the player along the way, whether it's off season or in season. So just a lot more information, that your inability to build your team that way, though, is, the more players you have excelling on rookie deals, the more you can do in free agency. So it's really that weird dichotomy of the better you do in the draft, the more you can do in free agency. And I think that's what teams struggle with.
All right, Jeff, we've hit the quiet period. Do you think you told us some great information that a lot of people hadn't talked about Friday? They're already kind of tight with the cap. Do you think they're done for this round of free agency, or do you think there could be another little surprise value signing or two before you hit the draft?
Now it's just players deciding what's best for them to get back in the market next year. Andy, you see so many one-year deals now. Like I say, after that 2-day negotiating window is over, if you're unsigned, for the most part, unless you're a quarterback, you're looking at one-year deals for the team's number. So It's mostly now players trying to decide, okay, what gets me to free agency the best next year? Or if you're an older guy, where can I win, right now? That's what you're waiting on. You're hoping those people call you. I know we get so enamored with free agency, but it's open until, the training camp starts.
Right.
Essentially. So, that they'll be looking the whole time. I bet you they bring in double-digit players during OTAs, and the rookie mini camp. We'll see some extra guys out there. I think they'll keep looking, but to have the room to do something significant, they'd have to adjust a deal or give somebody an extension or do something, turn signing bonus or salary into signing bonus. They'd have to do something significant to get some room. They're in those single-digit millions, against the cap right now, which is with the draft coming up. And, that's about as close as you want to be.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff, the CU Pro Day is going to be televised. That's going to be an awful lot of fun. Shedeur Sanders has become a very polarizing prospect. Surprise, surprise. Somebody from that family is polarizing. What does Shedeur need to show at Colorado's Pro Day? And right now, what are you hearing as the reasons for his quote-unquote slide down the board?
Yeah, I'm the wrong guy to ask about, is a player too confident? I just don't buy any of that bogus crap.
Don't I want my quarterback to be confident?
Yeah, what's he supposed to say? Oh, I'm not very good. This fake humility crap is just, I get so tired of old people being upset that young people are confident and young. Okay, we're old, we're sorry. They're young, they can't help it. They're young. Let them be young. But anyway, that's a tirade for another day when you've got a whole hour for me. But part of the issue is just basic football things. He's not the biggest guy. He's a little over 6'1", 212, I believe, at the combine. That's not a big quarterback. So that's some people's trouble with him. Look, he does a couple things at an elite level that NFL coaches love. He's an amazing processor. He knows what he's looking at. He's been trained well, and accuracy is spectacular. So that's an NFL quarterback and a first rounder in my mind. Is he the number one pick or all that? I don't care about all that. He's a good quarterback. He's a very good NFL prospect. I don't care where he would fit in last year's class and all of that stuff. Doesn't matter to me. But he processes great. He's accurate as hell. And in the big moments, he plays his best. And especially not this past season, but his first season at Colorado. Come on. He did more with less there than a lot of guys could have. He takes too many sacks, way too many. Like, he won't last a half a season in the NFL if he doesn't clean that up. So at his pro day, people are just going to look for his rhythm. How do you throw the ball when your back foot hits? How's your footwork coming out from under center? How's it look moving left to right out of the gun? All of those things, just little basic things. They can't see, are you going to be more responsible about taking sacks? Because, nobody's going to be rushing him. But they can see his rhythm and his footwork and what he's been doing. But my personal opinion is a lot of the criticisms is just, if you want to be mad at his dad, just be mad at his dad. Don't take it out on him.
He's a high IQ player. You mentioned the processor right there. Clearly, tools-wise, he's probably lower on the list, and we know that. But Leggy, when
Nate, I didn't want to interrupt you, but he's not big enough to play the way Ben Roethlisberger played.
Sure.
So
he can't take that many hits in the NFL.
He cannot play that way in the NFL. Ben could.
Yeah.
He can. If he takes 50 sacks in the NFL, he won't make it through the season.
Yeah, he's not Josh Allen. That's very clear. So, and I mean this with Shedeur, but I mean this with every prospect. Maybe just broadly, generally. Tools versus football IQ / processor when evaluating a quarterback. Does it come down to taste, or does one truly make for a better future NFL player?
Well, the athlete who doesn't understand what he's looking at and can't get the ball where he's supposed to is not going to fare as well as the processor will. Now, will the processor make you the throw in the last 30 seconds of a playoff game? That's your rub. You know, some people can't throw the way John Elway did when the game's on the line. I mean, the touchdown at the end of the drive, he might have killed the receiver, you know, with the ball. It's, you know, that part of it, that's the rub. You know, the processor will be a better player overall for his career, but will he win you the game when you need him to win you the game?
Jeff, I've known you a long time. I don't think I've ever heard anything affect your voice the way this thing has the last couple of days.
You know, I told you earlier, this is my draft voice. When I'm on the phone like 50 hours a day, and it's just stupid. And, you know, it just happens. I don't have a great voice to begin with, so I apologize to everyone, you know, right from the jump.
I beg to differ, personally.
Yeah, everybody loves the smooth, velvety tones of Jeff Legwold. Hey, who's the other guy that's most Hunter and Shedeur? We know who's maybe the surprise prospect up there at CU.
You know, I think people are really liking Horn. You know, as a receiver, just the way he pops in and out of routes and his explosiveness at the top of the route. I think he's getting a lot of traction for a lot of folks. You know, when I do ask scouts about their other guys, his name comes up an awful lot.
All right, Jeff, you're going to be out covering college buckets all weekend long. You are moonlighting as a college basketball writer. Right now we got this
my annual moonlight.
That's right. So we got this great bracket contest, which, by the way, it gives more points for picking lower seeds in this tournament. You're going to see, coming up on Thursday out at Ball Arena, you're going to see 4 double-digit seeds in Montana, champions of the Big Sky. VCU's coming to town. They're always fun. My safety school, Yale, and then UC San Diego, the champions of the Big West. Of the double-digit seeds that you will see coming up here on Thursday, is there one that you like to pull the upset because somebody is going to?
Well, I mean, San Diego is they're like awesome on defense.
Yeah.
I mean, they got like one of the best defenders in the country as I study all this. So I always give that a shot in the tournament, you know, because if a team like that hits any shots at all, they make it hard on you. And you know how these things work. If you get that into the second half, it really tightens the squeeze on the higher seed. So I always look for the best defensive teams in the upset specials, and I think they're probably the best defensive team of the double-digit seeds coming here.
All right, the Tritons of UC San Diego, 36 by Ken Pom, 30th in defensive rating by Ken Pom, which is really good for a program out of the Big West. Leggy says if you're looking for a high seed in Denver, maybe look for them to knock off Michigan.
No, their guy led the nation in steals. Gray?
Yeah.
Hayden Gray, he led the nation in steals.
Okay, and obviously pick Illinois to win the national championship. Jeff Legwold, everybody, of ESPN. Leggy, good work as always, man.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right, there he goes. Jeff Legwold battling his way through today. Playing hurt, which is what you need at this time of year.
You know, we had a text.
Mm-hmm.
Wants to know why Leggy doesn't say we're the best anymore when he signs off. And you know what? I do now have that question. He didn't do it there either.
He's
decided we aren't the best. Has he ranked someone ahead of us?
He is in draft mode right now,
so
meaning
no
that
one's the best.
He understands he has to measure his words very carefully. You cannot just be handing out platitudes like this. Right now, I would call us a prospect with upside. At the
I like
moment,
that,
Andy.
yeah. But grabby hands.
Uh-huh.
We got grabby hands.
We're definitely grabby.
I'll never forget Romy found, when we were doing the show with Ed, Romy found a draft breakdown called him Mr. Grabby Hands. And I swear to this day, I told her, maybe this will be the year I'll get her to do it. You got to go back and find the thing. And who was he talking about? Was it Garrett Bowles? Who was it?
We have grabby hands and ask management here. Without a doubt, we have an attitude problem.
I feel like ours is fair to Midland. I think there's worse. We're not the Lawrence Phillips of this daily lineup.
Oh, no. We're not criminals.
Well, yeah. Who else is a bad attitude? Help me out. Who's just bad attitude guy?
I'm not going to name.
We're not the Johnny Manziel. No, that's what I mean. Johnny Manziel.
Oh.
That's what I'm talking about. A player comp.
Oh. Yeah.
We're not the Johnny Manziel of this thing.
That's another guy with a criminal history right there.
Yeah, but you're right. The Lawrence Phillips one's a little ugly.
We follow the law.
Yeah.
Generally.
Well,
although,
hey, you got to stop signing the parking lot problem. But other than that,
other than that, harassment that I've received from the Lone Tree Police Department,
getting a stare down.
Hey, these things happen.
Hey, real quickly, you psyched that the West Virginia Governors all up in arms about UNC getting in the tournament? Because I thought you had a great line for it.
You know what it is? That this is the thing that needs to get dealt with right now. This is the thing that needs government intervention.
Of all the things in this country, please.
Was the Tar Heels getting into the tournament is, yes, the governor of the state of Virginia, or West Virginia, excuse me. There's not only one Virginia, West Virginia. Patrick
Mountain Mama, all that.
Morrissey, yeah, he believes the NCAA Tournament Selection Committee is corrupt. Now look, when
I'm not sure I argue with the statement.
When the athletic
over this
director of the team that got in over your snub is running the selection committee, I don't think he's without a point there. But also, hey, West Virginia, you lost to the 16 seed in the Big 12 tournament.
Yeah.
There's
that.
I know there's metrics that are on your side, but if the last thing that the committee saw was you losing to Colorado at the Big 12 tournament.
That's a tough impression to leave.
And I love my dude, Tad.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah. By the way, Buffs are going to play postseason basketball. Did you see that?
Really?
Yeah, they're going to the, the College Basketball Crown? Yeah, CU's got despite 20 losses, they're going to play some postseason buckets.
What the hell did you just say they're playing in?
The College Basketball Crown.
What?
It's in Vegas.
What is that?
It's yet another postseason basketball tournament.
Were we pining for more and I was unaware? Between the field of 60, whatever, 8 and...
We got the field of 68.
The NIT.
You got your NIT, but there were teams that turned down the NIT to go to the College Basketball Crown this year.
Really?
32-team bracket.
What's the beef with the NIT?
Fox Sports is going to pay you more to go play in this other tournament.
They don't care for the invitations? They're worried about the lickings going to kill someone's fiance or something?
That's it.
Cheap glue?
There's a network paying more. That's where we're going.
Wasn't that what got Susan?
It was.
The cheap glue on the invites?
It was toxic. She died.
That's right.
Yes, the governor of West Virginia is mad at the NCAA.
Yeah, all right, dude. Great.
Get in line, my dude. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Heck, even car. I'm looking at the thing right now. It says car right in their logo. So, maybe you need a remote start. They could do that for a car. That doesn't have to be a truck or SUV if you need a remote start kit. And I don't know. I can't tell if we're going to get snow this week or not. But, it's going to probably be chilly at least a couple more days before we get to true spring. Wouldn't you like to warm your car up without having to leave your keys in the vehicle and risk not only breaking a puffer law, but getting it stolen? Sure you would. So get yourself a remote start kit, and you can do that over at Colorado Off-Road. You need the bed covers. You need the step rails. You need the equipment to go camping. I know a lot of you are hardcore, and you're going to start camping now. A little too chilly for my taste, and frankly, I prefer a cabin. But if you're into camping, then you need to go get yourself ready for the season over at Colorado Off-Road, the tow hitch, the tie downs, whatever you may need. Jerry Jones and his wife will get you hooked up. You should stop by there. And if you're a commercial contractor, you need to do yourself, or tradesman, you need to do yourself a favor and talk to them about the Workforce Pro Topper. These are great toppers for folks just like you and Jerry Jones and his wife Wendy over at Colorado Off-Road. They're an exclusive dealer of the Workforce Pro Topper. So give them a call and talk to them about it. That number, 303-761-1264. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Find the showroom 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Colorado Off-Road, Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Clifford with the shot clock at 5 for a Mountain West tournament record. They've got it. The 12-3.
CSU shot 50% from 3, playing their third game in 3 days on Saturday, beating Boise State and winning the Mountain West, getting the automatic bid, really stealing a bid. CSU was not going to get in if they didn't beat Boise on Saturday. That game became a de facto play-in because Boise ended up not getting in. 4 teams out of the Mountain West. Another good year for the conference, but CSU makes a late run. They win 10 in a row. Nick Clifford's playing out of his mind. He's tournament MVP, and his Rammies are a 12 seed, and they're going to be attractive in our Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. It's up right now, altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. So you don't fill out the entire field. You just pick 5 teams, and you are entered. And those are your 5, and every win is worth points. And if you pick a lower seed, the value goes up. And then it multiplies the further along into the tournament that we go. Check out all the details. It's all there on the website. It's all explained. Grand prize winner. Here's your prizes. Prize package of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at Denver Chop House. Quick aside. Did you hear Malone the other night going with the "if we make the playoffs" line? Well, we hope they do so that you can win playoff tickets from us. Big Screen TV, catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. They've won awards. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter.
They're a good barbecue.
Andy, how do you feel about High Point out of the Big South? High Point.
What?
High Point as a 13 seed taking on Purdue in an early game on Thursday. Hey, you know what? The Boilermakers have been known to blow big games before in the tournament.
Yeah.
Something to think about right there.
I like Lipscomb.
High Point.
If they were to get in.
Okay.
Lipscomb.
All right. Keep going.
Good old Bob Morris is also.
Bob Morris is in this
one
year.
Of our favorites.
Out of the Horizon League.
Bryant.
Uh-huh.
Who's A East? What?
That's the America East.
All right.
The America East Conference.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Uh-huh.
Why not 8? Everybody in Denver should go for Omaha.
Nobody so far, at least as of an hour ago, nobody has selected Southern Illinois Edwardsville. They have not gone in that direction. Not even the Salukis out of Carbondale. This is SIUE out of the OVC. If you want to go with a little Southern Illinois Edwardsville as a 16 seed, by all means, go for it.
You know what that feels like? Again, that's wild. I didn't know Ohio Valley could get one in, but they did. Okay. Yeah.
Everybody
We've got 5
You get
schools.
an automatic.
1, 2, 3,
you get an
4,
automatic
5,
qualifier.
6.
Of course you do. Yeah.
We got 6 schools with nobody's going with, and we've read a few of them. Utah State.
Mm-hmm.
No, wait. Utah State is 30 points. So I think one person picked Utah State.
One guy likes the Aggies.
Bryant, Alabama State, Omaha, American, Wofford, and Suey. Fair enough.
Southern Illinois Edwardsville.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are all they have no loyalties to them.
Not
in our
so
bracket
far.
contest.
Not so far. People are avoiding these 16s, but I think the value's in the, kind of the 10s, 11, 12s, maybe a 13. If you want to go in that direction, you get more points the lower the seed. So go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter.
Did you know? Can we have a little fun here? Would that throw you off? I know fun scares you.
I am
because you just
opposed.
gave me a look like, what? No.
Okay. Let's. I tell you what. You try, and I'll see. Go ahead.
I feel like I just asked my dad, are we going to go get a toy? We'll see.
We'll see.
I asked you over the Twitter thread, and I thought it was pretty cool what Springer responded. This, my friend, is the anniversary of the big March blizzard in 2003.
That's right.
So it's got to be the 2021st anniversary, 22nd anniversary of that?
Okay, so it's the 22-year anniversary of the March 03 blizzard. 31 inches of snow fell in Denver, the city's second biggest storm on record. Over 60 inches fell in the foothills, according to a tweet from our buddy Chris Bianchi. We closed the airport. 135,000 were without power in Denver, and the snow created a huge gash in the DIA roof in the tent up there. There were numerous, I remember, buildings in Denver that the weight of the snow, because it was a March storm, it was very heavy snow, that had roof collapses and everything else.
You know what I remember? There's 2 blizzards I remember for sports reasons.
Okay.
One was the October blizzard where the Broncos almost didn't get out to go face Buffalo, but ultimately did in their first Super Bowl season.
Okay.
And in this one that we're talking about, because my wife was 5 months pregnant with our first child, and I got stuck in Arizona at spring training. And everyone's like, oh, aren't you lucky? And as I'm watching my wife try to shovel things out so our little pug can go find a place to go to the bathroom, no, I did not feel cool about myself at that time. I was like, she's going to go into labor trying to shovel snow.
That's
all that
not
darn
ideal.
snow.
Yeah, not ideal. Certainly.
So, yeah, why don't we not do that? But I remember I had gone out for a crush game. How about this? The week began, our lovely week, and like our prize package of The Price is Right.
This is March 03.
This is March 03.
Okay.
Began with a crush game between the Arizona Rattlers and our guy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. The quarterback lives here now. God, his name's right there. He was a really, really good arena football player. But he does do some prep stuff.
Was it Ced Bonner?
Ced Bonner, thank you, Cedric Bonner. So I watched that. We then go and get, I remember we were staying in a really expensive place because it's radio money back in the day when radio was flowing like wine. And then we get snowed out, and I can't get a flight back. And they're trying to extend our stay. I remember calling Don Martin, our PD, and I'm like, what am I going to do? I don't know if I'm going to be able to get home. He's like, I got people, boy, they got no sleep. We're all in here trying to battle this. You're out there in tropical. It ain't my problem. Figure it out. I was like, all right, great. So I go down to the hotel desk, because this is when people traveled to spring training, right?
Yeah.
The Rockies were good. They were fun. Not great, but good. And people still got a kick out of going down.
Not good, but they were.
Yeah, they weren't the 07 Rockies. But look, people went to watch them.
Sure.
And this hotel's like, yeah, we got no rooms for you. I don't know. I'm just like,
where'd you stay?
God, I can't. Well, I was making plans to stay because the station would rent houses for the engineer and the broadcast crew.
Oh, sure.
And Corrigan and Kingery didn't offer to let me stay at their place. So our engineer, Max Brooks, was like, you can come stay at my place. But then, I got on some wait list, and I remember they finally were like, yeah, we can sneak you on a Frontier flight.
Great.
Flew home and
so how many
shoveled my
extra days
walk.
did you spend in
2.
Arizona? That's pretty good.
Yeah, well, when you're kind of the poor producer, it was not ideal at the time because sure, you get the money reimbursed, but you got to have the money in your bank account in the first place. And I was like, I'm kind of tapped.
I see. Yeah,
I'd like to get home and have groceries. So yeah, it was crazy. And I remember you're trying to cover games, and every 5 seconds checking your phone. Am I going to get out of here? Do I get to go home? But yeah, that was spring training baseball right
22
there.
years ago this week.
You know what else I did that week?
What's that?
I spent St. Patrick's Day in a bar that was just filled with the White Sox. Who was down there? Like the White Sox, the Padres. Weren't the Cubs in Arizona?
Sure.
Whatever the Cactus League was, seemed to show up at this bar.
So you just got drunk with the
St.
big
Patrick's
leagues.
Day. Yeah, I think it's Jake Peavy was on one of the teams, and he was there.
Yeah.
Well, again, you have to remember. So I'm doing the show with Schlereth and Dave Diaz-Infante,
Mm-hmm.
and again, I'm just sidecar Andy. That's probably what they should have called me. No one gave a damn who I was, but I knew cool people, I guess, and so we were always in the middle of everything. And I just remember I was like, "Can we go home? I've had enough of this bar. Had enough of you guys and bad decisions with co-eds, all you baseball players. Can we get out of here?"
That feels like some good goss to get a chance to be able to just which big leaguer is hitting on the youngest girl at the bar.
All I'll say is
That's good goss.
if you want to feel like you're not important at all, go into a bar like this and just watch. Nobody's there for you. That's for sure. I'm not saying I had a chance most nights.
Sure,
but when you're in a bar full of big leaguers, and you're just Andy, yeah.
You know what you are in that situation, Andy? You're Lipscomb.
I'm not even sure I'm Lipscomb. I would probably be your guys Suey or Wofford or Omaha because it's all 0.00%.
Summit League champs, Omaha. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here in just a moment, including local punter news that you have to hear. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We call it the High Five. Mark Springer, what do you have for us today?
It's the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. We begin with punter news. Broncos need a punter. One is off the market. A former CSU Rams punter, Ryan Stonehouse, has signed with the Miami Dolphins. He has connections to their special teams coach, Craig Ackerman, because he was the special teams coach in Tennessee when Stonehouse was there. He came off of a torn ACL, MCL, and broken bone in his non-kicking leg this past season. But he had a decent season. He was named an alternate to this past year's Pro Bowl team, but he is now a Miami Dolphin.
And the Broncos don't have a punter. Time to draft a punter, Andy. So the old use a 7th rounder on a punter, I think, is going to be the Broncos' move here.
I put this in the thread.
Okay.
You guys forgot about this. Big news.
I saw it.
Big news.
I was looking past it because I didn't consider it a real option.
All right, but one of the guys in the mix in the area that I know knows a few of the old players tweeted at Marquette King.
Yeah.
Marquette? Is it Marquette?
I think it was Marquette.
That was one of these guys that had like 9 names.
I think it was what we found out. It was Marquette.
Oh, but even here, he
didn't make a whole season.
Okay.
He didn't make a whole season.
Anyway, he wants everybody to know this is King. I'm in a very different headspace at this point in my life. I'd be glad to make a return to the Broncos organization and rewrite a new experience after my season in the UFL if they were open to it. Listen, would you give it a shot?
That was his last year in the league, by the way. 4 games, and he was out of the league.
Well, remember, he went from being like this amazing punter with the Raiders to just awful here.
Yep.
But I had heard their special teams coach tried to mess with him a little bit. So, trying to mess with the way he was trying to kick the ball. And
Would the
all this other
Rizman
stuff.
leave him alone and let him do his thing?
Well, you would hope.
He's literally not been in the NFL in 7 years.
You trust him?
He's 30, so let's see. Today,
You drafted 6th-round punter or calling up Marquette King?
Yeah, this is his age 36 season. I'll draft a 6th rounder. I'm good. I'm set.
How long did Reggie Roby punt? Seriously.
Yes, you can do the job for a long time.
Who was like the oldest
like,
punter in the NFL?
Great question.
Because I feel like that's something that if you
How long
can
did
do
Ray
it, you
Guy
can do
do
it forever. Yeah. Who else are we missing?
You really
Tom Ruin had a good run.
But this is just it. You really can't do it forever. It's hard on the body. Like eventually, like the
old leg doesn't like
hips start to get messed up. Like it's a violent motion with the body that it doesn't stay together forever. Sean Landetta.
Okay. All right.
22 seasons, punted until he was 44. Jeff Feagles.
There you go.
Played in a league record 352 consecutive games. Ray Guy, 73 to 86. Well, that's a short career, honestly. There you go. That's some of the oldest punters in NFL history. Thomas Morstead punted for the Jets this year at age 38. Yeah, I'm good on Marquette King.
Okay.
Draft somebody. You're fine. Draft a punter. That's fun. Rookie punter. That's a good little training camp storyline, right?
Sure.
I
don't know. Depends on who you pass in the 6th round for that. Give up a Terrell Davis or a Tom Brady, you kind of got an issue.
Don't worry. It's going to be somebody you've never heard of before. It'll be fine. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Texans and cornerback Derek Stingley have reached a 3-year, $90 million extension, $89 million guaranteed. So only $1 million of those dollars is not guaranteed. It makes him the highest paid cornerback in the NFL on an average per year basis. It's Stingley 1, J.C. Horn 2. He just signed an extension with the Panthers. Jalen Ramsey 3, Pat Surtain 4. Today, Adam Schefter went on the morning show, Vic Moser and Brett Kane, and they talked about that.
Does Surtain's deal look like a bargain now that you compare it to Derek Stingley?
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
That's exactly like the cost on Patrick Surtain is not going down when he's in the prime of his career. It's just not. So get the deal done, and now the deals start piling up above him, and they have him locked in. He's got a great deal. They got their guy without having to worry about the price going up. It's a win for everybody. That's how it should be.
Yeah, it's a great situation for the Broncos. Good. Now maybe in 2 years, PS2 goes, what the hell? Why am I the 14th highest paid cornerback in the NFL? And and he makes a stink. And if he keeps playing at the level that he is, where he's the defensive player of the year, the Broncos should probably do right by him and make sure that they go ahead and adjust his contract. But in the meantime, there's a great situation for the Broncos. This is why you get it done quickly. Here's my real question on this. $89 million guaranteed on a 3-year, $90 million contract for Derek Stingley. Is he going to be really pissed if he doesn't get that last million?
What would cause him not to get the last million? I'm fascinated.
I would assume it would be him not being on the Texans for the third year of the deal.
I guess.
I would assume would be the thing that would prevent it from coming in.
That is crazy, though. Now I kind of need to know. What would cost you the $1 million?
That's basically a fully guaranteed 3-year contract for Derek Stingley, who's a really, really good player. Finally started living up to his draft billing. Physical, really, really good player. Wasn't it the throw to Mims that he almost got to, Stingley?
Yeah.
No, I'm thinking of Denzel Ward. Excuse me, I'm thinking of the wrong player. Yeah,
No,
another highly drafted corner. But yeah.
They would have played him a year ago, not this past season.
That's what it was.
The first Sean Payton season they played him.
Stingley's good.
Yeah.
He's not Patrick Surtain, but he's pretty damn good. 3 years and $90 million. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, the Bengals actually did it. They extended both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. For Jamar Chase, it's a 4-year, $161 million deal, $112 million guaranteed. For T. Higgins, it's also a 4-year deal, $115 million guaranteed for the first 2 years. Jamar Chase's deal has an average annual value of $40.25 million, setting an NFL record for highest average annual salary for a non-quarterback. Here's more from Adam Schefter on Altitude 92.5 today talking about these deals.
This is what Cincinnati was trying to get done. And they've been at it for a couple of years, and they could have gotten this done earlier, and it would have saved them some money. But they didn't. Like, they could have did it at the beginning of last offseason, when Nick Bosa's salary was $34 million as the highest paid guy. Then they could have did it after Jefferson, it would have been $35. Then they were working on it a couple of weeks ago, and they had a deal in place with Chase for $37, $38, and then Myles Garrett gets his deal. So, when you have a transcendent talent, just get the guy signed. It's not that hard. You want to keep the guy, get it done. Like, there's no reason to wait on those things.
Also, didn't Duke Tobin talk himself into a corner when he said Jamar Chase was going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, and then Myles Garrett got his $40 million a year?
Yeah,
so it was like price is set, my guy.
Yeah, if you're bent on doing that, then just do it. Don't tell everybody, just get it done. This all just reminds me, remember, we saw this here in Denver. You thought you were cruising along, you were going to do whatever with Von Miller. Next thing you know, Fletcher Cox gets signed and your price went up.
Yeah.
When you and Pat, and that was the key word that Adam said. When you've got the guy and you know that's the guy, just sign him. Just get it over with. And the sooner you do it, the less chance you have of some other deal rolling down the hill and throwing. Because now they had to throw another, $300,000 in the mix.
Well, and also like these guys have egos, right? And they want to feel as though there is a partnership with them and their organization. Like, if you as the team can go to the representative and go to the player early on in this whole thing and just be like, we want to get this done. We love you, and we absolutely want to get this done, and we know you're going to make a fortune, and we want to be able to make it happen. Don't you purchase away some leeway in all that? Isn't a guy willing to then say, okay, maybe because this is the situation, then I will see my way to perhaps taking a slight hometown discount. I mean, there's only so much that you can do versus like, oh, we're going to drag our feet on this whole thing and say no to some other numbers, and that way it turns into a battle. I don't know about Chase as much as it did with T. Higgins that you end up paying top dollar.
The Higgins thing is just, and I don't even know if you did the right thing, and I love T. Higgins. Yeah. I don't know how you think you're going to have a competitive team with paying this much to a quarterback-receiver duo. Still got a block for the guy. Now, Samaje Perine went back there. Your defense was horrid.
Yeah.
Your offense was never the problem in your games last year. Your defense stinks. How are you going to make your defense better?
Well, they're going to try and outscore everybody 35-30, which,
good luck.
Quite frankly,
we'll watch it.
Worked against Denver. That's for damn sure. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, the Ravens have a new backup quarterback. It is Cooper Rush. He signs a 2-year deal with Baltimore. Maximum value, $12.2 million, $4.2 million guaranteed. For the Cowboys, they right now do not have a backup quarterback. Trey Lance is a free agent.
They're paying too much to Dak Prescott. They can't afford a backup quarterback.
There is no plan B, as John Elway once said. They're just going to draft some dude and stick him on the roster,
Yes.
right? That'll be it. When the Broncos are looking punter,
yeah,
the Cowboys will be looking bottom of the barrel QBs to just make their backup.
I just want to take a moment here and everybody acknowledge this. Let's see if we can drill this bit of information into Andy's brain. Cooper Rush is the backup quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens. This will come in handy this summer when we do Know Your Backup Quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'll forget it by then. It'll be gone. It'll be flushed.
There's got to be like a mnemonic device. Like, hey, how about this, okay? Lamar Jackson is the best running quarterback in the NFL. He gets a lot of rushing yards.
When he gets hurt rushing, Cooper will rush to the aid.
Onto the field. Cooper Rush.
Again, you know me. I can't remember names of anybody. I thought he was Ben DiNucci for a minute. I'm like, oh, no, wait, that's a different
Cooper Rush.
former backup Cowboy
Rush is what we're going
The
for.
DiNucci.
Yes.
Anyway, speaking of backups.
If we're still here this summer, we'll do Know Your Backup Quarterback, and it'll be fun. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, another quarterback note. Jameis Winston tomorrow will be visiting with the New York Giants.
I'm surprised he's not just starting the TV career now. Although being in a locker room is more fun.
And profitable.
Yeah, it is. Being a backup quarterback, there's good money in it. Mm-hmm.
You know what? Honestly, could he be the worst bridge? I mean, if you're going to go look at a Russell Wilson or crazy Aaron Rodgers, is he really? It's going to be a lot of up and down, but you're going to have some fun games.
You will.
You know what I mean?
You'll have a good time.
It won't be boring. It doesn't seem.
Here's what you'll do, okay? You'll have fun, and you'll probably lose, which would benefit the Giants way more than going 7-10 this year and then ending up with like the 12th pick in the draft.
With the way the two guys have operated down the field, would you not? Now, look, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what Russ is asking for this year, right? Maybe Jameis is way more expensive than Russ, but I probably would lean the way of Jameis from what I've seen the last 2 years than Russell Wilson. And yet Russ has got the Browns, the Giants. They're all waiting around for his decision.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Is it because of – I'm about to say something. I don't even know if it's true. I'm just thinking about like the sanity of an offensive coordinator, a quarterback's coach, and a head coach of when they go back to watch film of the game.
Yeah, that's pot and kettle.
Well,
Russ isn't running your plays.
Well put.
But Jameis is throwing picks, running your plays.
Well put. Yes.
But I think if it just comes to pocket presence, like if you got a young guy that needs to learn how to maneuver the pocket, Jameis probably is the better example than Russ, isn't he now?
I would agree, and his teammates like him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which Russ, it's been
hit or
weird.
miss. Hit or
He always has a few that like him, but
we have an update from Avalanche practice today. Jared Bednar saw somebody skating, and he gives us the latest on how a guy with wonderful Swedish hair is looking out on the ice. We will share that with you. Plus, I have a very important Nuggets question to ask Andy Lindahl next. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman. I'm always here telling you about what's going on at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid and check out all of their latest auctions that are available to bid right now. Active truck parts, restaurant equipment, and here's this great auction that's going on right now. Go to roller.bid and check it out. Reconditioned power tools, office furniture, cleaning supplies, and more. Propane, natural gas, kerosene and electric heaters, office furniture, paper products, cleaning supplies, janitorial equipment, and much more. This auction is available to bid. But what I like in here is the reconditioned power tools. We're talking about batteries. We're talking about nail guns, saws, drills, screw guns, and so much more. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this fantastic selection of reconditioned power tools. You've been down the tool aisle recently at Home Depot. Do you see what brand new tools are going for? This is great merchandise right here. Reconditioned power tools. I'm looking at this Makita 18-volt power tool, package saws, drills, impact driver, and more. Great deals available on several tools. Go to roller.bid to be able to bid right now at Roller Auction. Roller.bid, this reconditioned power tool auction, available to bid right now at roller.bid.
Now McKinnon leaves it for Rantanen down the boards. Off the wall for McCarr. Quickly over for Landeskog. Inside the circle, Landeskog lets it go. He scores! Ride, Captain, ride upon your mystery ship.
Gabe Landeskog has 2 power play goals, and the Avalanche get that crucial next tally. They're within 1. 3-2 Tampa with 15-17 to go in the second period.
Connor, this was the shot that Landeskog was practicing the other day.
Nice to hear the late, great Peter McNabb right at the end of that call. That was Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals in Tampa Bay back in 2022. That was also the last goal that Gabriel Landeskog scored in an Avalanche uniform. In fact, he would only play 3 more games in an Avalanche sweater, and he has not been on the ice since. But Gabriel Landeskog has been a non-contact participant in a team practice for the first time today. He was on the ice with the team for longer than at any point since the 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs, and in good spirits. He was out. He was skating around. He looked good. Again, non-contact participant. It's okay. He can't return at least until the postseason anyway, but Gabriel Landeskog was out skating and looking kind of like a hockey player today, Andy.
Yeah, he was zipping around. Saw some video of it. He was making the rounds on X, and it was pretty impressive, the speed that he got up to. Now, as you said, non-contact.
Yep.
And again, we want to remind everybody, he's not been a drain on their finances because they have used his money because he's on LTIR. That's how you've gotten this team together. So he won't return until the playoffs unless they were to make some move of cutting somebody, and that'd be a pretty big matzo ball to cut right now.
Yeah.
So I don't see that happening, but look, man, it's exciting news to think that he might be able to come in and give you a little something in the playoffs.
It's hope.
At least give it a go.
It's hope.
Now, we'll have to see again, and I think, we'll hear from Coach Bednar, but I think everybody still, including Chris McFarland, preaches caution with all these little road stops or whatever, because now we got to see how the knee reacts tomorrow. He went hard today. How do you feel when you wake up? How do you feel in a couple days?
Exactly. And again, can you do it
the next practice? How do you feel?
Every day, et cetera, and get to that point and then eventually have contact and then eventually be able to play? Would it be a massive spiritual and emotional lift for this team if he were to return? Absolutely. Is he ready to be a top 6 forward in an NHL playoff series? Probably not. That feels like that would be a large ask for him. But I do think that this team, which by the way, the mojo, the vibes around the Avalanche is just like 10 out of 10 right now. You can't be doing much better than they currently are. They knock off Calgary and Dallas over the weekend. You beat your old buddy Mikko. Things are going great with this team right now. If Gabriel Landeskog could come back and give you meaningful minutes in a playoff game, awesome. That'd be so much fun.
Could you imagine that guy, 3rd, 4th liner? I mean,
that would help.
Right now, until you see what he's got, that's what you got to realistically assume he would be.
Yeah, that would certainly help.
A pretty good skill set to plug back in there, though.
Jared Bednar was asked after practice today, how did Landeskog look and where he's at and all those good things. Here was Bednar today.
Well, he's looking good. I thought he looked great in practice today. Obviously, just like sort of the flow and go, non-contact stuff. Certainly nice to have him out there. And so he's making strides, like obviously this rehab is not linear, there's lots of peaks and valleys in it. And, sometimes it's 2 steps forward and 1 step back, but he's still making progress and obviously feeling comfortable enough to come out and join the team with certain drills. So hopefully that continues to grow and working to a point of a return. It's really hard to say, but things are going great, and it's certainly nice to have him back on the ice with our team. I think just the energy and sort of attitude that he brings to ice, I think helps everybody.
He did not participate in anything with contact, any 5-on-5 stuff he did not do today. But you hear Bednar talk about it right there, and it's just that. It is the energy. It is the fact that the guy who has the C on his sweater actually went out and practiced with his teammates today.
Yeah, and I think getting him, and if again, he'll be on the road trip with them so he can continue practicing. At least that was the report this morning. So you get him out there, you got Eric Johnson back in that room. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, you've got a guy like a Brock Nelson when he gets comfortable, who I think he's still feeling his way out. Charlie Coyle's played more playoff games, I think, than anybody on this team, the way this has been going. It's amazing the number of playoff games that he has. And all of a sudden, you got a little bit more of a veteran gritty group than compared to what you had the last 2 years going into the playoffs.
One other note here on Landeskog is the team is off to Canada for the week. Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal. They'll play Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday of this week. By the way, East Coast Avalanche games, so we're going to get the boot early on Wednesday and Thursday. We'll have those games for you on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But Jared Bednar was asked about Josh Manson and the upper body thing, which he has said has been week to week. This is where it was good to go and get Eric Johnson back on your team. But here's Bednar, the update on Josh Manson and his upper body hurting him.
No, but it's a different injury. Yeah.
Do you know when
Unrelated.
you expect like a kind of firm?
Different injury is what he's dealing with right now. He also mentioned in there that that Gabriel Landeskog will travel to Canada with the team.
That's good.
Yes.
We had a technical bug there. That wasn't spring.
Betsy had more things
He
to
had more
say.
things to say, but our system decided,
No, he's done now.
Yeah, you're done, pal.
Why don't you
I
shut
run
up?
things in here. It's another case of the computer telling you who's really in charge. Look, man, I hope they can get Manson back very soon.
Yeah.
You know, I think, again, the physical presence there has been good. How about Lindgren, by the way? Lindgren bothering Jamie Benn yesterday warmed my cold, dead heart. Oh, I loved it. Just, he had that one where Ben was going for the wraparound. Lindgren was on him the whole time. Lindgren doesn't look like he's any more fun to play than Ben is on a regular. So, I don't know. You know what? Chris McFarland needs to be GM of the year. Even if this thing, even if they don't win a cup, for this guy to recreate this team
on the fly
in season the way that he
year.
has is utterly amazing.
And to have been able to do it by getting a look at his team and just saying, this ain't it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a month. I don't feel good.
And granted, and a lot of people will look over at Calvin Booth across the building and be like, why can't you do the same thing? CBA makes things a little bit tougher on his team. Here's my Nuggets question for you right now, Andy. What is the ceiling and what is the floor for the 2024-25 Denver Nuggets? Let's start with the ceiling. What's the ceiling for this team?
I don't know. I really don't know. There are times, see the Oklahoma City game literally a week ago, Nate.
Yeah.
Just a week ago. We were about ready to watch the Nuggets have one of their best wins of the season where they cruised comfortably in the fourth quarter to a nice win over a team that had been a thorn in their backside. Now, here we are a week later. Aaron Gordon didn't even play in the game last Monday. Now, I don't know if he's going to play tonight. Did you say we had an update on him from tonight? You've not seen anything in break.
I've not seen the latest. Still questionable. Jokic, Jamal, AGL questionable.
Okay. So there's a chance he may play tonight, which he didn't do a week ago.
Yeah.
But the way, again, here's what I don't like the most about the Nuggets and would lead me if I absolutely got pinned down and told to answer the question, I would say right now it feels like another second round exit. I think they're good enough to beat whoever they face in the
second
first
round ceiling.
So, well, dude, you tell me why I feel like this team should go beyond that. If you're going to get Minnesota in the second round, I'm not going to like that matchup.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to slip and get OKC in the second round, I'm not going to love that matchup.
No.
Okay? So that's what we're dealing with right now. And quite honestly, as you pointed out earlier, if they stay at the 3 and Golden State captures the 6, well, guess what? You may be dealing with one of the most rejuvenated teams with better three-point shooting than you've got in the playoffs. That isn't good. Matter of fact, I'll ask you right now, is there going to be a team that you face where you could say, especially in the second round, our three-point shooting is better than theirs? Wouldn't be Minnesota.
No, not that necessarily. Again, I worry about the offense almost not at all. To me, it flat out comes down to will you get enough stops to be able to win games?
If you play Minnesota, I'm very worried about your offense because they get physical with your guards, and your guards have yet to respond for 5 games.
Yeah. I don't worry that much about all that. It's first off,
what's the floor? I don't know what the floor is. Floor should be a second round exit, but the floor and the ceiling may be the same thing, Nate.
What if they get Minnesota in the opening round?
Yeah, then I guess it's a first round exit. Could be it too.
Then you're talking about a first round exit with this team. Ceiling right now.
Tell me that you feel championship at all.
I don't.
And I don't like saying it. Nikola is the great equalizer, but he seems tired.
The biggest reason why I say that, the biggest reason why I don't feel championship in this moment has nothing to do with Nikola Jokic or any really of the top 3 players on this team. Is Aaron Gordon going to be healthy? Because if you don't have a matchup for the opposition's best front court player, then you're trash. And that's, if he's not healthy and able to play and you can't depend on him for 30 to 35 minutes a night in the playoffs, that's what gives me pause. Honestly, more than anything with this group, because you're already not good defensively. You already haven't been that good defensively with him on the court here of late. Can you, like, and I know Aaron Gordon's not a great matchup for Luka Doncic. You know, he's a better matchup for LeBron. He's not a great matchup for Luka Doncic, but like, somebody's got to be able to do that. You know, somebody has got to be able to take that matchup on for a little bit. If you're playing Memphis, whether it's Jaren or Desmond Bane, like who's taking on that matchup? Is Aaron Gordon going to be able to do that? You know, who's gonna guard Jalen Williams if you play Oklahoma City? Like, you need somebody to be able to do that part of the job. And I without Aaron Gordon at 100%, I just think you're at such a mismatch right there. And they'll just not that they won't do this already, but they'll hunt for Porter all night, and you're dead.
Are you concerned at all with the malaise we feel like we've seen? When do you start worrying about the Michael Malone factor, and are the words being heard the same?
I do think that is.
I don't know how else to put that.
Right, no,
because Michael Malone's not just sitting around taking this.
No, he's not.
And he can only do so much with the bench that he has. But again, you not playing a lot of guys earlier in the season could also, I don't know, one over the other. I don't know what to do. We're hypocrites on the radio. That's just the way it works.
Yeah.
Because you pointed out 3 or 4 games that they should have won earlier in the year, and then you wouldn't be sweating all these games down the stretch. And yet I also feel like you've not taken your opportunities to play the bench a little bit more and get some more guys developed to where you're confident in playing them in games like this that you need, because you basically only played 7 guys the other night, and everybody looked worn out by the end of the game.
But then you play your bench, and then they're not good.
I know,
and then you don't trust them, and then you lose.
No.
Yeah.
And that's not all a Michael Malone thing. Calvin Booth's got to talk a little bit about that too. Everybody's got their hands dirty in this thing.
Sure do. Yeah, sure do. And it also, and this is a conversation that that people are having all over the NBA right now, and it's a fair conversation to have about the Nuggets, is the core 4 as it stands. And they've won an NBA championship, and I'm not ready to completely throw dirt on their grave yet. But with the restrictions placed on you by the collective bargaining agreement, the decision to not bring back KCP, the decision to elevate younger players into bigger roles, we certainly have to, this team's got to trust Christian Brown as a member of their starting 5. They've got to trust Peyton Watson as one of their first 2 players off the bench. When he gets healthy again, they're going to have to play Julian Strawther in the postseason. Hunter Tyson he's not even on a 2-way deal. He's got a guaranteed contract in the NBA. Like, you are relying on dudes that are all being asked to play, I think, maybe above their level right now. Christian Brown is maybe the one where that's unfair of me to say. However, when he shoots, he's good. He doesn't always stay aggressive enough. I think he sometimes struggles to find his flow within the game. It just, again, if you could have stolen one more year bringing him off the bench with KCP in there, that would have been ideal. But we know the financial situation that they were up against.
Do we also not give enough? How much could have a healthy Deron Holmes changed?
Could have helped. Yeah, could have helped.
I feel like we all forget their top pick.
Absolutely.
Who was supposed to be and maybe be the guy giving Aaron Gordon some relief, or even being the plan with Aaron Gordon out right now, is not there at all.
Do you think this core 4 is back next year?
No.
I don't either.
I think MPJ, and again, not to pick on MPJ, I don't know what to do, though, Nate.
Right.
That's a big contract for a guy that's not shot the 3 ball as well as he has. Now, you said he's been average. And I think
he's been at his career average.
He's been better at other parts of the game.
Yeah.
But what kind of haul are you going to get for a guy that's not performing at his peak with an expensive contract? But again, to me, you just the haul is getting money freed up to do what the Avs did and maybe go get yourself a more balanced team.
Well, here's the thing that you will sell in a trade conversation with Michael Porter, which honestly you might miss if he's no longer in a Nuggets uniform. He's averaging 18 points a game.
Yep.
Really, really good. He's shooting 50% from the field. He's shooting 40% from three. He's shooting 75% from the line. But a 50-40 shooter who is, last time I checked, 6'10", is pretty damn valuable in the modern NBA. Okay, somebody, and especially given that he has shown his durability here over the last couple of years, you can absolutely sell a potential trade partner on his work ethic, the fact that he has become a durable player, and that he has physical gifts that not many human beings on the planet actually have. And you could move him.
Would you be okay, though, if it looks like a Mikko deal? And I bring up Mikko because you basically get two slightly lesser players.
Yeah.
But look, Drury and Natchez have been very important to what the Avs are doing right now. I don't think either is the talent of Mikko, but I think you're a better team with two rather than the one.
If you told me that you were going to bring back 2, 3, and D guys in a trade for Michael Porter Jr., that'd be great. I also think I don't know. I don't know what Aaron Gordon's future is going to be with this team beyond this season. They've signed him to an extension. It is an affordable deal on a player of Aaron Gordon's caliber, but he's been banged up this season. I just, again, like, can you keep 3 max contracts and another 4, a fourth highly well-compensated player on your roster? Is that the correct way to build this thing? I know a lot of Nuggets fans have had this conversation all year long, and given the current fade of this roster, which, hey, you know what? They could go out and they could go 3-1 on the 4-game trip, and we could completely change our tune by the end of the week.
Which has been this whole year.
It's happened with this team numerous times. They could rediscover something out on this road trip. Doesn't feel likely at this point. I don't think they win tonight against Golden State, but this team has done this thing in the past, and they could remind everybody, oh, by the way, we've won an NBA championship.
Yeah, I brought up the Duran Holmes thing. Is that one thing that has all of management going, give the core one more year with the young rook who was meant to come in and be a bigger part of the rotation?
Sure.
Here's what
another year of Strother's development, another year of Watson's development.
Let me ask you this. Is there a chance you at least start the year, and then if it looks too much like this around trade deadline, Porter's the grand prize, or maybe even Jamal? Because I believe come close to trade deadline, you can start to move Jamal again, right?
Yeah, you could move him if you wanted to. Moving, I wouldn't.
It's a tricky thing with Jamal.
And I would say this: you wouldn't move Jamal Murray at the trade deadline, because then you're asking to rebuild the core part of what you do as a basketball team at mid-season. So I don't think that would be a winning decision. I also. Man, it's funny. We bring up all these names, and it's like, how's Nikola Jokic going to feel about those guys moving on?
Yeah, that's really. Nikola says, I want these guys together another year. You probably don't question anything.
No.
But with his frustration lately, I'm not sure that's what he's going to tell you.
Yeah.
He knows you need more size to go up against the Minnesotas and the Oklahoma Cities probably on a regular basis.
Yeah.
But see, here's what's crazy, Nate.
But here's what's funny. We say you need more size, and Porter's 6'10". He's huge.
Listen,
but he doesn't play like it.
You were getting ready to do Mountain West basketball stuff a week ago. This is exactly how we all felt, and the Nuggets went out and got what they've been called as their signature win of the year.
Mm-hmm.
They could go and do it again tonight.
They could go.
Because that is what this Nikola said it best. They basically, for 4 years, they play to the level of the opponent, period.
Yeah.
They just do.
They've been known
I don't
to do
know
this.
why, but they do.
Without a doubt, they have been known to do this. Jokic and company go up against Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and everybody out in Golden State tonight. You will listen to it right here on the home for the once NBA champion Denver Nuggets, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, stop at a Good Times today for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at Good Times. CSU will be in action on Friday in Seattle against Penny Hardaway and Memphis. The Tigers 29-5 during the regular season. They have won 15 of their last 16 games. They won the American Athletic Conference tournament. They are pretty damn hot going in. However, one of their key guards, Tyrese Hunter, got injured in the conference tournament wearing a walking boot and probably would be a long shot to play coming up this weekend. CSU goes in healthy and hot themselves. They have won 10 games in a row to get the automatic berth out of the NCAA tournament, and they go in as a 12 seed with one of the best players in the country, Nick Clifford, playing at the absolute height of his powers. So it's a 12-5 game in Seattle. Would have been fun if it ended up here. Lombardi had this game in Denver as of his bracket on Saturday morning. However, the committee did not give CSU a chance to play here at home. I know Rammies fans would have very, very much enjoyed that. But as a 12 seed against a 5 seed, they could be worth good points for you in the Not Another Bracket contest, which you can sign up for right now. It's presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. The bracket contest is open and live at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Now, here's the thing. You hear that and you're like, not another bracket. Well, that's just it. It's not another bracket. This time, you're not filling out the entire bracket. You just pick 5 teams and you are entered. Every win, you get points, and if you pick a lower seed, the value on the win goes up. Check out all the details on our website, altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Great prizes, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game with dinner at the Denver Chop House, a TV, and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also brought to you by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter.
There you go. Go do it now. altitudesportsradio.com.
I need to see, by the way, and this would take a little bit of research, what's the greatest height disparity between head coaches in the tournament? I feel like Nico at around 5'10" or so versus 6'7" Penny Hardaway. That's going to be one of the more substantial height differences between head coaches in this tournament.
Could be.
Yeah. It's a pretty big one.
Patrick Ewing coach in college
he did.
for a while?
Coach
that
at
would
Georgetown.
be another matchup that I'm sure he...
Do you remember they were the Big East tournament was at Madison Square Garden, and Patrick didn't have his credential, and they wouldn't let him walk through the tunnels?
Yeah, well, sensible move.
Patrick Ewing,
no
everybody.
big deal. His jersey's in the rafters there, right?
It's right up there. Just look and you will see it.
There's my credential, guy.
Uh-huh.
You know, that happened to Saban at the SEC Media Days.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that probably didn't go well for that security guard.
No, apparently he held it together and was cool about everything. And
Really?
just like, all right, well, I didn't bring this. Well, Saban probably only half want to go do that anyway, right? You know what I mean?
By the way, CSU is ranked above Memphis.
How about that?
In the net.
But they're a 12th seed.
They're ranked above them in the Ken Pom. CSU's problem was they had a terrible non-conference. They went 5-5. They lost to the Buffs. But since that time, they had a 7-day break, and Nico got these guys in and fixed their defense, and they got into conference play, and they play in a really good league, but they figured it out. The only team that really gave them problems this year, the rest of the way, was New Mexico, who beat them twice. But Andy, I'm not kidding you. They blasted everybody they played in the Mountain West tournament. The Nevada game, which was a 2-7 matchup, was actually probably the closest game that they played. They played Utah State late on Friday night. It was a 9:22 local time tip-off. If you stayed up for it, good on you. They destroyed those dudes. Destroyed them. And Utah State's not a bad team. I think they're overrated in the metrics, but they're not a bad team by any stretch, and they're a tournament team, and Colorado State wrecked them, and then they killed Boise. And that was a Boise team that I thought was going to come out and play better. CSU was up in Boise for their senior night, and Nick Clifford dropped 36 on those dudes and embarrassed their entire senior class. I thought Boise was going to come out with a chip on their shoulder, and CSU, basically it took them 5 minutes to figure that game out, and then they killed them the rest of the way. That's a really good CSU team. If this Colorado State team got on a roll and, who knows, goes to the Sweet 16, that it wouldn't stun me. I think Nico's done a hell of a job with that program, and I think Nick Clifford really is that good. He's going to be a first-round pick. 6'6", being able to shoot the way that he can, being able to defend the way that he can. He's an NBA prospect. He's big too. Dude spent some time in the gym. He's
ready to go.
He really is.
Maybe we'll catch up with him again before they head out of town.
Yeah, we hope to be able to
efforting things.
talk to these guys. Yeah, we're working
We're
on all of
efforting
this
a lot of stuff
right now.
Got some of these guys coming to town.
Yeah. Can I tell you a really stupid broadcaster story that I think you'd appreciate?
Please.
Okay.
Always here for it. It's not me.
So I got a little bit of news out of Laramie today. Obi Agbim, who is their leading scorer this year, is transferring out. He's entered the portal, and he's going to transfer out. Obi Agbim, local kid, okay, Denver kid. And Obi Agbim, really good player. I think he was third-team all-conference this year at Wyoming, averaged 19 a game. Good player. So I'm working